Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 2479 to Chapter 2527. Speaking of gratitude, your eyes brightened up. And you said you don't understand human language? I'm afraid that the level of human language is higher than the level of dog language. Woof woof. The puppy quickly hid its bright eyes and returned to its innocent and pitiful look. You're so slippery. Angor rubbed the puppy's head while laughing. It seemed normal to him, but Woof looked at it with a shocked expression. The puppy was an adult. How could it allow someone to rub its head like that? If the watcher was here, they would probably react the same way. Woof didn't know how to react either. The puppy didn't seem to care about its dignity at all. It simply rubbed its head against Angor's hand and was picked up by Angor while laughing. The puppy quickly found a comfortable spot in Angor's arms. Angor didn't mind. He kept rubbing the puppy's head while muttering to himself, "The game is over, and I found the tool dog to leave." So, the exit. The puppy seemed to understand Angor's words. It opened its mouth and prepared to swallow Angor whole. Don't. I'm not leaving yet. Angor quickly stopped it. As far as Angor knew, the puppy would swallow him again if he left the exit. If he was inside another creature's stomach, he would be in a hurry to leave. But since he was inside a puppy, and the puppy's clone was still in his arms, he didn't need to leave right away. There was something else he needed to do. With that in mind, he lowered his head and looked at the floor. The entire background of the room was pitch black. Only the floor was completely transparent. It was like a transparent light screen, allowing one to clearly see everything happening in the pure white secret room below. Without a doubt, the white room was much bigger than the black one he was in. However, from the floor under his feet, the pure white secret room was like a miniature house, and the people inside were like mini dolls. Their every move could be seen clearly. At the center of the room, he saw a golden web-like fruit floating in the air. That had to be the mystery fruit. About 20 to 30 meters away from the fruit, Gruzdade's avatar and Baroi were in this position. Baroi looked rather miserable. He originally had 8 tentacles, but now he only had 7. The fate of the one that was missing was obvious from the dark red bloodstains on the floor. Jaluz's dwarf didn't look too different, but his brows were furrowed. He was resisting the suction force while thinking about how to escape. He seemed a little anxious. If this situation continued, it wouldn't be long before the two of them would be exhausted and empty. At that time, it would be time for Woof Woof to appear. Angor only glanced at them briefly without paying much attention to them. The reason he stayed behind was not for them. Instead, it was for the sentinel. The watcher helped Angor before, and he was only caught in the crossfire of the dog's attack. If possible, he would rather let the watcher go. He looked around but did not see any watchers. Finally, at the edge of the corner, he saw a sentinel with a bitter face, but his condition was much better than Grutz and Dord's. Sir kicked him to the edge of the room, where the suction force is weak, explained Woof Woof. He noticed Angor looking at the sentinel and explained, earlier, he was walking around the room, looking for an exit. Now, he should have given up, right? Do you know who he is? Woof Woof shook his head. Angor briefly explained the sentinel's identity and emphasized that the sentinel had nothing to do with Grutz, Deward, or Baroi. Do you want to let him go, sir? Woof Woof asked. Angor was going to nod. Letting the sentinel go was his goal anyway. However, Angor looked at Wang Wang's confused little eyes. Wang Wang's eyes were hard to see before, but ever since Wang Wang became golden, Wang Wang's eyes became more obvious. Another idea popped into his mind. The sentinel has nothing to do with you or the Phantom City, so you can let him go. Angor suddenly changed the topic. But letting him go is also a loss for you. A loss for me? Wang Wang's face was filled with confusion, and his already confused little eyes became even more suspicious. Let's not talk about the sentinel for now. Tell me, what's your plan for them? Angor petted Woof Woof while pointing at Grutz and Baroi. Didn't I tell you before? Woof Woof was still doubtful. You just want to exhaust their vitality and mind, then interrogate them? Angor asked. Woof Woof nodded. I don't know if Baroi is willing to talk, but Grutz de Ward is a giant. You won't be able to get anything out of him even if he's just a clone. Angor already wanted to complain when he was in the void. But he was more concerned about the golden blood and the spotted dog, so he held back. Now, he finally had a chance to say it. Also, even if you do get information about your friends, do you have a plan to rescue them? Just exchange prisoners? Aren't you afraid that you'll have to send them away? You'll become a prisoner yourself? Or are you going to trouble your master again? Angor rubbed the puppy's fur again. Puppies had soft fur. It was nice to touch. Woof Woof said, "We can come up with a plan later. One step at a time. We already have them." "I'm afraid you can't come up with a good plan." Angor continued, "I'm not trying to discourage you, but you don't know much about humans, wizards, or the origin world. You're smart, but you lack vision. And a complete plan, especially one that involves the Phantom City. If you don't have a vision and the overall situation, how can you accomplish it? If Woof Woof was a spotted dog, it would be much easier. They could use brute force to break the spell and save people. However, Woof Woof's strength was too pitiful to look at. Apart from its ability to escape, it could not even match up to an official magus. Hence, if they wanted to save someone without the help of the spotted dog, they could only rely on a complete plan. How do I do that? Woof Woof felt discouraged by Angor's words, but it also knew that Angor was telling the truth. Woof 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 thought that it could exchange prisoners for its friends. But the reality was cruel. Without enough strength, Woof 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 might even die. Angor had already helped it once, and it didn't want to ask him for help again. Woof 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 could only look at the only human it knew and trusted, Angor. Angor noticed Woof Woof's pleading gaze, but he quickly avoided it. "Don't count on me. I'm in the same situation as you. I only know who Gluzdvid is and the Phantom City. I don't know anything else." Angor only knew about the origin world from books. He didn't have any experience, so he had no right to speak. More importantly, if Angor helped Woof, he would probably end up in the same situation as him. He would have to travel thousands of miles to get the gift, and he would have to pack it himself. After all, Gluzdvid specifically asked for Angor's help. Then what should I do? Woof Woof was confused. It's simple. You can find an influential and knowledgeable human to work with. Angor pointed at the Watchers in the White Room. For example, the Watchers. Without enough experience and knowledge, Woof Woof's plan would be full of flaws if it was made by itself. Even if Woof and Gluzdvid signed strict oaths, the Watchers could still find flaws in the plan and trick Woof. The best way to avoid such a situation was to find someone with the same experience and knowledge as Woof. This person didn't have to participate in the plan and get himself into trouble. But he could help Woof make a plan so that Woof wouldn't have to travel thousands of miles to get himself killed. Angor couldn't do it because he didn't have enough experience and knowledge. So far, the only one who could help Woof was the Watcher. Moreover, the Sentinel was now locked in the pure white secret room. Although he was innocently implicated, he didn't know it himself. Perhaps Woof could use this opportunity to work with the Watcher. More importantly, Dalmatian was also here, so Woof could use Dalmatian to intimidate him. The Watcher would probably agree for the sake of Dalmatian. After all, he was only giving Woof a suggestion. He wasn't going to carry out the plan himself. This kind of pure strategy didn't cause too much of a loss to the Overseer. Besides, from the Watcher's point of view, Woof and Dalmatian might be able to leave the White Room and win the friendship of Woof and Dalmatian. Woof considered Angor's suggestion and nodded. However, Woof hoped that Angor could talk to the Watcher for him. Woof didn't want others to know about his special abilities. Angor considered for a moment and agreed. Woof was indeed special. It wasn't only because of its intelligence, but also because of its ability to travel through the void network, travel through dimensions, and fly in the sky. Any of these abilities could cause a huge commotion in the origin world. Even if Angor believed that the Watcher was a very principled wizard, Woof would probably break his own rules. Therefore, Angor only wanted the Watcher to believe that Woof was a relatively intelligent void traveler who cared about his race. As for the rest, he didn't care. I can talk to him for you. But how are we going to talk to him now? Do we go to the secret room below? Angor asked. He was talking to Woof, but he was actually looking at Dalmatian. After all, Dalmatian was the one who created the white room. But the Dalmatian still looked at him with innocent eyes, and then softly barked woof woof woof. I can open a passage to the white room, woof 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 spoke up. After Dalmatian created the white room and placed the mystery fruit inside, he gave Woof Woof access to the room. Woof Woof could open a passage anywhere in the room, which would make it easier for Woof Woof to interrogate Gruz, de Ward, and the others. Should we go in? Woof Woof asked. Angor considered and shook his head. Since you can open a passage anywhere, let's open one under the Watcher's feet. I'll talk to him here to show my sincerity. Woof Woof nodded. Now? Angor was about to nod when he suddenly thought of something. Wait. He can use his power in this room, right? If the Watcher secretly used the law of distortion during the conversation, it might cause some trouble. Of course, that was unlikely. The Watcher wasn't someone who would do that. Still, there was a certain risk involved, which was why Angor brought it up. Since he could use his power here, the Watcher should be able to do so as well. Woof Woof didn't know the answer either. Only Dalmatian knew the answer. Both Angor and Woof Woof looked at Dalmatian at the same time. Woof 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 woof? The puppy looked confused and innocent. However, as soon as it stopped barking, Angor noticed that the energy in the area suddenly became quiet. The room had turned into a forbidden space. However, it wasn't completely forbidden. Angor noticed that he could still use his green runes and nightmare illusions. Maybe Dalmatian opened the door for him. Good job. Angor gave Dalmatian a thumbs up. Now that the black room was almost the same as the white room, Zhao Hai could rest assured that the deacon would come over. At this time, in the pure white secret room, the inspector had a bitter look on his face as he felt extremely conflicted. Should he go to the center and check? Maybe the exit was there, but if that was the case, Gruz, Pyred, and Gruz could have left already. Why did he have to stay here? The Watcher really didn't know what to do now. This was a completely sealed room. He couldn't send any messages, and there was no way out. Plus, the mystery fruit was a threat. Who knew what would happen in the future? Just as the sentinel was scratching his head in distress, he suddenly felt something move beneath his feet. The sentinel looked down in bewilderment. The floor under his feet was originally white, but for some reason, a small piece of the white floor suddenly turned into nothingness, and finally turned into a pitch-black hole. What's going on? The inspector was puzzled as he slowly reached out his hand to touch the floor. There was indeed a hole. But where did it lead? Was this the exit? The Watcher didn't know. Still, he decided to check it out. No matter how bad it was still better than staying in this white room. Maybe, the Watcher didn't care anymore. He was in Dalmatian's stomach anyway. He had enough of this room. Since there was a hole here, he might as well jump in. Thinking of this, the inspector did not care anymore. He leaned forward and jumped into the cave. As the sentinel's figure disappeared, the pitch-black hole slowly reverted to a pure white floor. As soon as the inspector jumped into the passage, he found himself in another room before he had the time to feel the environment. This was a luxurious aristocratic hall. But unlike the halls of other nobles' castles, the inspector saw some strange things here. For example, there was a teacup floating in the air. There were small ceramic hands on both sides of the teacup, holding a spoon and tapping itself. The crisp tapping sound was accompanied by a small group of strange instruments floating next to it. There was a teacup rabbit playing a trumpet, a black and white teacup playing a piano, a goblet playing a violin. There was a whole teacup band. This was not the strangest thing. There were also a few colorful dragonflies floating in the air above the hall. There were also some strange light spots. These light spots looked very beautiful, but inexplicably, they gave the deacon a sense of danger. While the inspector was in a daze, the teacup band played cheerful music. Along with the music, the sound of neat footsteps came from behind the curtain. The inspector looked at the direction of the sound and saw that the curtain was pulled open. Two groups of toy soldiers less than the height of a palm walked out in unison and neat steps. These toy soldiers were wearing red uniforms, white trousers, and tall hats. Their cheeks were painted with two red polka dots, which made them look very funny. But the inspector did not find it funny at all because these two groups of toy soldiers were holding various weapons in their hands. Bayonets, long spears, muskets, thin swords. These weapons, like the light spots above his head, gave the inspector a sense of danger. If they could make him feel danger, it meant that these weapons could at least hurt him. He was a legendary wizard. If these weapons could hurt him, they were at least very high-grade alchemy tools. They were definitely priceless in the outside world. But here, they were given to toy soldiers. The inspector swallowed his saliva, not knowing whether it was out of fear or envy. He watched helplessly as two groups of toy soldiers walked up to him. Tap, tap, the toy soldiers ceremoniously ended their steps in front of the inspector, then they separated into two sides. They used their stiff toy hands to make a gesture of welcome and pointed in the direction of the red curtain. This means, I should go there? The inspector was puzzled. No one answered him. The inspector thought for a moment. Since he was already in the Dalmatian's stomach, he could be slaughtered at any time. At least he was in a better position than Gruz and Dord. With a comparison, the inexplicable sense of fear lessened. Since there was no place to retreat, then he had to move forward. The sentinel took a firm step forward. Just as he took his first step, the teacup band played another welcome song, which meant that the overseer was right. The toy soldiers were there to clear the way, while the teacups were there to liven up the atmosphere. Coupled with the atmosphere of the aristocratic hall, the inspector felt as if he had been invited to a banquet by a certain aristocrat. Soon, the inspector arrived in front of the red curtain. The inspector had an inexplicable premonition that perhaps behind the red curtain was the owner of the space. The sentinel paused for 2 seconds, took a deep breath, and lifted the curtains. As the curtains were lifted, the music of the teacup band also stopped. The inspector slowly lifted his gaze and saw the scene behind the curtain. There was a gorgeous long table, exquisite porcelain plates, and bright candlelight. Someone was sitting at the table. There was no one on the main seat at the front of the long table. However, there was a Dalmatian lying lazily on the main table, showing that it was the main seat of honor. There were also people sitting on both sides of the main seat. On the right was a fat boyed traveler, which looked like a big puddle of soft jelly, which filled up the small chair. The one on the left was someone the inspector knew, Angor. Angor was wearing the same clothes as before. He looked at the inspector when he heard the sound of the curtain being lifted. Inspector, what's going on, Angor? Ugh, it's a long story. They exchanged a look and nodded at him, indicating that he should take a seat first. The inspector knew that he had no choice but to sit down. There was no way he could escape. Therefore, he did not hesitate and walked forward. There were many empty seats around the table, but the inspector didn't hesitate and sat down beside Angor. After all, Angor was someone he knew. A beautiful porcelain plate automatically floated in front of the inspector. The plate even reached out and took a loaf of bread and a knife from the center of the table. The loaf was cut into slices and placed on the plate. Then, the plate poured some cream and onion juice over the bread. When everything was done, the plate suddenly spoke in a low, muffled voice, "Be gentle when using the fork. Don't cut my skin. And don't lick the plate after eating the bread. I hate it when men lick me." The inspector stared blankly at the porcelain plate and subconsciously replied, "Oh. Oh what? No manners at all. I hate vulgar men even more." A trace of embarrassment flashed across the guard's face. "What I meant was, thank you. So you know how to make it up to me." "You're welcome. It's my job. Enjoy. Don't forget the rules I mentioned." The inspector quickly nodded. "Yes, sir." The plate went back to normal. But the inspector still felt something was wrong. Was he talking to a plate? Was this porcelain plate a living being? Did that mean the food was on the plate? Am I in a fairy tale world? The inspector mumbled. Fairy tale world? No, this is just a normal banquet hall. Angor heard the inspector's mumbling and spoke. A normal banquet hall? The inspector gave Angor a strange look. Was he the one who was abnormal? Or was Angor the one who was abnormal? How could this be a normal banquet hall? Angor said, "Your plate is a little arrogant. It's my first time seeing a plate with so many rules. This is an exception." The plate in front of Angor spoke in a pleasant female voice. "Yes, it's an exception. I really want my honorable guest to lick me all over. It'll make me feel good, and it'll be easier to clean myself. The watcher gave Angor an even more strange look. Angor also felt a little awkward. Wasn't the plate in front of him normal? It didn't talk and just cut the bread. Why was it that the moment he opened his mouth, his words made people's imaginations run wild? Angor couldn't help but rub his swollen temples. As expected, Dalmatian's pet was from the nightmare realm. The hall was originally a black room. However, to prevent the watchers from seeing the transparent surveillance on the floor, he released his extremely luxurious nightmare domain. When Angor used his nightmare domain to fight someone, many of the creatures inside died. For example, the teacup band and toy soldiers were left with only a few broken soldiers. Maybe Dalmatian felt pity for them, or maybe it already planned this, so it spat out a new teacup band and toy soldiers from its mouth. Other than that, he also provided some daily necessities for the nightmare domain, such as these porcelain plates. He didn't expect the plates to talk, and he also didn't expect that they were talking because the watchers were here, and they didn't like the watchers at all. Angor didn't know how to explain himself when he saw the inspector's strange look. If he knew this would happen, he would have just set up a layer of mist on the floor. Why did he have to create a nightmare domain? Angor thought bitterly. Despite his complicated feelings, Angor had to keep a straight face. After all, he was the only one who could talk at this table. Dalmatian was still sleeping. Even if it didn't sleep, it would only bark. Angor didn't want to expose himself, so he had to rely on himself for the rest. Mr. Inspector, I know you have a lot of questions. Do you want to eat first? I'll explain everything to you later. The inspector looked at the porcelain plates and felt strange. He wanted to say that he wasn't hungry, but Angor spoke again. He began to doubt Angor's identity as well. Was this the same Angor he knew? Was there a deeper meaning to his words? So, should he eat it or not? The inspector hesitated for a moment and looked in the direction of the void traveler, then quickly glanced at the curled-up Dalmatian. Ahem, they didn't eat either. Master hasn't eaten yet. Isn't it inappropriate for us to eat first? Why don't we forget about it? I'm not hungry anyway. Angor said, they don't need human food. But since you're not hungry, Mr. Inspector, let's talk. Angor put down his fork and knife, rinsed his mouth with a cup, and wiped his mouth. Mr. Inspector, if you have any questions, you may ask now. Angor added in his mind, as long as I can talk. The inspector stared into Angor's eyes. Are you Angor? The Angor I know? Angor seemed to be too comfortable in such a strange place, which made the watcher feel that something was wrong. Yes, I'm Angor. I understand why Sir asked this question. I just know a little more than Sir. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person. A normal person? Which normal person would know about a Dalmatian? The inspector didn't believe it at all. However, Angor was telling the truth when he said that he only knew a little, which was why he agreed to it. If you're Angor, you should know what I want to ask the most right now. Where is this place? And how to leave? Am I right? The inspector looked straight into Angor's eyes. Let's talk about the bigger picture first. Angor pointed at the sleeping Dalmatian. We're inside its stomach. And we're in a space created by it. Yes, whether it's the pure white secret room or this banquet hall, they were all created by it. The sentinel caught a detail. You know where I was before? Yes, that's what it told me. Angor nodded and pointed at the void traveler on the other side. Not the Dalmatian this time, but the void traveler? The inspector felt that this was a little strange, but he temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and did not open his mouth to ask. As for how to leave, I need its permission. Angor was referring to the Dalmatian this time. Angor looked at the inspector and asked, Do you have any other questions, Mr. Inspector? Of course I do. That's as good as not saying anything. The inspector roared in his mind but kept a calm expression. If you don't mind my asking, what role did you play in all this? Angor remained silent. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. It's not that I don't want to. I just don't know how to say it. No matter what I say, she'll misunderstand. Angor sighed. Why don't you tell me? Me and them. Angor pointed at the dog and the void traveler. I don't know either of them. I've only met them 2 or 3 times. It's called Woof Woof. You're its servant? Because I'm the only human Woof Woof has ever met, and I owe it a favor. To return the favor, I'm here as its messenger. Angor looked at the inspector with a sincere look. Mr. Inspector, do you believe me? The inspector smiled but did not say anything. He thought to himself, I don't believe you. Angor sighed in self-mockery. See? I knew you wouldn't believe me. You'll misunderstand me no matter what I say. But I'm telling the truth. There's something I can't say. Inspector, you said that you are the messenger, what do you mean? The inspector decided to avoid the question of trust and directly ask the question. That's what it means. Woof Woof has some matters that he needs someone to pass on to him. Woof 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 chose me as its messenger. Since Angor was in his nightmare domain, he didn't need to worry that the inspector would see through his lies. What is it trying to say? Pass the message to whom? Me? Yes, sir. Like I said, it was Woof Woof who told me about the white secret room. Woof 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 has been watching everything. Mr. Inspector, it's Woof Woof's will. The inspector didn't say anything, but he was still puzzled. Everything Angor said seemed to be Woof Woof's plan. But what was the dog's role in this? Before this, the inspector believed that the dog was the one watching the white room. But now, Angor told him that it was Woof Woof, which made him feel a little disappointed. Woof 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 released Mr. Inspector because it wants to cooperate with you. At this point, the Watcher finally understood what was going on. He was released because he was useful to Angor. To put it bluntly, he was threatened. If it was in the past, the Overseer would have thrown a tantrum. But now, he didn't dare to show his inner emotions. The Demon King, Spotted Dog, was here to protect them. He didn't dare to do anything. Spotted Dog was at least as powerful as Gruz Dayward's true form. It might even be a miracle creature. Facing such a creature, any dissatisfaction could easily be detected. Therefore, it was better to accept it. After all, it was good to be alive. What kind of cooperation? The inspector asked. What do you know about void travelers, mister? The inspector looked at Wang Wang opposite him and said softly, I don't know much. Wizards from the origin world don't know much about void travelers? Angor was a little surprised. The Watcher nodded. They rarely show up in front of humans. They only wander around the void. Plus, they're very few in number, and they can travel through space. The void is so big that it's hard to see them. Angor glanced at the Watcher and thought to himself, that's a good talker. The Watcher meant few, cowardly, and only knows how to run. However, after Angor's explanation, it didn't sound so harsh. At least, Woof Woof didn't catch the meaning behind the Watcher's words. Haven't any void travelers appeared in the origin world? Angor asked. I think so. But I've never seen one. However, I've heard that there's a void traveler in Gruz Dayward's Phantom City. The Watcher paused as he thought of something and looked at Angor with a questioning look. Angor nodded to answer the Watcher's question. The Watcher finally understood. So Woof Woof was looking for void travelers in Phantom City. No wonder Woof Woof was so mean to Gruz Dayward and Baroy in the white secret room. The Watcher didn't show it on his face because he still didn't know what Woof Woof wanted to do. If Woof Woof asked him to go to Phantom City to save void travelers, he couldn't do it. Not to mention how strong Gruz Dayward's real body was, there were many citizens in the Phantom City who were stronger than him. If he went there, he would be delivering food to them. Mr. Watcher, do you know how many void travelers there are in Phantom City? The Watcher shook his head. I don't know about that. The Phantom City doesn't welcome humans. Even I have never been to the Phantom City. Angor nodded. The Watcher knew more or less the same thing. The only thing he was sure of was that there were void travelers in Phantom City. Sir, you should know what Wang Wang wants to do after hearing this, right? The Watcher didn't deny it. It wants to save its kin in Phantom City? Angor nodded. The Watcher, so, you hope that I can become its partner and help it save its companions? Yes, and no, said Angor. What do you mean? Wolf knows how dangerous the Phantom City is. He won't let you risk your life, sir. What it hopes for is that you can help it come up with a plan and use the chips in its hands to successfully rescue its companion. The guard's face was not looking good. After all, if he really went to the Phantom City, it was basically a dead end. However, the Watcher's expression quickly returned to normal. If it was just to come up with ideas and plans, that would not be a problem. It's your idea to ask me to come up with a plan, isn't it? The Watcher suddenly looked at Angor. Angor didn't think that he could fool the Watcher. Among the people here, Wang Wang was obviously an inexperienced boy otaku, while Wang Wang was a demon who didn't need to know anything. Only Wang Wang could make such a delicate plan. It was only a matter of time before the Watcher found out about it. Since he pointed it out first, Angor didn't need to explain further. I can't fool you, sir. Angor nodded. It's my idea. It's good for you too. Angor winked at the Watcher and glanced at Spotted Puppy. The Watcher immediately understood what Angor meant. Angor already mentioned that they had to get Spotted Puppy's permission to leave this place. However, Angor didn't tell him how to do that. So this was it. As long as they could reach an agreement with Wang Wang, Spotted Puppy would let them go. Perhaps Angor was the one who pulled the strings. Besides, Wang Wang was Spotted Puppy's subordinate. Helping Wang Wang would not only give them a chance to leave this place, but they might also gain Spotted Puppy's friendship. If that was the case, it would be a great deal. Spotted Puppy was a demon king, and it didn't seem to be the type to kill indiscriminately. Befriending Spotted Puppy would only bring them benefits. I understand. I'll be Spotted Puppy's partner. Angor quickly took out the contract he prepared beforehand. The contract was signed by Spotted Puppy as a witness. The terms were rather loose, which was similar to what Angor said. The Watchers were not required to fight to the death. They were only required to come up with the most appropriate and rigorous plan. There were also some other details, such as not attacking Wang Wang, showing respect to Spotted Puppy, and so on. But they didn't matter. The Watcher quickly signed the contract. With Spotted Puppy as a witness, the Watcher didn't dare to slack off. Now, can you tell me what Wang Wang's plan is? The inspector was very decisive. Once the contract was signed, he entered the role of a partner. Oh, Wang Wang's plan. Angor sighed. It doesn't really have a plan. It just wants to threaten the two people in the white secret room, learn the location of its companions, and go rescue them. That's a very straightforward plan. The Watcher almost blurted out his thoughts. But it's not a bad plan. As long as we're strong enough, we can just go to Phantom City and crush them. What the Watcher meant was that Wang Wang could take Spotted Puppy to Phantom City. It would be simple and easy. They didn't even need to threaten the two people in the white secret room. Angor quietly pointed at Spotted Puppy. It's our final trump card. Even Wang Wang will have to pay a great price to get it to help us. So don't use it if you can. The Sentinel, I see, I understand. Tell me, what do you have in your hands? I'll see if I can come up with a plan based on my experience. No, it's you and Wang Wang. Angor reiterated that he wasn't going to participate in the rescue mission. This had nothing to do with him. He was just a messenger. If he went to Phantom City, he would be sending warmth from 1,000 miles away. Fine. What does Wang Wang have? Angor considered. Baroy and Gruz Dayward's clones. They're Wang Wang's biggest bargaining chip. Inspector, what about the others? Wang Wang's own strength? Do you still have any hope for a Void Traveler's strength? Watcher. How can you say that in front of Wang Wang? Are you not going to give it any face? Well, Wang Wang's strength is negligible, but it's good at running away. I also know that Void Travelers are very good at traveling through space, but the Phantom City is sealed off. It's called a city, but it's actually a sealed alternate dimension. In the words of some ignorant primitive humans, it's like a divine kingdom. Gruz Dayward is the supreme god of the Holy Kingdom. He rules over everything in the Phantom City, including space. Therefore, the ability to travel through space is basically useless to him, unless your space travel ability has reached the level of a legendary space wizard. That's true. but Wang Wang is really good at running away. The Watcher already told him how strict the restrictions were in Phantom City. Angor repeated his words again, which made the Watcher realize something. The Warden asked, "Can its spatial ability travel through the Phantom City?" "I don't know. But it's really good at traveling through space. It's as good as a legendary space wizard when it comes to running away." Wang Wang's ability to travel through space was not just about space. It involved traveling in a higher dimension. However, this was a secret between Angor and Wang Wang that he would never reveal. In other words, even if Wang Wang went to Phantom City, as long as he's not caught, there's a great chance he can escape. "Is that what you mean?" Angor nodded. "Yes." The Watcher's eyes glowed. "That'll save us a lot of trouble." Angor was now a strategist who needed to consider many details. If Wang Wang could escape from Phantom City, it would make many things easier. "I see. Our bargaining chips are Baroi, Gruz Dayward's clones, and Wang Wang's ability to travel through space, right?" "And you," said Angor. "The Sentinel, yes, me too. That's about it." "Do you have a plan?" Before Angor could finish, the puppy, which had been pretending to sleep, suddenly yawned and barked several times. Everyone immediately stopped talking. After all, everyone except Angor was looking at the puppy as a demon king. Even if the puppy sounded like a baby, they still had to keep quiet. After the puppy finished barking, it noticed that everyone was staring at it, so it shook its ears in embarrassment. Next, the puppy walked along the edge of the table and approached Angor. It stopped next to Angor's hand and rubbed its head against it. The Watcher looked at Angor in silence. "So this is what you mean when you say you don't know the puppy?" Angor didn't know how to explain himself. He told the puppy to ignore him and pretend that it didn't know him. The puppy was sleeping on the main seat. Why did it suddenly move? Sure enough, it was worrisome. Angor was trying to think of a way to explain himself when he suddenly felt something in his hand. He looked down and saw the Dalmatian spit a ball into his palm. Then, it yawned and returned to the main seat. It curled up and went to sleep. "It came here to give me this." Angor opened the ball and pretended that he really didn't know the puppy. The Watcher sneered in his mind. He didn't believe Angor's words. Like Wang Wang, Angor was working for the puppy. With such a powerful backer behind him, it was no wonder that he dared to act so fearlessly in front of an object out of order to comprehend it. Still, the Watcher knew what to do. Since Angor didn't want to tell anyone that he was working for the puppy, the Watcher simply pretended that he didn't know anything. Next, the Watcher looked at the ball in Angor's hand and froze. "This is the deep space? And a skiz larva?" Angor didn't see what the ball was before, so he followed the Watcher's words. The ball was transparent and divided into two sides. One side was a misty starry sky, while the other side was a purple-black crystal monster curled up. Angor recognized the monster. It was the skiz larva. But the misty starry sky looked familiar to him. The Watcher called it the deep space? Why didn't he remember? "What's the deep space?" Angor asked curiously. "You've seen it before. In the lab, you called the third-class citizens of Phantom City the Shadow of Mist. I didn't tell you its name back then. As a matter of fact, it's called the deep space." He didn't tell Angor about the name because he didn't want to alert the elders of the deep space. But he didn't need to worry about that since he was inside Spotted Dog's body. "Oh, that's it. No wonder it looked so familiar." Angor looked at the deep space with great interest. He had been curious about the Shadow of Mist for a long time, but he didn't do anything to it in the end for various reasons. Who would have thought that it would reappear in front of him? Moreover, it was locked in an unknown ball by the Dalmatian. "I thought this skiz larva was dead. But it still has a trace of life left in it. No wonder it's that bloodline. And its soul is still there. Looks like it was protected before." The Watcher sighed. "I wonder how the skiz larva and the deep space were captured. Spotted Dog was really something." Angor weighed the ball in his hand. "Now, we have them as well." Angor placed the ball on the table and pushed it toward the Watcher. He was interested in the deep space, but he didn't want to study it for the sake of Spotted Dog's elders. It was better to leave it to the Watcher. The inspector took the ball and sensed it for a moment. He understood the method to activate the ball and its effect. It was a pure energy sealing tool. Not only could it seal the deep space and the Skiz larva, but it could also seal the clones of Baroy and Gladeward. It was definitely a powerful energy tool. The only pity was that it was a one-time use item. Judging from its structure, it was probably created by Spotted Dog using his own energy. Again, Spotted Dog's power. The Watcher thought to himself. Do you have a plan now, Mr. Watcher? Angor asked. I need to think about it. But we have enough chips. Good. Tell Wolf when you have one. Angor decided to leave everything to Spotted Dog. He didn't want to get involved. The more he knew about the plan, the more likely he would be dragged into it. Wolf can talk? The Watcher was surprised. No. But it can understand your words. It can shake its head and nod. That should be enough. Watcher was speechless. That's enough, however, as long as they could understand and express yes or no, then they could indeed communicate. At most, it would take a little more time, but they could always communicate. There's a room next door. You can talk there anytime. Or, do you want something to eat first? The Watcher looked at the plate in front of him and thought about the rules. He shook his head. Nah, I'm not hungry. I'll think about it in the next room. With that, the Watcher stood up and followed Angor's instructions to a small soundproof room. Alone in the soundproof room, the Watcher's mind was still filled with complicated thoughts. The experience this time was really too full of ups and downs. Before this, he had never thought that he would eventually become the partner of a void traveler. He carefully thought about his conversation with Angor and still had a lot of questions in his mind. All of them were about Spotted Dog. Spotted Dog didn't seem to care about anything, but it also seemed to be a witness to everything. Angor's relationship with Spotted Dog was also strange. More importantly, what exactly was Spotted Dog? Where did it come from? The Watcher still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. Since he already signed the contract, he might as well play the role of a partner and help Wolf. How should he save Spotted Dog? How should he use the chips he had now? The Watcher fell into deep thought. Outside, Devil Sea, Sidro Island. After enduring the ocean storms for several days, the sky finally cleared up. The hungry and tired gerbil drilled around in the sand, trying to find food. Soon, the gerbil took out a fat long caterpillar from its mouth. It ran excitedly, wanting to go back to the cave to enjoy the delicious food. Its cave was in the highlands near the coast. There were very annoying seagulls there, but no humans. But today, when the gerbil ran to the mountain with the delicious food in its mouth, it suddenly bumped into a human. A human went up the mountain, but there was no human in front of it just now. The gerbil's little brain couldn't figure out how this black human suddenly appeared. However, even if its IQ was not high, the gerbil understood the principle of survival, which was to avoid humans. It didn't hesitate to run into the bushes, but before it ran, it found that its legs seemed to be broken, and it couldn't move at all. It lowered its head and saw that its legs were charred black. Half of its body was also charred black. It was as if it had been roasted by fire. But it didn't get close to the source of the fire at all. It just accidentally bumped into a human's foot, or rather, her skirt. The little gerbil, who couldn't move, thought about what had happened to it on the ground with its little wisdom. But before it could think of anything, it felt that its tail was pinched by two fingers with sharp black nails. The little gerbil saw with its own eyes that it was picked up by a female human who was huge in its eyes. Then, the human swung it in front of her and said with a sharp and harsh voice, "Rats, I hate rats." A gentle female voice came from behind her. "Why do you hate rats?" "Because you lied to me. The rat hole that can let us have fun doesn't exist at all." The woman with long black curly hair and steel scales on her face turned her head to look at another woman behind her. The gentle-looking lady behind her looked exactly the same as her, except that she was completely white. She had long, curly white hair, white scales, and a white steel tutu skirt. Under the white skirt was a power furnace, and white steam was coming out of it. "Don't care about these details. The rat hole is just a joke." "How can you hate rats because of this?" the white woman said. The black woman snorted and directly stuffed the struggling gerbil into her mouth, chewing it. Blood spurted out, and hair stuck to the corners of his mouth. The white lady smiled and floated to the black lady's side. She stretched out her perfect face and pink tongue and gently licked the residue at the corner of the black lady's mouth. "The taste of the rats here is terrible," the black lady said. "When did you install a stomach?" Lady White was confused. "De Valencia told me." "I'm just borrowing his words." Lady White was enlightened. "So it was little cutie who told you?" "I thought Mr. Boiling had installed a new part for you." At the mention of Boiling Gentleman, the black lady's face flashed with anger. "Boiling Gentleman hasn't appeared for a long time in order to study its ghosts. Even when such a big thing happened this time, it stayed in the corridor and refused to move. Otherwise, the Honorable Lord wouldn't have allowed us to leave the land of Xianxia." White Lady said, "Don't be angry. Compared to little cutie and the tentacle monster, we are much luckier. We don't need to face those human adepts." The black lady said, "Compared to that naughty dog, I'd rather tear those human wizards apart." Lady White said with a smile, "But, you also said that Boiling Gentleman hasn't come out for a long time. There's not much energy left in our power furnace. Don't waste your energy on useless work. Leave it to little cutie and the others. Let's go find the obedient dog that ran away. We have to find it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Minister Dim arrives, it will also hurt the Honorable Lord." The black lady snorted and nodded. Her pitch-black eyes scanned the surroundings and finally fixed on the northwest direction. "There's a familiar smell over there." "I smell it too. It might be the obedient dog or something else strange. If it's the latter, we have to avoid it as much as possible." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lady White smiled and helped the black lady smooth her hair. "Let's go." The black lady said, "Wait, should we deal with them before we leave?" The black lady looked back at the mountain. At some point, 3 people in grey robes had appeared on this mountain path. "The stowaways from another world that the bishop mentioned are them. Their aura feels strange." "Which world are they from?" "No matter where they come from, stowaways from another world deserve to die." These were the only 3 arrogant words left. When the surrounding air became clear again, there were already 3 charred corpses on the ground. "Just some little bugs trying to block the way." The black lady sneered. "Let's go." A large amount of steam was released from the bottom of the black lady's steel skirt. Then, their figures disappeared. About a quarter of an hour after they left, 2 humans appeared on the high ground. They were a wizard in a black robe and a wizard in a grey robe. The man in the grey robe squatted on the ground and calmly examined the corpses of his companions. He then looked up and said, "Bishop, the 3 wizards are completely dead. Their souls have also returned to Nirvana." The man in the black robe looked into the distance. "Stowaways from another world did this." How could stowaways from another world that could kill wizards' star, moon, and cloud suddenly appear in the wizarding world? The man in the grey robe was puzzled. When such a powerful life form crossed the boundary, the world would give the supreme cult a hint. It was impossible for them to be unaware like today. The bishop squinted his eyes, and a halo of Eye of Truth appeared behind him. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, he saw some scenes of the past from his surroundings. Combined with the vague hints given by the world will, the bishop seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. The man in the grey robe asked, "Bishop, did you find anything?" After a moment of silence, the bishop said in a low voice, "Sleepless City is in trouble." "Sleepless City, the kingdom of Evernight." The man in the grey robe suddenly looked up. "Is it because of that special world?" The bishop nodded. The man in the grey robe said, "This is difficult. No wonder there was no sign. But why would a life form from that special world appear here?" "It's because of that mystery item." The bishop looked in the direction of the mist belt. "But didn't President Lightchaser of the City of Truth say that the mystery item is so terrifying that even legendaries could die?" The bishop snorted. "Saladin, you still don't understand the structure of that world. In that world, mystery items are common. The life form in that world knows more about mystery items than we do, and it's easier for them to be subdued." "Then, should we go after them?" The black-robed bishop said, "Of course, don't forget our beliefs. Let's go." Eradicating the illegal aliens is what we must do. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed bishop took the lead and flew in the direction of the misty belt. The gray-robed man did not hesitate and followed after him. Inside Dalmatian's stomach, Angor finished the bread on his plate and drank a cup of milk that somehow suited his taste. He burped in satisfaction. After being tense for so long, Angor finally felt relaxed. He felt very comfortable. Of course, he would be even happier if the milk didn't say something like, "Ah, I'm bleeding again. Come and lick me." He blocked the strange words from the tableware and yawned. Then he looked at the door of the soundproof room, which was covered by a curtain. The watcher had been inside for almost an hour. Did he come up with something? The door to the soundproof room was pushed open, and a white-haired watcher came out of the room. Angor quickly stood up and asked politely, "What do you think, Mr. Watcher?" The watcher glanced at Angor and nodded. "I've sorted out several routes and different plans. Do you want to hear them?" Angor quickly waved his hand. "Woof, go ahead." "I'm not listening." Angor gave Woof a look, and the latter floated to the door and followed the watcher into the soundproof room. When the door of the soundproof room was closed, Angor withdrew his gaze. He was actually curious about what the watcher would tell Woof. They were in the nightmare domain, and he could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. However, he decided against it. He didn't want to get involved in the Phantom City's affairs. The less he knew, the safer he would be. As for the possibility that Baroy and Gruz's avatars already knew who he was no longer safe. Angor had already reached an agreement with Woof and Dalmatian. They would either die and bury Angor's information in the abyss of death, or be brainwashed and lose their memories. Therefore, Angor didn't need to worry about those two in the White Room. Otherwise, how could he sit here and yawn so carefreely? "I feel like sleeping when I'm full," Angor said. "It's like living a normal life again." Speaking of sleeping, Angor suddenly realized that it had been days since he told Sunders that he was safe. Maybe he should take a look at the dream wasteland while he still had some free time, but he was inside Dalmatian's stomach. Could he really go there? He put the puppy in his arms and rubbed its fur. "I'm going to send my consciousness somewhere else. Don't stop me. Got it?" Dalmatian looked at Angor in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I'll take it that you understand." Angor did not want to expose Sunders' lies every time, so he went straight to the point. Angor didn't put the puppy down and let it curl up in his arms. Then he tapped his forehead and activated Nightmare Dream. Maybe it was because he told Dalmatian beforehand, or maybe the dream itself wasn't going to be stopped. Angor successfully entered the dream bridge. Instead of entering the dream wasteland right away, Angor contacted the Tree of Authority first and used the dream gate on the tree to check the situation inside the dream wasteland. With Freud's presence, Foundation City was peaceful and uneventful. The new city also seemed fine. The number of people online reached a new high. Many apprentices must have gotten their hands on the logins and were working hard to build the new city. However, when he looked closer, he noticed something strange about the new city. Most of the wizards who were usually online weren't online right now, including Mr. Tree Spirit, Iron Granny, Leona, and Wallace. These wizards rarely logged off, especially Leona. She had been working so hard for the tea party that Angor never saw her offline. She was not online this time either. Angor wondered what was going on. However, it was worth mentioning that his brother, Leon, and his mentor, Sunders, were online. It had been a while since Angor saw his brother, and he missed him a lot. He planned to visit Sunders first and tell him he was safe. Sunders was inside a small magic hut outside the new city. Without hesitation, Angor went to the hut. On the quiet shore of the lake, a rather stylish magic hut stood quietly. Angor approached the door and was about to knock when the door opened on its own. Sunders stood behind the door and looked down at Angor. "You're finally here." Angor scratched his head. "There was a small accident, but it's fine now." Sunders nodded and gestured for Angor to come in. Angor found a random seat and sat down. He was about to tell Sunders about his experience in the mist when Sunders cut him off. "As long as you're sure you're safe, we'll talk about it later. I need to tell you something important." Angor quickly nodded when he saw Sunders' serious expression. "I'm fine. I'm safe. I didn't log off because I was waiting for you. What's going on? Something happened at the astral pool ruin. Angor learned the whole story after listening to Sunder's explanation. Not long ago, something strange happened at the astral pool ruin. A large number of nightmare creatures flew out from the ruin. Unlike those insignificant creatures in the past, the ones that appeared this time were all powerful existences. Many wizards had already gathered at the astral pool ruin because of this. This was why Angor didn't see any wizards in the new city. Even Mr. Rain broke through the plain passageway and returned to the astral pool ruin. But when Mr. Rain returned, 2 nightmare creatures had already broken through the barrier and left the ruin. I don't know where they went. Who? The Black-White Maid. Angor told Sunders about what happened in the Heart of Sinners. Anyone who knew the story behind the ruin knew who it was. Angor sighed in relief when he heard that it was the Black-White Maid who left. Both of them relied heavily on their energy furnaces. Besides, once they left the Heart of Sinners, the nightmare aura couldn't cover them for long. Their energy furnaces would be consumed faster, so they couldn't cause too much damage outside. Apart from the Black-White Maid, there are other powerful creatures fighting against Mr. Rain and Iron Granny outside the ruin. One is Devasia, and the other is May Navarro. Devosia and Menavaro? Angor muttered. Those two, Devosia was like a gourmet wizard. He could turn everything he saw into food. Menavaro, on the other hand, was a monster with tentacles that could drive people crazy. Its tentacles were the main ingredients for creating distorted seeds. What's the situation at the ruin? Angor asked. Thanks to the protection of the barrier, as well as Iron Granny and Mr. Rain, no one is dead yet. The only one who got injured is Greya. Greya? Angor was surprised. Greya was a wizard from Candy House. She only stayed in Brute Cavern to wait for Sunders to help her find her missing body. Wasn't she staying at Phantom Island? Why did she go to the ruin too? She was attracted by Wavasia's power. Wavasia was the one who injured her. Wavasia was the one who lured her there. One of her arms was turned into a piece of bread. I see. If it was Devosia, Greya would definitely be attracted. However, although no one died, the situation at the scene is not ideal. Several magi have already descended into madness, and the most frightening thing is that this madness is like a virus, spreading among the crowd. Like what happened in Sleepless City? Sunders frowned. It's stronger than the parasitic light spots in the Evernight Kingdom. Even wizards can't handle it. Angor roughly understood the situation at the astral pool ruin from Sunders' explanation. Devosia was the only one who injured the wizards. However, Menavaro was even more terrifying on the battlefield. Anyone who was hit by its tentacles would become a crazed believer. Even those who weren't touched by the tentacles and simply listened to its whispers would be taken over by madness. Several wizards had fallen into madness because of this. Even if Tree Spirit tried to purify them with his own power, he still couldn't drive them out of their madness. Brute Cavern had suffered a great loss while the front line of the ruin seemed to be in a stable state. Angor wasn't sure if these wizards could be saved. It looks like a stalemate now. But as time goes by, Brute Cavern will be the one to suffer. Is that Witch Maya's prophecy? You can say that, yes. After all, the people you mentioned earlier haven't appeared yet. If they also appear, then the barrier around the ruins probably won't be able to seal it. Right now, Devana and Matawaro were already at a disadvantage. If Mijin Yang, Boiling Gentleman, and the most powerful minister Nuka also appeared, then the consequences would be unimaginable. The ruin was still stable, and the Land of Heart hasn't fully arrived yet. They shouldn't be able to invade the real world so easily. So why did they do this all of a sudden? Angor wondered. I'm waiting for you because I wanted to ask you the same question. Angor was a little surprised. What? Are you asking me? You really don't know anything about what happened to the ruin? Sunders stared at Angor with glaring eyes. Angor wondered why Sunders would ask such a question. How could the man know about the ruin in the Mist Zone? According to the information I received, the maid went to Devil's Water after breaking out of the encirclement. Devil's Sea? Black and white maids? Did something happen in the ruin? Angor's mind was filled with a series of questions. When they all settled down, a pair of innocent and pitiful eyes slowly appeared in his mind. That's it. The spotted puppy. Angor quickly realized something. They came for the spotted puppy. Last time, Dalmatian didn't leave the heart of Lamia, which caused quite a commotion in the ruins. Everyone in the Land of Heart was looking for the spotted puppy. This time, the spotted puppy left the Land of Heart, which meant it was going to cause a bigger commotion. Spotted puppy? You mean that mystery creature? Sunders frowned. Angor nodded. Yes. The spotted puppy is Minister of Arms Tim's favorite. Every time it leaves, Tim will show up. I have a feeling that both Minister Nuka and the nightmare creatures in Sleepless City are afraid of Minister Dim. That's why they're so eager to send the spotted dog back home. So the spotted puppy is in the wizarding world right now? Angor didn't want to hide the truth from Sunders, but now that the ruin was already in danger, he decided not to. Yes. Actually, the reason why I decided to go back to the center of the mist zone is because I received news that the spotted puppy is coming. Sunders wasn't too surprised. When he heard Angor mentioning the spotted puppy, he already thought about how Angor suddenly decided to go back to the mist zone. So the spotted puppy is the winner of the mist zone? Angor considered and nodded. Sort of. That mysterious item was also taken by the Dalmatian. Angor nodded. It did. Swallowed it? Sunders thought he could accept everything calmly, but when he heard that the spotted puppy swallowed the mystery fruit that caused the entire southern wizarding region to panic, his heart skipped a beat. Then I was swallowed too. Sunders was speechless. Angor looked at Sunders' strange expression and realized that his words might have misunderstood something. Don't worry, I'm fine. Last time in Sleepless City, the spotted puppy swallowed me, which gave me a lot of benefits. It's the same this time. But what? Angor was going to tell Sunders that Gruz, Howard, and the others were also swallowed by the spotted puppy. But he didn't think it was necessary since Sunders didn't know about it. The more he knew, the more trouble he would get. Nothing. Sunders gave Angor a thoughtful look. He knew Angor was hiding something from him, but he didn't ask. Did the spotted puppy say when it will go back? Angor scratched his head. I don't think it did. But I'll go offline and talk to it. It was difficult to solve the problem in the ruin once and for all, but the only way to solve it was to let the spotted puppy go back as soon as possible. Angor decided to go offline and talk to the spotted puppy. If it didn't want to go back, he would drag it with him. With that, Angor's figure blurred as he prepared to go offline. Wait, said Sunders. Angor hesitated and looked at Sunders. You said something good happened to you when you were swallowed into the dog's stomach. Is it the mystery fruit? Angor shook his head. No. It's something about the nature of space. I'll tell you the details later, Professor. There's something else you won't expect. The time thief. When Sunders widened his eyes in shock, Angor's figure vanished from sight. Sunders watched Angor disappear and sighed in relief. He did that on purpose, didn't he? Angor purposely mentioned the time thief to keep Sunders in suspense, then ran away. Sunders rubbed his forehead. Angor was much cuter when he first joined Brute Cavern. Now, it was hard to explain. Sunders had a hunch that Angor would cause trouble in the mist zone. Now he was sure that Angor really did cause trouble. Although the spotted puppy was the one who did it, Angor still contributed a lot to the incident. Sunders sighed on the spot. In the past, Sunders could still clean up after Angor's messes. But now, Angor's troubles were getting bigger and bigger, and Sunders could no longer help him. It was time for him to get stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to clean up his student's mess. Isn't that right, Black? Sunders' eyes turned pure black for a second, including the whites of his eyes. But soon, they returned to normal. Angor planned to talk about old times with Leon, but there was no time for that now. He quickly logged off. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of curious eyes looking at him from head to toe. The puppy suddenly jumped onto the table from Angor's arms and craned its head to observe Angor. However, when Angor opened his eyes again, the puppy's gaze quickly changed from inquisitive to innocent. It even barked innocently and wagged its tail like crazy. Stop pretending. I saw it. The puppy didn't care about Angwar's words at all. It even tilted its head and tried to act cute. Angwar didn't want to waste time on the puppy. The maid of black and white is here for you. The puppy's wagging tail slowed down. Dewasia and my Navarro left Xianxia's land as well. Maybe they'll come too. The puppy wagged its tail even more slowly. I don't know if Mr. Boiling and Minister Nuka will come looking for you. But if you don't go back soon, I'm sure Minister Dim will come too. The puppy stopped wagging its tail and sat down on the table, looking at Angwar in the eye. There are things I have to do in this world, and people I have to protect. Minister Nuka or Minister Dim from Xianxia's land might hurt the people I want to protect. Just like how I want to protect you. If you get hurt, I'll be sad too. Angwar reached out a hand and placed it on the table. The puppy hesitated and moved closer to Angwar's hand. He lifted the creature's front legs and looked into its eyes. So, it's time for you to go home. The puppy looked into Angwar's eyes for a few seconds and barked several times. For the first time, Angwar understood the puppy's meaning. It didn't want to leave. I have to go back even if I don't want to, Angwar said. Also, you can use the Void Network to contact me if you need anything. As long as you don't bark at me, we can talk normally. Woof woof. The puppy barked again, but Angwar did not understand what it meant this time. Let's go back. The puppy rubbed its head against Angwar's forehead without saying anything. I'll let you know if I'm going to the monthly gathering at Xianxia's land. You can come too. Just don't wander off so we can meet again. Angwar considered for a moment. Also, I might go to the Nightmare Realm soon. If you have the chance and don't get discovered, we might meet again. The puppy raised its head and looked at Angwar with shining eyes. I won't lie to you. Don't worry. Angwar wasn't lying to the puppy. As the controller of nightmare illusions, he couldn't stay away from the Nightmare Realm for too long. Like Sunders, he would go to the Nightmare Realm to improve his abilities. Therefore, his promise to meet the puppy in the Nightmare Realm wasn't a lie. As for when exactly soon was going to happen, it was hard to say. The puppy whimpered again. Angwar understood what it meant this time. The dog agreed to help. Angwar was relieved as long as the puppy agreed to go home. Next, Angwar went to the Dream Wasteland and told Sunders about the situation. Before Sunders could ask more questions, Angwar logged off again. The puppy agreed to go home, but it couldn't leave right away. They still had a lot of problems to deal with. For example, what should they do with the two people in the White Room? Angwar didn't want the puppy to leave, so he kept them in the White Room so that the puppy could control them. But now that the puppy was leaving, the White Room would disappear as well. Angwar had to figure out how to deal with Glustergard's clones as well as Baroi. Angwar couldn't do anything about them. One of them was a suspected mid-tier legend, while the other was a near-legendary creature. How could he deal with them? He had to ask the Watcher for help. With that in mind, Angwar looked at the soundproof room. In the quiet room, the Sentinel was still having a hard time communicating with Wang Wang about his plan. Angwar didn't bother to listen because he knew that the plan was going to change soon. Mr. Watcher, there's a change in the plan. Can you and Wolf please come out for a moment? The Watcher didn't get angry because of Angwar's interruption. Instead, he sighed in relief. Talking to Wolf was too difficult. Wolf couldn't talk, and it didn't know much about the human world. The Watcher wasn't talking to Wolf about his plan. The Watcher was glad to get some rest. However, he didn't know what Angwar meant by change in the plan. Soon, the Watcher and Wolf returned to the dining table. Angwar didn't waste time. I think the puppy is leaving. The puppy was about to leave. Wang Wang didn't understand what Angwar meant, but the Watcher did. Once the Dalmatian left, whether it was the pure white chamber or the suppression of Gruz, Howard, or Baroi, it would be ineffective almost instantly. Unless the Dalmatian took them away. But if they were taken away, the chips in the plan would be reduced, and the plan that wasn't going so well to begin with would be difficult to carry out. Just thinking about it on the surface was enough to give the inspector a headache. On the other hand, Angwar glanced at Wang Wang and the Watcher. It didn't matter if Wang Wang Ming didn't understand what he meant. The Watcher only needed to understand. Seeing the Watcher's frown, Angwar knew that the Watcher knew what he meant. Sir, do you have something similar to the White Secret Room that can temporarily imprison Gruzday Ward and Baroi? Angor looked at the Watcher. The Watcher shook his head with a bitter smile. The White Room is perfect because it can completely suppress a wizard's mana, spirit, and all energy-related abilities. This is something that many mysterious items are unable to accomplish. Only in such a perfect situation of suppression could Gruz de Ward's doppelgangers and Baroi be suppressed by the mysterious fruit that can no longer be disordered. Once he loses this suppression, he doesn't even need a second. With Gruz Howard's ability, he can break through the impasse with just a thought. You mean there's no way to trap them, sir? The Watcher nodded. Speaking of Baroi, I can use Distortion Domain to trap him, but it won't last long. As for Gluzdavid, well, even if he's just a clone, I can't do anything to him. That's the difference in quality. Since Angor had just become a wizard not long ago, the Watcher gave him an example in order to let him know more about the situation. The difference in quality is like the difference between an abyss demon and a great demon god. It had to be known that many of the great demon god's subordinates were abyss demon gods. It was easy to see how big the difference was. And this was only one of Gluzdavid's clones, yet it was already so powerful. If this was his true body, then he wouldn't just be a peerless great demon god. He might even be comparable to some of the ancient elders of the abyss. I see. Angor frowned a little. He thought the Watcher was a legendary wizard, so he might be able to do something about it. But now, it seemed there were different levels above legendary wizards as well. The inspector also sighed. He had thought that with the Dalmatian suppressing them, the plan would go smoothly. Now, it seemed that the original plan would have to be changed again. It was even harder to say whether this change would succeed. For a moment, the air was heavy and silent. At this moment, Woof Woof finally understood the importance of this matter, and its body began to emit a sense of anxiety. However, its anxiety was of no use. If there's no other way, we'll have Spotted Puppy take them away first. Or, we'll make them disappear for good. The Watcher gave Angor a thoughtful look. If someone told him that someone who just became a wizard was trying to kill a legendary wizard, he would have scoffed at it. But now, he believed it. If there's no other way, we'll have to do it. According to the character of the inspector, he certainly didn't want to offend the Phantom City. But now, he was in the belly of the Dalmatian. With the Dalmatian's powerful ability, even if he destroyed the clone of Gruz de Ward, it was enough to cut off all the threads of fate related to this. Gruz de Ward's true body wouldn't be able to find out the truth even if he knew that his clone and Polo Leaf were dead. However, this could only be the final step. If there was another way, it would be best not to take this step if it was possible. But what else could they do? Angor and the Watcher looked at each other and saw each other's helplessness. Angor remained silent for a moment. Spotted Puppy will leave soon no matter what. So, this is our only choice. Let's. Before he could finish his sentence, the Dalmatian beside him suddenly barked woof woof woof. Everyone looked at it in confusion. Instead of Spotted Puppy, they saw a giant, abyssal mouth that suddenly opened. With the appearance of the giant abyss mouth, a strong suction force instantly engulfed everyone present. Even the deacons with strong physical bodies could not resist such a suction force and were directly swallowed by the giant abyss mouth. After a moment of turbulence, Angor, the Watcher, and Wolf were all spat out of the mouth. When they woke up and opened their eyes, they realized that they were no longer in the luxurious hall and were back in the real world. They saw a giant, tattered mechanical fortress with sparks flying everywhere, indicating that it was number 00. This also meant that they were at Snooker's base. The Watcher quickly stood up and left Spotted Puppy's stomach. He regained control of his mana, which gave him a sense of security. "Looks like we caught Shadow Mist and Shiz Larva here," Angor said in a soft voice. Most likely, Spotted Puppy's main body ran into number 00 and caught Shiz Larva and Shadow Mist while they were still inside the dog's stomach. Angor still called it Shadow Mist because he was already out of Spotted Puppy's stomach. If Spotted Puppy's elders sensed his presence, they would be in big trouble. "You're smart." The Watcher sighed. "There are still some survivors in the fortress, but there are no wizards around for now." The Watcher glanced at Spotted Puppy, who was still sitting on the ground. "It spat us out. Does that mean it's leaving soon?" Angor also wondered why Spotted Puppy spat them out. Didn't he and Spotted Puppy agree to give each other a secret signal before leaving? Why did it spit them out all of a sudden? Are you leaving? Angor looked at Spotted Puppy. Spotted Puppy tilted its head and barked a few times. One look and one could tell that this guy was starting to act again. As Angor sighed, Spotted Puppy suddenly stood up from the ground and jumped into Angor's arms. Angor rubbed Spotted Puppy's ears. Go now. Don't spit them out. Do whatever you want with them. Just don't let them return to the wizarding world. When he was done, he suddenly noticed a pair of suspicious eyes looking at him from head to toe. Angor looked at the Watcher and smiled awkwardly. The Watcher chuckled back. No need to explain. I know you don't know it well. Angor understood the Watcher's meaning, which made him feel even more awkward. He had only met Spotted Puppy a few times, but he wasn't sure if he knew it well. While they were looking at each other, Spotted Puppy in Angor's arms seemed to be enjoying itself. It even spat out a white cube from its mouth and played with it with its paws. Angor didn't notice it at first. He only noticed it when the Watcher looked away from his face and looked at the white cube again. After careful observation, Angor realized that the white cube looked like the white secret room. The outside of the cube was pure white, but it was also transparent. Angor could see two figures inside. One was a human, while the other was an octopus with a broken claw. Is this really the white secret room? Angor looked at the white cube in surprise. Spotted Puppy didn't answer. It played with the cube for a while and tossed it to Woof. Woof quickly caught it. Everyone's gaze followed the white cube and landed on Wong Wong. Woof carefully sensed the white cube and immediately showed a happy expression. Can I have a look at it? The sentinel walked to Wong Wong and asked softly. Woof looked at Angor and saw Angor nodding. Then it thought for a while and finally handed the white cube to Watcher, since Watcher was its partner. The Watcher quickly sensed the white cube with his spirit feelers. After a while, the Watcher nodded to Angor in awe. This is the white secret room. And it's perfect. The mystery fruit is inside as well. A small cube containing a huge secret room was not something difficult to achieve in the eyes of Magi. However, there was an absolute anti-magic space that could even suppress legendary wizards. That was very frightening. This seemingly inconspicuous white cube could be compared to a strategic-level mystery item. Angor sighed in relief after hearing the Watcher's words. He was still thinking about how to deal with Gruz, Daryl, and Baroy. Now that Spotted Puppy could separate the white secret room, he just needed to follow his plan. However, he still had some questions about the white chamber. How long can this thing last? The white room didn't seem to be a mystery item, which meant it should follow the rules of energy. It must have consumed a lot of energy to maintain such a strong anti-magic effect. If it didn't last long, it could easily cause problems. Spotted Puppy didn't answer Angor's question, but the Watcher did. Don't worry about that. I sensed a strange energy structure inside. It's extremely stable. At least for now, you won't need to worry about it. The Watcher paused and continued, speaking of which, that energy structure is similar to the one you used before, Green Rune Field. Energy structure, Angor had a general idea. This was probably a power system from the Nightmare Realm, which meant it consumed nightmare energy. If there was a channel structure in the energy structure, the white room should be able to last for a long time. Angor also took a look at the white chamber and confirmed his guess. This was indeed a high-level power system from the Nightmare Realm. At least, Angor hadn't seen it yet. But he didn't have a problem interpreting it. Even the Watcher could do it, let alone someone who had studied the green runes before. Angor noticed that the Watcher's explanation about energy consumption was a little off. Indeed, the energy structure was very constant, enough to sustain the pure white room for a very long time. However, that was only if the white room wasn't used. Once it was used, for example, to store more people or to send a large number of people in at a time, the white room would consume a lot of energy, which would greatly shorten the time it could last. Angor considered it as a limitation. Even so, the cube was still very powerful. It would be considered a rare item even in an origin world. Apart from the energy consumption limit, he also noticed something special about the system, which was the system's authority setting. Currently, Spotted Puppy only gave Woof the white room the authority to manage it. Of course, Woof could also delegate this authority to someone else. In other words, the cube was now bound to Woof. This was probably a small benefit Spotted Puppy gave Woof to help him achieve his goal. Still, this small benefit was enough to make Angor and the Watcher jealous. After all, other than the pure white secret room, there was still a mysterious fruit inside. Even if it couldn't be disordered, it was still a powerful mystery item. Still, he did not care much about the cube. After reading the general information, he tossed it back to Woof. He knew how difficult it would be for Woof to achieve his goal. Even with the help of the White Room and the Watcher, Woof could still fail. As for the mystery fruit, Angor decided to use it to strengthen Woof's foundation. After returning the White Room to Woof, Angor prepared to send Spotted Puppy home. He lowered his head and was about to talk to Spotted Puppy when it opened its mouth and spat out something else. The Watcher noticed it too. Did Spotted Puppy want to strengthen Woof's foundation? That would be great. The more foundation Spotted Puppy had, the easier his plan would be. The sentinel was eager to see what the Dalmatian would spit out. However, the inspector was soon disappointed. The object didn't fly toward Woof. Instead, it landed on Angor's hand. Apparently, it was for Angor. Angor was surprised. Spotted Puppy was going to give him the blood of the time thief, but it gave it to Woof for some reason. Still, it belonged to Angor. So Spotted Puppy was going to give him something else? Angor took a closer look and saw something that looked like a glass sphere. It looked similar to the one he used to store deep space and Skiz larvae. However, the person inside the sphere was someone Angor knew very well. Well, person wasn't the right word. She was no longer a human. She had no body or self-awareness. She was in an unknown state. She was 03, however, compared to the normal number 03, this number 03 had completely mutated. Moreover, her limbs were also broken. Clearly, this was the damage caused by the mysterious fruit when it devoured her. Is this a mystery spirit? The Watcher asked. Angor nodded. I think so. This must be a mystery spirit created by the mystery fruit when it was about to go out of order. If Spotted Puppy swallowed the spirit, it would have lost its order. Unfortunately, Spotted Puppy ruined it. And now, Spotted Puppy was giving the mystery spirit to Angor. I don't know how valuable this thing is. It might not be useful to anyone else, but you might be able to make it shine again. The Watcher sighed in his mind. Spotted Puppy was really nice to Angor. Angor was quite satisfied with what he saw as a mystery spirit. Even if he didn't need it for now, he could still use it for research. It would help him reach mystery level in the future. Angor thanked Spotted Puppy in a low voice and rubbed its head. Since he was already exposed in front of the Watcher, he didn't need to pretend anymore. After giving Angor the mystery spirit, Spotted Puppy suddenly looked at the Watcher. The Watcher was surprised and thought of something. Woof had a white chamber, and Angor had a mystery spirit. Spotted Puppy looked at itself. Is it my turn? Is it going to give me something as well? At the thought of this, the inspector's heart began to jump with joy. Spotted Puppy was the demon king of the void. Anything that came out of its mouth, even if it was just a small piece of meat, was a treasure. Just as the sentinel was about to accept the gift, the Dalmatian looked at him suspiciously. Then, it slowly turned its attention from the sentinel to the person behind him. The Watcher was surprised. Not me? Not me? Did I misunderstand something? Puzzled, the inspector turned his head and followed the Dalmatian's gaze. In the distant horizon, two streaks of light, one white and one black, had appeared out of nowhere. They were like comets, flying towards their location at an extremely fast speed. The Watcher didn't know what the black and white lights were, but he realized that he misunderstood something. There was no such thing as waiting in line. It made sense. Angor and Woof were close friends with the dog, so it was normal for them to receive gifts. He only met the dog for the first time, and he didn't even talk to it properly. Why would the dog give him a gift? The Watcher felt his face heating up. He must have lost his mind just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of something like that. Luckily, the Watcher's expression control was still active. Otherwise, Angor or Woof would see through his disguise. As for being seen through by the dog, wasn't it normal that they weren't on the same level? He was just a junior in front of the dog, and it was normal for juniors to have their own thoughts. With this thought in mind, the overseer slowly calmed down and focused his gaze on the black and white radiance. At this moment, the black and white lights were already very close to them. With the deacon's eyesight, he could already see the hidden outline within. Never seen it before. Strange aura. The watcher frowned. Was it an otherworldly invader? As the watcher thought about it, the two lights descended from the sky and landed near them. The aura instantly swept across the area. The watcher did not feel anything from the aura, but Angor's face instantly turned pale. Seeing this, the watcher stomped on the ground and created a distorted barrier around Angor and Wang Wang. In the distorted domain, that kind of power immediately disappeared. Angor gave the watcher a grateful look. The watcher waved his hand and looked back at the intruders with a cautious expression. The intruder's aura didn't affect the watcher much, but for some reason, the watcher felt uneasy. It came from his natural intuition. The targets of the warning were the two tall women who were dressed strangely in black and white metal skirts not far away. Their bodies emitted a strong smell of sulfur, and as they moved, a large amount of white steam rose from under their skirts. Something was wrong with them. Both the smell and the energy aura that made the watcher uneasy indicated that they weren't from this world. Stowaways? Intruders? Or was it someone who had crossed the boundary? Why did they come to the southern region? What was their goal? Just as the inspector was filled with questions, the two ladies, black and white, slowly floated over to them. The watcher looked at Angor with vigilance. But if he turned to look at Angor, he would notice that Angor's eyes were unusually calm, which was the opposite of his own. Even Wolf didn't seem to care much about the intruders. Who are you? The voice of the overseer, with a distorted power, resounded in the surroundings. However, the two ladies did not pay any attention to the guard. Instead, they looked past the guard at the puppy and Angor. I was wondering why it came out. So that's why. The black lady spoke in a sharp voice. I was wondering why it suddenly left. Now I know why. White's voice was soft and gentle. While talking, the two ladies floated closer. They stopped when they were about 3 meters away from them. The watcher noticed that the two ladies looked like humans, but they didn't look like humans at all. Their faces were covered with dual-colored scales, and they didn't have ears. One of them had black eyes with white dots, while the other had white eyes with a black dot in the center. The two ladies did not mind the watchman's stare. Instead, they crossed their hands on their waists like gentle ladies and bowed to Angor. It's my honor to meet Mr. Shava here. White looked at Angor with a gentle gaze. Miss Black said, it's my honor. Mr. Shava? Honorifics? Who are they talking about? Is it Dalmatian? The watcher followed the ladies' gazes and saw Angor, who was wearing a calm expression. Angor? The watcher's expression became a little strange. Since when did he change his name to Shava, and why are the two ladies treating Angor with such respect? Are they here for him? The watcher didn't say anything. He just stood aside and watched the strange scene. Angor, who was being bowed to by the two ladies, was actually quite nervous. However, he kept a calm expression and slowly released green runes from his right eye. You're here to take the puppy back, right? Angor spoke slowly. He didn't greet them or return their greetings. Last time, when they met at the Heart of Sorrow, Angor acted cold and didn't say anything to them. For the sake of maintaining the same character as last time, Angor did not dare to waste time on unnecessary pleasantries. The lady, or rather, the maid, nodded when she saw Angor pointing at the puppy. Yes. Because of its departure, the Heart of Sorrow is in chaos now. Any news from Minister Dim? Angor asked. Yes, but Mr. Nuka already dealt with it. He said the puppy only came to the Heart of Sorrow for sightseeing and will return in 3 days. The maid looked at the puppy helplessly. That's why we're here to take it home. The puppy didn't bother to look at the maid. It turned around and jumped into Angor's arms. It doesn't want to leave, sir, said the maid. Angor lowered his head and pretended to think for a moment. He then gently stroked the puppy's fur. Let's go back. The maid's eyes brightened up at Angor's words. If the puppy really didn't want to leave, they couldn't do anything about it. But with Mr. Shava's help, things would be different. The puppy rubbed its head against Angor's neck and whimpered. Don't forget our promise. We can still meet. Time to go home. Once again, the Dalmatian stopped moving and lowered its head helplessly. The maids saw the puppy lowering its head and knew they had achieved their goal. They looked at Angor with more gratitude. The puppy agreed to go back, but it didn't jump down from Angor's arms. Instead, it turned around and barked at the maid. The puppy's arrogant attitude was completely different from when it was talking to Angor. The maid didn't mind the puppy's attitude. She nodded respectfully. I understand. Angor looked at the two maids in confusion. What did they understand? Didn't the puppy's barking mean nothing? As Angor wondered, the two maids slowly separated. The black maid's left hand glowed with a black light while the white maid's right hand glowed with a white light. When the light reached its brightest point, they both pushed the light toward the center. Smoke began to rise from where the light met. At the same time, the energy furnace under the maid's skirt began to rumble. Amidst the billowing smoke, a large door made of steel and gear slowly rose. When the door was completely raised, a boom sound was heard, and the door opened. Behind the door was a red sky. Below the sky was a highland that Angor was very familiar with. Parmagi Highlands, to be exact, it was the center of Parmagi Highlands. From here, Angor could even see the Astral Pool ruin. When the door was opened, the two maids stood on each side of the door and bowed elegantly to welcome the puppy's return. The door is open. Time to go. Angor patted the puppy's head. The puppy looked at Angor and whimpered again. It didn't want to leave. Angor sighed. He was about to say something when he sensed someone looking at him from the side. Turning his head slightly, he saw that the sentinel was looking at him with a weird gaze. Of course, the watcher had many questions for him. But he probably couldn't answer any of them. Angor sensed the watcher's gaze and realized something. I'll take you to Heartsland. I have something to do at Parmagi Highlands anyway. Angor cleared his throat and spoke in an unnatural tone. The puppy looked up with bright eyes. Let's go. I'll send you off. Angor looked at the watcher. The watcher was also looking at him. Angor nodded at the watcher as a greeting. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, an envelope with nightmare aura appeared in his palm. As soon as the envelope appeared, it sprouted a pair of white wings and fluttered in the air before landing in the watcher's hand. Angor gave the watcher a meaningful look. The answer you want is in the envelope. The watcher didn't check the envelope right away. Instead, he watched Angor and the puppy enter the strange steel door. The maids didn't stay for long. They followed Angor and the puppy into the door. As soon as they left, the door disappeared like a bubble. If it wasn't for the pungent smell in the air, everything that happened just now would have been an illusion. After the steel gate disappeared, the sentinel still stared at the place where the gate disappeared with a trace of grin on his face. Those two women. Their scents and energy auras seemed to carry the scent of that world. He had been guessing where this void devil king had popped out from. Judging from what the two women said, he seemed to have an answer. If the puppy really came from that world, it would explain how powerful it was. After all, that world was considered forbidden even in the origin world. However, he now had an answer to where the puppy came from. But Angor didn't have an answer yet. He thought that Angor was working for the puppy, but it seemed that he was wrong. Angor wasn't just close to the puppy. The two powerful women also treated Angor with respect. That was strange. He knew that Angor might have inherited some knowledge from that world. But knowledge was knowledge. Identity was another matter altogether. It was obvious that Angor was someone special in the eyes of the two women and the puppy. Shava? Angor? Strange. The watcher shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would wait for Angor's explanation. He looked down at the envelope in his hand. However, just as he was about to open the envelope, the sound of a sonic barrier breaking through the void suddenly rang out. What's going on today? The inspector furrowed his brows and raised his head, only to see two magi in robes appear in the sky. They were the cultists who chased after the two maids earlier. Mr. Bishop, I can smell the stowaways here. But they're gone, the man in the gray robe said to the black-robed wizard beside him. The magus in the black divine robe also smelled the pungent smell. His gaze wandered below, and soon, he found the sentinel standing near a steel fortress. The moment he saw the sentinel, his pupils shrank slightly. "Saladin, stop. We're going to meet that person." "Who's that person?" Saladin looked at the bishop in confusion. "An observer of this world. Also, a representative of the world's consciousness. Mr. Bishop." The bishop and Saladin half knelt on the ground and saluted the watcher with the utmost respect. The watcher glanced at them with a complicated expression. The Supreme Cult was the only organization in this world that could reasonably know his identity as a watcher because they were favored by the world's consciousness. However, as a watcher, he didn't like the Supreme Cult's style. As the name suggested, they were too extreme. Sometimes, visitors from other worlds weren't all stowaways. However, the Supreme Cult considered all otherworldly visitors as sinners. Even those who possessed otherworldly items were considered criminals. That was too much. However, the world's consciousness wasn't a court of justice. The watcher couldn't say anything even if he didn't like it. Sometimes, he even had to work with the Supreme Cult. For this reason, the watcher couldn't afford to offend them. The watcher nodded but didn't say anything. The black-robed bishop took the initiative to ask, "Sir, did you see two women in steel skirts? They're stowaways from another world, and they're being watched by the world's consciousness." "So this is related to the world's consciousness?" The watcher complained in his mind. But since the bishop mentioned the world's consciousness, he couldn't just ignore it. "I saw them. They just teleported away from here." "Left?" The bishop frowned. "Do you know where they went, mister? Perhaps it's the kingdom of Evernight." The watcher didn't mention the Parmajai Highlands. Instead, he mentioned the neighboring Evernight kingdom. This wasn't misleading. Judging from the aura of the two women, it was highly likely that they came from the Evernight kingdom. As for whether the Supreme Cult had the guts to investigate the Evernight kingdom, they only needed to look at the current situation there. The bishop remained silent for a moment. "I see. Sorry to disturb you, mister." With that, the bishop and Saladin left the area. The watcher waited until they were gone before he picked up the envelope again. He opened it and saw a piece of paper created using an illusion spell floating in front of him. The watcher expected to find an answer from Angor, even if it was made up. But there wasn't. There was only one simple sentence on the paper. "Mr. Watcher, if you have time, please use your login device. By the way, please take care of Wolf Wolf for now." The chaos in the astral pool ruin had been going on for 2 days and nights. As time passed, not only did the chaos in the star pool ruins not subside, the barrier that maintained the star pool ruins began to weaken. 2 of the 3 observation pavilions in the ruin had already lost their light. If the light of the last observation pavilion was also covered by the fog, it meant that the wall of light enchantment would be completely broken. "How long can it last?" The one who spoke was Rhine. At this moment, he was standing outside the barrier. The constantly flickering arc of light of the congealing light wall was reflected on his cheeks. One could clearly see the dignified expression in the flickering light and shadow. "There's news from Granny. Menavaro's size has increased again, and the surrounding fog is wearing down the barrier faster than Granny can supply. According to calculations." Wallace listened to the data, and his face turned slightly pale. The wall of light can only last for 2 more hours. When the other magi heard that there were only 2 hours left for the barrier, their expressions turned ugly. Once the wall of congealing light was broken, it meant that the most terrifying creatures inside would be completely released. They did not know what kind of monsters were trapped in the ruin. But after 2 days of fighting, they all knew how terrifying they were. Especially that tentacle monster called Menavaro. It had been spreading madness like an epidemic, and the rate at which it spread was horrifying. Some apprentices would even go crazy when they heard the monster's murmurs. Even wizards would not be immune to the madness if they were infected by the mist in the ruin. So far, there had been 6 magi who had fallen into madness. Mr. Tree Spirit did something to stop the madness from spreading. However, no one knew what caused it. They did not even know if the 6 wizards could be saved. Everyone felt helpless when they heard that the wall of light could only last for 2 hours. It wasn't that they were afraid of fighting, but that once the mist inside them dispersed, it would definitely cause a terrifying disaster. Even if Brute Cavern could escape the mist with the mirror world, what about the tribes on the highlands? What about the humans in the underground kingdom? Just as everyone was feeling down, Ryan said, 2 hours is enough. Enough? Do you mean, he's here? Wallace looked at Ryan, as if he had guessed something. Ryan nodded. Yes, the fiery witch has already contacted me. She has already reached Vinspires and contacted Aesop. If nothing unexpected happens, Essos will arrive soon. Hearing Aesop's name, everyone's expressions relaxed a little. Although Aesop was only a wandering sorcerer, there was no lack of powerful individuals among the wandering sorcerers, and he was one of the best among them. As a space truthfinder wizard, Aesop had received Bazer's inheritance. Not only was he powerful, but his barrier was also one of the best in the entire southern region. As for the Wall of Light, Ryan had asked Aesop to construct it. As long as Aesop arrived, even if he couldn't immediately repair the Wall of Light, he could delay its shattering and give them more time to deal with the monsters, or resolve the aftermath of the barrier's shattering. 10 minutes later, the fiery demon witch and a man wearing a twisted mask appeared near the Star Pond ruins. The man nodded at Ryan and didn't waste time on small talk. He approached the Wall of Light and reached out his hand to sense it. This man was Voidwalker Aesop, Ryan's old friend. A few minutes later, Aesop came to Ryan's side with a serious expression. What's the situation? Ryan asked. 2 of the 3 space nodes are broken. The last one is still strong enough to withstand a torrent of energy. Is it Saunders or Horace? Neither. Iron Granny's avatar is guarding the place. Oh, it's her. Aesop's eyes flashed. Iron Granny had lived in seclusion for many years, but as a wizard who had lived for thousands of years, he still knew how terrifying Iron Granny's power was. Aesop continued, however, the last space node can still support the barrier's operation, but I think the barrier's consumption rate has exceeded the limit. The situation is not good. Can you fix the Wall of Light? Aesop shook his head. It's impossible to fix it. However, I can try to reinforce it. This can delay the Wall of Light's shattering. How long? Based on the current rate of consumption, I might be able to reach 2 days. But it's hard to say if the consumption rate increases further. Ryan considered for a moment and nodded to Aesop. Then we'll reinforce it first. After a pause, Ryan said, after the reinforcement, I wonder if a new boundary can be built outside the Wall of Light. The space around here is unstable. To build a new barrier, we need to expand the area. We need to cover at least several kilometers. Are you sure you want to do it? Large-scale barriers required a lot of materials. Besides, the space around them was unstable. Such barriers might not be able to achieve the same effect as the Wall of Light. At best, they could only buy some time. I'm sure. Aesop nodded. I see. Next, Aesop didn't say anything else and directly began to reinforce the wall of congealing light. While he did that, Ryan asked Fiery Witch to lead a group of wizards to Darkaville Empire to gather more people. Brood Cavern was not worried about the Wall of Light's destruction. However, there were a whole kingdom of humans nearby. Ryan had to do something. Aesop was indeed a master of barriers. It only took him half an hour to finish reinforcing the Wall of Light. Aesop nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the Wall of Light that shone again. Perhaps it was because of the better materials, the barrier worked better than he expected. As long as the internal consumption rate remains the same, it can last for at least 3 days, Aesop said. Ryan sighed in relief when he heard Aesop's proud voice. 3 days would give him more room to maneuver. He would have more time to set up a new barrier. Is the barrier's limit the same as before? Will it affect the people inside? Aesop was confused. Is there someone else in there apart from Iron Granny? Iron Granny would definitely survive until the very end, so Ryan was not talking about Iron Granny. Ryan nodded. Grea's inside. Grea? Aesop pondered for a moment. You mean Barbie from Candy House? Ryan nodded. Why is she inside? Aesop frowned. It's a long story. Just think of it as something delicious that Grea cares about. Ryan felt a little helpless when talking about Grea. Ryan already ordered the wizards to leave the place when the mist began to spread. Greya, however, did not leave. She was very interested in the little fatty named Devosia. Greya was not from Brute Cavern, so Ryan could not force her to leave. He had to leave her to Iron Granny for now. If she wants to come out, she'll have to leave together with Granny. My method of reinforcing the barrier is sealed. Unless the barrier is destroyed, she won't be able to come out anytime soon. If that's the case, we'll have to let her stay with Granny then, Ryan said. While they were talking, Wallace received another message from Granny. Another monster showed up in the ruin. She looks like a long-haired woman, but her face is covered by her hair. After hearing Wallace's description, Ryan immediately thought of the woman's identity. She's Mi Jin Yang, guarding the spirit garden. She's probably the weakest of the leaders. Mystic Lady might be the weakest among the monsters, but she was still a force to be reckoned with. After all, she came from the Nightmare Realm. Ryan looked at Aesop. Looks like the Wall of Light is going to consume more energy. How long can the barrier last? Aesop did not answer directly. Instead, he checked the barrier's energy consumption and said, "It's not too much. 2 days should be enough." Wallace breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Aesop's words, but just in case, he still asked, "Are you sure the barrier won't be destroyed?" "Don't worry, it won't." After Aesop finished speaking, he also explained, "At present, there are only 2 ways to directly destroy the barrier. The first is to use special items to destroy it or directly sneak out of the barrier. Since the monster in the ruin can stay inside for 2 days and 2 nights, it means there are no such items, so we can rule it out." "What about the second way?" Wallace asked. The second way, Aesop was about to say something when he heard a loud crack. He abruptly turned his head to look, only to see that the newly reinforced wall of congealing light suddenly began to crack. At the top of the barrier, there was a cloud of fog that rose to the sky and was spreading crazily. Clearly, a hole had appeared at the top of the barrier, releasing the fog inside. Aesop and Ryan exchanged a look and flew up to the sky at the same time. In their field of vision, they could clearly see 2 black and white figures, like shooting stars, drilling into the hole in the sky above the spirit formation. "It's the black and white maid who escaped." Wallace also flew up and exclaimed. Clearly, the barrier was destroyed by the black and white maid. Aesop looked at the broken barrier and said, "The second way is to break it from the outside." "It's too late to say that now," Wallace said. Aesop was helpless. He did not know that other monsters would come to destroy the barrier. He looked at Ryan, who sighed. "This has nothing to do with you. It's our negligence." After a pause, Ryan looked at Wallace. "Tell Iron Granny to stop guarding the barrier. Prepare for battle." As soon as he said those words, a formless pressure began to spread into the surroundings. The fog that spread out from the exit of the barrier was quickly gathered by this pressure, preventing it from dispersing directly. Wallace also sensed Ryan's aura. He nodded and said solemnly, "I understand." Since they were going to fight, Ryan could not just watch from the outside. As the strongest person present, he would enter the Astral Pond ruin and suppress the 3 monsters inside. But before that, Ryan had one more thing to do. He looked at his old friend Aesop. "This has nothing to do with you. You should leave first." "I can help you," Aesop said. "The situation here is complicated. I don't want you to stay here." Ryan sighed. If he could win, he would not mind Aesop's help. However, there were far more monsters in the Astral Pond ruin, especially Minister Nuke. Especially Minister Nuka, if he appeared, it would definitely be a disaster no less than the arrival of the demon god. Aesop wanted to say something, but he nodded in the end. Since Ryan had said so, as an outsider, it was not a good choice to get involved. Just as Aesop was about to leave, Wallace suddenly exclaimed, "Eh? Sir Ryan, Granny sent a message. She said that all the monsters have returned to the ruin. None of them came out." When Ryan heard Wallace's words, he lowered his head in confusion. At some point in time, the fog covering the Astral Pond ruin had begun to dissipate. Although there was a broken barrier separating them, Ryan could clearly see that there were no longer any monsters in the Astral Pond ruin. There were only 2 broken observation booths and the only one that was still lit up, which was guarded by Iron Granny. All the monsters were gone. No, there was still one more, Ryan looked toward the center of the ruin, which was the entrance to the land of sinners. There were no monsters on the surface of the water. However, there was a giant meatball sitting at the entrance of the passage that led to the candlelight promenade. It was munching on a lollipop while looking outside. Devoja was still there, but he was not outside the ruin. He was at the border between the land of sinners and the astral pond ruin. If Devoja did not come out, Ryan would not go in either. Logically speaking, all the monsters in the astral pond ruin were gone. But why did they disappear? Why did they come out? Was it because the black and white maids had completed what they wanted to do, so they returned to the land of Xianxia? Just as Ryan was puzzled, his ears suddenly twitched. He heard a strange gust of wind that was rapidly descending from the sky towards them. Ryan raised his head in confusion and took a closer look. A human figure was descending rapidly from the sky against the multicolored light. Ryan's dynamic vision allowed him to clearly see the figure's face. However, when he saw the other party's appearance, his expression became a little strange. Angor? Several minutes ago. Angor followed the puppy and the maid through the strange steel gate and returned to Parmajai Highlands from Devil's Water. Angor didn't leave right away. Instead, he looked at the two maids. Go back to Heartsland first. The black maid frowned. Your Excellency Shava? Angor stroked the puppy's fur. I need to talk to it. I'll take it back when I'm done. The black maid said, but the white maid grabbed the maid's hand and shook her head. As you wish, Mr. Shava. She bowed to Angor and said, As you wish, Mr. Shava. The two maids exchanged a glance as if they had reached an agreement. They bowed to Angor gracefully and turned into streaks of black and white light that descended from the sky like comets. Angor looked at the puppy again after the two maids left. The puppy's eyes sparkled as it barked at Angor excitedly. This time, Angor understood what the puppy was trying to say. Don't look so excited. I didn't keep you here to distract them. Angor tapped the puppy's nose in annoyance. The puppy lowered its head and whimpered. Angor didn't try to comfort it. Instead, he took out a fist-sized stone from his bracelet. At first glance, this stone looked very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that there seemed to be a dense silver light flowing within it. The Dalmatian seemed to have smelled the stone and raised its head in confusion. Woof woof? Angor ignored the puppy and summoned Dankros from his bracelet. When the spirit of disorder was about to take shape, Angor put Dankros into his bracelet to accompany Toby. Dankros was still in a daze after leaving the small space inside the bracelet. Weren't they on the sea not long ago? How did they end up in the sky above the snowfield? Angor didn't have time to explain to Dankros. He pinched the puppy's finger. Don't just stand there. Release some of your fire and control the temperature. Dankros followed Angor's instructions without thinking. When a stable flame appeared in front of him, he tossed the stone into the fire and told Dankros to keep an eye on the fire. Meanwhile, he quickly used alchemy to shape the stone. As the stone changed shape in the fire, all kinds of strange illusions began to appear around them. What's that? An owl? Dankros looked at one of the illusions curiously. It had the head of a cat but the body of a sheep. Don't mind it. Focus on controlling the fire. It's not difficult to control fire. It's easy to do. Can you explain it to me? Dankros put its hand on Angor's shoulder. He considered and said, I don't know what this is. It's just a random illusion. Don't worry about it. Dankros nodded. I'm not sure. Just a random illusion. Don't worry. Then why are there illusions? Because the thing you're melting, Dankros is. Those illusions were not the result of alchemy. They were just illusions that were automatically activated by melting the nightmare stone. If regular mana was used to activate the stone, it would not create these small illusions. Instead, it could create a medium-small illusion. When Angor was still immortal, he traveled to Fey Continent on the Redbud. There was a small stone carved on the ship's bow. If the ship was in danger, the guardian of the Redbud could activate the stone to create an illusion to escape the danger. However, the stone itself was a rare material in the southern region. It was a luxury for the Redbud to use it to create illusions. However, the ship was backed by Floating Mech City, which had a lot of money, so it did not matter. While explaining the stone's function to Dankros, Angor quickly let the stone take shape in the fire. This was because there was no need to inscribe magewefs or fuse with other materials. Just the process of molding was extremely fast. In less than 3 minutes, the nightmare stone was successfully shaped according to Angor's plan. However, the shape it took was that of a very ordinary object. A small bell. After creating the small silver bell, Angor cast a nightmare illusion spell on it to build the illusion nodes inside. When he was done, he looked at the puppy. "Consider this a parting gift from me," Angor said as he placed the small silver bell under the puppy's neck. Once the bell was in place, a small, transparent ring grew out from the inside and smoothly hung around the puppy's neck. A silver bell and a fluffy spotted puppy. Angor nodded in satisfaction. The reason why he had sent the black and white maids away was to refine this bell. After all, if he did it in front of them, his Shava image would be destroyed. As for why he made the bell, it was not that complicated. He just did it because he liked it. Plus, the puppy gave him a mystery spirit before, so he considered it as a return gift. Although the value of the bell was completely different. The bell contained some movie illusions about puppies. You can think of movies as stage plays. You can use them to kill time when you're bored. Angor considered. Also, I added nightmare illusion into the bell. If you come to the southern wizarding region next time, try to use it to contact me. In other words, the bell was a combination of a video box and a login device. In order to prevent other creatures from noticing the strange aura, Angor chose nightmare stones as the material to make the puppy. Otherwise, he could have just used the most common demon blood stone to make the bell. Of course, compared to the puppy's gift, the item was not that valuable, but it was still a token of his appreciation. After putting the bell on the puppy's neck, Angor put his hands through the puppy's front legs and lifted it up so that they were at eye level. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Angor looked at the puppy's black eyes. The puppy looked down at the bell with bright eyes. "Woof woof." Angor could hear the excitement in the puppy's voice. "I'm glad you like it." Angor raised an eyebrow. "I see. You can make me understand your barks." The puppy paused for a second and quickly pretended to be innocent. "Woof woof." "Fine, it didn't understand it again." Angor chuckled. He didn't care about this little detail. He was worried that the puppy might not like the bell. As long as it liked it, his efforts would not be in vain. "Alright, I've given you your gift. You should go home now." The puppy whimpered as if it didn't want to let go. Angor would have comforted the puppy before. But after seeing how cunning the puppy could be, Angor believed that the puppy was just acting to get Angor's sympathy. Angor didn't want to look at the puppy's eyes. He held the puppy in his arms and descended from the sky. There was another reason why he didn't say anything. He was worried about the situation at the astral ruin. He told the maids to go back to the Heartsland first, but he didn't know if they would get into a fight with the wizards outside the ruin. With the abilities of the black and white maids, normal magi were no match for them. To avoid any accidents, Angor moved faster. He descended from the sky like a rainbow, bringing with him a strong gust of wind. As he approached the astral pool ruin, he suddenly saw several familiar figures hovering above it. It was Rain, who was standing in the middle. Also, Mr. Rhine noticed the sound of the wind in the sky immediately. He raised his head and looked. "Angor?" A moment later, the astral ruin returned to its original peaceful state. Angor held the puppy in his arms and sat inside the only observation booth. Rain, Tree Spirit, and Iron Granny were sitting opposite him. The 3 pairs of eyes were all looking at Angor, but they couldn't help but glance at the puppy. If Angor didn't already tell them that the puppy was a powerful mysterious creature that could swallow legendary wizards, they wouldn't just look at it like that. "We ran into a watcher. The maids went out to look for the puppy. That's about it." Angor briefly explained what happened. Angor only mentioned the watchers casually. He didn't go into the details. As for Gruz, Howard, and Baroy, he didn't mention them either. It wasn't that Angor didn't want to talk about it, but it wasn't the right time. Since it was about the ruin, he had to deal with it first. "So you're taking the puppy to the Heartsland?" Rain asked after a moment of silence. "I saw Devosia at the end of the corridor." I'll leave the puppy with her. I won't go in. Rain sighed in relief. If Angor went to the Heart's Land, he might not be able to come back alive. As for Angor's identity in the nightmare realm, Rain didn't know much about it, but he already learned from Sunders that it was all fake. Since it was fake, there was a chance that someone might see through it. Therefore, Angor should avoid the Heart's Land if he could. When will you take the puppy back? Rain asked. Angor looked at the puppy in his arms and didn't want to let it go. Now. I'll go with you then. Rain stood up and prepared to go with Angor. Angor quickly waved his hand. No, thanks. I can go there alone. But last time you were in that corridor, I ran into a void traveler last time, and the mystic lady ran into me. It won't be so coincidental this time, Angor explained. Can you handle that Devoja alone? Granny, who had been silent all this time, asked. Don't worry, I can handle it. Angor wasn't worried at all. If it were someone else, including the maid, Angor would have a hard time dealing with them. After all, he had to maintain his fake persona. But he was confident that he could handle Devoja. Devoja might look like a ferocious beast, but she was actually a very pure creature. Of course, purity didn't mean kindness. Still, he was able to deal with them easily. The White Maid, for example, seemed to respect Angor, but Angor found it more tiring to deal with her than the Black Maid. He preferred cute creatures like Devoja. Rain hesitated for a moment and nodded. Be careful. Angor made a don't worry gesture and prepared to take the puppy to the corridor. However, he only took a few steps away from the observation pavilion when he suddenly remembered something and quickly came back. By the way, Professor, you mentioned that many wizards were affected by Menavaro's influence, right? At the mention of this, everyone's expression became somewhat solemn. Menavaro was the monster with tentacles all over its body. The mist that covered the entire astral pond ruin was caused by it. Everyone who came into contact with the mist fell into madness. Until now, they still hadn't found a way to cure the madness. Yes. Do you have a way to cure them? Tree Spirit looked at Angor. Can I take a look at them first? Angor didn't give him a clear answer. The disease is contagious. To prevent it from spreading, the infected are kept inside my body, Tree Spirit said. If you want to see them, you'll have to go back to Brute Cavern first. Angor was about to speak when Iron Granny cut him off. No need. I have an infected person here. If you want to see her, I can release her. Angor quickly nodded. Iron Granny gestured for everyone to disperse. As the mist dispersed, a special transparent box appeared in the center of the observation pavilion. Inside the box was a familiar woman. Greya? Iron Granny nodded. Because of Devoja, she insisted on staying in the ruin. She was infected by the mist, so I had to seal her here. As Iron Granny spoke, Greya, who was inside the transparent box, began to attack the walls of the box with bloodshot eyes and veins bulging on her face. She seemed to have lost her mind and only had the desire to kill. This was why people called it madness. Angor walked around the transparent box and checked Greya's condition. He frowned. He thought Greya's madness was similar to the parasitic light spots, and he might be able to remove it with nightmare energy. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Greya's madness was completely different. This was a real disease, not an abnormality caused by a parasite. How is it? Can you save her? Tree Spirit asked curiously. The others also looked at Angor. In their eyes, Angor was always able to create miracles. Maybe he could do the same this time. Angor didn't answer Tree Spirit's question right away. Instead, he looked down at the puppy in his arms. Hey, stop sleeping. Wake up, and Angor didn't even know where Greya's illness came from. How could he possibly know how to save her? However, he wasn't fighting alone. The dog was here, wasn't it? The reason why he left the observation pavilion and turned back was because he had thought of this. If no one else could cure these crazy patients, he would see if the puppy could do something before it left. Angor nudged the dog, which was about to fall asleep, to open its big, innocent eyes. It was hard for Rhine and the others to imagine that it was a powerful mysterious creature with such a confused expression. No matter how they looked at it, it was still a cute puppy. Woof woof? Its voice was soft. Angor put his hands around the puppy's front legs and lifted it up. He turned the puppy so that it was looking at Grea's transparent box. Can you take a look at her? Is there a way to cure her madness? Angor whispered into the puppy's ear. The others did not know what to say. They now understood Angor's plan. Angor was going to pluck the dogs for one last time before it left. The puppy stared at Grea for a few seconds and turned its head away. Woof woof. No one understood what it meant, but they all sensed the puppy's disdain. That's it? Can you cure her? Angor raised the puppy and looked at it in the eyes. The puppy didn't want to answer such a simple question, but it couldn't avoid Angor's gaze. It whimpered and slowly spat out a green light spot from its mouth. After that, the puppy began to show signs of laziness. No matter how hard Angor tried to shake it, it wouldn't budge. In the end, the puppy simply lowered its head and fell asleep beside Angor's neck. Angor sighed helplessly. He held the puppy in his arms and began to study the green light spot the puppy spat out. There must be a reason why the puppy spat it out, right? With that in mind, Angor released his spirit feelers and began to observe the puppy. Tree Spirit also came over out of curiosity and tried to join in the study as well. Angor didn't refuse and gave Tree Spirit a spot. Rain and Iron Granny also reached out with their spirit power. However, no one, including Rain, could understand what the green light was. They only sensed that there was something strange inside the light, and they felt something similar from Angor's body. In the end, no one except Angor could figure it out. They could only step aside and watch Angor frown from time to time. From the looks of it, he had at least gained something compared to them. When he used his spirit feelers to check the spot, he found that it was actually a combination of several green runes. Also, he had seen all of the green patterns in the crystal before. They were bridge, passage, contain, bind, and dispel. However, the green patterns were scattered all over Angor's body in different combinations. They did not show up on their own. For example, the bridge structure was located in his right forearm, while accommodate was an ability of his right hand. Also, accommodate was combined with tunnel and door instead of being separated. Angor tried to separate the green patterns before, but he couldn't make them appear on their own. This was the first time he saw something similar to accommodate, bind, and dispel. Angor was excited to see such a diverse and compact team. Soon, he was engrossed in studying the new structures. Time passed quickly. The red glow of the sky was replaced by a curtain of darkness. Stars filled the sky. The shallow pool around the observation pavilion reflected the stars in the night sky and became a real star pool. When the moon was high in the sky, the water in the passage at the center of the pool began to boil, as if the monsters were coming back. Iron Granny and Rain exchanged a glance. Without saying a word, they both turned into two streaks of light and appeared at the center of the pool. They looked down. No monsters came back. Instead, it was the mountain of flesh called Devosia that seemed to be impatient and was roaring. The powerful sound waves penetrated the barrier and caused the pool outside to boil. Devosia didn't seem to want to leave the passage. Iron Granny turned to Rhine and signaled with her eyes, "Should we wait any longer? Or wake him up?" Rain looked at the rippling water and considered for a moment. "Let's wait and see. If Devosia comes out, I'll deal with him." Iron Granny nodded and returned to the observation pavilion. Rain stayed at the center of the ruin and guarded the edge of the passage. About half an hour later, when Devosia was about to lose her patience, Angor finally lifted his head from his crouching position. His neck felt a little sore after staying in that position for so long. He stretched his neck and noticed that Iron Granny and Tree Spirit were both looking at him. "Granny? Mr. Tree Spirit? So? Did you find anything?" Tree Spirit pointed at the glowing green spot in the air. "I think so. But it'll take me some time to do it." "You're trying to replicate it?" Tree Spirit exclaimed in surprise. They thought Angor was trying to figure out the effect of the light spot, but Angor went straight to the point of copying it. "Have you figured out what it does?" As for the specific effect, Angor hesitated. "I think it's going to cure the madness." "I think?" Based on the structure of the runes, he could tell that they were used to remove some kind of special effect. However, he did not know if they could really remove his madness, so he was not sure yet. It should be able to cure them, said Angor. I'll give it a try. How? Tree Spirit frowned. Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he answered with his action. He slowly raised his right hand, and the green runes on his glove began to glow. They meant release, passage, door, and release. It was a way to release the nightmare aura. When the nightmare aura was released from Angor's right hand, the green spot in the air began to glow brightly. You can release Greya now, Granny. Iron Granny considered. She was still worried about Greya's safety, but she still did as Angor asked. Without any restraints, Greya lunged at Angor, who was the closest to her. He didn't try to dodge. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity and pushed the glowing green spot toward Greya. The green spot went straight into Greya's forehead without any resistance. Greya's ferocious lunge froze in place. Several seconds later, a large amount of mist began to escape from Greya's eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears. As the mist dispersed, Greya's bloodshot eyes slowly regained their clarity. When the mist dissipated completely, Greya's body went limp and fainted on the ground. Iron Granny quickly checked Greya's condition. After a while, she nodded to everyone with a relieved expression. Her madness is gone. But there's some internal damage to her brain. That's why she fainted. Brain damage was a serious problem for low-leveled apprentices or mortals. But for a wizard like Iron Granny, it was as easy as catching a cold or sneezing. In other words, Greya was fully healed now. Angor sighed in relief after hearing Iron Granny's confirmation. So Spotted Puppy's light spot can cure her madness. Excellent. But I think there's only one green spot. The one Spotted Puppy spat out. If he used it on Greya, what about the others? Iron Granny also looked at Angor. You said you're trying to replicate it? Can you really replicate it? Sure. But I'll need another 2 days if I want to create the same structure. Iron Granny didn't ask what he meant by structure. She nodded at Angor. If you can replicate it, it should be fine. Let's wait a few more days. Consider it a lesson for those reckless wizards. Iron Granny gestured for Angor to look outside the pavilion. Angor followed Iron Granny's gaze and saw that Rain was no longer in the pavilion. Instead, he was now at the center of the astral pool. In front of Rain, a giant lump of meat was slowly rising from the pool. That's Devasia. I'm going now, Angor quickly said when he saw that Wastasia was about to reappear outside the ruin and start a fight with Rain. Before Iron Granny and Tree Spirit could say anything, Angor grabbed Spotted Puppy and ran to the center of the pool. Rain was looking at the rising meat mountain cautiously. When he heard Angor's footsteps coming from behind, he nodded to Angor and stepped aside. Angor walked to the entrance of the ruin. Devasia's round head just happened to come out from the pool. Before Angor could check his surroundings, he heard a familiar voice. Devasia. Who dares to call me by my name? And you don't even use cute words. Damn you. Devasia looked up with her beady eyes and glared at the source of the voice. When he saw the person who had spoken, his cheeks, which were originally full of anger, immediately deflated. Your Excellency Shava. Woo. Just as Devasia opened her mouth, tears welled up in her eyes as if she had been wronged. Angor was wondering what was going on when Devasia continued, No, Devasia, I salute you. Angor looked at Devasia's bitter face and realized something. No, you're Devasia, the cute one. Angor chuckled. Really? Devasia's tears suddenly stopped. Of course. Angor sighed in his mind. As expected, Devasia looked so sad because he forgot to use the word cute when he called her name. After confirming that Angor wasn't lying, Devasia looked at Angor with a pleading look. Angor didn't know what she was trying to say. Half a minute later, Devasia's expression slowly returned to normal. Angor tried to recall his first meeting with Devasia at the Flower Spirit Garden. Several seconds later, he realized something. He quickly took out a piece of devilish meat from his bracelet and covered it with a layer of nightmare aura. Then, he used the aura to create a small plate and put the meat on it. Once he was done, he handed the plate back to Devasia. Is this for my cute Devasia? Looking at the small plate in front of her, the grievance in her eyes disappeared, and her expression gradually became excited. Angor nodded with a smile. Yes. This is a reward for my cute Devasia, as well as compensation for waiting for so long. There were prefixes and delicacies. Deva was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. His mouth split open from ear to ear, and the teeth in his mouth were as sharp as a shark's. He looked like a terrifying monster, but his smile gave people an inexplicable sense of innocence. Devosia cautiously crawled out of the ruins, solemnly received the small plate, and swallowed it in one gulp. Bouncy dessert, rich origin energy, so delicious. Devosia cupped her fists and shook them like a bashful young girl. Her face was filled with happiness. Angor didn't know if Devasia really liked the dish or just liked it because she was Shava, but Devasia's expression gave him a sense of accomplishment. He almost wanted to make Devasia a plate of food himself. How about manna bread? Of course, it was just a thought. He did not put it into action. However, if Greya or Toby could hear his thoughts, they would probably do everything in their power to stop him, regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not. After all, Angor was the only one in the entire southern wizarding region who could make manna bread that smelled like socks. After satisfying Devosia's desire for good food, communication with him became much easier and smoother. Devasia even told Angor about the recent situation in the Land of Sinners. On the other hand, Rain sighed in relief when he saw that Angor was able to communicate with Devosia. However, Rain was also surprised by Devosia's childish behavior. Rain didn't fight Devasia directly, but he did see how the man fought. Devasia looked like a gourmet wizard, but it was very strange and evil. Besides, Devasia's gourmet skills were totally different from the weak ones. The Devasia during the battle was completely different from the Devasia now. Was it because of Angor, Nightmare Realm, Angor, Nightmare Form, Sunders? Rain repeated these words in his mind and sighed to clear his mind. You should go now. Angor patted the puppy's head after talking to Devasia for a while. The puppy didn't want to leave, but it still jumped down from Angor's arms and slowly walked to Devosia's side. After saying goodbye to Devosia, Angor and Devosia walked back to Devosia. Devosia and the spotted dog slowly walked back to the entrance of the tunnel. The meatball and the puppy slowly sank into the pool and finally disappeared. Angor watched until the ripples on the surface of the pool calmed down. Then, he sighed and walked to Rain. They don't have anything else to do. They won't leave the Heart of Sinners anytime soon. Rain nodded. Angor and Devosia's conversation wasn't blocked, so Rain heard Angor's question. It was clear that Devasia respected Shava a lot. She didn't hide anything from Angor. When Angor asked about leaving the Heart of Sinners, Devasia didn't want to go to the outside world without the presence of the Nightmare Realm. But we still need to fix the barrier here. Who knows if something bad might happen? When he finished, he realized that it was pointless for him to say all that. He still had some sort of tacit understanding with the nightmare creatures, but Rain did not. Therefore, Rain must have more concerns than him. Repairing the seal was not something Rain needed to worry about. Angor and Rain returned to the observation booth together. Iron Granny and Tree Spirit glanced at them. Is it over? They didn't ask what Angor and Devosia talked about. Angor nodded. Once Spotted Puppy goes back, we'll be done here for now. Good. Tree Spirit stretched his back. I don't think I'll be needed here. I'll be going now. Before leaving, Tree Spirit looked at Angor and said, the crazy patients are inside my body. Come here when you can treat them. Tree Spirit then whispered to Angor's ear, don't worry, I won't let you do it for free. I'll go to the questing hall and distribute the quests. The rewards will come from the patients' pockets. Angor didn't think that was necessary. As far as Angor was concerned, the crazy patients were just unlucky. Tree Spirit was going too far by demanding more from them. Tree Spirit, on the other hand, was adamant. That's another matter. You're saving their lives. Besides, they're so stupid that they didn't even know how to be vigilant. Serves them right. With that, Tree Spirit disappeared without another word. Don't be fooled by Tree Spirit's words. He cares a lot about those wizards who have gone mad. After all, he watched most of them grow up. Look, isn't he rushing back to take care of it? His Excellency, Ryan chuckled. Angor remained silent for a moment. I just sensed Tree Spirit went to the Dream Wasteland. Rain smiled immediately. Hee, I'm actually saying that his clone is taking care of those patients, Ryan explained with some difficulty. This time, Angor didn't say anything because he didn't know what Tree Spirit's clone was doing. Isn't Tree Spirit's clone guarding Mushroom Witch Regina in Angor's ruin? Iron Granny asked. Rain glanced at Iron Granny and gritted his teeth. I'm talking about his other clones. Iron Granny glanced at Rain with a smile but didn't expose him. She turned to Angor and said, that Tree Spirit guy was talking to me about the new function of the trees just now. Looks like he's really interested in it. I think he's spending time with the trees right now. New function of the trees? Angor was surprised. He didn't pay much attention to the latest update of the trees. It's not really a new function. It's still in beta testing. I think that's what John said. Tree Spirit is only allowed to test it in a small area. Iron Granny continued, since he's qualified to test it, he's spending time with the others in the group. I think he said something about a graphic system and the ability to edit one's personal data. Iron Granny chuckled. I haven't seen the details yet, but Tree Spirit's description is quite interesting. I have to say, your teacher is quite a strange man. Iron Granny truly believed that John was a unique person with a unique way of thinking, behavior, and even a unique way of thinking. Even if he was just a mortal, Iron Granny couldn't help but admire such a person. It was no surprise that a talented wizard like Angor could come up with such a wonderful idea was born. I see. Angor nodded. The graphic system alone wouldn't attract Tree Spirit's attention. There must be something else going on. He planned to visit the development team when he had time and see what they were up to. Angor and Iron Granny chatted for a while longer before they stopped. I'll leave it to you, Granny. I've already notified Aesop. He'll come to fix the barrier later, Rain said. I'll go take care of the aftermath. Earlier, Rain asked the other wizards to stay away so that they wouldn't know about Angor's connection with the monster in the Heartland. Besides, Rain also arranged for wizards to evacuate the citizens of Darkaville Empire. He had to follow up on these matters. Tree Spirit was supposed to do that. But since Tree Spirit had gone to the Dream Wasteland, Rain had to do it. With the help of the Dream Wasteland, Angor didn't have to worry about such things. All he had to do was mention it in the tree group, and everyone would know about it. The problem was how to explain the situation and how to calm people down. Rain felt a headache whenever he thought about it. At the same time, he also felt a bit jealous of Tree Spirit. As for you, Angor, I'll go back to my ruin and study the structure Dalmatian gave me. When I'm done, I'll go to Mr. Tree Spirit. Let's go together then, Rain said. Angor nodded. Rain could easily teleport himself out of the mirror world if he really wanted to go back to the mirror world. Therefore, there must be some other meaning behind his words. Presumably, Rain had something to discuss with him alone. Iron Granny nodded with a smile. All right. You two go ahead. I'll take care of things here. After saying goodbye to Iron Granny, Angor and Rain quickly left the Astral Pool ruin. He thought Rain was going to ask him something, such as the vague question about the mist zone he mentioned earlier. However, Rain did not say a word from the beginning to the end. It was only when they were about to reach the residence in the ruins that Rain spoke for the first time. Rain did ask a question, but it was far from what Angor expected. Not long ago, I met Magoo the Wise in the Fire Domain. Rain glanced at Angor's shoulder, where a jade-like severed hand was holding the glass orb that contained the crimson barrier. The amputated hand belonged to Dankros. Magoo asked about Dankros. I didn't see you before, so I didn't know how to answer him. You two seem to be getting along well, right? Angor nodded. Dankros has been a good boy lately. Other than the fire in St. Sem City, he had been very obedient for the rest of the time. Especially when he had dealt with 03, Dankros had also put in a lot of effort. Dankros heard Angor's compliment. His eyes flickered, and he blushed. Rain glanced at Dankros. It's good that you're getting along well. Elemental partners can easily backfire on each other. Elemental partner? Angor was a little surprised. He didn't want Dankros to be an elemental partner. He already had a target in mind, and Kurokro was his first choice. Angor was about to retort when he saw Dankros standing aside. Dankros remained silent just like before. Angor guessed that Dankros hadn't realized what was going on yet. While looking at Dankros, Angor was wondering if he would hurt Dankros' young heart if he rejected it so straightforwardly. Would it think that he was looking down on it? Angor hesitated for a moment and swallowed his words. Mr. Rain, are you saying that all wizards can get along well with their elemental partners? Of course, there are some who oppose each other. Absolute power can suppress all disagreements and make things more efficient, Rain said. If you can't get along well with your elemental partner, you have to go for the high-pressure route. But if you can go for the harmonious route, why do you have to go against each other? Normally speaking, mature elemental creatures had their own thoughts and opinions. Unless they really had the same ideals, they would never obey another person. However, once they were tamed, they would quickly become powerful fighters. Elemental spirits, on the other hand, were trained from a young age. They could be more compatible as elemental partners, but they needed time to grow stronger. Both of them had their advantages and disadvantages. Ryan personally preferred the latter. Angor wasn't just an illusionist. He was also an alchemist. He needed fire elemental partners in his future alchemy projects. If they didn't get along well with each other, his alchemy projects would go awry. Angor nodded. He knew what Rain meant. Rain was just trying to change the topic. But Rain was right. Angor had set his sights on Kurokro, so he should think about how to build a friendship with the man. Mr. Rain, since you've met with Magoo, I suppose the meeting of the tidal realm is about to begin? Rain nodded. Many elemental lords have already arrived at the fire domain. The meeting will begin soon. There are still many details to be discussed. Let's talk about it when I'm done with the ruins and return to the tidal realm with you. As they spoke, the ruin where Angor was staying appeared in their sight. We're here. You can go now, Rain said. Angor hesitated at the door. You don't have anything else to ask me? Rain chuckled. Not for now. We'll talk about it later when we meet your professor in the Dream Wasteland. Sunders wasn't back at Brute Cavern yet. He was still guarding the tidal realm. If they wanted to talk, they had to go to the Dream Wasteland. Angor nodded. He thought Rain would be interested in the Watcher, the mystery fruit, or the spotted puppy. He didn't expect Rain to skip the topic so easily. Angor was glad that Rain didn't ask anything. There were many things he couldn't tell Rain, but he couldn't lie either, so he had to cover it up with words. Now that he didn't need to think about it, it saved him a lot of trouble. When Angor was about to open the door, he heard Rain's voice from behind. Oh, there's one more thing. Angor looked at Rain. What do you think about Wastasia's last question? Angor fell into deep thought. Not long ago, when they were about to finish their conversation, Devasia suddenly asked, You're right. My most lovely Wastasia, may I ask Mr. Shava a small question? Angor didn't refuse. Will my lovely Wastasia be able to taste Mr. Shava's desserts again on the day of the moon sacrifice next month? On the surface, Wastasia wanted to eat the monster meat tainted with nightmare energy. But in reality, she wanted to see Angor again on the day of the moon sacrifice. Every month, a banquet would be held in the land of sinners, and Minister Nuka invited Angor to attend. Clearly, Wastasia wanted Angor to attend the banquet next month. Without Spotted Puppy, Angor didn't want to go. However, he couldn't directly refuse, so he could only vaguely answer, If I'm there, I'll prepare desserts for the lovely Devosia. Wastasia didn't ask any further. She only nodded happily. However, Rain clearly wanted to know Angor's real thoughts. Like I said, I really want to go. It's a good chance to learn more about the land of sinners, Angor said. Also, Angor had an agreement with Boiling Gentleman. Boiling Gentleman would go to the Minister of Arms and ask for more light solvents for him. Angor had never used light solvents before, but Boiling Gentleman already told him how useful they were for alchemy. Angor still wanted to go to the land of sinners for the sake of light solvent. But first, I need to find a way to deal with the pressure from those nightmare creatures, Angor said helplessly. Last time, he had Spotted Puppy to protect him, so he could ignore the pressure for now. However, without the Dalmatian dog, the nightmare creature's aura alone was enough to destroy his Shava persona. In particular, Minister Nuka's aura was not inferior to Rhine's aura. Without a solution, Angor had to give up on going to the land of sinners. I see. Rain nodded with a thoughtful look. 2 days later, in the second underground floor of the ruin, he heard footsteps coming from the hallway. At the same time, he smelled the rich aroma of milk. Angor, who was bending over his desk, sniffed the air and looked at the door. 2 seconds later, he heard someone knocking on the door. Angor frowned and retracted the green tattoos on his right eye, right hand, and right forearm. He picked up a magazine and covered the letter on his desk. Come in. The door opened automatically. A petite figure pushed the door open and entered with a strange-shaped plate in her hand. Angor looked up at the newcomer. It was a witch who was just taller than Angor's desk. She was wearing a long dress with colorful mushroom patterns on it. Her face was as perfect as a porcelain doll's. However, the dark circles under her eyes made it look like she was wearing smoky makeup, which ruined the overall atmosphere. Miss Regina, Angor greeted her in a small voice. The visitor was none other than Regina, the mushroom witch. She had been studying mystic ing and the other mushrooms from the flower spirit garden in the lab on the 3rd floor of the ruins. No need to be so formal. Just call me Regina. Regina put the strange-shaped plate on the desk. I heard from Mr. Tree Spirit that you're back, so I came to have a look. These are the milk mushrooms I grew. They taste sweet and creamy, and can be used as desserts. Mr. Tree Spirit said you might like them, so I brought them for you. Angor looked at the dozens of white mushrooms on the plate and remained silent. He didn't know how to answer. It wasn't appropriate to refuse since Regina meant well and didn't mean to tease him. But if he accepted, it would expose his personal preferences. Of course, it wasn't a big deal. Angor just felt a little embarrassed. Huh? You don't like them? Regina looked at Angor in confusion. Thank you. Angor hesitated for a moment before accepting Regina's offer. Regina raised an eyebrow. She seemed to have read Angor's mind and grinned. However, she was smart enough not to continue the topic. Instead, she looked at Angor's hand. There was a magazine called Metal Dance. This was the first time Regina had heard of a magazine with this name, but she didn't think too much about it. She just thought it was some unknown gossip magazine. Her eyes were more focused on the handwritten notes below Metal Dance. Looks like you're working. I won't disturb you any longer. Regina yawned, then turned and walked towards the door. When Regina reached the door, she turned around and said, by the way, I almost forgot. Did Portia contact you recently? No. Angor shook his head. Regina nodded. That's good. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Regina didn't linger and quickly walked out of the room. Angor listened to Regina's footsteps as she hurried down the stairs and returned to her lab. Soon, he could hear the clanking of tools. It seemed Regina was more passionate about her research than Angor. But despite that, Regina still took the time to come see him. Angor didn't think he was more charming than Mushroom in Regina's eyes. She probably came here because of Portia. After all, Portia was studying a forbidden spell. As Portia's best friend, it was only natural that Regina would be worried. He exhaled and removed the cover of Metal Dance without hesitation. Then, he began to study the green pattern structure given by Dalmatian. But this time, he couldn't help but get distracted after studying it for a while. A moment later, he slowly raised his head and looked at the plate on the table. After some hesitation, he reached out his hand. I've been studying for the past 2 days, and I must have used up a lot of my brain power. No wonder I can't focus. I need to eat something. Yeah, something. After finding an excuse for himself, Angor took a bite of the juicy milk. Mushroom without any qualms. The small study room was soon filled with a milky aroma. Even the air seemed to have turned a little sweet. As he was enjoying his dessert, he suddenly stopped chewing. In the depths of his mind space, the fruit that represented the authority of the gatekeeper, hanging on the tree of authority, sent a strange wave to him. Someone has entered the dream wasteland. Angor quickly realized what the signal meant. Ever since he gave Rain a large number of loggers to Angor, he rarely paid attention to anyone who entered the dream wasteland. Since then, there were always newcomers entering the dream wasteland every day. However, the number of logins he gave to Rain was limited, and there were very few new arrivals in the last few days. Because of this, he reactivated the warning for newcomers entering the dream wasteland. Although there was a risk of being disturbed, he was more determined to supervise every newcomer who entered the dream wasteland than to be disturbed. After all, he already gave the logins to Watcher and Spotted Puppy, who were both overlords. Once they entered the dream wasteland, Angor would have to see them immediately. Even though he had been studying the green patterns for the past 2 days, whenever he sensed the gatekeeper alert, he would still pay attention to new arrivals. This time was no exception. Angor focused his mind and looked at a dark and narrow passage through the gatekeeper's power. It was a new dream bridge. At the end of the bridge was a door that led to the dream wasteland. Soon, a thin figure appeared on the other side of the bridge. It was an old man wearing a wizard robe embroidered with orchid flowers. He had a small curly beard and white eyebrows that reached his chest. Angor relaxed a little when he saw who it was. It wasn't Watcher or Spotted Puppy. It was Eventide Cantor, the leader of Lilith clan. Yesterday, Tree Spirit told Angor that Cantor went to the tidal realm with Sunders. Cantor hadn't left the tidal realm yet. Angor guessed that Cantor entered the dream wasteland because Sunders used nightmare illusion to lure him in. Angor checked the situation inside the dream wasteland and saw that Sunders was online. Cantor was not a wizard from Brute Cavern, but Lilith's clan and Phantom Island were connected by contract. Cantor was also a close friend of Sunders. Since Sunders allowed Cantor to enter, Angor wouldn't object. Angor even helped Cantor enter the dream wasteland and show up next to Sunders. With that done, Angor exited the dream wasteland. Since it wasn't a Watcher or a Dalmatian, there was no need for him to enter the dream wasteland right away. Cantor mentioned that he wanted to talk to Angor about helping Ness in the Mist Zone, and he also wanted to see Angor. "I think I should go see Mr. Cantor," Angor muttered. "But let's wait for a while. I need to let him know about the dream wasteland first." Cantor would probably ask him a lot of questions about the dream wasteland. The reason why he was so confident was that almost every magus who entered the dream wasteland would become a curious baby and ask endless questions. If Mr. Rain and Tree Spirit couldn't escape, Cantor would be the same. He did not want to explain everything one by one. It was better to leave it to Sunders. Angor decided to visit Cantor again after learning more about the man's background. By then, Sunders would know everything he needed to know, and they could talk normally. With that thought in mind, he focused his attention on the green runes again. Angor's guess was correct. Cantor didn't expect much from Sunders' mysterious dream walk spell at first. But when he stepped into the dream wasteland, he was completely dumbfounded. Was this really a dream world? But why did it feel so real? Why did it feel so real? He could even feel mana. What's wrong with my body? It feels like my body, but my bloodline is asleep, and my mind space is frozen. Cantor studied his own body in astonishment, but he was even more puzzled. He hurriedly looked around, wanting to find someone to ask about it. Then, he saw Sunders staring at him with his eyes wide open. "Why are you here?" Sunders asked. They were in a small hut in the outskirts of the new city. Why was Cantor here? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the people he brought in using Dream Entry all land in Foundation City? I want to ask you the same question. You don't know either? Or are you a fake Sunders? Who are you? Cantor jumped away and glared at the man sitting behind the desk. Sunders remained silent for a moment and realized why. Angor must have sensed Cantor's presence, so he tossed Cantor to him. Sunders sighed as he looked at Cantor's doubtful and cautious expression. As expected of my student. So, consider it. Sunders had the same thought as Angor. He didn't want to explain why to a newcomer, even if the newcomer was his best friend. But now that Cantor was here, he had no choice but to kick Cantor out. Sunders didn't hold back at all. He simply kicked Cantor out of the hut. Since Cantor couldn't use illusory mana yet, Sunders set up a defensive barrier inside the hut, which only allowed those he recognized to enter. Obviously, Cantor wasn't allowed to enter the hut. Still, Cantor was Sunders' best friend, so Sunders didn't go too far. After kicking Cantor out of the hut, Sunders showed him a way out. Cantor, who was lying in front of the door of the magic hut, was dumbfounded. A letter made of illusion slowly floated in front of him. Dear Cantor, I know you have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, I can't explain them to you because I'm in the middle of research. But it's fine. Head southwest. There is a city under construction there. If you have any questions about the Dream Wasteland, you can ask someone there. Your best friend, Sunders Igilo. Another day passed by in the blink of an eye. Angor finally raised his head after working on his desk for over 60 hours. He rubbed his swollen temples and exhaled deeply. After relieving some of his fatigue, Angor returned his attention to the notebook on his desk. He had already flipped through more than 10 pages of the handbook. These pages were densely packed with his words. And on the latest page, there was a very irregular but inexplicably harmonious structural model. This was the green pattern structure Angor came up with after analyzing the green dot the puppy spat out. Since he already had the answer, it was not too hard to figure it out. It only took him 3 days. However, Angor still did not understand how the green patterns worked, and how different patterns could be combined together. He pinched his eyebrows and decided to give up on the research for now. The structure of green patterns was completely different from the power system of wizards. It was like the difference between talent theory and bloodline theory. In the system of magi, the innate talent theory was not absolute. Innate talent was only a threshold, not a decisive factor in one's final achievements. Even those who did not have innate talent could become innate talent through magic potions. However, the system of green veins was similar to the bloodline theory. Bloodline determined everything. Angor already told Sunders about the green rune art before, and Sunders already learned about it. However, Sunders could not create such a power. It was like the bloodline theory. Without the bloodline and the green patterns, one could not use the power at all. Each green pattern had its own meaning. The number of green patterns determined the limit of one's power. This was similar to the theory of bloodlines. Angor could use the power because he already had green patterns. However, to fully understand the power, he had to start from the bottom of the system. For example, if he wanted to learn how to use cantrips, he had to learn about mana and spirit power. However, Angor was still unfamiliar with the green patterns at the bottom. He did not even have a solid foundation. How could he understand the complicated combination of green patterns the puppy spat out? Angor regretted that he could not analyze the nature of the green patterns for now, but it did not stop him from using them. Angor could already use the green rune structure recorded in the notebook. And he already figured out its effect. It could remove additional effects on a living being spirit. Additional effects came from the outside world, not from the living being itself. Just like the madness syndrome, it actually originated from Menevaro's twisted will. Almost all madness sufferers had this twisted will hidden in the depths of their minds. Since it came from the outside world, it was considered an additional effect. This green pattern could remove the twisted aura and treat the lunatics. Of course, it did not only remove the twisted aura. It could also remove other types of effects. For example, the parasitic light spots were foreign objects that affected one's mind. These green patterns could remove them as well. Also, not only could the negative effects be removed, but the positive effects on the spiritual level could also be removed. For example, spells that could boost one's spirit, as well as potions that had yet to be completely digested, such as Irregular Rhyme, Song of No Rhyme, Spirit Movement Potion, Windsor Umbrella Witch Soup, and so on, could be dispelled with this green pattern. Of course, if the effects of the potion were completely digested, then it would no longer be an additional effect and could not be dispelled. Generally speaking, this was a very powerful support ability. It could not be used on the physical body, but it could be used on the spirit, which filled in the gaps in Angor's knowledge of spirit abilities. Since he could already use the green pattern structure, and there was no point in studying it further, Angor decided to go out of his training. The longer the madness lasted, the more damage it would cause to the patient's minds. Even if the damage was not irreversible, it would still take a lot of time and energy to fully recover. To prevent the wizard's minds from weakening, Angor decided to go back to Brute Cavern and save them first. 3 days later, Angor pushed open the door of the ruin and was welcomed by a gust of cold air. Goose feathers were fluttering in the air outside the ruin. The clone of the tree spirit by the door was also wearing a snow-white suit. This was the weather of the highland. It was always unpredictable. Angor remembered that when he came back, the sky was clear and the snow was about to melt. But today, it was snowing heavily again. Looking at the misty sky, Angor knew that the snow would not stop anytime soon. Angor was not afraid of the cold, but he was not sure if Dangros could handle the weather in the highlands. Angor looked at Dangros, who was looking at Toby affectionately. "Do you want to stay in the bracelet for a while?" Dangros asked doubtfully. "Why?" Angor pointed at the snow outside. Dangros nodded. "I don't like snow, but I'd been to Mariah Ice Mountain before. This snow is nothing." Dangros's words were full of confidence, but when he really reached the outside world, he realized that the cold of the Malaya iceberg was completely different from the cold of the plateau. The former was quiet, while the latter was dynamic. The cold wind that had been accumulating for an unknown period of time blew over from the flat plains. It extinguished the outer layer of flame protection that Dangros had put up with much difficulty. As soon as the fire barrier went out, Dangros immediately sensed the terrible wind outside. He had no choice but to build a new fire barrier. But each time, the fire barrier was extinguished by the wind. Meanwhile, Dangros was getting weaker because he used up too much fire. Angor had only traveled a few kilometers from the ruin when Dangros' eyes were already wide open due to the cold. Dangros seemed to have quite a lot of self-esteem. He gritted his teeth and did not ask for help. In the end, Angor had to activate a thermostatic force field, and Dangros' palms began to turn red again. However, perhaps because it had been frozen for a long time, one of its fingers was white and the other was red. They were mottled as if they had been painted with paint. Toby hid inside Angor's pocket and snickered at Dangros' miserable face. Dangros did not say anything. Instead, he curled up his fingers and rubbed them hard, trying to rub the color back. Angor also found Dangros' behavior amusing, but he was still an elemental elf, which meant he was still a human child. Out of consideration for the child's pride, Angor maintained his expression and did not add insult to Dangros' misfortune. They traveled westward along the snowy path for a long time and soon arrived at the moat leading to Brute Cavern. As they descended from the moat and entered the underground, the coldness in the air finally began to dissipate. Angor noticed that Dangros' mood had recovered. He began to look around furtively as if he was curious about the changes in the environment. While descending, Angor explained the situation of Brute Cavern to Dangros. When Angor heard about the underground kingdom and the mirror world, Dangros' mood finally lifted. As a small elf who spent most of his time in the tidal realm, he did not know anything about the outside world. The Darkaville kingdom and the mirror world already sounded like adventures. When Angor saw that Dangros was no longer gloomy, he asked, "By the way, you said you'll ask me a question when we're done. What is it?" When he first met Philo in the Mist Zone, Philo was fighting number 03 and the mechanical head for a long time, and the fight seemed to have reached a stalemate. Angor decided to use an illusion to disguise Dangros as Philo so that he could work with Elmi to distract 03 and buy more time for Philo to fight. Dangros agreed. However, he asked Angor to answer one of his questions after the trip to the Mist Zone was over. Angor did not have time to talk to Dangros because he was busy studying the green patterns. Now, he decided to use this opportunity to ask about it. Dangros didn't expect Angor to ask such a question either. He did not know how to react and fell into a daze. "What? You still haven't figured it out yet?" Angor asked when he saw Dangros remaining silent. Dangros was silent for a moment before he said, "I've already thought about it." "What's your question then?" "If you want Toby's autograph, I can teach Toby how to read right now." Angor grinned. Toby rolled his eyes in Angor's pocket and quickly perked up his ears. He was also curious about what Dangros was going to ask. Dangros hesitated for a moment. "Actually, I wanted to ask, what about me?" "Dangros, you take me, what's wrong with that?" "Go on." Angor gave Dangros a strange look. It was just a simple question. "Nothing." Dangros looked up at Angor. "I just want to ask, what is the Dream Wasteland?" "Are you sure that's what you want to ask?" Angor felt that Dangros was hiding something. Dangros quickly nodded. "Of course. Mr. Pad told me that Toby was going to play in the dream wasteland. But Toby was sleeping. I've always wanted to know what the dream wasteland is. Even Dankros believed what he said. However, this question was indeed a riddle that it could not solve, but if it was not the question that it really wanted to ask, then it was a different story. Angor gave Dankros a meaningful glance and nodded. I can answer your question. But it's hard to explain. How about this? I'll take you to the dream wasteland when we get back. Dan Gross, alright, it's a deal. Angor nodded. On the other hand, Dankros bent down and let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with luck and a trace of inexplicable regret. They went through the mirror and returned to the mirror world. Dankros looked around in surprise and asked Angor all kinds of questions. Angor felt like he was back when he first came to the mirror world. The familiar question, the familiar excitement, the familiar feeling, everything was so familiar. The only thing missing was Lady Mirror, who was made of white mist. Lady Mirror was still sleeping. Angor wondered if she could wake up before the tea party. While explaining the mirror world to Dangros, Angor flew toward the Tree of Eternity. Dangros had seen Tree Spirit before, but he didn't know that Tree Spirit's true form was this huge. Tree Spirit's aura was even stronger than most of the wood areas in Tidal Realm. In Dangros' opinion, the only thing that could compare to Tree Spirit's aura was Lady Naimatsue. While Dangros was still in shock, Angor took him to the Tree Spirit Palace. Tree Spirit sensed his presence as soon as he entered the mirror world, which was why Tree Spirit was already waiting for him when he arrived at Tree Spirit's palace. Since Angor was still using his red-haired, golden-eyed appearance, the workers in the palace didn't recognize him. But since Tree Spirit was here to welcome him, they quickly guessed who he was. Under the curious gazes of the workers, Tree Spirit led Angor deeper into the Tree of Eternity. This place was even bigger than Tree Spirit's palace. The life energy here was much stronger than the outside world. In fact, the life energy here had already turned into liquid, which formed a glowing white lake in the center of the space. This lake was the pool of life that Leona had always wanted. She wanted to set up a branch of the tea party here. And at this time, above the pool of life, there were cocoons woven from wooden vines hanging in the air. There were at least 30 or 40 of them. Through the gaps between the vines, Angor could see people inside the cocoons. These people were the targets of Angor's visit, the mad patients who were affected by Minavaro's ravings. End of chapter. Look at them. Don't you think they're doing well? Tree Spirit's voice came from behind. Angor nodded. Yeah, they look much better than Greya. When Greya was sealed by Iron Granny, her eyes were still bloodshot, and she wanted to attack everything around her. However, the patient in the cocoon looked very quiet, as if he was in a deep sleep. Tree Spirit smiled bitterly. They look stable, but that's only because they're trying to suppress their madness. Can't suppress their madness? What do you mean? Angor was confused. Tree Spirit didn't give him an answer right away. Take a step forward and you'll see. Angor hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward. His steps were slow at first. But after 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and showed a surprised look. Then he hurried forward and reached the edge of the pool of life in 2 seconds. Angor was even more surprised when he reached the edge. Previously, when he was still in the periphery, he only felt a dense aura of life, which was comparable to the tidal realm's territory of wood. However, he didn't feel anything else. However, under the guidance of Tree Spirit, he took a few steps forward and immediately sensed that something was wrong. The life aura here was so strong that it was changing in nature. Even breathing here could directly affect the essence of a living being. Angor stood beside the pool of life. With every breath he took, he could clearly feel the positive changes happening inside his body. It was a wonderful feeling. He felt like a drunkard who suddenly woke up from his drunken stupor. He also felt like he was suddenly enlightened, and his mind became clear. Every old organ in his body seemed to have been thoroughly cleansed and moisturized, glowing with new vitality. From his body to his soul, from his mind to his spirit, everything was exuding a comfortable feeling. Angor could clearly feel every change inside his body. There were no side effects. It was pure purification and evolution. So this was the core of the Tree of Eternity, the truth behind the pool of life, No wonder Leona was so fond of this place. If Angor was in her shoes, he wouldn't want to stay in such a place for a long time. The feeling of having one's blood and mind refreshed was invaluable. Do you understand now? Tree Spirit slowly walked over and stopped at the edge of the pool of life. He casually fiddled with the pool water, and when the ripples spread out, an even stronger aura of life soared into the sky. The people hanging in the cocoons above all let out rough breathing sounds. Even Angor himself felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. No wonder the patients were moaning. Tree Spirit said, even though they are suffering from insanity, they still yearn for this kind of aura that can absolutely enhance life forms. This yearning is what I call instinct. Their yearning instincts suppressed their madness. That's why they look better than Greya. But in reality, they are exhausting my foundation. Tree Spirit smiled bitterly. Tree Spirit was not wrong in saying that. The pool of life was the essence that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Even if it was just a little bit of its aura that was absorbed by others, it would consume his foundation. That's why I said that I would issue a rescue mission and that the reward would be provided by them. Tree Spirit said, the life force they've consumed in the past few days, even under the influence of madness, is still increasing their life force. Angor nodded in understanding. Perhaps the madness caused by the distorted consciousness would weaken their spirit temporarily, but there was always a way to recover. However, it was rare for someone to strengthen their life force. Earlier, Angor thought that Brute Cavern was being unkind by letting them come for the reward. But now, it seemed that Brute Cavern was treating them well. Originally, I wanted to put them in the puppet hospital in Windmill Town, but this time, they are even more terrifying than the last outbreak. Once these crazy people leave the range of the pool of life, even if they are restrained, they will continue to mumble to their surroundings. These mumbles may not be effective against official wizards, but they are very effective against apprentices and ordinary people. If one of them spreads it out, the entire Windmill Town will fall in a matter of minutes. Angor's face turned pale. He thought that the madness was only slightly weaker than the parasitic light spots or the lifeline, but not by much. But according to Tree Spirit, the scale and pattern of this disease were much more terrifying than any other disease he had ever seen. If the source of the disease was not controlled in time, it would not take long for it to spread to an entire country. Angor was glad that he was smart enough to ask Spotted Puppy to give him the green rune model before sending it away. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. We can't put them in the puppet asylum, so we have no choice but to put them here. At the very least, they won't talk in their sleep here. It's just that I have to suffer. Tree Spirit was pounding his chest. He usually kept a tight watch on the pool of life. Even Mr. Rain only came here a few times. This time, he really had to pay a huge price. There were dozens of them. Tree Spirit felt uncomfortable just by watching them breathe in and out every day. That was why he went to the Dream Wilderness and made all kinds of pictures with the people of the Tree Group development team to talk about his sorrows. That was why Tree Spirit came out to greet Angor in such a hurry. Angor's arrival meant that these filthy bastards could finally get out of here. How could he not be excited? Tree Spirit carefully asked in case he misunderstood Angor's intention. You came here because you found a way to save them, right? Angor really wanted to give a no answer. However, looking at Tree Spirit's cautious expression, as if he was afraid of being hurt again, he couldn't bear it and nodded honestly. I can use it now, but what? Tree Spirit was quite happy when he heard the first half of the sentence, but the second half of the sentence gave him a fright. He asked cautiously, what do you mean? I just don't know why it works like this. Tree Spirit already saw the green spot released by the Dalmatian. Angor considered for a moment and explained the green patterns in a vague way, as well as his doubts about the research. Tree Spirit sighed in relief when he confirmed that the green runes could be used. As for Angor's question, Tree Spirit didn't mind at all. I don't know how to answer your question. However, I can give you an example. I have some abilities myself. At first, I couldn't figure out where they came from. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find an answer. But later on, after using them more, those doubts inexplicably became clear. What I didn't understand in the past slowly became clear in the process of using them. But that's just my personal experience. I don't know if it's suitable for you. Why don't you try using your special abilities more often? Maybe you'll be enlightened one day. He knew what tree spirit meant, which was true knowledge comes from practice. But would the green runes really work when he didn't even understand the basic logic behind them? He didn't know, but he could try it out. Also, didn't you learn polymorph after transplanting the skin of a soft metamorphosis worm? Tree spirit asked. You can use polymorph now, but do you know how it works? I don't know, but I can learn. Will you learn it now? Tree spirit raised an eyebrow. Angor didn't answer. He wouldn't learn polymorph for now because it was too complicated. It would take him years or even decades to learn. I won't learn it now, but I'll learn it in the future. Angor was sure about this. Good. You can figure out what you don't understand now when you're strong enough. Tree spirit blinked. That's more or less the same, right? That's why I'm glad you can use it. I'll study it when I'm strong enough. Tree spirit's words sounded reasonable, but Angor didn't see it coming at all. He didn't know how polymorph worked, but there were people who knew about it. He could learn it as long as he had time. But where could he learn the green runes from scratch? The nightmare realm? He didn't want to tell tree spirit everything about the green pattern system, so he sighed and dropped the topic. Tree spirit was glad that Angor stopped talking. He wanted Angor to heal these people as soon as possible. Under tree spirit's urging gaze, Angor finally turned his attention to the cocoon above his head. From tree spirit's explanation, Angor learned that the vine cocoon was a cage created by tree spirit to prevent people from entering the pool of life. The cocoons were sturdy enough that Angor couldn't break them. However, they weren't completely sealed. There were gaps between the vines, so Angor could still use his green runes. After making sure everything was safe, Angor spoke to tree spirit. I'll start then. Tree spirit nodded quickly and looked at Angor expectantly. First, he looked at the 6 cocoons closest to the pool of life. They were all wizards who had lost their minds. As for the other cocoons of vines, they were sorcerer apprentices. Angor looked at the cocoon closest to him. His body glowed green, and the green runes on his right eye, right hand, and right forearm all emerged. He reached out a finger. The dancing green runes gathered on his fingertip and formed a faint light spot in an elegant manner. The light spot contained the combination structure Angor had been studying for the past few days. With a flick of his finger, the light spot turned into a green beam of light and flew into the first cocoon. Several seconds later, Angor nodded to Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit quickly retrieved the first cocoon. As soon as the cocoon disappeared, the person inside fell to the ground. He had a pale face, a pitch-black wizard robe, and a bone staff. Angor recognized him. It was Lococo's teacher, Nether Whisper Duncan. After escaping from the wooden vines, Duncan's eyes were still red at first, but soon, the redness faded and he regained his clarity. He looked at Tree Spirit and Angor and wanted to say something. But before he could speak, he fainted on the ground. Tree Spirit helped him up and placed a hand on Duncan's forehead. A moment later, Tree Spirit smiled at Angor. He's fine now. His insanity is gone. But his spirit sea is a bit weak. Serves him right. Tree Spirit was happy at first, but he soon realized that Duncan had absorbed a lot of life energy in the past few days. With a grim expression, he tossed Duncan out of the area covered by the life energy. Fortunately, Duncan was a wizard. If he were a normal person, he would have lost an arm or a leg. Go on, Tree Spirit urged. If Duncan could be saved, the others could be saved as well. Angor did not hesitate. The second, the third, and the fourth, very quickly, the last official magus was rescued. Just like Duncan, they all regained consciousness for a few seconds before fainting again due to the damage done to their spirit seas. They looked like they were dead, but as long as they were willing to use their energy, the damage to their spirit seas could be healed eventually. Once the damage was healed, the essence of their life would change. Not only did Tree Spirit not lose anything, but he also gained a lot. With that in mind, Tree Spirit glared at the unconscious wizards with a vicious look. Now that the wizards were saved, it was time to save the apprentices. Before Angor could save the apprentices, a pure white pigeon suddenly flew into the Tree of Eternity from the outside world. Tree Spirit waved a hand and caught the pigeon. He looked at the note on the white pigeon and frowned slightly. Go save them, Angor. I'll be back in a few minutes. With that, Tree Spirit disappeared with the pigeon in his hand. 2 seconds later, Tree Spirit reappeared and spoke to Angor. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Throw those people outside the circle. You can take advantage of them when they're sick, but don't let them get away when they're cured. With that, Tree Spirit disappeared again. He stood there and thought for a moment. The white pigeon was not a stranger to him. It was an illusion from the path of mana absorption, which was also the symbol of a magic node in the mirror world. Having a pigeon meant entering the core area of Brood Cavern and building one's own territory. Angor also had one, which he left on Phantom Island for now. White pigeons could also be used to send messages. Tree Spirit must have received some kind of message and left. Looking at Tree Spirit's frown, did something happen in the outside world? Angor did not think too much about it. Even if something did happen, it should not be a big deal. Otherwise, Tree Spirit would not have the time to tell Angor to throw the people outside the circle. With that in mind, Angor ignored the outside world and continued saving the crazy patients hanging in the air. Tree Spirit was still nowhere to be seen even after all the apprentices were healed. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to leave. Instead, he sat beside the pool and meditated. It was a rare chance for him to come to the pool of life, so he had to stay longer. He also felt a little tired after using so many green runes. With the help of the pure life energy, he could recover faster. Toby and Dankros did not stay idle either. Toby flew above the pool of life and transformed into a giant griffin. Every time it flapped its wings, a large amount of life energy would enter its body. Dankros did not do that. Like Angor, Dankros only breathed in the life energy quietly. Even so, Dankros still felt a little bloated. Angor was meditating, but he still noticed what Toby and Dankros were doing. He did not stop them though. Tree Spirit must have noticed that Dankros was secretly absorbing life energy from him. Since Tree Spirit did not say anything about it, it meant that Tree Spirit did not deny it. As for Toby, Angor felt that Toby's act of absorbing life energy was a little excessive, but it was not so bad compared to the wizards who were stuck in the cocoons for several days. Tree Spirit was not here anyway. Angor could tell Toby to change back before Tree Spirit came back. Even if Tree Spirit noticed, Tree Spirit would just turn a blind eye to it. With that in mind, Angor left the two creatures alone and continued meditating. About an hour later, Tree Spirit finally came back. It was Tree Spirit's aura that came first. Tree Spirit did not show up immediately. Tree Spirit was trying to tell Angor that he was back and that he could stop his little tricks now. Angor was smart enough to end his fruitful meditation. At the same time, he called Dankros to stop as well. Dankros did not respond. Angor looked back and saw that Dankros had fallen off his shoulder and landed on the wooden floor beside the pool of life with its eyes closed. Angor's heart skipped a beat. Was life energy not beneficial to a fire element spirit? After all, life energy was more suitable for living creatures or wood elementals. For a fire elemental spirit, would it not be a good medicine, but a poison instead? He quickly picked up Dankros from the ground. Upon closer inspection, Angor noticed that Dankros was sleeping soundly. Dankros was perfectly fine. Moreover, the skin on Dankros' palm was glowing, and the flames in his body were circulating normally. In fact, they were even more active than before, and there were no signs of anything amiss. Angor sighed in relief. If something happened to Dankros here, he would not know how to explain it to Wise Magoo. Moreover, he was still thinking about Dankros' underling, Kurokro. Without Dankros' help, how could he defeat Kurokro? He carefully put Dankros back into his bracelet and thought about Toby. Before he could call Toby, he heard footsteps coming from behind. Tree Spirit had returned. He was about to greet Tree Spirit when Tree Spirit suddenly held in pain. Tree Spirit quickly rushed to Angor's side and knelt down beside the pool of life. My pool of life. My pool of life. What's going on? What's going on? Tree Spirit murmured. Tree Spirit looked at Angor with a gloomy gaze. Angor looked at the pool of life in front of him. It looked exactly the same as before, but for some reason, there were bubbles rising from the center of the pool of life. As he looked at the bubbles, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Toby? Where's Toby? Wasn't Toby circling above the pool of life as a griffin? Where's Toby now? When Angor called Toby's name in his mind, Toby also heard Angor's call and slowly revealed itself. However, Angor's eyes widened when he saw Toby's appearance. This was because a gigantic snake head that glowed with a dim light was slowly raising its head from the center of the pool of life. Toby, Toby, Toby. Angor was stuttering. Toby tilted its head and gave Angor a puzzled look. Why did you turn into a serpentine bird? Weren't you fine as a griffin? Why did you go and play in the water? Play, in the water? A cold voice came from beside Angor. Angor sneaked a glance at Tree Spirit and saw Tree Spirit glaring at him. Angor shivered and quickly said, Toby, you're so naughty. How could you go to the pool of life without Mr. Tree Spirit's permission? Come here and apologize to Mr. Tree Spirit. With that, he took a step back. He planned to open the illusory door as soon as Tree Spirit got angry. Then, he would use the bracelet's ability to reduce his presence and run. As for Toby, good luck. I don't think Tree Spirit will kill Toby. At most, he'll punish Toby a little. I'll come back and get you when Tree Spirit calms down. Toby didn't know what Angor was thinking, but it still flew into the air and shook its body. Rich life energy flowed out from its body. Some water droplets fell on Angor's body, and Angor immediately felt the life energy inside him begging for more. Angor could tell that the water in the pool of life was completely different from the life energy released by it. Angor's mood became even more complicated. He thought Tree Spirit would punish Toby at most. But after seeing the level of the water, Angor believed that Tree Spirit's anger wouldn't go away even if Toby died. Toby didn't turn back into a seagull after coming out of the pool of life. Instead, he remained in his serpentine bird form. His streamlined body was elegant and graceful. Angor was about to tell Toby to come back, but he suddenly froze when he saw Toby's reaction. Your serpentine bird form is fine? Angor was surprised. Toby's serpentine bird form wasn't born naturally. Toby encountered an abyss serpent and got infected by the Pilgrim of Misfortune's aura, which resulted in some unknown chemical reaction. Because of this, Toby's serpentine bird form still had a lot of side effects even after it was healed. For example, when Toby turned into the snake bird form, the dampness, darkness, and negative emotions were so intense that they could almost turn into a dark cloud. Even Toby himself would be affected by them and could barely be used in a real battle. But now, the serpentine bird form was still releasing negative emotions, but it was more like the serpentine bird's ability. After all, Toby's current form was called Serpentine Bird of Jealousy. This form allowed Toby to become a true master of emotional manipulation, especially when it came to provoking jealousy. Therefore, the faint negative emotions that it emitted were caused by its own ability. SSSS, chirp, the serpentine bird made a strange noise. It was a language unique to serpentine birds, but Angor already knew what Toby was trying to say. As Angor expected, Toby was telling Angor that he had improved his control over his serpentine bird form. Toby couldn't use it for a long time, but it wouldn't affect his mind if he used it once in a while. And it was the water from the pool of life that caused all this. Angor was happy for Toby. Getting rid of such a problem would be good for Toby's future development. However, he couldn't feel happy when he saw Tree Spirit's cold glare. What were you talking about? Tree Spirit asked in a low voice. Angor cleared his throat and briefly told Tree Spirit about how Toby's problem was temporarily cured. Before Tree Spirit could say anything, Angor quickly said, "Thank you for your help, Mr. Tree Spirit." Otherwise, Toby's serpentine bird form would have taken a long time to get rid of it. While speaking, Angor signaled Toby to come over and thank Tree Spirit. Toby was confused at first, but when he sensed the subtle energy between Angor and Tree Spirit, he realized something. The giant serpentine bird turned back into a small seabird and landed on Angor's shoulder. Together with Angor, it bowed to Tree Spirit and said, "Chirp chirp chirp." Angor quickly translated for Toby, "Mr. Tree Spirit, Toby is also thanking you." Tree Spirit looked at Angor and Toby. Of course, he didn't know that these two assholes were trying to put him on a high pedestal. Tree Spirit looked at the thinner layer of water in the pool of life and felt frustrated. He didn't reply to Angor's question because he wanted to give Angor some preferential treatment. But Toby gave him a surprise instead. The small layer. of water in the pool of life contained at least hundreds of years of accumulation. Toby's act was more exhausting than all the other crazy patients combined. Tree Spirit clenched his fists and tried to calm himself down. However, he couldn't help but keep glancing at Angor and Toby. He couldn't do anything to Angor. Brute Cavern had the entire Brute Cavern backing him up. Besides, the Dream Wasteland helped Tree Spirit a lot by reducing Leona's desire for the pool of life. Toby, on the other hand, was a different story. Tree Spirit glared at Toby, and Toby felt a chill down his spine. When both Angor and Toby thought Tree Spirit was going to lose his temper, Tree Spirit suddenly calmed down and looked at the apprentices who were just saved. Yes, they're all healed. Tree Spirit nodded. Let's send them away then. As Tree Spirit spoke, he snapped his fingers, and all the former patients were swallowed by the surrounding wooden walls. When they woke up again, they were already outside the Tree of Eternity. There was no need for words. Angor watched as Tree Spirit released the patients, leaving only the two of them and a shivering Toby in the room. Angor knew that retribution was coming soon. Mr. Tree Spirit, I don't think Toby did it on purpose. Like you said, it was his instinct. The serpentine bird form drove Toby to enter the pool of life. I'm sure it didn't do it on purpose. Tweet. Toby nodded. Angor wasn't telling the truth, but it had to be the truth. Tree Spirit smiled at Angor's excuse. What are you worried about? I'm not blaming you. I asked you to stay because I have something to tell you. For some reason, Angor didn't feel any warmth from Tree Spirit's bright smile. Instead, he felt that Tree Spirit was up to something. What is it, Mr. Tree Spirit? Angor hesitated. Tree Spirit was still smiling. It's nothing important. As you can see, I went out for a while. Rain was looking for me. Tree Spirit paused for a moment. You saw Essos, right? Angor nodded. Yes, Mr. Essos at the Astral Pool ruin. Now, Aesop was still in the vicinity of the Star Pool ruins, repairing the wall of light barrier. Aesop and Rhine have actually known each other for many years. They've been good friends for many years. That's why Rhine was able to call Aesop over immediately when something happened in the ruins. Tree Spirit said, however, friends are just friends. Aesop still has to pay the price for repairing the wall of light. Rhine had originally prepared something for Aesop, but Aesop rejected it. He said that there's another reason why he's here to help. He wants to borrow an alchemist from Brute Cavern to help his student make something. Angor finally understood what Tree Spirit was trying to say. Is Mr. Rain going to ask me to do it? Tree Spirit shook his head. Mr. Rain only asked me to post the quest in the questing hall and see which alchemist is willing to accept it. I've already posted the quest and told Leona about it, but she wasn't interested. Tree Spirit looked at Angor with a smile. There weren't many alchemy apprentices in Brute Cavern in the past. But now, there were quite a lot of them, especially after Angor became a member of the research department. However, those alchemists weren't even 1/10 as good as Prom. How could they send them to help Essos? Sending these alchemy apprentices would only bring shame to Brute Cavern. Brute Cavern only had Angor and Leona as their alchemists. It was normal that Leona did not want to leave because she was busy with her tea party. Angor was the only one left. If Tree Spirit asked Angor before, Angor's choice would probably be to go or not. But now, Tree Spirit was looking at Angor with a big smile while glancing at the pool of life not far from them. Angor didn't dare to refuse. He said softly, the tidal realm, don't worry about it. Rain will wait for you to come back. Besides, with your alchemy skills, it shouldn't take too long, Tree Spirit said calmly. May I know what Mr. Essos' disciple is trying to make? Tree Spirit shrugged. I don't know either. Rhine has also asked, but Aesop doesn't know much either. The blueprint is in the hands of his disciple, and the source of the blueprint is mysterious. According to Aesop's inspection, he found that there seems to be some special mechanism in it. Special mechanism? What mechanism? Tree Spirit shook his head. I don't know. But Essos didn't show it himself. I think the blueprint will self-destruct after it's opened. Anyway, just in case, I'd like to find a suitable alchemist before opening it. Tree Spirit saw Angor frowning as if he was doubting the blueprint's mechanism. Don't worry, The blueprint isn't dangerous. Its special mechanism comes from the runes engraved on it. But those are alchemy runes. Isos might be an expert in alchemy, but he only saw a part of it. He's sure that it's not offensive, so it's not dangerous. If that was the case, Mr. Rain wouldn't have told Tree Spirit to accept the mission. Tree Spirit paused and continued, by the way, there's a reward for this quest. It's from Iso's disciple. Angor might be curious if it was from Iso's. But what kind of reward could Iso's disciple give? Angor wasn't looking forward to it at all. Tree Spirit noticed Angor's disdain and smiled. The reward might not be useful to you. I heard it's a handwritten note from Iso's disciple days. A handwritten note from Iso's disciple days? Angor was surprised. Tree Spirit nodded. Iso's disciple didn't learn Iso's runes, but he's a rare space apprentice. Therefore, Aesop had given him his personal letter containing his understanding of the space element when he was an apprentice. Now, the reward is this handwritten note. At this point, Tree Spirit sighed. If only Aesop had given you the Mageweth Cultivation Manual as a reward. That should be very useful to you. Do you want me to ask for you? Angor's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard about Iso's disciple days. He did get a lot of space knowledge from Dalmatian, but it was all too theoretical. If he could have the guidance of a space wizard, he would become even more powerful. And Iso's handwritten note was such an opportunity. Angor quickly said, "Don't bother, Mr. Isos. I have my own runes. I don't need a handwritten note. Just this handwritten letter will do." Tree Spirit smiled. So, you've decided to accept the quest? Angor nodded quickly. He was forced to accept the quest because of the pool of life. But now, he was more than willing to accept it out of his own will. Tree Spirit said, "Since you've accepted, I'll help you. I'll send you the details later. You can leave today or tomorrow." Angor nodded. "Oh, right," Tree Spirit said, "you can go alone this time." Angor looked at Tree Spirit in confusion. He was always alone. Why did Tree Spirit ask him to go alone? Tree Spirit said, "I mean, Toby won't go with you." Angor looked at Tree Spirit's grinning face and Toby's angry face. "Why did you keep Toby here, sir?" he whispered to Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit chuckled. "It's like this. As you know, Greya just recovered from a serious illness. She needs someone to accompany her. I just contacted her, and she said she wants Toby to go with her." Tree Spirit waved a hand, and an image appeared in front of Angor's eyes. Greya was sitting in front of a table, talking to Butler Good. She sensed someone looking at her and turned around. "Oh, it's you, Angor. Mr. Tree Spirit already told you that you're leaving for a mission. You can go alone this time. Toby will stay here with me." Greya winked. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of Toby. By the way, I already know that you saved me. As for the thanks, I'll tell you in person when you come back. I still have other things to tell you. Bye." With that, the image disappeared. Tree Spirit looked at Angor again. "See?" Greya asked Toby to stay here. Angor stared at Tree Spirit for a while. He believed that Greya was real. But Tree Spirit must be the one who asked Toby to stay. Tree Spirit didn't want to let Toby go so easily. Still, judging from Greya's signal, Tree Spirit wouldn't punish Toby too much with Greya's protection. Angor nodded. "All right. I'll take Toby to Greya later." Toby shrieked in protest when he heard Tree Spirit trying to separate him from Angor. Toby was not stupid. He could tell that Tree Spirit was trying to take revenge. However, Toby calmed down a little when he heard that Angor was going to deliver him to Greya personally. Greya was Toby's family, and he believed that Greya would never allow him to be tortured by Tree Spirit. Toby was so confident that he forgot that Greya and Angor had been playing the good cop role recently, and Greya was the bad cop role. After chatting with Tree Spirit for a while, Angor prepared to leave and go to Phantom Island to deliver Toby to Greya. But before he left, he suddenly remembered something. "Mr. Tree Spirit, do you know what's going on with Dangros?" Angor took out Dangros from his bracelet. Nothing seemed wrong with the bird. The fire inside him was still active, but it was somehow dormant. Tree Spirit glanced at the bird and grumbled, he absorbed too much life energy and is now digesting it. After a short pause, Tree Spirit narrowed his eyes and said, your 2 little followers have gained quite a lot this time. It's a pity that my pool of life was wasted like this. Angor noticed that Tree Spirit was not in a good mood, so he quickly said, I won't ask for compensation from the patients. Just take it as an apology, Mr. Tree Spirit. I'll take them away now. I promise I won't come back anytime soon. Anytime soon? What do you mean? You're going to bring them back again? Angor did not answer. He quickly ran up the spiral staircase. The pool of life was obviously very helpful to Toby and Dangros. How could they not come back? But even if they wanted to, they would have to wait until Tree Spirit calmed down. Tree Spirit sighed helplessly as he watched Angor running away. He left Angor alone beside the pool of life so that he could train the boy. But it turned out that the biggest winner was his 2 followers. Tree Spirit turned around and looked at the pool of life that was still glowing faintly. He waved his hand lightly. Splash! The water rippled, and in a short period of time, the thinning pool actually rose back up. Sigh, I've spent another 500 years of savings, Tree Spirit said with a pale face. 500 years of accumulation, not 500 years of cultivation. To you, this is just a little bit less life force. With your tens of thousands of years of life savings, this is nothing. A deep voice sounded from behind Tree Spirit. Tree Spirit turned around and saw a pure white pigeon flying into the space and stopping on a wooden pillar. When the pure white pigeon landed, it transformed into a tall, slender, and elegant figure, Rhine. Since you don't think it's a big deal, why don't you compensate me? As Angor said, the reward for saving the patients will be given to you. There are a few hidden tycoons among them. It's enough to make up for your loss. Tree Spirit frowned. Those wizards can only give us some insignificant magic materials. Wizards like Duncan are poor. As a summoner, he can only summon skeletons. Duncan specializes in summoning skeletons, said Rhine. Then do you think Duncan is poor or not? Rhine didn't say anything. He didn't know about other wizards, but he knew Duncan well. Summoning sorcerers were one of the most expensive professions. Every time they summoned, they would either use their own blood or all sorts of expensive casting materials. Although their combat power was strong, the money spent was like water flowing out of a river. As a result, many summoning adepts were forced to become dark adepts. They had to resort to blood sacrifices to summon their enemies. In the end, they were hunted by the various major adept organizations. Don't mention Duncan. Pay attention to Bodega, said Rhine. Among the 6 wizards he saved, one of them was a wizard he didn't know, Bodega, who was mentioned by Rain just now. Blood medium Bodega? The rumors about him are true, said Tree Spirit. Bodega wasn't a well-known figure in Brute Cavern. However, he was supported by an ancient family, the Lips family. The Lips family was a vassal family of Brute Cavern, which had produced many famous wizards. The most famous of them all was Rhine's teacher, Touch of Nature Aldrich, who was also the previous leader of Brute Cavern. There was also a rumor about Bodega, which claimed that he passed the internal test of the Lips family and entered Aldrich's treasure vault. If this rumor was true, then perhaps Bodega really did have a valuable treasure that could be excavated. As Tree Spirit's mind raced, he began to think about how to deal with Bodega. Angor agreed, right? Asked Rhine. Tree Spirit said, you sent in Phantom here just to ask this? Didn't you hear? Rhine looked at him without saying anything. Tree Spirit sighed and nodded. He agreed. Rhine sighed in relief. Good. Tell him to leave as soon as possible. Preferably today. Tree Spirit frowned. Why are they in such a hurry? It's Dodoro's prophecy. When they arrived, the entire highland was covered in snow. I think it'll be within the next 2 days. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can avoid those people. We'll kill all of them if they come. Angor doesn't need to leave. Rhine shook his head. It's easy to kill them. But what if they use something like what they used on Mayor Rosen again? The best way is to make sure they can't find Angor. Tree Spirit considered and agreed. Those lunatics were not afraid of death, and they had that terrifying arrow that could pierce through space. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. To avoid such a situation, it was better to stay away from them for now. It just so happened that Aesop mentioned an alchemy mission, which could be assigned to Angor. I've already notified Mayor Rosen and the Supreme Church. As long as the germinal organization shows up even a little bit, we'll be able to locate them. No matter where they hide, even if they're in the endless void, we can destroy them. At the very least, they won't dare to invade the southern wizardry region again for the time being. Ryan said with great confidence. Let's hope we can keep them under control. Tree Spirit didn't expect too much. According to Quolo's chronicles, the germinal organization's followers couldn't be completely eliminated even in the origin world. Therefore, they could only try their best to keep the germinal organization under control. Once they did, more germinal organization followers would come to help them. As for the germinal believers that came later, they might not only be at the level of ordinary apprentices or sorcerers. There might also be germinal believers above the legendary level. Therefore, in order to suppress them and chase them away without completely wiping them out, they had to be precise. Their ultimate goal was to make the germinal organization fear the southern wizardry region or prevent them from invading for the time being. As for whether Angor would be harmed if he stayed behind, he didn't really care. Angor did not need to worry too much about this. Once the major organizations made their moves, the followers of germinal organization would naturally shift their attention away from Angor, who was just a pawn. This was the best way to protect Angor. However, this was all for later. Angor was still a target of their investigation. Besides, they already sent people to Brute Cavern, so it was better for Angor to leave for now. Angor didn't know about Ryan's good intentions. If he did, he would probably feel even more grateful and leave for Tide Realm right away. He didn't want to deal with those lunatics who would open a portal to the germinal organization and drag people into their so-called divine realms. The germinal organization was an uncontrollable disorder. Angor would cry his heart out if he were to be affected by it. Meanwhile, Angor was leaving Phantom Island. Greya and Toby were following behind him, ready to give him a ride. You heard what I told Mr. Tree Spirit just now, Greya said as she nibbled on her left hand. Angor had no choice but to look away. I heard it. You saved me from my madness. I'll remember this favor. Greya shrugged. But I already owe you so much that I can't stop bothering you. It doesn't matter if I owe you one more or one less. You're quite open-minded. Angor thought to himself. Are you trying to be a deadbeat? It's not that I'm open-minded. We're already on the same boat. It doesn't matter anymore. As long as you need my help, I'll help you without any hesitation or bottom line. I never do anything without a bottom line. I'm just saying. Besides, I'm just setting the stage. I'm just saying that I already owe you so much. It doesn't matter if I owe you one more. Angor looked at Greya in confusion. What are you going to do? Greya didn't answer. Instead, she handed her left hand to Angor in a mysterious manner. Take a bite. Take a bite. Angor quickly backed away. Greya's left hand was now a white bread stick, which was changed by Devosia during the fight. When he saw Greya before, she kept nibbling at him. Angor almost felt his stomach churning when he saw her. Although my left hand has turned into bread, it's still your hand. How can you bear to eat it? And share it with others? It's really good. Toby, if you don't believe me. Toby chirped and jumped down from Greya's shoulder. It began to devour the bread in no time and finished half of it in a matter of seconds. Greya quickly stopped him. That's enough. You'll need a whole day to recover if you keep eating. I haven't even started my research yet. I can't wait that long. Yes, Greya's bread hand could recover. It would automatically recover after a while, and Greya would only need to use her own blood to recover. In other words, as long as Greya had enough blood, the bread hand would never run out. Toby, tell Angor. Is it good? Toby nodded at Angor and chirped while waving his wings to let Angor enjoy the food. Angor shook his head again. He couldn't accept it. It was his own body after all. Are there any side effects to eating it? Don't worry, there are no side effects. There are benefits too. Otherwise, Toby wouldn't be enjoying it so much. What benefits? Try it and you'll know. Greya showed Angor her hand. The soft bread hand emitted a rich aroma. There was also a hint of orange in it. It looked like a sandwich with an orange center. Angor swallowed his saliva. He was really hungry now. But in the end, he still rejected Greya's offer with righteous words. He really didn't want to eat another person's hand. Besides, Devosia's ability might be dangerous. He didn't know yet, but it didn't mean it didn't exist. It's fine if you don't want it, Greya said. But I need you to do me a favor. What is it? Greya was about to speak when a figure suddenly appeared above Phantom Island. The figure slowly descended, but it did not trigger the restriction of Phantom Island. That was because it was the tree spirit. The three ancestor souls of Brute Cavern could travel freely in the mirror world unless they were blocked by special magic arrays. Mr. Tree Spirit, why are you here? Angor asked. Tree Spirit handed Angor an oiled paper letter. Aesop wrote this himself. Give it to his disciple, and he'll understand it. As for his disciple's location, it's marked on the envelope. You can find it yourself later. Oh right, there's one more thing. Aesop said that his disciple isn't someone who can stay idle and often travels without warning. He might still be at the address now. If you're late, he might have left. So, you'd better prepare to leave now. That urgent? Angor frowned. Tree Spirit said, I'm not in a hurry. You can rest for a few days and take a gamble. Of course, Angor wasn't in the mood to gamble. Alright, I'll leave the mirror world in a bit, go tell Regina about it, and then head over. Do you think Mushroom Witch will have time for you when she's busy with her research? The mission won't take too long. She won't even come out by the time you're done. Alright, don't worry about what's going on over there. My clone is over there. Angor considered and agreed. Alright, I'll go now. While speaking, Angor checked the letter again to confirm the current address of Aesop's disciple. Larksum Duchy, Sandworm Market. Loxum Principality? Angor tried to recall the geography of Fey Continent. It's in a completely different direction from Vinspears. Who told you that just because Aesop settled in Vine's Piers, his disciples had to stay there as well? Tree Spirit continued, if you're really in Vinspears, it'll take you at least a month to travel back and forth without using a plain passageway. But Loxum Principality is right next to Goman Kingdom. You can still go to Tidal Realm with Rain when you get back. Angor nodded. Loxum Principality wasn't too far away. He could probably travel there by gondola in a week. And with the help of Spirit Booster, he could save at least 2 days. Anything else? Tree Spirit asked. No. Angor shook his head. Then get ready to go, Tree Spirit said, and his figure slowly disappeared. Angor put away the envelope and looked at Greya. What did you want me to help you with? It's not a big deal. I just hope you can introduce me to someone. Greya heard Angor's question while feeding Toby a piece of white bread. Referral? Angor was confused. Referral? Who? Greya opened her mouth to speak, but she thought of something and swallowed her words. I'll tell you after you finish your mission. So mysterious? Not really. I just need a more complete plan. Angor gave Greya a doubtful look. She was just a referral. Why did she need a plan? Angor didn't think too much about it and continued walking away from Phantom Island. Greya was about to go back, but she didn't want to leave Angor, so she decided to accompany Angor for a while longer. On their way, Greya asked, Mr. Tree Spirit told me that you're going to Tidal Realm with Mr. Rain. What's that place? You'll know soon enough, Angor replied. Perhaps Greya thought it was a secret of Brute Cavern, so she didn't ask further. It sounds like a new world. Are there any special ingredients? I've never seen some of those plants before. Maybe I can find something to eat. Greya's eyes glowed. She was just joking, and it turned out to be an undiscovered world. Her interest was aroused at the mention of the new world. For the rest of their journey, Greya kept bothering Angor. She wasn't trying to find out the location of the new world. She just wanted to know more about the unknown plants. He had no choice but to use illusions to summon strange animals and plants he saw in the tidal realm. As expected of a gourmet wizard, Greya could tell whether these plants were edible or not at first glance. At least 30% to 40% of them were creatures Greya had never seen before. This made her even more interested in the tidal realm. However, Greya had no choice but to trust him. Perhaps the coordinates of the tidal plane would be made public in the near future. When they reached the edge of Phantom Island, Greya dragged Toby away and said goodbye to Angor, who still didn't want to leave. Angor also took out his gondola and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to take off, he noticed a naked man on the ship. "Mr. Tree Spirit, do you have something to tell me?" It was Tree Spirit. The man was sitting on the edge of the boat with his legs crossed. Luckily, his private parts were covered by leaves, or he would have gone blind. "Nothing. I just wanted to inform you that I'll be staying at Phantom Island for a while. You should talk to my professor about that. I just asked Sunders about it online. He said you'll be in charge of Phantom Island when he's not around. That's why I'm here to say hello." Angor gave Tree Spirit a meaningful glance. Tree Spirit decided to stay at Phantom Island for a long time just to get back at Toby. Angor couldn't refuse. Toby did create trouble for Angor. If Tree Spirit and Angor were in each other's shoes, Angor would feel bad too. "Mr. Tree Spirit, you're more than welcome to stay at Phantom Island. Butler Good will take care of everything for you. Phantom Island is my professor's territory after all. I hope you won't make a big fuss about it. I can't explain it to my professor." Tree Spirit smiled. "Don't worry. I'll fix Phantom Island. You have to trust in Nature Spirit's ability to repair the land." Angor didn't know what to say. Tree Spirit followed suit. Angor had no choice but to point it out. "Sir, if you want to punish Toby, please go easy on him." Tree Spirit's eyes turned into crescents. "Why would I punish Toby? I just discussed it with Greya. Toby is your helper, and it won't do if he's too weak. So, I'll use the next few days to train Toby with Greya." Tree Spirit patted Angor's shoulder. "Don't worry. When you come back, I'll make sure you get another Toby." Another Toby. Angor had a feeling that Tree Spirit was speaking through gritted teeth. After making sure Toby's safety was guaranteed, Angor forced a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Tree Spirit." Tree Spirit smiled. "It's no trouble at all. This is the first time I've felt so motivated in the past 500 years. Tree Spirit's smile sent chills down Angor's spine. "Go ahead, Mr. Tree Spirit." I'll be going now. The Loxum Dukedom is quite far." "Yes, quite far." Angor was about to activate his gondola. Tree Spirit waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell you." Angor looked at Tree Spirit. "You'll pass by Goman Kingdom on your way to Loxum. There's an apprentice in the questing hall who accepted a mission to White Clam Sea, but he can't teleport there. Since you're going the same way, can you send him there? Just stop at Goman Kingdom. He'll have other ways to get to White Clam Sea from there," Tree Spirit said. Angor considered. It wasn't a big deal, so he agreed. Tree Spirit said, "All right, I'll inform him now. Just wait for him outside the Heavenly Moat." With that, Tree Spirit leaped from the gondola to Phantom Island, which was right next to it. He looked at the lush Phantom Island with a sinister smile on his face. Step by step, he walked into the depths of the island. Angor prayed for Toby's safety. "It's not that I don't have morals, but I can't win against Tree Spirit's fists." To avoid seeing Toby being tortured, Angor summoned the Velvet Spirit. "Full speed ahead. Leave the mirror world as fast as possible. Parmajai Highlands, beside the moat." Angor leaned against his gondola and waited for the apprentice Tree Spirit mentioned. Out of boredom, he took out Dangros from his bracelet. Dangros hadn't woken up since he fell asleep in the pool of life. When Angor took it out, Dangros didn't react at all. But it was still in good condition. The fire cycle inside its body was still active. According to Tree Spirit, it was still digesting the life energy. He wondered if Dangros would become mature after digesting it. Probably not. According to the growth pattern of elemental fairies, Dangros was still a baby. It couldn't mature overnight, But it should grow a bit after absorbing so much life energy. As he thought about it, he noticed that Dangro's severed wrist was growing longer. Was it an illusion? Angor tried to recall where Dangro's severed wrist used to be and compared it with the current one. It really did grow by 1 or 2 centimeters. Angor's eyes brightened up. Would Dangro's severed arm grow back into a whole arm? Or would it become a humanoid flame? This kind of growth pattern was quite interesting. Angor played with Dangros for a while longer. When he didn't see any signs of waking up, he put the arm back into his bracelet. Finally, something came from the bottom of the moat. A figure riding on a broomstick slowly flew up from below. The man seemed to have seen Gondola as well, and he tried his best to control the broom to fly toward Gondola. However, her control over the flying broomstick was terrible. She must have used up all of her luck just to fly up from the bottom of the moat. As she flew toward the gondola, a gust of cold wind with snowflakes in it blew her off her feet. He hung upside down and fell from the sky. Angor put a hand on his forehead. Fetch her, Velen. The figure that almost fell to the ground was enveloped by a gentle wind. Then, this invisible wind brought him to Gondola. She was about to hide her embarrassment and pretend to be an ostrich when she suddenly remembered something. But suddenly, she thought of something. Ah, my broom. Flying brooms were standard flying vehicles in Brute Cavern, but they still cost money. For an apprentice, they were quite expensive. Angor sighed and asked Su Ling to grab the flying broom as well and toss it to the apprentice on the other side. The young apprentice held her beloved broomstick and lowered her head with blushing cheeks. Thank you, sir. Angor gave the apprentice a helpless glance. You don't need to thank me. Did Mr. Tree Spirit send you to White Clam City? The young apprentice nodded quickly. Yes. Thank you for taking me with you, sir. If not for you, I would have had to take Darkaville Empire's underground train. It would have taken me more than a month to reach White Clam City. Angor nodded. Since he already knew who the newcomer was, he didn't need to stay any longer. He tapped Velen's shoulder, and the spirit nodded and started moving with Gondola. Speaking of which, Angor rarely used Gondola since he got Velvet Spirit. Velvet Spirit's sense of direction and speed were much better than Angor's, which made it a great helper for traveling. The gondola flew in the sky for dozens of minutes before it passed through the snow and entered a clear sky. They had arrived at the border of Yali Duchy. Angor glanced at the young apprentice, who was still holding the broom tightly with his head lowered. He seemed to be very nervous. This was normal. But what attracted Angor's attention was not the girl's nervousness. It was the familiar doll in the basket she was carrying. Abel, don't you have a tricolored deer? Why did you buy this broomstick? Angor considered and asked in a gentler tone. The young apprentice looked up in surprise. You remember me, sir? Angor nodded with a smile. Of course. When I first came to Brute Cavern, you were the one who showed us everything about the mirror world. The young apprentice, or Abel, scratched her hair shyly. Sir, you're so fast. You've always been our role model. Ahem. We all admire you, sir. It's just that you rarely show up in Brute Cavern, so I thought you've forgotten about me. I embarrassed myself in front of you last time, and now I'm embarrassed again. The first time Abel met Angor was when she accepted a newbie introduction quest. She rode a tricolored deer to Brute Cavern, but she fell on her face when dismounting. Luckily, she was only receiving new talents, so no one laughed at her. They only thought that she was a weirdo. Angor only smiled. If he continued this topic, Abel would feel even more embarrassed, so he decided not to talk about it. Abel said, Sir, you're asking about the tricolor deer. Alas, my tricolor deer was my first summoned creature. Everyone said it was useless, but I really liked it. I spent a lot of resources on it, and it finally grew a pair of rainbow antlers, which made it much stronger than before. Doesn't that mean you're going to make a comeback? Abel frowned. I was dreaming about it too. But then, one of my best friends went to explore a ruin and borrowed the deer from me. But when she came back, not only were the antlers gone, but 2 of its legs were also broken. I had no choice but to release it back to its original world. I'll summon it again when it recovers. Without the tricolor deer, I'll have to buy a flying broom. I see. So you're talking about Guena? Angor nodded. How did you know, sir? Abel looked surprised. I saw you carrying Guena on your back with that basket on your back, Angor explained. Abel looked at the basket on her back with pity on her face. Guena has always been a poor girl. Not only was she abused by her family, but she was also sold to an ugly noble. In the end, her limbs were chopped off by that sick noble. Fortunately, she met a guide who saved her and gave her a new life. She was kind and considerate. I sympathized with her, so I became her best friend. Abel's tone was relaxed when talking about Guena. Obviously, she liked the girl a lot. Angor raised an eyebrow. Is that what Guena told you? Abel nodded. Yes. What's wrong? Angor scoffed in his mind. Everything was wrong. Guena wasn't as innocent as Abel had described her to be. Her heart had long been tainted. Angor already believed that Guena had an ulterior motive for hanging out with Abel. Now, after hearing Guena's story and seeing how Abel believed it without a doubt, Angor was sure that Guena had an ulterior motive for befriending Abel. According to Abel, she had lent the evolved tricolor deer to Guena. Guena must have planned to cut off the tricolor deer's rainbow antlers. After all, in the eyes of certain magi, rainbow antlers were quite valuable. Angor noticed Abel's puzzled look. Nothing. Maybe you're too well protected in Brute Cavern. It's time for you to go out and take a look. Abel lowered her head in disappointment. You think so too, mister? Well, Guena said the same thing. That's why I accepted the mission. I'm going to meet Burrow in White Clam Sea and take over the Brute Cavern branch there. Meet Burrow? Take over the White Clam Sea branch? Angor didn't expect Abel to ask for such a thing. He had been to White Clam Sea before, and it was a rather desolate place. People either went there to exile themselves or to retire. But Abel couldn't have experienced anything there. Also, Guena was the one who suggested it. White Clam Sea was far away from Brute Cavern. No one would know if Guena tried something funny there. Now Angor knew what Guena was thinking. Did Guena go? Angor asked. Abel shook her head. She's busy, so she can't come with me. But she did give me a puppet doll she made herself. She said I can take a look at it whenever I miss her. Abel put down her backpack and took out the puppet doll that Angor had been looking at for a while. When the doll was placed on the table, Angor finally got a good look at it. It was a skinny boy who was about 20 centimeters tall. His face was pale, and his cheeks were slightly red as if they were covered in blood. The boy was smiling innocently, but the longer one looked at him, the stranger the smile became. This is the doll Guena gave me, Abel said excitedly. I heard Guena made it in the shape of her little brother, and she always carries it with her. She gave it to me because I'm going on a long journey. Angor didn't say anything and simply stared at the doll. Guena wasn't lying. The doll was indeed her little brother. Angor had met this little brother before. It was Chela, the man who killed Nini for some food and was killed by Nini's mother. The reason why Guena carried the doll with her was that the doll's skin was removed from Chela's body bit by bit. Now, the doll was given to Abel. Guena was definitely up to no good. Yes. Yes. With Speed Spirit's help, it only took Angor one day to travel from Yali Duchy to Goman Kingdom. When they arrived at the border of Goman Kingdom, Abel said, Sir, you can drop me off here. There's a White Thunder Bazaar nearby. There's a short-distance teleportation array that can take you directly to Fast Gap. From there, you can reach White Clam City. The Goman King's men are watching all wizard markets in Goman Kingdom, including White Thunder Bazaar. Be careful when you go there. The bazaars in other kingdoms all had their own set of rules, which allowed them to be safe. But Goman Kingdom's bazaar had a much higher chance of getting into trouble because of Goman King. However, Goman King also wanted to use the bazaar to gather information about the major organizations, so he wouldn't do such a thing unless it was absolutely necessary. Abel should be fine as long as she waited patiently for the teleportation. Abel lowered her head and blushed a little. Thank you for your concern, sir. I'll be careful. The gondola landed in the forest. Abel jumped over the edge of the boat and was about to leave after saying goodbye. Angor suddenly stopped her. Wait. Abel looked at Angor with a puzzled look. Angor considered for a moment and slowly lifted his finger, which glowed faintly. Before Abel could react, the light from Angor's fingertip rushed into her forehead. Abel had long heard that some wizards were temperamental. They killed people as if they were eating or drinking. There was no bottom line to speak of. Was Angor going to kill her? But didn't they get along so well? Abel thought she was going to die. She stood there for a long time, but nothing happened. She touched her forehead. It was smooth and flat. There wasn't a bloody hole like she expected. Her insides were fine too. Then what was that faint light that seeped into his glabella? You look tired, Angor spoke to Abel in a soft voice. I haven't had a good rest for more than 10 days because I was wondering if I should go to White Clam City. Then find some time to rest. Maybe you'll have an interesting dream. Abel asked, Dream? What dream? He didn't answer. Instead, he controlled Gondola to fly into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Abel, on the other hand, stood there in a daze. In the end, she shook her head and walked towards the White Thunder Bazaar. He leaned against the side of Gondola and began to think. Suddenly, a spirit power slowly circled around him. It was Soren's spirit energy. After spending some time with Soren, Angor learned some of Soren's unique language. It used its spiritual power to express that it had sensed an uncomfortable aura from Abel's basket. Almost all elemental creatures were pure elemental creatures. Their radars against pollution were stronger than those of human sorcerers. At least, he didn't think the doll was filthy. He only believed that it was made of human skin and given to Abel for a reason. Don't mind it. That bit of filth is actually very little. In this world, there are things and places that are even filthier than that. Su Ling fell silent and stopped releasing his spiritual power. Instead, he continued to steer Gondola toward their destination. Angor looked at the unchanging scenery around him and wondered what Abel would do next. Of course, the beam of light that entered Abel's forehead was not completely useless. As long as Abel fell asleep, the illusion would turn into a dream. It was the same scene where he met Guina, Bon Man, and her two dead friends, Angor and Chela. This scene, from the beginning to the end, replayed everything that these demonic children had done. Everyone would have a different interpretation of this scene. Some people would think that these children were unforgivable, while others would think that this was the fault of the war and that they were only trying their best to survive. Angor didn't care what others thought. He wanted to know what Abel would do if she saw Guina's true colors. Would she trust Guina as usual? Or did she think that Guina had an ulterior motive for befriending her? As he thought about all the possibilities, his bracelet suddenly gave out a warm sensation. Angor put his thoughts aside and looked inside. When he took a closer look, he realized that Dankros had woken up at some point in time and was controlling the flames to jump around. Luckily, Angor had set up a mist illusion around Dankros. Otherwise, the flames would have melted everything inside the bracelet. Angor quickly let Dankros out of his bracelet to prevent any problems. Dankros' eyes lit up and tried to jump on Angor's body. Angor quickly stopped him. Are you going to make me run around naked? Angor grumbled. Dankros was stunned for a moment. When he looked back at his body, he noticed that there were a few orange-red flames floating near his severed hand. They were like clouds of fire, lingering around his severed hand. What's going on? Dankros was puzzled. I didn't set anything on fire. Also, why do I feel like my head is getting heavier? Your head didn't get heavier. Your broken wrist grew longer. About 5 centimeters. Angor looked at Sunder's arm. Dankros rolled his eyes with all his might, trying to look at his wrist that had grown longer. However, his facial features were on his palm, so it was difficult to see the changes in his wrist. Angor saw that Dankros was struggling, so he simply created a water mirror. Dankros looked around in front of the mirror, sometimes moving closer and sometimes away. What are you doing? Dan Gross, I feel like I'm even more handsome than before. Angor did not know what to say as he listened to the last syllable that echoed in the air. Why did Dankros become so narcissistic after only one day? After he was done being narcissistic, Dankros recalled his initial question. What's going on with me? Why is there a fire cloud around my arm? Yes, I think so. Angor answered lazily. Angor didn't know what exactly happened to Dankros, so he simply repeated what Tree Spirit told him. After hearing Angor's explanation, Dankros was overjoyed. I've grown. Professor Magoo told me that I need to experience the world voice 5 more times before I can continue growing. I didn't think that I would grow up now. I'm so lucky. Angor grumbled, you're not so lucky. You just got lucky because you followed me. Dankros glared at Angor. Think about it. If you didn't follow me, would you have a chance to go to Tree Spirit's pool of life? Would you have a chance to absorb the life energy? So, you got lucky because of me. Dangros thought about it carefully with his small mind, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. He didn't expect to get lucky by following Angor. If he could keep following Angor, would he grow into a powerful elemental creature like Calamonkeys? Dankros felt happy just thinking about it. While Dankros was daydreaming, Angor took out a piece of mithril and antique platinum and baked it in Dankros' fire cloud. In less than 5 seconds, the antique platinum began to melt. 10 seconds later, the mithril turned into a pool of shiny silver liquid. Angor raised an eyebrow in surprise. Dankros' fire was hotter than before after his evolution. At this rate, he should be able to melt wizard-level materials as well. It was just a matter of time. Good, good. It'll be better if you can control the fire as you wish. Dankros, your job now is to control the fire cloud around you so that you can control it as you wish. Dankros noticed Angor's behavior and complained, you're just greedy for my fire. Angor didn't deny it. You just got something good from following me, and now you want to go against me? Dankros turned his head away proudly. Angor continued, besides, if you don't control the fire as you wish, do you think I'll let you take over my body? I don't want my clothes to be ruined by your fire. Dankros thought about it and agreed. Angor was his mount. It wouldn't be good if his clothes got burned. With that in mind, Dankros began to control the fire cloud around him. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the sake of aesthetics. Angor leaned against the side of the boat and didn't say anything. However, he was thinking to himself, after Dankros evolved this time, his flames have become stronger. Why did he gain narcissism and arrogance? So this is what they call growing pains. Should I find a chance to write a book called The Troubles of Young Dankros for Dankros? As Angor pondered, Gondola finally left the border of Goman Kingdom and entered the territory of Loxam Principality. After a short period of dry land, they arrived at a scorching desert. Loxam Principality was a famous inland desert country on Fey continent. It was also known as the Fertile Land. However, Loxam Principality was even more desolate than the Fertile Land. At least a quarter of the Fertile Land was not a desert, while Loxam Principality was a desert. It was also because the Loxam Dukedom was a pure desert country, and the desert was incomparably vast, so the neighboring countries were too lazy to fight over this barren land. This was why Loxam Principality was so large that even the Goman Kingdom, Yale Principality, and Evernight Kingdom combined couldn't compare to it. It took Angor only 1 day to reach Loxam Principality from Parmajai Highlands. However, it would take him at least 1 or 2 days to reach the Sandworm Market from Loxam Principality. The Sandworm Market wasn't located in the center of Loxam Principality, which showed how big the principality was. However, it didn't matter how big the principality was. It didn't have many resources, and it was always hot all year round. As a result, Loxam Principality had the least number of citizens among all the other principalities. However, Loxam Principality did have a lot of resources for supernaturals. Extreme weather always gave birth to extreme creatures. For example, due to the terrain, fire and earth elemental creatures could be born here. Furthermore, there were a large number of strange sandworms here. These sandworms were very good extraordinary materials. Some of the best sandworms could even be used as an auxiliary agent for cultivating earth elemental magic tricks. All these supernatural resources made the wizard market of Loxam Principality quite prosperous. There was even a supernatural city located in the depths of the desert. Angor didn't need to go there this time. He only needed to visit the Sandworm Market, which was famous for its sandworm trade. The boundless yellow sand, the occasional sandstorm, the bones buried in the desert, and the sound of camel bells coming from the sandstorm formed the main melody in front of his eyes. These bones are strange. Why are there so many ribs? 1, 2, 3. Ah, I can't count them, Dankros' voice came from Angor's shoulder. After a day and a night of training, Dankros was finally able to restrain the fire around his body, so he was allowed to climb onto Angor's body. Since Toby wasn't around at the moment, the shoulder territory that Toby had previously occupied was now occupied by Dankros. Angor heard Dankros' voice as well. He looked down at the dried bones under the sand, which were blown away by the dry wind. It's the remains of a sandworm, said Angor as he looked at the skeleton and confirmed what it was. Sandworms? They're bigger than you, and they're called worms? Didn't the illusions say that worms are small? Dankros was surprised. The illusions I showed you are for worms in the mortal world. Sandworms are supernatural creatures, so they're not the same. Dankros wanted to say something else, but Angor quickly cut him off. If you have any questions, you can ask them later. The Sandworm Market's camel team is here. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for another day. In the vast expanse of yellow sand, it was actually very difficult to pinpoint the exact location of a Magus fair. Hence, in the various Magus bazaars of the Loxum Duchy, there were camel teams that guided the extraordinaries into the bazaars. He was currently at one of the camel stations in the Sandworm Market. The dust in the distance did not dissipate at all. However, the clear sound of the camel bell penetrated the dust and reached Angor's ears. They were getting closer and closer. Finally, a team of camels riding on camels with their faces covered, leaving only their eyes exposed. They slowly walked toward Angor's direction. The camel bell is the dream, and the sand is the final destination. Where is the traveler's heart? A gentle voice came from the camel squad. He could still hear the voice despite the flying dust. Clearly, the man was talking to him. Angor was puzzled. What was he talking about? Was this a secret signal? He never heard of any secret signal needed to go to the wizard fair of Loxum Duchy. The camel squad stopped not far away. Seeing that Angor did not respond, the woman who spoke was about to turn her camel around and leave. However, at that moment, the leader of the camel squad called out to the woman and said in a low voice, "Look at that person's shoulder." Everyone in the camel squad was looking at Angor's shoulder. Dangro's broken arm was walking back and forth on Angor's shoulder. They all sighed in relief when they saw Dangros. The leader of the camel squad slowly approached Angor. "Are you going to the Sandworm Fair, mister?" Angor nodded. "We're the guides for the Sandworm Fair. Please get on, mister." An empty camel slowly walked to Angor's side. Angor was going to say that he could use gondola, but he thought better of it and got on. He had never ridden a camel before, so he might as well take it as an experience. Everyone sighed in relief when Angor got on the camel. The leader saw Angor's puzzled look and explained, "Many supernaturals have their own vehicles, so most of them would refuse to ride a camel. We can only explain it to them. Some of the more hot-tempered ones would even fight with us. We also hope that they can ride their own vehicles. However, camels are the only way to enter the Sandworm Fair." "You're saying we can't enter the market if we use a vehicle?" Angor was puzzled. The leader smiled mysteriously. "You'll know the answer to that later." The camel squad started moving again. The camel seemed to be moving slowly. Angor was surprised to see that every time a sandstorm blew by, the camel bell rang. The camel squad traveled through the sandstorm as if they were teleporting to an unfamiliar place. After teleporting several times in a row, now he understood why they had to ride a camel. Every time the sandstorm came, the camel would travel through a space of unknown length. Was he really going to use his own vehicle? In the boundless desert, it was almost impossible to keep up with the camel. Now that he knew how the camel could travel through space, his interest was piqued. Could he be sure? Although the camel he was sitting on had a bit of supernatural properties, however, these supernatural properties were not enough for them to jump through space. He looked away from the camels and saw the bells tied to their necks. Although the camel bell was camouflaged, he could vaguely feel that it was quite extraordinary. Seeing Angor looking at Camel Bell, the leader smiled. "You have a good eye, sir." The leader had been following Angor all this time. The other party was wrapped up from head to toe, making it impossible to see his appearance. She only knew that it was a man. "Those bells, they should be the truth behind space jump, right?" Angor asked. The leader generously admitted, "That's right." Every camel in our team has a camel bell like this. Inside it is a positioning teleportation device carved by a master of space. As long as he encountered sandstorms, he could absorb energy from the outside world. Teleport him. He paused. Each bell has a blood contract inside, which can only be used by camels with blood contracts. These camels are from the Lawrence family in the Sandworm Bazaar. It sounded like an explanation, but it was also a warning to Angor that he should give up on the camel bells. The leader's words were quite timely. Angor really did want to take apart a camel bell to study it. The camel team walked for several minutes and jumped through space several times before arriving at the second platform. Two people dressed similarly to the camel team were standing on the platform. They were covered from head to toe, including their hair. Clearly, they were also going to the Sandworm Bazaar. Camel bells are dreams, and sand is the final destination. Where is the heart of a traveler? The gentle voice came from the camel team again. The person in front of the platform looked around nervously, not knowing what to do. The person behind him stepped forward and half-knelt on the ground. He spoke in a sincere tone, "Our heart is in the sky, and the glory of Mesopotamia shall never fall. You can come. The other one can leave," the gentle voice said. The person who answered the secret signal quickly said, She is my follower. Can she come with me?" The camel team members remained silent for a moment. The leader considered and nodded. The person who answered the signal didn't look too strong, but who knew if he had a powerful background in the Sandworm Bazaar? It would be better not to offend him. The two people climbed onto the camels and followed behind the camel team. They were tense, which meant they were very nervous. The strongest person in the team, the leader, was a level 2 apprentice. Angor couldn't tell how strong they were, but he could tell that they were just mortals. However, they seemed to have some supernatural items on them. It was probably the blood of some kind of monster, which could temporarily trigger supernatural energy waves. Angor didn't know why mortals were going to the Sandworm Bazaar. Maybe they were looking for a destiny and wanted to enter the supernatural world. He didn't point out their identities. Instead, he turned to the leader and asked, "Was that a secret signal?" The leader nodded. Yes. To prevent mortals from entering the Sandworm Bazaar, the Lawrence family issued an order that only those who know the secret signal can get on the camels. This secret code is actually very popular in the Magus Bazaar of the Loxam Duchy. Every Magus Bazaar has a different secret code. How can you be sure that an outsider knows the secret code? Angor wondered. He had no idea what kind of secret code they were talking about. The leader gave Angor a thoughtful look. "I suppose you didn't pay attention to this place before coming to Loxam Principality, Mr." Angor nodded. "As long as you pay attention to the supernatural world in Loxam Principality, you'll definitely read The Good Man of Mesopotamia. It's a monthly newspaper published by the government of Mesopotamia, which contains the secret signal of every bazaar in Loxam Principality. Due to various reasons, the Good Man of Mesopotamia might fall into the hands of mortals, so many bazaars often change their secret signals. If you want to travel around Loxam Principality, it's best to subscribe to this monthly newspaper." When the leader of the group said these words, the two people who had mounted the camel behind him trembled visibly. Angor finally understood what was going on after listening to his explanation. Mesopotamia was a supernatural city. Almost all of the Magus bazaars in the Loxam Duchy revolved around this supernatural city. Even the secret signal of a bazaar was published by Mesopotamia's monthly newspaper. But I didn't know the secret signal. Angor thought about why the man asked him to get on the camel. The leader pointed at Dangros on Angor's shoulder. "That's a fire creature, right? Anyone who can control an elemental creature is a powerful wizard." They weren't sure if Angor was a wizard, but they didn't dare to underestimate an elemental creature. The secret signal was meant to filter out mortals, not to embarrass supernaturals. This was why the leader welcomed Angor. If Angor used his original appearance, the leader wouldn't just greet him. He would treat him with respect. After all, a superdimensional wizard was already well known in the southern wizarding region. Even Truthfinder wizards weren't as famous as Angor. The camel squad kept moving forward. They would go to each fixed station to pick up the people entering the bazaar. After going to 4 stations and picking up a dozen more people, the squad finally returned to the bazaar. They returned to the bazaar faster than Angor expected. A cloud of black sand rushed toward them. The bells on the camels' necks all glowed red, and a teleportation array was formed under their feet. About 10 seconds later, everyone disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, they were in a large oasis with warm sunlight and fragrant flowers. This was the Sandworm Bazaar. After bidding farewell to the camel squad, Angor entered the bazaar that looked like a garden city. All kinds of strange flowers and plants bloomed along the streets. Specially bred bees and butterflies were flying in the sky. This place didn't look like Loxham Duchy at all. Instead, it looked more like Rania's city of fairies. As a matter of fact, this wasn't Loxham Duchy. It was an alternate dimension. In the entire Loxham Duchy, apart from Mesopotamia, which was in the real world, the other Magus bazaars were all in alternate dimensions. After all, the outside world was too harsh. Even wizards didn't want to live in such a messy environment. The bazaar was built in the style of a desert city. Most of the buildings were built with yellow bricks and rocks. The overall style was the same, which gave the place a unique flavor. However, there was a downside to looking at the same color for a long time. Well, it wasn't surprising since there were colorful flowers planted beside the buildings. They were probably used to wash the eyes. There were supernatural shops on both sides of the main road. However, Angor only glanced at them and lost interest. The items in these shops were mostly for low-leveled apprentices. They were useless to Angor. Still, Dankros was very curious about everything. It walked around Angor's shoulder and looked around. Angor didn't want to talk to it. He just wanted to find Aesop's disciple and finish the quest as soon as possible. About half an hour later, Angor looked at the name of the street next to him, Prickleskin Street. Then he looked down at the address on the envelope, Sandworm Market, Sandworm Street, 8th Lane, Room 818. He originally thought that since it was named Sandworm Street, it should be the main road. He walked along the main street for a long time, from Green Street to Yellow Street, then Prickleskin Street, but he didn't see any sign of Sandworm Street. Angor had no choice but to go to a shop nearby and ask the shop assistant. Perhaps because the shop assistant sensed Dankro's hot aura, the shop assistant was very polite. Angor finally learned that Sandworm Street was the most important place in the bazaar. It wasn't located in the outside world at all. To enter Sandworm Street, Angor had to find a sandworm statue at the entrance of the bazaar. Only by passing the statue's test could he enter. Angor sighed and walked back from Prickleskin Street until he reached the entrance of the bazaar. Just as the shop assistant said, there was a giant statue of a sandworm lying on its stomach. When Angor first came here, he thought it was just a long rock. Angor walked to the statue. The ugly creature's eyes began to turn red as if it sensed the presence of a living person. A buzzing sound came from its nose. "Stranger, this is your first time on the Street of Sandworms. You have to tell me why you're here and answer my 3 questions." According to the shop assistant, the sandworm statue was a sentient creature, and anyone who entered the bazaar for the first time would have to go through its test. However, the test wasn't too difficult. As long as you followed the rules, the statue would let you pass. Angor looked at the sandworm statue without saying anything. Instead, he slowly released a wisp of wizard-level aura. After a moment of silence, the sandworm statue said, "Unknown expert, welcome to Sandworm Street." After saying that, the sandworm statue opened its huge mouth. The densely packed ring-shaped teeth inside made people shudder. However, Angor didn't mind at all. He walked straight ahead. After taking a few steps forward, the sandworm behind him closed its mouth, while the path ahead lit up by candles. A winding staircase appeared in front of him. He soon reached the bottom of the stairs and pushed open a stone door. Immediately, he heard the clamor of people selling their wares. Behind the door was a large underground space that was as big as the outside world. As far as Angor could see, he had already surpassed the underground bazaar under Brute Cavern's apprentice town. The underground space was quite lively. People were coming and going, which was in stark contrast to the desolation on the surface. The buildings here were no longer confined to the style of the desert. There were all kinds of them, which reminded Angor of when he first built Foundation City. However, the buildings here weren't messy. Instead, they were harmonious, which was completely different from Foundation City. Angor walked into the underground bazaar with great interest. As he learned more about the bazaar, he also learned about its layout. The entire place was called Sandworm Street. Sandworm products were mainly sold here. Other items were sold here, but they were very rare. There were 12 alleys in total. The further the alleys were, the higher the level of the sandworms sold. Only the 10th, 11th, and 12th alleys could be entered without a qualification check. The front alleys could be entered and exited at any time. Aesop's student lived in the 8th alley, so he didn't have to go through the check. When he arrived at the 8th alley, he could not believe that this was an alley because of the busy streets and wide streets. Weren't alleys supposed to be narrow paths? Or did the people in the market have some kind of misunderstanding about alleys? Angor walked into the spacious and lively 8th alley while complaining in his mind. The alleyway was different from what he expected, but it still made it easier for him to find a house number in such a lively and well-defined street. Number 816 was a shop selling live sandworms. Number 817 was a shop with few customers. Angor could not tell what it was selling from the outside. Number 819 was Bliss Tavern. Angor knew that Bliss Taverns could be found all over the world. However, the ones here were all entangled sandworms, which gave him a strange feeling. Was this for people to entertain, or for the sandworms to entertain? Angor shook his head and kept moving forward. Number 820 was a small shop selling sandworm skins. He paused for a second and kept looking. 821, 822. The order of each house was clear. However, he did not see number 818. He returned to number 817 and number 819. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go to number 817. He could not tell what the shop was selling from the outside. Once inside, he saw all kinds of bottles and jars on the shelves. However, they did not contain potions. Instead, they contained sandworm powder and some sandworm carcasses preserved with preservatives. "How may I help you, sir?" It was a middle-aged man with a mustache sitting behind the counter. He did not look like a waiter, but more like an elegant noble. The man was only asking casually. However, when he saw Dankros lying obediently on Angor's shoulder and could not sense Angor's aura, his eyes brightened up. He was a good judge of character. Someone who could tame an elemental creature without leaking his aura was more than 80% likely to be a wizard. Anything that could catch the eye of an official magus in their shop was definitely not cheap. In other words, this was a big fish. Thinking of this, the mustached man immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile on his face. "We have a Kino sandworm powder that has been specially processed by alchemists. It is an excellent casting material for earth magic tricks. A Kino sandworm is only an intermediate material. We have more advanced materials. As long as you're strong enough, you can cast spells with ease." The man paused and whispered in Angor's ear, "Also, we have a treasure here. It's worth enough to be auctioned in Mesopotamia." The mustached man looked at Angor expectantly. If he heard that the treasure was hooked, he would earn a lot of money this time. Even if he did not buy the treasure, he could still buy other casting materials as long as they were spells. However, after waiting for a long time, Angor asked a question that had nothing to do with what he was talking about. "I'm not here to buy anything. I just want to know. Do you know where number 818 is?" The mustached middle-aged man instantly rolled his eyes in his heart. So it's actually possible. What a waste of his enthusiasm. The man returned to his seat in a huff and lazily pointed to the side. "This is number 817. Number 818 is over there. But number 819 is next to it." The man yawned. That means he left for a while. His shop is a magic hut. You can take it with you whenever you want. Do you know where he went? Who knows? I don't know him that well. The kid doesn't like to talk to strangers. When he opened his shop, I gave him a bottle of sandworm juice as a way to get to know him. But he just threw it up. Damn. The man became more and more agitated as he spoke. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Angor thought to himself. Sandworm juice? What kind of dark cuisine is that? Leave if you're not going to buy anything. Don't talk about that bastard again. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Angor did not mind the man's attitude. Excuse me. He walked out of the shop. After Angor left, the mustached man tapped the table with his knuckles and mumbled to himself, "He doesn't feel like any of the wizards I know." And he went to find Aesop's disciple. Maybe he has something to do with Aesop. Who could he be? Angor did not know that the shop owner was trying to figure out his identity. He had already arrived at the door of number 819. He could smell the strong fragrance of cosmetics just by standing in front of Elysium. Unlike the empty door of number 817, the door of number 819 was filled with people. Those who went in were all eager, while those who came out were satisfied. Angor did not step into the door of number 819. Instead, he went to a waiter and asked him about number 818. The waiter was not interested at first. But after Angor tossed him half a magic crystal, the waiter became more attentive. Number 818? His shop is only open for a few days each month. When he's not open, no one knows where he goes. After taking the money, the waiter told Angor everything. However, there was still nothing useful. The shop was only open for a few days a month. He couldn't possibly wait here and see when he would open the shop again. If the shop was not open for a whole month, he would be wasting his time. Do you know anything else? Anything will do. Angor did not give up. I've told you most of what I know. There's nothing else. The waiter suddenly paused. Did you think of something? Angor quickly chased after Coco. The waiter did not hide it. I did think of something, but it's all daily stuff. It's fine. Tell me. The waiter continued, I've been working here, so I can see what's going on in number 818. What the waiter said was indeed a daily occurrence. He had seen it all with his own eyes. He felt that it was worthless because people came and went in every shop here. He had never entered number 818, so there was nothing special about it. The waiter did not notice it himself, but Angor managed to pick up something important from the waiter's words. Wandering wizards often came in and out of number 818. Essos was a wandering sorcerer, and his disciples were naturally wandering sorcerers as well. Wandering wizards were also known as wasteland wizards or lone wizards. Their names did not sound like much, but they were wizards who did not belong to any wizard organization. Most of them did not have a specific level of inheritance, but they had more freedom compared to wizards in organizations. There were quite a lot of wandering wizards. Many of them would disguise themselves as wandering wizards when they went out, which led to a large number of wandering wizards in the world. Wandering wizards were not completely unorganized. As far as Angor knew, some of them formed groups. For example, the Rat Ant Underground Association, which could only target Angor because they did not dare to do anything to Sunders, was formed by wandering wizards. Such groups were usually loose and did not restrict one's freedom, which was why many wandering wizards were willing to join them. One of the biggest groups was called Cross. Angor did not know whether it was called Cross or not. Even some of the wandering wizards who joined them did not know either. They were called Cross because they all wore a black cross emblem on their robes. Aesop, whom Angor saw in the Astral Pool ruin, had the same emblem. If Aesop was a member of Cross, then his disciples must be related to the organization as well. Cross must have a similar outpost or gathering place in the Wizard Bazaar. Maybe he could get information about Aesop's disciples if he could find them. Wandering sorcerers' strongholds were usually very secretive. The waiters in the Blissful Lounge might not know, but the people in the Blissful Lounge might not know. With that in mind, Angor nodded to the waiter and strode into the building. Angor went straight to the main topic without trying anything. Blissful Lounge was a place for entertainment, but it was also a place where information was most widely circulated. Therefore, there were always people here who were in charge of buying and selling information. Several minutes later, Angor arrived at a luxuriously decorated room. A woman with a gentle and charming figure walked in leisurely. She was wearing a transparent gauze dress, which allowed Angor to vaguely see her curves. She was also wearing a corset and a short skirt decorated with all kinds of accessories. Angor quickly realized that she was a level 3 apprentice who had been injected with some kind of siren blood. There was some water vapor on her body, as well as some mediocre spirit charm. Mediocre was because Angor once experienced the charm of Panis Succubus in the Abyss Plane. Compared to Panis Succubus, this female apprentice's charm was like comparing a firefly to the sun. Stop it. I'm here to buy information, Angor said in a serious tone. The female apprentice, who was about to sit down next to Angor, paused for a second and slowly walked to the opposite table. This time, she did not use her charm on Angor. Without her charm, it made her look even more holy and pure. Unknown expert, what is your request? A gentle voice floated out from the other party's mouth. It was obvious that she knew Angor was a wizard. Angor didn't want to hide his strength anyway. He only concealed his aura so that he wouldn't cause trouble to other apprentices. I want to know about number 818, and where is the owner of the shop? 10 magic crystals. But I can only answer the first part of your question. We don't know about the second part either. The price was reasonable. Not cheap, but not too expensive either. It meant that number 818 didn't have much to do, and Aesop's disciple was probably not a troublemaker. Angor took out 10 magic crystals and placed them in front of the woman using Hand of Spell. The female apprentice put away the crystals and began to tell Angor about number 818. The content was similar to what the waiter told him. There were just more details, and some of number 818's functions. Angor didn't know what Aesop's disciple sold in his shop. Now he knew that the shop sold single-use space capsules and space extension packages. Both of these items were not rare. Space capsules were single-use items, while space extension packages were used to add some space cantrips to increase the number of items inside. However, they were still heavy. Compared to real space storage, they were not very useful. However, they were more than enough for ordinary apprentices. The information provided by the female apprentice was not important. It only helped Angor to know more about Aesop's disciple. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, Aesop's disciple was a normal wizard who didn't cause any trouble. Angor sighed in relief. He didn't want to deal with a troublemaker. After that, Angor moved on to the second question. In the Sandworm Bazaar, where is the cross, that is, the wandering wizard's base? The female apprentice glanced at Angor. I was going to use this chance to remind our guest, but I'm not going to let you off so easily. I didn't expect you to have already thought of it. So, where's their base? 50 magic crystals. Angor frowned. That was a bit expensive. The female apprentice saw Angor's expression and explained, wandering wizards are always fighting with each other, and they don't care about rules. If they find out that the information came from us, our blissful parlor will have to bear the risk. The other party's words sounded righteous and reasonable, but everyone in the wizarding world knew that the only person who dared to attack the blissful house was the powerful figure who had returned after 1,000 years of silence, as predicted on the stargazing day. There was no one else. Even large-scale wizard organizations wouldn't do anything to blissful parlor. What could a bunch of wandering wizards do? Angor didn't bother to argue. At least the woman gave him a reasonable reason. The woman's smile grew wider after she gave Angor the 50 crystals. There are 2 bases of wandering wizards in the Sandworm Market. One is above, and the other is on Sandworm Street. They're both magic huts that can move around at any time. They don't have a fixed location. But it's not hard to find them. As long as you have a token, you can use a simple divination spell called Guide to find them. Angor frowned. Token? Guide? Don't worry. We have a token here. The female apprentice used a voice transmission spell and said something. Half a minute later, a man in a black robe came in, placed 2 items on the table, and left quietly. The woman pointed at the table. This one. A token, and a small item with a guide spell attached to it. Angor looked at the table. The token was a stone slab with the cross symbol of a wandering wizard engraved on it. The item with the guide spell was a short black wooden wand. The prophet used some method to attach the spell to it, and there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. As far as Angor was concerned, it was just a toy that couldn't even touch the threshold of alchemy. The token is 50 crystals. As for the wand, if you know how to use guide, you don't have to buy it. But if you don't know how to use it, I'll give you 30 crystals, the woman said with a smile. Angor didn't know what to say. This woman was earning magic crystals so fast. She kept giving him one thing after another without giving him any time to breathe. Angor wanted to argue, but he couldn't find a good reason to do so. Angor even thought that their service was pretty good. Blissful Parlor was indeed a powerful organization that spread across the entire Fey continent. Angor didn't know much about divination spells. He learned Lucky Choice from Babota, or Lucky Choice, but he didn't learn it yet. Seeing the female apprentice's smiling face, Angor knew that he would have to pay for it this time. Angor walked out of Elysium with a complicated expression. Spending 50 magic crystals on the token was one thing. But as an alchemist, he spent 30 on a toy. He would become a laughingstock if his peers found out. Angor planned to ask Aesop's disciple to reimburse him for the cost. But now, he had no choice but to swallow the loss. He didn't want anyone to know that he spent money on these 2 items. The only thing he was glad about was that he never used his real face when he went out. Angor's mind was still in turmoil. Since he got the item, the next step was to find his target. He found a hidden place and placed the token on the ground. Next, he placed the black wooden cane in the middle of the token. In the starry sky of fate, your image is reflected, Angor chanted while activating the cane. The reason for this was that the prophet apprentice who cast the spell on the cane was from the school of Axis of Stars. According to what the apprentice had said, when using the black wooden short staff, the effect would be increased by a certain degree if he said this sentence. Angor didn't really believe it. But apart from Dodoro, the chosen one, all the other prophet apprentices he met would say all kinds of strange things. Maybe the cane could really enhance the effect of the spell, so, Angor followed the instructions and uttered the spell in a proper manner. As soon as he finished speaking, the cane hovered in the air above the token. 1 second later, the cane began to move slowly, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. In the end, it tilted slightly and pointed toward the southeast. Angor put away the token and the cane and began walking toward the southeast. Every time he walked a long distance, he would use the spell to reorient himself. But each time, he only pointed to the southeast. When he arrived at the 10th alley, he finally shifted the spell slightly and pointed inside the alley. Compared to the other alleys on Sandworm Street, the 10th alley was much less crowded. The main reason was that anyone who wanted to enter had to go through a qualification test. The sandworm statue at the entrance of the 10th alley was the examiner. There were 2 ways to do the test. First, prove that you have enough magic crystals or something else. Or an item of equivalent value is qualified to be traded in this alley. Secondly, he wanted to prove his strength. How many magic crystals did the former require? There was no certainty, and there was also the risk of being targeted. The latter was the easiest way to prove one's strength. Rank 3 acolytes and above could enter directly. Of course, he chose the latter. He strode towards the sandworm statue. Soon, he stood in front of the other party. However, before he could release his aura, the statue spoke in a respectful tone. "Sir, the 10th alley welcomes you." "You know me?" Angor was surprised. "Sandworm statue, all the statues in the Sandworm Bazaar are actually mine," Angor nodded. Did he reveal the aura of an official magus in front of the statue at the entrance of the Sandworm Market? Therefore, there was no need to go through the qualification test. He was now on the white list. "You're a stone spirit?" Angor looked at the statue curiously. "The sandworm statue, yes. You're more pleasing to the eye than the noisy and annoying rock spirit I know." Angor left the sandworm statue behind with a puzzled look. He walked into the 10th alley without hesitation. Angor was still thinking about the stone spirit when he stepped into the alley. The annoying and noisy rock spirit he mentioned before was the double-faced rock spirit of Silent Hill, Talos. Back then, it was because of Taros's obstruction that he had been blocked by that lunatic Isabella in Silent Hill. This was why he hated Taros so much. Later, Taros kept praising Angor in all wizard magazines, but that did not stop Angor's anger. "Next time I go to Silent Hill, I'll get my revenge," Angor muttered in his mind. Angor cleared his mind and continued walking deeper into the 10th alley. He had to admit that the shops in the 10th alley were much better than the ones in the other alleys. Almost every shop was protected by a magic array, and some of them even had puppet receptionists at the entrance to welcome the fated ones. Angor didn't ask who the fated ones were. Rather than aimlessly strolling around the Adepts Market, he was more interested in completing the mission he had come here for. About 5 minutes later, Angor arrived at a real alley under the guidance of a guiding spell. Unlike the fake alleys outside, this one was more like the one in Angor's mind. It was narrow, dark, damp, and emitted a terrible smell. The smell was not only the smell of garbage, but also mixed with the thick smell of blood. It was obvious that some interesting stories had happened in this alley. Without hesitation, Angor stepped into the alley. The alley was long and deep. There were no forks in the road, so Angor walked straight to the end. At the end of the alley, he saw a wall sign that was lit up. The sign was made of round wood, and there was a line of words carved on it, Cross Tavern. Angor knew he came to the right place when he saw the word cross. When he was about to step into the tavern, someone stopped him. Angor looked up and saw a handsome man with short red hair in a black leather coat. Angor already saw the man leaning against the tavern door. He didn't look like a waiter, so Angor didn't pay attention to him. But since the man stopped him, Angor wanted to hear what he had to say. The crossbar is only open to members. Sir, please leave. A slightly hoarse voice came from the red-haired man's mouth. How do you know I'm not a member? Angor asked. We wandering wizards are loose organizations, but that doesn't mean we don't have rules. The man raised an eyebrow. And those who enter the tavern will not hide their faces. That's the rule of Cross Tavern. The man paused and stared at Angor with a sharp gaze. A wizard who uses shapeshifting came to the gathering place of wandering wizards. What's your intention? With that, the red-haired man unleashed an aura that only targeted Angor. The aura didn't affect Angor, but it was no weaker than his own. In other words, this red-haired man was also an official magus. It was rare for an official wizard to appear among the wandering wizards. Yet, there was one standing at the entrance of the crossbar. An official wizard would not be so free. It was very likely that he was waiting for him. You know I'm coming? You're working with Blissful Parlor? Angor frowned. The man spoke in a plain tone. Where do you think Blissful Parlor's token came from? Angor did not care about anything else, but his anger toward Blissful Paradise was growing. It was not because Blissful Paradise was in cahoots with the wandering wizards. It was because Blissful Paradise had cheated him out of 80 magic crystals. He already hated Blissful Paradise for some of their inhumane entertainment programs. Now, he blacklisted the place in his mind. The man saw Angor staying silent. He didn't want to become an enemy of a wizard, so he softened his tone. Wandering wizards don't live well. Sir, please leave. Angor didn't leave. Instead, he mumbled to himself, there shouldn't be many wandering wizards in the market, right? The man didn't answer. Instead, he gave Angor a cautious look. I'm guessing you don't have many wizards. I believe you're at least part of the management of Cross Tavern. The red-haired man, so what? That's great. I'm here to talk to your management as well. Angor wasn't here to enter Cross Tavern. He was here to find someone. There were only two ways to find someone. The first was to find Aesop's disciple, but there were so many wandering wizards in the market that it would take a long time. The second was to find the management of the wandering wizards in the market. They must know something about Aesop's disciple. Aesop was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid of wandering wizards. How could his disciple not be noticed? The man didn't see Angor as hostile. He thought about it and didn't want to offend Angor too much. What business do you have here? I want to see Mr. Aesop's disciple, Kale. As soon as the red-haired man heard Kale's name, he immediately raised his guard. Kale used to be a member of a sorcerer's organization, but he defected for some reason. Because of this, he had many enemies. If they couldn't kill Aesop, they would probably turn their attention to Aesop's disciple. However, the man was still confused. Aesop's disciple always acted in secret. Apart from a few people, no one knew that he was in the market. How did Angor know? The red-haired man didn't say anything, but the aura on his body had almost materialized. The atmosphere had already begun to move towards a state of mutual hostility. Angor wasn't stupid. It didn't take him long to figure out what was going on. How do you think I knew that Kale would be here? Roland asked. The man didn't answer. Mr. Aesop told me, of course. He did not tell Angor personally, but Tree Spirit's retelling was not far from the truth. The man still didn't believe him. Angor raised an eyebrow. You're a wizard. Can't you tell if I'm telling the truth? The man's handsome face blushed slightly. I didn't use truth detection. Besides, you're a wizard. You must have a lot of tricks up your sleeves if you want to fool a truth detection. Angor grumbled. I can fool the spell. But do you see any energy ripples on me? The man didn't know what to say. Angor didn't release any energy ripples when he spoke. The red-haired man, he didn't bother to use truth check again. Instead, he took out the letter written by Aesop. Don't open it. Look at the cover. Angor tossed the letter to the man. The man caught the letter and saw a line of familiar handwriting on it. It listed Kale's current location, and it was clearly written at the bottom that the letter was from Kale. The man also sensed the unique energy of a space rune at the corner of the letter. It was Aesop's signature. No one could imitate it. No one dared to do so. Without a doubt, Aesop wrote the letter recently, and the recipient was Kale, Aesop's disciple. See? If you don't believe me, you can open the letter. But you'll have to take responsibility for whatever secrets you find. I won't read it anyway. As he spoke, he took out a camera and prepared to record the process of the red-haired man opening the letter. The man watched Angor's smooth movements and didn't know what to say. Open it? Angor raised an eyebrow. The man sighed and handed the letter back to Angor. Please forgive me for my carelessness, mister. My name is Dorcas. The man folded his arms and bowed. Red-haired Dorcas. Ah, so you're the former eldest son of the Santa Cruz family. I left the Santa Cruz family long ago. They have nothing to do with me, Dorcas answered calmly. Angor knew that already, but he didn't say it out loud. Since Dorcas introduced himself, Angor had to do the same. You can call me Leon. Dorcas' eyes flickered. You can call me so-and-so. In the wizarding world, there was a high chance of someone using a fake name. Besides, there wasn't a famous wizard named Leon in the southern wizarding region, so Dorcas must be using a fake name. Dorcas wasn't happy about it, but he had to accept the fact that Leon was using a shape-shifting spell and a fake name. Mr. Aesop's letter is real, and I believe you mean no harm, Mr. Leon. He paused and continued, Kale is at the Sandworm Bazaar. I can take you to him, Mr. Dorcas could tell Angor Kale's location directly, but he had to be careful. It was safer to go with Leon. If there was a conflict, Dorcas could protect Kale. Angor didn't object. Finding Kale was his priority, and everything else could wait. Dorcas raised a hand and asked Angor to follow him. Dorcas didn't enter the crossbar, which meant Kale wasn't there. Angor was glad that he ran into Dorcas first. Dorcas didn't say anything along the way, and Angor was glad to have some free time. Soon, they left the 10th lane of the Sandworm Street and went back the way they came. They arrived at the entrance of the street and climbed the stairs that led to the outside world. Angor expected Kale to be on one of the streets of the Sandworm Bazaar. To Angor's surprise, Dorcas didn't go inside the bazaar. Instead, he walked outside. The border of the Goman Kingdom. The dark clouds of the night dyed the boundless forest pitch black. In the sky above this dark forest, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed past, but very quickly, that glimmer of light fell into the depths of the forest. As the light disappeared, a large cluster of flames appeared in the distance. The flames quickly gathered at the spot where the light fell. At the spot where the light fell, a young girl covered in dust, with messy hair and a pair of shattered glasses crawled out of the giant pit on the ground. Another problem. Is there a problem with the flying broom, or is there a problem with my control? The young girl looked at the large crater she had created from her fall, as well as the standing broom in the middle of the crater. A sense of helplessness rose from her heart. She now deeply missed her tricolored deer. If she had the tricolored deer, how could she have fallen to the ground halfway through her flight? Yes, it was Abel, the girl who parted with Angor for less than 2 days. Abel was still complaining, but the broom cost her a lot of money. She still jumped into the pit and took it back. As soon as she got the broom, she heard some noise not far away. Abel's face turned pale. She quickly formed a cantrip model in her mind space and pressed one hand on the ground. A hexagram summoning array appeared below her. A bright light was emitted from the summoning circle. Soon, an emerald green parrot with a crown of flesh on its head appeared from the summoning circle. Huh? I summoned an extreme-eyed falcon. Why is it a crowned parrot? Is there something wrong with my summoning array? Abel mumbled to herself. But soon, she cast her thoughts aside. Both the extreme-eyed falcon and the crowned parrot were the same. Lend me your eyes and fly up. Abel reached her hand toward the parrot. The bird rolled its eyes at her in a very human-like way. It did not sign a contract with Abel. Abel anxiously reached out her hand again, but the parrot simply flew up. I can help you, but I don't want to sign a contract with you. The parrot accepted Abel's gaze. But the contract was not formed. Why? Just a basic contract, less than a day. Abel was puzzled. The crowned parrot soared to the sky. At the same time, a sarcastic voice rang in Abel's ears, because you're too weak. The crowned parrot's words hit Abel hard. But, Abel soon recovered from the shock. As one of the 3 useless summoners in Brute Cavern, this was not the first time she was rejected by her own summoned creature. Even though his soul was so tough that he could temporarily ignore the taunts of his summoned creatures, but she still felt slightly wronged. At the same time, he missed the tricolored deer even more. The 3-colored deer had never mocked her and was as close as a sister to her. If she hadn't been seriously injured when she lent it out last time, she wouldn't have been able to escape. How could she bear to let the 3-colored deer return to the origin realm? When Abel missed the tricolor deer, the crowned parrot was already high in the sky. It shared its vision with Abel, so Abel could see what the crowned parrot was looking at. Although the crowned parrot's eyesight wasn't as good as the extreme-eyed magic falcon's, it wasn't that far off. With her powerful eyesight, Abel could see it clearly. About 2 to 3 kilometers away from her, a flame was rapidly approaching her current location. Was the crowned parrot relying on its tiny body? In the gloomy weather, the parrot flew closer to the flame. Now, Abel could see the flame more clearly. The flame, it was not a forest fire. It was a group of people in red robes holding torches. Each of them had an emblem of a crown and a scepter on their robes. They were the royal knights of the Goman kingdom. Judging from the direction they were heading, without a doubt, they were coming for Abel. Old Potter was right. That group of people are wolves that have caught the scent of blood. They've indeed chased after us. Abel felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have gone to see Old Potter. But if she didn't see Old Potter, they were really hopeless. Abel was conflicted, but now was not the time to think about it. Although the Goman Kingdom's royal knights were no match for her individually, she could tell from the crowned parrot's vision that it wasn't just 1 or 2 people, but at least a team of 20. How could she fight against them? Besides, they were very close. She had to get out of here as fast as possible. Abel panicked. She wanted to ride the broom and fly as fast as she could. However, she exposed her position when she was flying in the sky. Besides, the flying broom was sometimes ineffective. If she fell again, she would be doomed. Abel gritted her teeth and cast a cat movement spell on herself. Then she rushed into the dark forest. Cat movement spell was a level 1 cantrip. It allowed the summoner to have the agility and mobility of a cat. It increased the summoner's speed to a certain extent. The summoner could move up and down silently without leaving a trace in the snow. There was another advanced cantrip for cat movement spell, the level 3 cantrip, leopard movement spell. The summoner's speed was faster and could even be compared with some apprentices of the wind element. Unfortunately, Abel had not learned leopard movement spell yet. She could only use cat movement spell to move in the forest. Abel jumped agilely and landed on a branch of a big tree. Then, with a slight push, she turned into a shadow and landed on another big tree. The dense forest gave cat movement spell a great advantage. It was silent and could take full advantage of the cat's agility. Abel moved quickly between the trees. Although she was slower than the flying broom, she was more stealthy. Cat movement spell could also lock the release of her pheromone. Abel believed that she could escape from them with cat movement spell as long as they used pheromone to track her. While Abel was moving quickly on the treetops, she heard a familiar voice. Are those people with torches chasing you? Abel looked back and found that the crowned parrot had flown back and was following her. You haven't returned to the original realm? Abel asked in surprise. The crowned parrot said grumpily, I didn't sign a contract with you. I can go back whenever I want. The crowned parrot was just joking. It was a creature summoned by a summoner. If it did not sign a contract with the summoner, its energy could not be recovered. Moreover, it would be rejected by the will of the world, which would increase its energy consumption. It wouldn't take long for them to return to their original world, which was the original realm. Abel knew this, but she did not expose it. Instead, she said seriously, then you can have fun in the southern region. But don't go to the Goman kingdom. You can go to the Yali Duchy in the east. It's peaceful and beautiful there. The crowned parrot felt a little strange when Abel was introducing the travel guide to the southern region to it. Although the summoner was weak, she was quite smart. No, now was not the time to talk about sightseeing. The crowned parrot said seriously, you haven't answered my question. Are those people chasing you? Abel nodded. The crowned parrot said, then you have to run. They have several hounds that can sense energy fluctuations. They are still following you, and they are getting closer and closer. Abel was shocked. She was optimistic that they might be tracking her with their pheromone, but she did not expect them to be hounds that could track energy. It was easy to avoid them. She did not need to use cat movement spell. Instead, she just needed to hide her pheromone. However, without the cat movement technique, how could he compete with the other party by relying on his legs? While Abel was getting anxious, the crowned parrot suddenly flapped its wings, and a green aura surrounded Abel's feet. With the green energy, Abel found that her speed had increased a lot. It was almost as fast as leopard movement spell, maybe even faster. Is this the power of wind? Abel was surprised. The crowned parrot said tiredly, as long as you are not blind, you can see that it's the power of wind. Abel was full of gratitude. That's just in time. Thank you so much. The crowned parrot waved its wings. If you really want to thank me, let me stay on you. I'm a little tired after using the wind spell. Abel nodded without hesitation. The crowned parrot's eyes lit up. It jumped on Abel's messy hair like a master in a high position ordering his servant, okay, I'm done. You run away. Abel felt a little awkward, but she was a kind and pure person. She did not think too much about it. She nodded and ran as fast as she could. The high speed of the power of wind and the dexterity of cat movement spell were a perfect match. Abel had never experienced such a high speed in her life. She had never experienced it in person, not in a vehicle. After running for about 15 minutes, Abel was a little out of breath. I'm running so fast. I think I've shaken them off, right? The crowned parrot yawned and looked back. You're a little farther away than before. But as long as you stop, they'll catch up in half an hour. Abel knew that she had not completely shaken them off. She had to keep running. After running for a while, Abel heard a lazy voice above her head. By the way, I forgot to tell you that my power of wind can last for half an hour. You'd better get rid of them in 2 hours. What? 2 hours? Abel asked, do you think I can get rid of them? The crowned parrot said, if they don't give up, I don't think so. Do you think they'll keep chasing you? Abel said, I don't know. But I think I've offended the elder princess of the Goman kingdom. The crowned parrot touched its forehead with its wings. Then you'd better get yourself killed. It did not know how powerful the elder princess of the Goman kingdom was, but she was a member of the royal family. Abel knew it would be difficult to get rid of her. Abel felt like crying. Then what should I do? Maybe I should find a hole to hide in. The crowned parrot said, that's not a bad idea. But are you alone? Don't you have any friends or mentors? Why don't you ask them for help? The crowned parrot had been summoned by a summoner before. Apparently, it knew something about the wizarding world. Abel said in a low voice, I have friends and mentors, but they're too far away from here. Even if I use the power of wind and cat movement spell, it'll take me a day and a night to get there. The crowned parrot said, if you don't have anyone else to ask for help, you should find a place with a beautiful view and hide. Why a place with a beautiful view? The crowned parrot said, if you can survive, that's another story. If you can't, that place will be your grave. A grave in a beautiful place, at least you'll die in a decent manner. Abel's face turned even paler after hearing the parrot's words. When the crowned parrot mentioned if you don't have anyone else to ask for help, Abel suddenly thought of someone. Someone she just parted with yesterday. A super-dimensional wizard. Let me think. This is the border of the Goman Kingdom, which is not far from Loxham Duchy. You can reach there in half an hour. But Mr. Pant is going to the Sandworm Market, which is very far from the border of Loxham Duchy. It'll take you at least 1.5 hours to get there. Abel's hope was instantly extinguished. Was there really no other way? While Abel was still in despair, she suddenly thought of something. 2 days ago, when she parted ways with Angor, Angor called her and pointed a finger at her. A faint light flashed on the tip of his finger and disappeared into her forehead. Abel subconsciously touched her forehead. Mr. Pant had left something behind on her forehead. Something that could be activated in her sleep. Abel remembered reading a rumor in a magazine about gossip. Wizards could sense their own abilities to a certain extent. The closer they were, the stronger the sense would be. Would Mr. Pant be able to sense it if she activated the unknown spell in her forehead? Abel did not know, but this might be her only chance. With this in mind, Abel quickly turned around and headed toward Loxham Duchy. What? You have a plan? The crowned parrot asked curiously after seeing Abel's determined expression. Abel said calmly, I'm going to the Duchy of Loxham. It's a desert. I think it's better to bury myself in the desert than in the forest. The crowned parrot remained silent. It thought Abel already had a plan. But in the end, she still had to dig a hole in the ground to avoid being tracked. However, the probability of this method was too low. As long as the enemy carried out a large-scale search, they would definitely find her. At most, it would buy them some time. The crowned parrot sighed in its mind. At first, it thought the girl was a good choice. She might even be qualified to become its servant. But now, there was no other way. How could a dead person become a servant? Still, the parrot did not plan to return to the Origin Realm right away since it liked Abel. It wanted to witness the death of its servant with its own eyes. As a master, it would show its final care to its servant. Abel did not know what the crowned parrot was thinking. If she did, she would not care about it at all. That was Abel's personality. Angor sent Guena's information into Abel's forehead in the form of a nightmare dream. He wanted to see what Abel would do after learning the truth and whether she would change her personality. Otherwise, Abel's personality would not fit the current wizarding world. It would be difficult for her to live a peaceful life. While Abel was running toward Loxham Principality, Angor and Dorcas had already left the Sandworm Market. Didn't you say Kale is in the market? Angor asked while looking around. According to the rules of Mesopotamia, the entire wizard market in Loxham Duchy is located at the center of the market. Everything within a 100-kilometer radius is considered part of the market. So Kale is in the market as long as he's within a 100-kilometer radius? Yes. Angor was speechless. Seeing Angor's speechlessness, Dorcas suddenly changed the topic. That's just the official statement. Anyone who stays in the market for a long time won't think that the desert is part of the market. Besides, I don't need to play games with you. Kale is in the market. It's just that the market he's in is a black market controlled by the Nomer family. It's not far from the market. When Dorcas said this, he suddenly stopped. We're here. This is the entrance to the black market. There was a large rock in front of Dorcas. Next to the rock was a well-grown, pillar-shaped cactus with a bright red flower on top of it. Angor looked back and saw that they were not far from the market. It was about 200 meters away. He could still see the buildings of the market from here. So what you said about the 100-kilometer radius was all nonsense? Angor asked. Dorcas replied, No. I'm just trying to give you a general idea. When I said Kale is at the Sandworm Market, I'm not wrong, no matter how you look at it. But it's still nonsense. Dorcas almost choked when he saw Angor's emotionless retort. He wanted to say something nice, but in the end, he swallowed it down. Angor was a wizard just like him. He was most likely not a wandering wizard. He had to control himself and not get into a fight over something trivial. Dorcas took a deep breath and turned his head away as if nothing had happened. That's not important. Aren't you looking for Kale? He's down there. He looked at the stone and the cactus again and sensed some energy ripples. Dorcas said, the way to enter the black market is very simple. As long as it was fed, then you can enter the black market. Dorcas pointed at the cactus. Feed? What did he mean? Should I water it? No, no, no. It did not drink water, but blood. Any kind of blood, as long as he could feed it, it will open the door for you. Dorks paused. Friendly reminder, it prefers the blood of transcendent creatures. If it was the blood of a transcendent being, a few drops would be enough. But what if he used the blood of mortals, for example, ordinary people? At the very least, it would need to drain all the blood in his body before it would be satisfied. Since Dorcas mentioned that the cactus could be fed with the blood of mortals, did that mean most wizards wouldn't do it? They probably all used this method. In other words, the reason why this cactus bloomed so brightly was because it was made up of piles of bones. Before this, Angor did not feel anything special about the cactus. But now, he felt disgusted. While Angor was expressing his disgust, Dorcas stared at Angor in silence. Did he stare at Angor for too long? Angor also gave Dorcas a questioning look. Why are you staring at me? They looked at each other for about 10 seconds. Dorcas said, I've already told you how to enter the black market. Let's go in. Didn't you say you were going to feed it? Dorcas huffed. I'm just a guide, you're the one who wants to find Kale. Why should I feed it? Angor understood now. So Dorcas had been waiting motionlessly, he was waiting for Angor to bleed. But then again, Dorcas was right. Dorcas's words made sense. After all, Dorcas was just leading the way. But if Angor had to feed the cactus, he had plenty of transcendent blood, but they were all precious alchemy materials. It would be a waste to use them here. Angor considered. Give me a second. With that, Angor turned around and returned to the market. Dorcas looked at Angor's back and thought to himself that some mortals in the market were going to suffer again. While Dorcas sighed, Angor had already returned from the sandworm market. Under Dorcas' puzzled gaze, Angor tossed a sandworm larva that was about 10 centimeters long to the cactus. Can this feed the cactus? You went to buy a sandworm? Dorcas was surprised. Of course I'm going to rob it. Angor grumbled in a low voice, another 3 magic crystals. Kale still has to pay for it. If Kale doesn't reimburse me, I'll go talk to Mr. Essos. Dorcas only felt speechless when he heard Angor's mumbling. Dorcas gave Angor a thoughtful look and nodded. That's enough. It's a larva, but it's still a supernatural creature. About 10 drops of blood should be enough to satisfy it. Without hesitation, Angor made a small cut on the larva's tail and dripped a drop of blood onto the cactus. Dorcas' judgment was accurate. On the 10th drop, the cactus suddenly trembled, and the flower on its crown grew brighter. Next, Angor sensed the energy around them becoming more active. Perhaps the cactus triggered some kind of mechanism and activated a secret node. As the energy node changed, the giant rock in front of them slowly moved away, revealing a tunnel that led downward. Let's go. Kale is in the black market. Dorcas led the way again while Angor slowly followed behind him. He was thinking about something. How should he deal with this sandworm? Sandworm larvae were not expensive, and most people bought them as food for other insects. Angor did not have an adult one yet. Besides, this one looked a little withered after being bled. Adults would probably complain about not having enough meat to eat. He considered for a moment and looked at Dangros, who was looking around on his shoulder. Ahem. You've been following me for a long time, and I haven't given you a proper gift yet. Here, take this one. Angor tossed the larva to Dangros. Dangros rolled his eyes at Angor. He was not stupid. He saw Angor's hesitant expression and knew what to do with the sandworm. Who would believe that Angor was giving it to Dangros as a gift? That was what Dangros thought, but he still grabbed the sandworm and circled it around his fingertips. Angor sighed in relief when Dangros did not object. Since Dangros accepted his gift, he would not have to worry about using the creature's fire when crafting items. This was a deal, Angor thought happily. They reached the end of the stairs. There was no door at the end, so Angor could see what was going on in the black market. The black market was similar to the underground market. It was just much smaller than Angor expected. There was only one street, which was full of twists and turns. The shops on both sides of the street were scattered all over the place. There was no sense of beauty at all. People would feel dizzy after looking at it for a long time. There were quite a lot of people in the black market. Some of the streets were so narrow that people had to rub shoulders with each other. However, this did not affect Angor's progress. Most of the people on the street would automatically make way for Dorcas when they saw him. Obviously, they knew who Dorcas was. Red Sword Dorcas, a level 1 wizard. Even if he was a wandering wizard, he was still a wizard. In this place filled with acolytes, Dorcas' existence was on the level of a great demon king. His journey was smooth, and he even had the time to observe the black market. He did not pay attention to the shops on both sides of the street. Instead, he focused on the overall structure of the black market, especially the ceiling. At first, he thought it was just an underground cave. There were not many flat areas, and there were many rocks on the ground. However, when he looked at the top, he found that there were some obvious traces of artificial lines in the corners of the bumpy top. Those patterns were magic runes. But they were obviously from a long, long time ago. They were already broken and lost their effect. Still, judging from the number and distribution of the patterns on the ceiling, if they were complete, they must be a giant magic array. Many, many years ago, perhaps thousands of years ago, or perhaps even earlier, this place might not have been just a simple cave. As Angor studied the structure of the black market, Dorcas said, "We're here." Angor finally looked away and looked around. There was no one else around. The nearest shop was at least 100 meters away, and he could not see it because of the slope. This place was a deep pit that led downwards. There were broken stones everywhere, as well as traces of digging. I heard that this place was a demon blood mine hundreds of years ago. That's why it's like this. But now, there are no more mines, so this place is abandoned. Angor was not interested in the abandoned mine. Where's Kale? Dorcas pointed to one side of the pit. There. Angor walked to where Dorcas was pointing. There was nothing there, but with his spirit feelers, Angor sensed some hidden energy ripples around. He was familiar with the energy ripples. It was a space node. You sensed it, right? There are hidden space nodes here. They were set up by Kale. Of these spatial nodes, only one is connected to Kale. The others are all pits. If you touch them, you'll be pulled into a spatial crack. Dorcas shrugged. I don't know which one is the correct one. That's why I could only bring you here. I can stay here with you and wait for Corel to come out. He comes out at least once a week, and based on his past, he'll be here the day after tomorrow at the latest. Before Dorcas could finish, he saw Angor touching one of the space nodes. Dorcas wanted to stop him. Of course, it was not because he was worried about Angor. He was worried that he would be dragged into a space rift. Although Carol's spatial rifts were not very dangerous to official magi, Carol's spatial rifts were not very dangerous. However, if they entered an unknown space and could not find the coordinates, they would have to pay a big price to return to the wizarding world. Still, Dorcas did not succeed. Angor moved faster than him and reached the space node in no time. Dorcas began to back away as fast as he could, hoping that the space rift would not affect him. However, after retreating for several dozen meters, he did not see any space rifts in the distance. Angor, on the other hand, was sitting on a rock calmly. He hesitated for a moment and approached Angor. Did you touch a space node? Yes. Angor nodded. But, why? No space rift. Dorcas didn't finish his sentence, because there was only one answer. This magus called Lion had found the correct spatial node. Are you a space-type magus like Sir Aesop? Dorcas hesitated for a moment before asking. No, I'm not. I just know a little about space manipulation. Angor had just received a full set of knowledge about space from Spotted Puppy. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he was already better than most space wizards. However, from a practical point of view, his knowledge was basically zero. This space node was not much of a practical experience. With Angor's vast knowledge of space, finding a unique space node was a piece of cake. While looking at Angor's calm expression, Dorcas began to think about his real identity. Angor did not lie about whether Angor was a space wizard. Someone who was not a space wizard but had such a deep understanding of space manipulation must have spent a lot of time on it. Angor looked young, so he must be several hundred years old. Otherwise, he would not have the time to study other fields. A wizard who was only several hundred years old without becoming a truth-finder like Dorcas. So, Angor was not very talented. With this thought in mind, Dorcas regained his confidence. He was just 80 years old this year. Even if he was a wandering wizard, he was still at the same level as Leon. He was confident that he could find his own path and become a truth-finder in 100 years. With this comparison, Dorcas' confidence and sense of superiority began to rise steadily. So what if Leon knew more than him? He, Red Sword Dorcas, was still arrogant. Angor gave Dorcas a strange look. Somehow, the man seemed to have changed in a short time. But when he looked closer, he did not see anything different. Angor shook his head. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me anyway. They found the correct space node, but Kale did not show up right away. She guessed that he was doing some kind of research or was busy with something. Half an hour later, a figure with an afro on his head, his face covered in black ash, and his clothes tattered appeared in front of them. Angor was not unfamiliar with the man's appearance at all. In the tributary of Brute Cavern, there were always wizards who went wrong in their research and experiments, which led to major explosions. Most of them ended up in the same state as this man. If this man was Kale, then Angor's guess was correct. Kale was conducting an experiment. But now, it seemed his experiment was not going to end well. The man with a dirty face looked around with lifeless eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on Dorcas. "Sir Dorcas, why have you come? Did you activate the space node, sir?" Dorcas didn't reply immediately. Instead, he asked with concern, "Karel, are you all right?" Kale shook his head. "I'm fine. Just a small accident when I was trying to improve a casting material. I blew up a lab. But don't worry, there are still a dozen more waiting for me." Judging from Kale's carefree attitude and the content of his conversation, both Angor and Dorcas were sure that Kale was a research maniac, the kind who insisted on doing research despite knowing that there was a high chance of something going wrong with his experiments. Otherwise, who would set up a dozen waiting labs for him? Dorcas wanted to say something when he saw Kale's nonchalant attitude. He really wanted to remind Kale as a senior, but Kale had an incredibly powerful teacher. Perhaps everything he did was instructed by his teacher. After thinking about it, Dorcas could only force out a sentence. "Remember to be careful when you experiment. Otherwise, it would be bad if something were to happen." "I'll be careful." Kale nodded. His tone was sincere. After a pause, Kale asked curiously, "What is Lord Dorcas doing here? Is there something wrong with the space node in the bar?" Dorcas shook his head and pointed at Angor. "It's not me. It's him, Wizard Lion." "Wizard Lion?" Kale noticed Angor as soon as he came out. There were only 3 people here, and Angor's presence was quite noticeable. However, Angor had been standing there quietly all this time, so Kale did not notice him. But now that Dorcas said that this wizard was looking for him, Kale was a little suspicious. He never heard of a wizard named Lion before. While Kale was observing Angor, Angor was doing the same. Angor noticed many details when Kale came out. For example, Kale's expression, and the casual attitude between Kale and Dorcas. Basically, Angor was sure about that. Kale was an academic sorcerer's apprentice who was obsessed with experiments. He was confident in his spatial manipulation skills. And he knew Dorcas well. No wonder Dorcas volunteered to show Angor the way. Just because he was close to Kale, he was afraid that Angor would do something bad to Kale. At least Kale had a guarantee. "Wizard Lion, may I ask why you're looking for me?" Kale asked curiously. Without explaining anything, he took out Aesop's letter and handed it to Kale. "You'll know it." Kale was wary at first, glancing at Dorcas out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Dorcas nod lightly at him, only then did he take the letter. Kale's eyes lit up when he saw the words on the envelope, as well as the familiar symbol of the space dimension. It was Professor Lion's letter. Kale looked up at Angor with a confused look. Is this from the professor? Why is it in Wizard Lion's hands? Angor rubbed his forehead. Like I said, open it and you'll see. I think Mr. Lion should have mentioned me in the letter. Kale asked, is that so? Angor raised an eyebrow but did not answer. Kale held the letter and hesitated. I can't open the letter right now. If you're not in a hurry, Wizard Leon, I'm afraid I can't open it. Why don't you come to my place? Kale looked at Dorcas. Mr. Dorcas, do you want to come with us? Of course, Dorcas did not refuse. Why don't you open the letter now? Kale sighed and took out the back of the letter. He injected some space energy into it, which caused Lion's mark to glow. At the same time, a three-dimensional node appeared in front of him. Kale pointed at the node. This is an unsolved spatial formula problem. Every time Professor Lion sends me a letter, he would leave a question on it to check whether I've improved or not. I have to solve the formula to open the letter. Both Angor and Dorcas nodded. No wonder Kale did not open the letter. There was a story behind it. What happens if you open the letter without solving the formula? Dorcas asked. Kal-El, nothing will happen. Professor Lion only left the question to check my progress. It's not compulsory. I can open the letter without solving the question. Angor did not know what to say. You can open the letter first, said Angor. Kale quickly shook his head. No. This is a matter of principle. I have my own rules. I have to solve the question before I'm qualified to read the letter. Kale's eyes lit up when he mentioned qualified. Angor read another message from the letter. It seemed Kale was still a fan of Professor Lion, and he admired Lion a lot. This kind of worship even affected his way of doing things. Angor sighed. Since Kale had already put it this way, Angor had no choice but to give in since they were not enemies. Besides, he also saw the three-dimensional space node. The question was complicated but not too difficult. If Kale could set up so many real and fake space nodes in the crater, he should be able to solve it, right? Seeing that Angor and Dorcas had no objections, Kale quickly invited them to his home. Although it was called home, it was actually a deeper catacomb. The cavern looked like an alleyway. It was not very spacious, but there were doors on both sides. Kale explained as they walked. This is my first lab. This is my second lab. This is my third lab. Kale's labs were hidden behind all the doors in the alleyway. There were 16 of them in total. The 8th lab had already collapsed. Judging from the heat coming from inside, this was probably the laboratory that Kale had blown up earlier. Don't worry about them. I'll fix them. Most of the labs here were destroyed, but they're all fine now, Kale said proudly. Both Angor and Dorcas were speechless. It was as if Kale believed that destroying a lab meant he was very hardworking. Instead of leading Angor and Dorcas to his lab, Kale led them to the end of the underground cavern, where there was a hole. Kale didn't explain anything and simply jumped down. Angor and Dorcas looked at each other and jumped down as well. The hole was at least 20 meters deep. When he landed, he looked up and saw that he was in an even deeper hole, which was quite spacious. There were also obvious signs of artificial excavation. There were also some magic arrays above them that were still intact but still broken. When Angor first came to Black Market, he already guessed that this place used to be an underground ruin. Now that he was here, Angor was sure that this was a ruin. Also, judging from the scale of the magic arrays, the ruin must be quite large. Kale noticed Angor's gaze. I think you've guessed it already. This is a ruin. I heard that it was built by a legendary wizard 6,000 years ago. Don't be so surprised. That's just a rumor. Who knows what happened back then? Moreover, more than 90% of the ruins had already been excavated by the Lawrence family. All the good things had already been taken away. Otherwise, why would the Lawrence family open a black market here? This wasn't Angor's first time hearing about the Lawrence family. When he came to Sandworm Market, he heard from the camel squad that all of them belonged to the Lawrence family. The rules and regulations of the market were made by the Lawrence family. Angor assumed that the Lawrence family was the real controller of the market. As the controller of the Sandworm Bazaar, the owner of the Sandworm Bazaar, the owner of the Sandworm Bazaar, and the black market outside, the Lawrence family had quite a big appetite. Perhaps it was because no other wizard family could compete with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this. I'll go solve the riddle on the letter now. Just wait here. I'll be able to solve it soon. Kale sounded confident. With that, Kale walked to a desk nearby and picked up a piece of parchment paper. A desk, indeed. This was only a corner of the ruin, but Kale had already turned this place into his personal base and decorated it with a lot of furniture. It wasn't exactly luxurious, but it could at least be used as a place to receive guests. Seeing how Kale didn't treat them as strangers at all, Angor and Dorcas looked at each other and sighed helplessly. "How about we talk?" Dorcas asked. Angor considered. He didn't have anything else to do anyway. Dorcas was called Red Sword, which meant that he was a good swordsman. Angor's brother, Leon, used a knight's sword. Maybe Dorcas could learn something from him. Angor nodded. The two went to a place far away from the desk and sat opposite each other. There were some unspoken rules when wizards talked to each other. Wizards who didn't know each other, wizards who knew each other, and wizards who were familiar with each other all had their own procedures. Of course, Angor and Dorcas were going to talk to each other like strangers. They would start from the most basic of questions. Once they found something they both agreed on and had something in common, they would be able to talk more deeply. Angor's goal was clear. He was interested in Dorcas' swordsmanship, so he led the conversation in that direction. Angor didn't know anything too complicated about swordsmanship, but he did see Knight Saber teaching Leon. Their conversation wasn't that complicated, but Dorcas could tell that Angor was interested in swordsmanship. An old monster who had lived for hundreds of years was asking an 80-year-old young man to teach him swordsmanship. This made Dorcas even more proud. His pride made him want to be a teacher. He did not talk about any special secrets. Instead, he started from the theory. For example, a simple sword technique was basically useless against extraordinaries. However, a sword technique that could threaten extraordinaries or even official wizards would definitely have other motives. It was either a bloodline buff or a mana buff. Dorcas also explained some of the key points of how to maximize the effects of this blessing. Dorcas even revealed some of his tricks. The content of the book inspired him a lot. Since Angor felt like he learned something, he believed that his brother Leon would learn even more if he recorded these words into an illusion and gave it to him. After all, he was learning from a wizard himself. Little did Dorcas know that Angor, who was listening with a serious face, was actually thinking about how to steal the knowledge and transcribe it. Dorcas already told Angor some useful information. Since it was an exchange, Angor couldn't just keep quiet about it. He also told Angor about some of his cultivation experiences. For example, the things to take note of during training, the keys to breaking through bottlenecks, and the taboos. These weren't really secrets in the wizard organizations. As long as your rank was high enough and you had enough contribution points in your bone card, you could get them from the Cloud Library. However, Dorcas was a wandering wizard. He might have received some relatively complete knowledge, but these details were something he lacked. Of course, he listened carefully and wished Angor could tell him more. The exchange lasted for half a day. Thanks to Angor's honesty and Dorcas' sword-wielding skills, both of them learned a lot. While talking, they also looked at Kale from time to time. Angor noticed that Kale was confident at first. Then his expression turned serious, and now he looked a little gloomy. It seemed Kale was trapped by Iso's questions. Her hair, which was already messed up, became even more messy from Kale's scratching. Can he finish it today? Dorcas also noticed Kale's change of expression. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he used his spirit feelers to observe Kale's solution from above. It wasn't a good thing to do. It was like peeping at someone's knowledge. However, Dorcas already learned a lot from Angor and didn't want to say anything. As for Kale, he was completely absorbed in the question and had no idea what was going on outside. After observing Kale's solution, Angor withdrew his spirit feelers and spoke to Dorcas. He fell into one of Mr. Iso's traps. Look at the way he's working. He knows how he fell into the trap, and he's trying to find the way back. However, even if we go back to where we fell into the trap, it's impossible to completely avoid it. Why? Dorcas was puzzled. Because the only exit is hidden inside the trap. You can solve the space node left by Mr. Isos? Dorcas was surprised. Angor considered for a moment. A little. Obviously, Angor was admitting it. Dorcas already knew that Angor was a space manipulator, but he didn't expect the boy to be able to solve Isos' questions. Kale was already a top-level space manipulator apprentice, and he still couldn't figure it out. Angor, on the other hand, only looked at Kale for a few seconds. The difference was obvious. Are you sure you're not a space manipulator? Dorcas couldn't help but ask again. I'm sure, Angor said helplessly. Dorcas wanted to believe Angor's words, but Angor's knowledge of space was too strong. Even if Angor was an interdisciplinary wizard, he was almost as strong as a formal wizard. Was this the difference between a wizard who belonged to an organization and a wandering wizard? No, wait. Dorcas had fought wizards from those organizations before, and he knew how strong they were. Maybe Angor was just an exception. Or maybe he was just an academism student. Yes, he was an academician. Only academicians would spend their days studying. Dorcas praised Angor again. At the same time, he also thought about Angor's lifespan. Angor had to spend at least 1,000 years to reach this level. Dorcas might not be as knowledgeable as Angor, but Angor was an 80-year-old genius who spent a lot of time studying. It was hard to say who would win in terms of combat power. As for talent, Dorcas was definitely better. With that in mind, Dorcas felt satisfied again. Angor was much more pleasing to the eye now. Dorcas felt refreshed after solving his inner problem. He smiled and asked, since you can see Kale's mistake, do you think he can solve it? If so, how long will it take him? Angor hesitated. It shouldn't be a problem. As for how long, it depends on when he guesses Isos' thoughts. Half a day if he's fast. 2 or 3 days if he's slow. Dorcas replied, if it's half a day, then that's fine. But if it takes 2 or 3 days, are we supposed to just sit here and wait? Dorcas didn't get a response from Angor, so he looked at Angor in confusion. Angor was frowning and looking at a certain direction. Wizard Leon, what's wrong? Did you hear anything? Angor asked after a moment of hesitation. Did you hear something? Dorcas's expression was slightly puzzled. What sound are you referring to? Angor closed his eyes and tried to listen carefully. After a while, Angor frowned. It's a very soft murmur. I think it's saying something, but I can't make out what it's saying. Dorcas' expression turned serious after hearing Angor's description. Just like Angor, he closed his eyes and listened carefully. Furthermore, when he was listening, his ears mutated. They became sharp and black, as if he had transplanted the ears of some kind of magical creature. After a while, Dorcas shook his head and said, I didn't hear anything other than the heavy breathing from Kale's side. After a pause, Dorcas said, Are you sure you heard it in this room? Angor shook his head. I can't be sure. It sounded very far away. I can't hear it clearly, but I think it's calling my name. Dorcas furrowed his eyebrows. Angor didn't have to lie like this for no reason. What Dorcas said was very likely true. Most of the time, such situations weren't good news. Dorcas once went through a similar experience. He was exploring a ruin with a friend, and his friend said that he heard someone calling him. When no one was looking, he left the team. By the time they found him again, he was already a pile of bones. This kind of call often came from ruins. The identity of the caller could be a sealed outer god, an undead, or some kind of monster. If it was the latter too, Dorcas might have a chance. But if it was a sealed outer god, then it would be terrible. The most important reason why Dorcas could think of so many things in such a short period of time was because they were currently in a ruin, although this ruin had long been explored by the Lawrence family, who knew if they had left anything behind. While Dorcas was busy imagining, Angor tried to use his spirit feelers to cover the area between his eyebrows. Dorcas quickly realized that Angor was doing something to strengthen his spirituality. Dorcas hurriedly stopped him. If you increase your spiritual perception without knowing who the other party is, it's very likely that you'll be in danger. Next, Dorcas told Angor about his own experience in an attempt to persuade him. Of course, Angor knew that Dorcas was being kind. But he knew better than anyone else. He could not hear what Dorcas was mumbling, but he did not sense any malicious intent from it. Of course, the absence of evil intent was not the only way to determine the outcome. It was possible that the sealed outer god was hiding its evil intent on purpose, as Dorcas said. He decided to listen to the voice because he had a feeling that it had something to do with him. Besides, his nightmare illusion energy was also resonating with something in a certain direction. Since it had something to do with nightmare illusions, he had to listen to it. "Don't worry, I know what to do." With that, he gathered his spirit power between his eyebrows to strengthen his sensing ability. Seeing this, Dorcas shook his head and sighed softly. He cursed in his heart, the academies are indeed the academies. Even if they have lived for 1,000 years, they still don't have the slightest sense of vigilance. Their years have been wasted. Although Dorcas was cursing in his heart, he still very carefully began to set up defensive measures, as well as restrictions, to avoid any real problems. On the other side, Angor finally heard the murmur after using his spiritual perception. And when he heard the other party's words, he basically understood what was going on. 5 minutes later, Angor withdrew his spirit power. Dorcas immediately became serious and asked sternly, "Answer me, are you still lying?" "Of course I am." Angor huffed. "No, you're lying." Dorcas shook his head. Dorcas' eyes were glowing, which meant he was using some kind of detection spell. Angor did see it, which was why he activated the spell. But to his surprise, Dorcas still said he was lying. Angor hesitated for a moment before he realized that he was lying because he was using a fake name. Seeing Dorcas' cautious look as if Angor was possessed by some unknown entity, Angor felt a little helpless. "You can ask in a different way. Ask me if I'm the same person as before, or if I'm the real Leon," Angor said. "Leon is just my fake name." "Got it?" Dorcas considered and agreed. He already guessed that Leon was a fake name. Using Angor's method, he asked again and confirmed that Leon was not lying. To avoid any mistakes, Dorcas asked several questions about their previous conversation, and Angor answered all of them smoothly. Dorcas sighed in relief and asked Angor about the result he got from using his spirit power. Angor sighed helplessly. "It's not some monster you thought of. It's someone I used to cast a spell on. She activated the energy I left on her and asked me for help." He couldn't hear it clearly, and it was too far away, so he couldn't hear it clearly. But he could still tell that it was Abel, whom he just parted with a few days ago. Abel kept repeating, "Mr. Angor, help me. Mr. Angor, help me." Angor assumed that Abel must have provoked someone or a monster she could not handle, so she decided to activate her nightmare dreamland to see if Angor could sense it. Abel's desperation and her desperate call to Angor somehow made Angor feel it. This situation was similar to how calling a demon god by his real name would attract the attention of the demon god. It was a different approach. However, Angor's reaction was much weaker than that of a demon. Dorcas relaxed after hearing Angor's explanation. As long as it was not related to a ruin, everything was fine. "You're going to save her?" Dorcas asked. Angor did not want to leave. He wanted to finish his quest first and return to Brute Cavern as soon as possible. He did not want to get involved in this kind of trouble. But Abel was a member of Brute Cavern, and Angor liked people who were kind by nature. Also, Abel had already gone to Loxham Principality, and it seemed that she was not asking for help just for herself. She was also asking for help from other members of Brute Cavern. Angor considered for a moment and nodded. "I'll go check it out. I hope I can help." "What about Kale?" Dorcas asked. "I'll leave him a message. I'm sure he'll wait for me patiently after reading Mr. Aesop's letter." With that, Angor tapped the air, and a letter appeared on his desk. Dorcas asked, "An illusion?" "It's just a little trick." Dorcas did not believe that. Angor easily created a stable illusion node that would last for a long time. Only someone who had studied this field for years could do that. So Angor was a 1,000-year-old monster. "I'll leave the letter here. But I don't think Kale will finish it by the time I get back." With that, Angor prepared to leave. Dorcas called out, "Do you know where the person who asked you for help is?" Angor shook his head. "Not yet. But according to her, she's at the edge of Loxham Principality." There's a statue of the god of desert with a missing arm lying on the ground, as well as a ruined temple. I'll go to the sandworm market first and find someone who knows the way there. Don't bother. I know where she is. I'll go with you. Angor looked at Dorcas in confusion. He did not know why Dorcas wanted to go with him. Dorcas did not know why he wanted to go with Angor either. But as someone who loved to experience all kinds of stories, he liked to get involved in other people's business. Dorcas saw that Angor did not say anything. What? You don't want to? Angor shook his head. Since Red Sword Dorcas is willing to go with me, that's for the best. Maybe the youngster in the organization has offended someone who even I can't handle. I'll have to rely on you then. Dorcas grinned. Sure. It's a gift for today's exchange. But next time, you'll have to pay me. Since Dorcas was willing to go with him, Angor did not need to find someone to lead the way. The two of them jumped out of Kale's territory and left the black market. Dorcas rubbed his palms together as soon as he left the black market. He was going to take out a magic carpet that he obtained from a certain ruin. It was something that could not be bought with money. Every time he took it out, people would always look at him with envy. Their envious, jealous, and hateful gazes made Dorcas feel very comfortable in his heart. This time, he was going to use the same trick to show Angor that even a wandering wizard could have something good. Before he could take out his magic carpet, he heard Angor's voice coming from above. Get on. We're leaving. Dorcas looked up in frozen shock. What did he just see? It was a beautiful flying boat. Those intricate magic patterns, and those gauze curtains that flickered like starlight. Most importantly, there was a powerful wind creature that was close to the level of an adept supporting the bottom of the flying ship. The flying boat itself was a vehicle. With a wind creature on top of it, the combination of the two was simply dazzling. Dorcas' hands were trembling. He really wanted to take out his magic carpet, but damn it, he had to admit that his magic carpet paled in comparison to this flying boat. Of course, the most important thing for a vehicle was its speed and stability. A wind creature that was close to the level of an adept would be much faster and steadier than his magic carpet. He had lost. Dorcas' mind was filled with darkness. Little Dorcas knelt on the ground. Under the light, his mind was filled with sadness and sorrow. What? Do you have something to say? Angor asked when he saw Dorcas standing still. Dorcas took a deep breath and pretended that he did not care. Nothing. I'm just feeling the rising and falling of the sand. I think there will be a huge sandstorm in the Cultivation area in the east tomorrow. You can sense that? Angor was surprised. Of course. That's what a desert man can do. With that, Dorcas hopped onto the gondola and sat down across from Angor. As soon as Dorcas sat down on the gondola, he immediately felt a strange sense of comfort. There was a constant temperature force field, a purifying force field, a shielding force field, and a soft cushion. This, he had lost again. Dorcas wanted to cry in his mind. Angor didn't know what Dorcas was thinking. There's really a sandstorm coming tomorrow? How did you know? Of course. The wind told me, Dorcas said. Can you sense it? Angor quickly called out to Speed. Swift Spirit used the power of the wind to create a large green hand and shook it, indicating that it could not sense anything. Dorcas smiled faintly. Wind elemental creatures aren't necessarily familiar with every region. The situation in the desert is complicated, and the wind in the desert is noisy. Deciphering this smell is the basis for our judgment of sandstorms. Angor was surprised. He believed Dorcas' words. Sailors who wandered the sea also had similar abilities. He didn't think that a desert man could do that. This was much better than some fake prophet apprentices. Dorcas was satisfied to see Angor's surprised look. He lost in terms of vehicle, but he won in terms of knowledge. However, Dorcas didn't tell Angor that the Cultivation area was the biggest sandstorm area in Loxum Principality. There were sandstorms there every day. It was just a matter of how big they were. Dorcas cleared his throat and said, "Let's go. I'll lead the way." At the border between the Loxum Duchy and the Goman Kingdom, there was only one place with the remains of an ancient temple, and there was indeed a toppled statue there. "I think the person you want to save is there." Under Dorcas' guidance, Gondola slowly moved away. Earlier, Angor had to look for landmarks while trying to find the right direction. It took him an entire day to travel from Goman Kingdom to the Sandworm Market. But now, with Dorcas' guidance, Gondola could move at full speed. With the help of speed, they heard a series of sonic booms behind them. However, the sonic booms couldn't reach the inside of Gondola because of the invisible force field. Still, Dorcas could see the ripples in the air caused by the sonic booms. Without a doubt, Gondola was much faster than his magic carpet. But it didn't matter. The old man was a 1,000-year-old monster with thousands of years of experience. It was normal for him to have something good. I'm an 80-year-old genius. When I'm his age, I'll have many more treasures. Once again, spirit victory saved Dorcas' mind from collapsing. The light of positive energy shone on him again. And it took them a day to get here, but it took them less than 3 hours to reach the border of Loxam Principality. He had to admit that Dorcas' guidance saved Angor a lot of time. After crossing several yellow sand dunes, they arrived at a temple that had been eroded by wind and sand. That's the one closest to Goman Kingdom, one of the 12 branches of the Desert Temple, Dorcas said. Desert Temple? The ancient religion of Loxam Principality? Not entirely. It was passed down from ancient times, and there were some faults along the way. But many desert people still believe in it now. I heard there's still a desert temple that hasn't been abandoned yet. But there are fewer and fewer true believers nowadays. Most of them just go with the flow and don't really believe in it. It was like someone who found money on the side of the road and said happily, "Thank you, Lady Luck." Did he really believe in the goddess of luck? Angor nodded. Angor nodded in understanding. He brought up the issue of faith because any wizard would be wary of the existence of such a belief. Many so-called gods were likely to be wild gods, foreign gods, demon gods, or evil gods from other realms. They controlled the lives of their believers and stole their faith in an attempt to corrupt the wizarding world. There was a time when the supreme cult dealt a devastating blow to all major religions. However, faith was not something that could be completely eradicated. For those at the top, it was a tool to fool the masses. For those at the bottom, it was their spiritual support. When the supreme cult realized that they could not eradicate all the major religions, they began to control them. At the very least, the number of extraterritorial gods using believers to infiltrate the southern region had decreased by a lot. Since they had already seen the ruined temple, with the speed of speed spirit, it would only take 1 or 2 seconds to reach the temple. Angor looked down at the temple from above and saw what Abel said in her sleep. There was a statue with a missing arm lying on the ground outside the temple. It seemed that this was Abel's hiding place. "Who's the one you're looking for?" Dorcas had already used his spirit power to observe the surroundings. What he found surprised him. There are at least 20 people around here, and all of them are apprentices. Following Dorcas' gaze, Angor saw several moving black dots around the temple. They all wore the same uniform, with the emblem of a crown and a scepter on their robes. Faint mana ripples emanated from their bodies. This is the Goman Kingdom's royal knights. When Dorcas heard that the other party was a royal knight of the Goman Kingdom, his expression immediately showed disdain. So it's that tyrant's lackey. Goman King didn't have a good reputation in the southern region. They were also not friendly to wandering wizards. Dorcas had heard rumors that some wandering wizards had gone to the Goman Kingdom's wizard fair and then mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps it was Goman King who was behind all of this. These hawks and hounds aren't anything good. They seem to be searching for something in the vicinity of the temple. They even used their senses. Dorcas sneered, "I'm guessing that your junior was forced to ask you for help by these people." That was what Angor was thinking as well. He only parted with Abel for a day. Judging by the time, Abel should be at the Goman Kingdom's wizard fair, waiting for a teleportation array to open. But now, Abel was running away in a hurry. She even used the illusion Angor gave her to contact Angor. It was obvious that her enemy was too strong for her to handle. These tyrant hawks and hounds were perfect candidates to hunt Abel down. Dorcas saw no reaction from Angor and suggested, "Should I go down there and take care of them?" Wait a moment. Angor already found Abel's hiding place through the feedback of nightmare energy. Once they found Abel, he would have enough evidence to make his move. Of course, Angor wasn't someone who only relied on evidence. Another reason was that Abel was currently experiencing the illusion that revealed Guina's true identity. He didn't want to disturb Abel because of Dorcas. However, Angor's plan to let Abel go through her dream without being disturbed was quickly interrupted. Abel, who was hiding in the yellow sand, was finally discovered by the two hounds. All the Guman royal knights surrounded him. Even though their robes covered their faces, the gathered malice seemed to be substantial. There was no doubt that their target was Abel. They found your junior. Do you want me to help you take care of them? Dorcas sounded a little excited. Fighting was always fun for him. Unfortunately, these were all apprentices who could only do some simple chop. They didn't have the same enthusiasm as fighting an evenly matched opponent. Angor shook his head. Abel is still in her dream. Let her sleep for a while. As for these people, I'll handle them. Angor had never seen Dorcas fight before, but he could tell that the man was someone who used brute force to pave the way. If he went down to fight, he might wake Abel up. He wanted to see if Abel had changed after experiencing the truth illusion. It was better for him to deal with the hounds. Dorcas did not refute this. Moreover, he wanted to see what Magus Lion had up his sleeves. Dorcas stared at Angor and prepared to watch the whole process. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Dorcas looked at Angor in confusion. Angor didn't do anything. Wasn't he afraid that Abel would be harmed? With that in mind, Dorcas climbed over the edge of the boat and looked down. When he saw what was happening below, his pupils shrank. Down below, the eagles and hounds, who were originally walking in a certain direction, suddenly began to walk in a disorderly manner, as if they were going around in circles. They began to panic, shouting incessantly, but everyone could only hear their own shouts. It was as if they had entered a closed loop. They went from being lost, to being anxious, to being uneasy, and finally fainting. In just a few seconds, everyone was lying on the ground, including the hounds. Dorcas looked at Angor in shock. He watched Angor so closely, but Angor didn't do anything. How did he do it? Angor noticed Dorcas' confusion. Let's go down now. You'll get the answer you want. Angor slowly lowered the gondola. After landing, Dorcas glanced at Angor and quickly walked toward the fainted hounds. A moment later, Angor also walked to them in a leisurely manner. Illusions again. Dorcas looked at Angor. Right? Angor nodded noncommittally. But I didn't see you release any magic just now, and there were no illusion nodes emanating from your body. How did you do it? Dorcas asked doubtfully. Angor didn't answer directly. Instead, he gave a meaningful answer. The desert weather is hot, but it's perfect for something. Desert weather? A thought suddenly flashed through Dorcas' mind. He seemed to have thought of something. Mirage? Angor chuckled. Something like that. Angor did use a mirage spell. He didn't study it systematically, but when he was in the dream wasteland, he often used weather manipulation to create all kinds of mirages. In reality, with his current vision and setup, it was still very easy for him to pry open a mirage without making a sound. However, the mirages only blinded the people's eyes, which meant they were just illusions. What really knocked them out was the sound illusion created by the wind. Obviously, Dorcas did not notice the illusion nodes hidden in the wind. What do you mean, something like that? Dorcas grumbled. It means you got it right, Angor said casually. He didn't wait for Dorcas to ask any more questions. He walked around the unconscious people and headed toward Abel's hiding place. Abel's hiding place wasn't marked with any markings. It was just an ordinary sand dune. Also, Abel seemed to have set up something to block most of the energy and aura from escaping. However, since Abel was in a nightmare dream, Angor could easily find her. He gently waved away the sand, layer by layer, until he finally saw Abel's sleeping body after moving about 10 meters away. However, he wasn't paying attention to Abel. Instead, he looked at the top of Abel's head, where an emerald parrot with a wart-shaped crown was staring at him. Shit. I'm discovered, the parrot screamed. I'm going back to Origin Realm. But before that, I'll help you one last time. The parrot reached out its beak and pecked at Abel's forehead. After waking Abel up, the parrot prepared to leave. It didn't care whether Abel could escape or not. However, before the crowned parrot's beak could peck at Abru's head, a large light blue hand grabbed the crowned parrot and pulled it out of the deep pit below. The parrot realized that something was wrong and prepared to return to Origin Realm. "You're Abel's summon, right?" "I didn't think Abel would summon a..." Angor didn't know who the parrot was, so he tried to think of a proper name. "A stupid bird," Dorcas answered. "How dare you call me a stupid bird?" The parrot was enraged by Dorcas' words. It didn't return to Origin Realm and continued to attack Angor. "You red-headed roly-poly. How dare you talk to me like that? If I say you're a roly-poly, the entire poly family will feel ashamed of you. You're an ugly toy for children. Children will pee on your head." Dorcas tried to argue at first, but the parrot kept attacking like a machine gun. Dorcas didn't know what to say. Dorcas wasn't someone who would give up easily. Since he couldn't win the argument, he decided to attack. Still, he put a shield on the parrot with a smile on his face. The parrot glanced at Angor when it sensed the barrier around it and felt that this guy was quite smart. Now that it was confident, the parrot's firepower became even more shocking. Angor had never heard of such explosive, long-lasting, and non-repetitive attacks in his life. More importantly, the parrot's barks were as fast and powerful as a machine gun. The parrot spoke so fast, yet it could still be heard clearly. The level of mental pollution was beyond imagination. Of course, this was referring to Dorcas. While Dorcas stomped his foot in anger, Angor quietly stepped aside. He didn't forget to put up a barrier around the parrot from time to time. This scolding went on for a full hour. Dorcas couldn't do anything to the parrot, and he didn't want to fight Angor either, so he shut himself up. He sat on the ground with his arms crossed and gave off a cold aura, as if he didn't want anyone to get close to him. Angor saw that the parrot was done scolding him. He smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Maybe it was because Angor put a barrier on the parrot, which earned it a little bit of affection. "Just call me Master." Veins popped on Angor's forehead. "I'm asking about your race," Angor said in a plain tone. "What an ignorant fool. You don't even know that your master is a noble crowned parrot. How rude of you." Angor raised an eyebrow and poked the parrot's forehead with a finger. The parrot didn't expect Angor to do that. It anxiously tried to return to the Origin Realm, but Angor was faster than it. A light spot sank into the parrot's forehead, and it fainted on the ground. "You didn't want me to touch it when it was scolding me. Now it's your turn, and you're working pretty hard, aren't you?" A faint voice came from behind. Angor didn't say anything. He thought the parrot was interesting, and he didn't want it to get hurt. But now, it was still interesting. It just needed to be taught a lesson. "Good move though. Is it dead? If not, I'll give it another stab. I'll stab it from its back and come out through its stinking mouth." Just imagining this scene made Dorcas laugh out loud. Angor didn't care. He let the hand of spell grab the unconscious parrot to protect it from Dorcas' sneak attack. Instead of paying attention to the unconscious parrot, Angor looked at Abel, who was at the bottom of the pit. He waved a hand. Several glowing tentacles appeared under Abel's body. The tentacles weaved together and turned into a soft cushion made of illusionary light. The cushion slowly floated up with Abel on it. After placing Abel on the flat sand, the phantom light cushion slowly dissipated. Dorcas knew he couldn't do anything to the parrot for now, so he turned his attention to Abel. When he saw the cushion, he thought, another illusion. So far, this Wizard of Leon had attacked 3 times, and each time, it was an illusion. Could he be an illusionist? There weren't many illusionist wizards in the southern wizarding region. Which one could it be? While Dorcas pondered, Angor kept an eye on Abel. She was still sleeping. But this time, she didn't call out to Angor in her dream. Instead, she was in a real dream. There were traces of tears on her cheeks, and there were also water droplets at the corners of her eyes. Her expression alternated between fear and sadness. Anyone who saw this scene would know that she was having a nightmare. "You said you want her to have nightmares if she keeps sleeping?" Dorcas moved closer and gave Angor a strange look. "You have such a fetish?" Angor didn't care about Dorcas' nonsense. He turned his attention to Abel and waited for her to wake up. Judging by the progress of his nightmare dream, it should be nearing its end now. Yanniga and Chayla should be dead by now. Guena asked Von Man to skin them alive. When everything was settled, what would Abel's choice be? End of chapter. Tell me, what kind of dream did she have? You actually didn't wake her up and let her continue sleeping? It seemed Dorcas was the kind of person who could not keep his mouth shut. Despite Angor's indifference, he still tried to get closer. Angor remained silent for a moment before he slowly answered, a dream that showed her the truth. So, you used some kind of method to make her see the truth in a dream? Is it a nightmare for her? Dorcas quickly began his analysis. Angor did not answer. Dorcas kept talking. What's the point of seeing the truth? You won't be able to see the truth even if you see it. Although Dorcas's words were spoken casually, the logic behind them was not wrong. Between seeing the truth and recognizing the truth, there was still a very long way to go. Besides, if it's a nightmare for her, maybe she doesn't want to think about it after waking up. You know, people with weak hearts will always protect themselves within their own walls, unwilling to come into contact with all the negative emotions. That's a good analysis. Angor was not mocking Dorcas. He truly believed Dorcas' analysis. I've seen a lot of similar things, and I've seen many people like that. They're trapped in their own world, dreaming what they think is the best dream they can get. Then what do you do? When I'm in a good mood, I slap them to wake them up. If I can't, I slap them again. Who cares about them when I'm in a bad mood? Angor didn't think there was anything wrong with Dorcas' description of violence. In fact, he found the man quite interesting. Well, I'm not like you, Dorcas said. Don't worry about it. I just want her to see the truth. But like you said, seeing the truth doesn't mean she can see the truth. I'm only responsible for showing her the images. She can make her own choice. Angor did not know Abel well, but he knew Guena very well. Guena was a pitiful and vicious woman, and Angor was the one who brought her to Brute Cavern. This was why Angor decided to give Abel a chance to see the truth. But whether Abel could use it or not was up to her. Another 10 minutes passed. Abel's dream should have ended, but she didn't want to wake up yet. However, the crowned parrot woke up first. As soon as the crowned parrot woke up, Dorcas went up to it as if he was torturing himself. The crowned parrot trembled and stole a glance at Angor. Seeing that Angor did not say anything, it regained its confidence. Machine guns reappear, Dorcas' advantage was instantly reversed, and it was visible to the naked eye. He lost again. When Dorcas was talking to Angor, in fact, he had been concluding in his heart. Which part of him didn't perform well in the scolding match just now? Was it because he thought that the conclusion was on point and that he had already made up for the shortcomings? That was why he went to the crowned parrot to avenge his humiliation. Maddox trembled with anger. Why didn't he attack the crowned parrot this time? What did you do to it? It looks like it's afraid of you and doesn't even dare to look at you. When the crowned parrot heard Dorcas's words, it immediately retorted, "Who says I don't dare to look?" Before he could finish his words, Angor turned around. He stared at the crowned parrot calmly. The crowned parrot obeyed, it lowered its head obediently and did not say anything else. Dorcas' eyes glowed. That's the effect. Teach me, I'll do it too. Dorcas looked at Angor with a longing look. It's just a fear cantrip, Angor said. A mind cantrip? Dorcas was disappointed. Fear cantrip was only a level 1 cantrip. But he had never learned illusions before. Did he really need to learn another subject? It would take him at least half a year or a year to learn it. As for the other side, the crowned parrot stole a glance at Angor. Fear cantrip? It knew about this cantrip. Did it just go through the worst nightmare in the world, and that, definitely not fear cantrip. Because, those things in the dream were real. They could even tear the parrot apart in the dream and kill it in the real world. Fear cantrip could not do that. This gentle-looking man was a liar. Furthermore, he was the most terrifying great demon king. Angor did not know what the crowned parrot was thinking. If he did, he would probably correct it with a smile. He was definitely using fear cantrip. It was just that, he used the nightmare power in his right hand. The crowned parrot was terrified of Angor, but it was not afraid of Dorcas at all. Dorcas had nothing better to do. He just got pissed off, and now he was fighting the crowned parrot again. Angor was quite happy to see this. He might have used Nightmare Fear cantrip on the crowned parrot, but he actually liked the creature. Abel was too weak. If she could help the crowned parrot, who was good at observing and talking, she might be even more useful than Angor's dream. Because of this, Angor decided to protect the crowned parrot from Dorcas' violence. The quarrel was getting more and more intense, and the crowned parrot was getting fiercer and fiercer. Dorcas could only clench his teeth and clench his fists. He had run out of curses. Dorcas, who had lost again, lay down beside Angor like a dead fish. The crowned parrot raised its head proudly with a proud look on its face. Dorcas himself couldn't figure it out. As a wandering magus, I've spent at least 50 of these 80 years in various regions. From the most vulgar to the most vulgar, I've heard everything. But I still can't win against a stupid parrot. Why was this happening? Is this parrot a summoned creature? Could it be that the original realm, where it is located, uses curses in daily conversations? Angor did not know either, but he really felt sorry for Dorcas. Dorcas had a lot of experience, but he could not win against a little parrot. This was probably one of his rare moments of failure. While Dorcas was still feeling frustrated, he heard someone crying beside him. He got up and saw Abel, who had been sleeping all this time, finally woke up. She stood up in a daze and looked around. Tears were running down her cheeks. "You're awake," a gentle voice came from beside her. "Mister, why are you here?" Abel asked without thinking. "Weren't you the one who called me to save you?" Angor moved aside so that Abel could see the royal knights of Goman Kingdom lying on the ground not far away. Abel seemed to have recalled something, but it was soon replaced by a gloomy mood. "Mister, was the dream real?" Abel's voice was trembling. Angor spoke in a cold tone, "You decide for yourself. You can deal with your personal matters when you have time. Now, let's talk about what happened here." Abel opened her mouth. Her emotional words were stuck in her throat, but in the end, she swallowed them back down silently. Angor was right. She knew what was important. Her problem was insignificant. When Abel's eyes dimmed, the crowned parrot suddenly spoke up, "You're such an idiot servant. Why did I take you in? That woman is obviously using you, but you're still doubting whether it's true or not. It's because you don't want to face the truth, so you want to get the false answer from others. That's why you can hide in your own little world and continue to live with a fake appearance, right?" Abel looked at the parrot in surprise. How? How did you know about Guena?" She knew it was Angor who did it. He used Nightmare Fear on the parrot, but he also inserted some of Abel's stories into the dream. Angor only did it out of convenience. He thought the parrot might be able to influence Abel's mind since it was so good at talking. But he did not expect the parrot to attack Abel as soon as she woke up. The words were harsh, but Angor realized that the parrot really knew how to read people's minds. Abel was like a blank piece of paper compared to the parrot. "You don't need to know how I know. You're just an idiot. If my servant is as stupid as you, I won't sign a contract with you," the parrot said proudly. "I'm not an idiot. I just feel sorry for Guena, hee. I found another reason to hide in the small world." "Sorry?" "Yes, she is. But what does that have to do with you?" "She's using you. Can't you feel it?" "No. You can feel it. But you always use sorry words to cover your eyes like this time. You're just trying to ignore everything that's wrong. You're such a fool." After being scolded by the crowned parrot, Abel didn't dare to say anything. She was afraid that if she continued to speak, the crowned parrot would scold her as an excuse. But she had to admit that the parrot's words still struck a chord in Abel's heart. When she asked Angor when she woke up, she was still trying to cover it up. But now, the crowned parrot had already exposed the truth she did not want to face. She did not want to hide it anymore. The only thing she could do now was to face the truth and make a choice. Angor noticed the change in Abel's mind. He gave the parrot a thumbs up in his mind. The bird did have a mean tongue, but it was kind to Abel. It was not easy for Abel to think about how to face the truth and make a choice. Angor believed that as long as the parrot stayed by Abel's side, Abel would find a way to change her mind. "Abel, do you trust your summon?" Before Abel could say anything, the parrot spoke first. Who's her summon? We haven't signed a contract yet. Abel nodded quickly. You haven't signed a contract yet? Then we can sign it now. I can be the witness of your friendship, Angor said. The parrot was a little scared of Angor, but it still said, who wants to sign a contract with a coward like her? She's not even qualified to be my servant. When the crowned parrot was halfway through its sentence, it turned around and found that Abel was also hesitating. How dare a fool like her sign a contract with a noble being like me, and she's still hesitating? Unforgivable. The more you don't want to sign a contract with me, the more I'll sign one. The parrot quickly changed its tone. She's qualified to be my servant. I agree to sign a master-servant contract. I'll be the master, and she'll be my servant. Abel did not expect the parrot to agree to sign a contract with her. She only hesitated because she was worried that the parrot would dislike her. However, the parrot misunderstood it as Abel being disliked by it. It had to be said that this could be considered a freak combination of circumstances. In the end, they signed the contract with Angor as their witness. However, it was not a master-servant contract. It was an equal contract. Although the crowned parrot was still cursing and calling Abel a stupid servant, it had no choice but to admit defeat. After binding the crowned parrot to Abel, Angor felt relieved. He believed that Abel's life would be better with the crowned parrot by her side. At least, he believed that the parrot would not allow Abel to continue being a weakling. With that settled, he looked at Abel again. Like I said, you should solve your own personal problems. Now, we need to deal with the Knights of Goman Kingdom. Tell me, why are they after you? Abel's mood was much better now because of the parrot's interruption. She used to think that Guina's truth was more important than anything else. But now that she had to face it, she decided to let it go. The most important thing now was to tell Angor what old Potter told her. It's like this. After I parted ways with my lord, I went to a Magus bazaar nearby. The bazaar is called Princess Town. Princess Town. You can tell from the name that it's related to Goman King. Dorcas spoke in a cold tone. Abel didn't know who Dorcas was, but since she saw Dorcas together with Angor, she assumed they were friends. You're right, sir. This market used to be called Harandi Market because there was a fountain of Harandi soft water nearby. Later, when the Harandi soft water was used up, the market changed its name to Merandi Market. Where Harandi soft water appeared, there must be Merandi magic ore, which was an inert mineral that did not react well with mana. The name of the market was quite logical. Eat what you need and use what you have. But Merandi Market only used this name for a year or two before it was changed again. The daughter of the elder princess of Goman Kingdom came here, so the name was changed to Princess Town. Almost everyone in the southern wizarding region knew that Goman King controlled almost all supernatural markets in the country. However, on the surface, Goman King did a good job. He rarely interfered with other wizard markets. But now, just by hearing that the market had been renamed to Queen's Town, it was clear that Goman King had given up on manipulating the market. Goman King took over all supernatural markets from the shadows. Abel continued, it was too late after I went to Princess Town, so I decided to rest for the night. Tomorrow, I'll go to Xianxia City. I know there's a secret hideout in Princess Town, which is managed by a brewer named Old Potter. So I went to Old Potter's place. Most major organizations did not trust Goman King and did not want to station people in the market. However, they did have many secret hideouts, all of which were used to keep an eye on Goman Kingdom's movements. When I went to Old Potter's place, he was trying to send an urgent message back to Brute Cavern. Then, I got the information from Old Potter. After listening to Abel's explanation, Angor finally understood the whole story. According to Old Potter's urgent report, there was a guide from Brute Cavern. After accepting the mission, the guide began to travel overseas in search of talents. When he returned to the continent, he planned to cross the Goman Kingdom and go to Yali Duchy to see if there were any other talents. However, to his surprise, the guide found an unconscious young man covered in injuries near Empress Town of the Goman Kingdom. The guide saved the young man, and after a test, it was found that he was also a talented person. However, the young man seemed to have something on his mind. Although he agreed to follow the guide into the wizarding world, he never spoke a word. The guide thought it was a young man's worry and did not ask about it. After learning that the young man was an orphan, the guide took him on his way. When they passed by Princess Town, the guide planned to stay at Old Potter's place for a night. However, something happened not long after they entered Princess Town. The guide was surrounded by a group of royal knights of the Goman Kingdom. These lackeys of the Goman Kingdom were not strong, but there were many of them. The guide was only an apprentice, so he was captured in the end. As a matter of fact, the guide was much stronger than Abel. If she really wanted to escape, the knights might not be able to stop her. However, the guide wasn't alone at that time. Behind her were other talents from all over the world, and some of them seemed to be very close to the guide. Because of this, the guide didn't give up on them during the siege, and unfortunately, she was captured. After they had been captured, Old Potter had inquired about it through various channels. In the end, he was able to confirm that one of them had offended the eldest princess's daughter. It was the young man who was saved by the elder princess. Old Potter could not expose his identity, so he had to use his connections in secret. However, the elder princess did not seem to be afraid even after knowing that the man was the guide of Brute Cavern. She did not intend to let him go at all. Old Potter was out of options now. He could only write an urgent report and ask for help from the organization. Old Potter's decision is correct. Notify the organization, it's the simplest and most effective way. Why do you want to break into the Empress Castle? Do you think you have the ability to do so? Do you think you can save the guide? Yes, the reason why Abel was hunted down by these dogs, because she broke into the elder princess's castle, he had even been discovered. Only then did he begin his journey of escape. In the end, when he had nowhere to run, he asked Angor for help. Abel blushed and explained, "No, I didn't overestimate my ability. I just want to check on them." Now, Angor didn't need to complain, the crowned parrot had already started talking. "Are you stupid, or stupid? Go and take a look at their situation. Aren't they still going to break into the enemy's territory? What's the difference between this and breaking into the prison alone to save someone? Oh my God, am I regretting it? Why would I sign a contract with such a stupid woman like you?" Abel also knew that her explanation was weird. Not to mention crowned parrots, even Dorcas covered his forehead and sighed. Abel lowered her head in shame and stuttered, "The guide, it's actually a friend of mine. So, I was impulsive. Your ability to make friends is obvious to all. As for your impulsiveness, it shows your stupidity," the crowned parrot ridiculed mercilessly. Angor was speechless as well. Abel's actions were worthy of the great prize for human bewilderment. However, this matter was related to the guide of Brute Cavern. If Angor did not know, he would not mind. But since he already knew, he had to find a way. "The guide, your friend, what's her name?" Angor asked. Abel looked up. "Lady Merlot." Lady Merlot? It took him a while to find something about the name in the depth of his memory. According to seniority, Lady Merlot was Salem's senior. She became Knight Sage Kayla's disciple 30 years ago. Back then, she received a golden poster. Whenever Salem talked about Lady Merlot, his tone would always be sincere and respectful. Lady Merlot was an elegant, classical, and principled witch. Nanagi and Vice were known as the two brightest stars of Brute Cavern, but that was only because they chose to keep a high profile. Lady Merlot, who always kept a low profile, would definitely become a wizard before them. All in all, Salem spoke highly of Lady Merlot. What kind of person was Salem? Salem was a pure bookworm, but he was also very observant when it came to outsiders. Angor trusted Salem's judgment. "So it's her. So you have some reliable friends," Angor whispered. Abel blushed. "You know Lady Merlot, sir?" "I've heard of her." Angor did not talk about Lady Merlot anymore. He stood up and said, "Since it's related to the guide of your organization, I'll go take a look." The capture of a guide was not a small matter in any organization. Besides, Lady Merlot was close to Salem. Of course, Angor would help her anyway. Angor looked in the direction of the Goman Kingdom with a calm expression. This place was not far from Princess Town anyway. Abel sighed in relief when she saw Angor's decision. She didn't dare to say anything and followed behind Angor. Angor looked at Dorcas. Thank you for showing me the way. I might not be able to go back to Kale for now. But I'll take care of things here as soon as possible. I hope you can pass a message to Kale for me. Dorcas acted as if he did not hear Angor's words. You're from Brute Cavern? There was no need to answer this question. Abel already explained it clearly. Dorcas knew he was only guessing Angor's identity. Do you think the famous Red Sword Dorcas will back off because of the Goman royal family? Angor frowned. Did Dorcas mean he would go as well? Why would he go? Angor did not think that one more person would make things easier. On the contrary, it would make things more difficult for him. Dorcas did not wait for Angor's answer. Rather than me, I think you should deal with those people first. Of course, Dorcas was referring to the royal knights of the Goman royal family. Earlier, Angor only used his illusions to knock them out. He did not kill them. Now that he was going to Princess Town, he had to deal with these people first. But how should he deal with them? Why don't you leave them to me? Dorcas suddenly spoke up. Why don't you leave them to me? I'll give you something you'll like. Angor didn't know what Dorcas was talking about, but he didn't stop the man and asked him to do as he pleased. Dorcas walked to the unconscious people and woke them up one by one. Angor did something to get information about the princess out of them. After the other party finished speaking, Dorcas whistled, and a gigantic golden ring sandworm about 30 meters long leaped up from the ground and swallowed the man whole. Using this method, Dorcas asked the people one by one and fed them to the sandworm. Soon, all of the lackeys were gone. Angor remained calm when Dorcas approached him. Abel, on the other hand, was so scared that she took several steps back. The scene of Dorcas summoning a sandworm to swallow people was too horrifying. Of course, Abel's cowardice did not escape the taunting of the crowned parrot. The crowned parrot was tired. It had already signed a contract with Abel, so it would be fine as well. But Abel's personality was really giving it a headache. It would take a long time to train her. According to the information we got, excluding the fake ones, this is the real information. Dorcas pointed at Angor with a finger. The short message was quickly digested by Angor. This information included all the information Dorcas had obtained from the mouths of these dogs, including the information about the princess and the princess castle. Even the reason the princess wanted to capture the young man was clear as day. So this is what you meant by payment? Angor raised an eyebrow. Dorcas shrugged. Of course not. You saw that golden ring sandworm. It's my pet, Goldie. After eating these supernaturals, Goldie has enough energy to reproduce again. When it gives birth to another Goldie, I'll give one to you as a gift. The golden ring sandworms were extremely precious sandworms, and the skin they shed could be used to practice earth element spells that leaned toward gold. The teeth they shed were both earth element spell casting materials, and they were also precious alchemy materials, sandworm gold. Aside from that, they had many other uses, and it could be said that their entire body was a treasure. Most of their parts could be recycled. They were not only valuable, but also useful. Larvae were already very expensive, and adults were even more priceless. Even Angor could not resist Dorcas' offer of a Goldie as a gift. Golden ring sandworm larvae were difficult to grow, but he still had the Insurcote manuscript he got from Ness. Insurcote was the heart of bugs, which was how Angor raised his slime worms. Angor wanted to say no several times, but he did not say it in the end. Goldie was too good to resist. Dorcas did not know what Angor was thinking. He already planned to give Goldie to Angor. Even though the golden ring sandworms were worth a lot of money, their larvae could still be bought. Compared to them, the eagle hounds that had the power of an intermediate apprentice were worth more. Therefore, Dorcas' offer of Goldie to Angor was, in a way, an equal exchange. After all, Angor was the one who subdued those dogs. Alright, now that we've dealt with the scum, let's move on. Next up is Princess Town. Dorcas crossed his arms behind his neck and looked relaxed. You really want to go? Angor asked. Dorcas grinned. I don't want to miss anything interesting. I don't think it's that interesting. That's because you don't see anything interesting. Don't you think that Elder Princess's daughter is very interesting? She's so young, and she already knows so many tricks. TSK. She has a bright future ahead of her. Are you serious? Of course I am. Don't you think it's interesting? Angor did not bother to answer. He summoned his gondola and asked Abel to join him. He did not ask Dorcas to join him, but the shameless Dorcas hopped onto the gondola and sat in front of Angor. Angor did not chase Dorcas away. Since Dorcas wanted to watch the fun, he would let him tag along, for Goldie's sake. Dorcas did not stop talking after they boarded the gondola. Is that elder princess's daughter a regular customer of Bliss House? Or maybe she's a member of Bliss House? Dorcas showed a hopeful look when talking about Bliss House. Say, since she likes to use whip so much, maybe she's Whip Witchrack KSA's student? Angor ignored Dorcas' question. What is he talking about? Abel asked the crowned parrot in a small voice. If you asked this question when you were 18, no, 13 years old, I'd think you're too young to understand it. But you're not a young girl anymore. You should know something about Bliss House when you heard about it. No wonder you're so easily fooled by Guena. The crowned parrot sneered. I've heard about Bliss House. But I don't think it's a good place, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Abel spoke matter-of-factly. As an otaku, she only read what she liked. As for those she did not like or considered evil, she would ignore them immediately. It's not like I asked you to join Bliss House. You just don't understand what's going on because you don't like it. You locked yourself in a small world. No wonder you're so stupid. The crowned parrot raised its head proudly. I won't let my servants have idiots like you. I'm going to do a 360-degree transformation on you, starting from today. Huh? Abel was puzzled. She only asked a question. Why was the parrot talking about her? Abel looked at the excited parrot and helplessly looked at Angor for help. According to her observation, Angor seemed to have the ability to control the parrot. However, Angor simply ignored Abel's pleading look. Angor wanted to see the crowned parrot transform Abel on its own. Of course, he would not stop it. Abel was already thankful that Angor did not add fuel to the fire. Under Abel's helpless gaze, Gondola soared into the sky with the help of Speedy. It was so fast that it only left a trail of light in the air. Soon, they saw the sandproof forest of Goman Kingdom. Beyond the sandproof forest was a lush forest with rolling mountains. Princess Town was located in one of the valleys in this area. Princess Town was located in a hollow valley surrounded by 3 mountains. There were several hunters' huts built beside the lake. At first glance, there was nothing special about the huts. But he sensed something familiar from the arrangement of the huts. Abel explained, you used to enter Princess Town by following the rules, and you'll see the entrance when you come out. But now, although the method of entry is the same as before, every time you enter a hut, you have to inject some energy into a specific place. Angor frowned. Inject my own energy? Abel nodded. Yes. But it's risky. Every wizard's energy has its own characteristics, and the authorities of Princess Town might notice it. The safest way is to use a magic crystal to replace your own energy and inject it into a specific spot. Basically, if you don't inject your own energy, you'll need at least a medium-low magic crystal to open the door. Dorcas nodded and spoke in a mocking tone, I heard about it too. I heard it's a new rule that was added after the town was renamed as Princess Town. The reason for inputting energy into the huts is that they seem to be connected to a defensive magic array in Princess Town. They claimed that everyone was working together to protect Princess Town, but the truth is, they just don't want to spend energy to maintain the magic array. After listening to Abel and Dorcas' explanation, Angor finally understood why he felt so familiar with the layout of the huts. They all seemed to be connected to the energy nodes of a magic array. As for whether it was true or not, Angor decided to go down and take a look. The airship landed, and Angor and Dorcas both disembarked. Abel was the only one who seemed to be hesitating. Angor knew what Abel was thinking. Before he could say anything, the crowned parrot jumped out and aimed at Abel like a machine gun. You were hunted once. What's the big deal? So you used polymorph because you're afraid of being recognized? You can't even do that? You're such a piece of trash. Why did I sign a contract with a piece of trash? Are you really a wizard? The crowned parrot was scolding Abel, but Dorcas felt like he was being mocked. he did not know polymorph either. As a wandering wizard, he couldn't get his hands on the soft slime skin. As for self-study, he was still working hard, but his progress was less than 1%. Doc Mare remained silent. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would know that he didn't know how to shapeshift. The crowned parrot looked exasperated and continued, since you don't know the transfiguration spell, you can only use makeup. This is the cheapest way to change your appearance. Don't tell me you don't even know the most basic skills of a woman? Abel trembled and dared not utter a word. The crowned parrot already knew the answer. It almost wanted to return to the origin realm. Come down, Angor spoke up. His voice seemed to carry some kind of magic power. As soon as he spoke, Abel felt the air around her began to ripple. However, when he tried to sense it again, the energy disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Abel's appearance had changed from a freckled girl to an ordinary girl with no distinguishing features. A level 2 cantrip, illusion? Dorcas whispered, but why do I feel something different? I can't sense the illusion nodes. Angor didn't answer. He turned around and walked into one of the huts. Abel, who had changed her appearance, followed him. That's where you put your energy. Abel pointed at a groove on the wall of the hut, which was obviously designed for storing magic crystals. He carefully observed the area around the groove and didn't find anything wrong until he took out a magic crystal and placed it in the groove. Something changed in the energy world. Angor carefully sensed the flow of energy around him. A while later, he went to the next hut and did the same thing as before. He tried to sense the direction of the energy flow. One hut after another. When he reached the last hut, everyone was waiting for Angor to place the magic crystal that was about to run out. However, Angor didn't do anything. Instead, he looked at Abel and asked, "Did you use energy or a magic crystal last time?" "Magic crystal," Abel said. "Wise choice," Angor praised him, which was rare of him. "Before I left Brute Cavern, Guguina gave me a list of things to look out for. She mentioned that I should try my best not to expose my mana signature. That's why I used the magic crystal." Abel's face darkened. She hesitated. Was Guina really that evil? Before Abel could think further, the crowned parrot flapped its wings and slapped her face. "I know exactly what's going on in your head. You're such a fool. Do you really trust Guina that much? Do you believe me when I say that there's something fishy about that human doll she gave you? I can smell that evil smell just by smelling it." After being slapped by the crowned parrot, Abel was stunned, and all her thoughts were gone. Angor suddenly remembered Dorcas' words. "If I'm in a good mood, I'll slap her once. If the first slap doesn't work, I'll slap her again." The crowned parrot didn't hear Dorcas' words, but it was already doing what Dorcas said. Dorcas and the crowned parrot didn't like each other, but they shared the same thought and behavior. He chuckled in his mind and put the magic crystal into the last slot without paying attention to the yelling behind him. "Did you find something?" Dorcas moved closer to Angor. "Huh? Then why did you ask Abel whether she should use energy or magic crystal?" Both Abel and the crowned parrot were curious about Dorcas' question. Angor didn't try to hide the truth. "There are magic arrays in these wooden houses. But they're not just defensive ones. There are also surveillance arrays. Once you enter the array's range, you won't be able to hide from them in Princess Town. You can find surveillance arrays in almost every wizard market. But they're only used to detect energy fluctuations and avoid conflicts. In the past, the monitoring magic array here should have been used for the same purpose, but now, after some slight changes, it is used to monitor the person supplying the energy." Abel felt cold sweat coming down her back. She was lucky that she used a magic crystal. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to enter Princess Town. Dorcas didn't react too much. "That's what I thought. Goman King's desire for control is getting stronger. I have a feeling that this country will go to an unknown extreme under the king's control." Dorcas sighed. Goman King's obsession and desire for control could be seen from the magic arrays. It was no wonder that all major organizations didn't like to enter Goman Kingdom's wizard market. The place was filled with watchful eyes. Even walking on the street would make one feel naked. Everyone was under the watchful eyes of their superiors. "Goman King's style has nothing to do with us. Let's go." The gate of Princess Town should be open already. Angor looked at the broken magic crystal in the slot and walked out of the house. When the door was opened, they were no longer looking at the clear lake in the valley. Instead, they saw a long, busy street. The density of people here was similar to the surface of the Sandworm Market. Occasionally, there would be people gathering here, but most of them were sparse. Princess Town had a higher threshold compared to other wizard markets, so it was normal that there were fewer people here. Dorcas yawned lazily. The window on the second floor of the second house on the right, the clerk in the shop on the left, and the dog beside the flower bed. They're all staring at us. Actually, these were not the only things that were watching them. They just came here, so it was normal for them to be curious. However, the people that Dorcas had mentioned were different from the others. They had come with a purpose. It was estimated that the higher-ups of Princess's Town would have such people watching over everyone who entered the market in order to have the greatest control over the whole market. Still, as long as they weren't wanted by Princess Town, they wouldn't keep watching them for long. To avoid alerting the enemy, Angor and his companions wandered around the street and bought some low-tier materials from time to time. Finally, they checked into a luxurious hotel near a teleportation array. As expected, when they realized that Angor and his companions might be going to the teleportation array tomorrow, the people who were watching them quickly disappeared. People who could leave at any time didn't deserve too much attention. After ensuring that no one was watching them, Angor and his companions left the hotel and headed to Old Porter's tavern. Old Porter was a level 3 apprentice who accepted an expatriate mission when he couldn't reach the next level. He had been hiding in Princess Town for many years to observe the changes in Goman Kingdom. When Angor saw Old Porter, he was greeting a group of people wearing knight armor with a big smile. Wine and snacks were served to the guests. It was a happy atmosphere. Angor noticed that there was an emblem on each of the knights' armor that read "A sword on a wreath." Angor didn't recognize the emblem, but Abel seemed to have seen it before. She hesitated and spoke through the spirit bond created by Angor earlier. "I've seen the emblem on the guards of Princess Castle before." In other words, even if these knights weren't guards of Princess Castle, they were definitely related to the castle. They sat aside and ordered several glasses of wine while waiting in silence. When the knights left the tavern drunk, Old Porter came to them and spoke in a low voice, "Follow me to the back hall, everyone." Old Porter didn't recognize them. He didn't even recognize Abel, who used illusion. He only noticed them because Abel made several small movements when she entered the tavern. It was a secret code that only people from Brute Cavern knew. Old Porter must have recognized it. The three didn't say anything and followed Old Porter to a heavily guarded secret room. After arriving here, Old Porter let out a long sigh of relief. "Forgive me for my negligence earlier, but the group of people wearing knight armor that I greeted earlier were actually Mordia's guards. Something happened on my side, and I'm trying to get some information from them." Old Porter already sent out the information about this place, but it would take at least a week for the organization to send someone to deal with it. Old Porter assumed that these three people were just passing by Princess Town, so he didn't reveal too much information. With that, Old Porter began to ask about the purpose of their visit. Neither Angor nor Dorcas spoke. Abel hesitated for a moment and spoke. "Old Porter, it's me. I'm Abel." "Abel?" Old Porter looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. She didn't look like Abel at all. Seeing Old Porter's confusion, Angor removed Abel's illusion. After confirming that it was really Abel, Old Porter sighed in relief. "I'm glad you're okay." Old Porter knew that Abel was being hunted. He even secretly sent some of his subordinates to help her. However, there were too many royal knights. His subordinates, who were only beginner apprentices, would die if they went. Besides, they had hounds and falcons with them. It would be difficult to lure them away. In the end, Old Porter had to ask his subordinates to come back. In Old Porter's opinion, Abel was either beyond saving or had been captured by the royal knights. Therefore, Old Porter had specifically mentioned Abel's situation in the letter he sent out. But Abel was not only fine, but also brave enough to come back to Princess Town. Old Porter liked Abel a lot, mainly because he knew too many complicated people. He was more than happy to get along with someone as pure as Abel. Seeing Abel's return, Old Porter's first reaction was to rejoice. His second reaction was to grab Abel and persuade her to leave this dangerous place. Seeing that old porter was about to ask his subordinates to chase Abel away, Abel quickly said, "I'm not alone this time. I'm with 2 other masters." "Masters?" Old Potter paused for a second. Abel had to address him as Lord. Only a formal wizard could do that. Old Potter's attention had been focused on Abel, so he hadn't noticed the 2 silent people beside him. It was only now that he turned his attention to them. Old Porter didn't recognize Angor because he was using polymorph. However, Dorcas was using his original appearance. As Old Potter carefully sized up Dorcas, a name suddenly floated into his mind. Red Sword? Dorcas let out a lazy aha. Old Porter was still wondering why Red Sword Dorcas was here when Abel's words caught his attention. "This is Mr. Pat." "Mr. Pat?" There might be other people with this name in the wizarding world, but there was only one Mr. Pat from Brute Cavern. A super-dimensional wizard. Old Potter looked at Angor in shock at first, but soon, as if he suddenly thought of something, he bowed deeply to Angor with great respect. "Forgive me for not recognizing you, Mr. Enough with the excuses. Tell me what happened to the guide." He already heard Abel's explanation, but it didn't mean that he couldn't ask again. Maybe there would be more information. Old Potter immediately understood that Angor was here to deal with the guide. It would be best if he could save Lady Merlot as soon as possible. However, Old Potter didn't say it out loud. Instead, he carefully looked at Dorcas. He knew Dorcas was a wandering wizard who had no connection with Brute Cavern. He didn't know why Dorcas was here. Dorcas didn't notice Old Potter's cautious look. Maybe he did, but he didn't care. He was now fully focused on Angor. Abel always called Angor Mr., and Dorcas didn't know what this Mr. was. But now he knew. It was Pat. Information about wandering wizards was not restricted. In fact, it was more widely circulated than most wizard organizations. He was the most popular new adept in the world of adepts, the most discussed adept in all major adept magazines, and the adept with the fastest rate of advancement in the past few centuries. All kinds of titles were given to a wizard named Pat. Was this Pat really the same Pat? Angor nodded to Old Potter. "It's okay. Abel already told us about this. Red Sword was there." Abel didn't necessarily know more than Old Porter. Angor was also reminding Old Potter that if Abel didn't know about any sensitive information, he should hold it back for now. Dorcas was an outsider after all. As a veteran, Old Potter naturally understood what Angor was implying. He organized his thoughts and began explaining from the beginning. What Old Potter said was almost the same as what Abel said. However, today, Old Potter had heard some new insider information from the knights guarding the Princess Castle. Soon, a group of royal knights would escort some criminals out of Princess Town. He didn't know who they were, but Lady Merlot might be one of them. Old Potter didn't ask where they were going, but he guessed they were going to the capital. Old Potter said, ever since this place was renamed Princess Town, Goman King's royal knights would come here every once in a while. They would leave without a trace. I'm guessing that every time they come, it's actually to escort the captured superhumans away. Abel pondered. If that's true, why did the Goman royal family capture so many supernaturals? How dare they kidnap the guide of Brute Cavern? Aren't they afraid of getting hurt? The crowned parrot sat on Abel's head with its legs crossed and said, "You asked lonesome. Other than fighting prowess and flesh, what other uses did superhumans have? Goman King did not need the combat power of those extraordinaries. He must have used their flesh for something. Maybe it's some kind of evil alchemy array. I heard about it when I was in the Origin Realm. Evil wizards like to mix all kinds of creatures together and make them into stitched monsters." The parrot shuddered at the mention of stitched monsters. He assumed that the so-called stitched monsters were similar to the wolves in the human world, which were often used by adults to scare children. Is that true? Abel asked curiously. How should I know? I can only speculate. Stupid servant, don't you have a mind of your own? The first thing you need to learn to live in this world is to have your own judgment. Do you understand? Abel was a little submissive, and the crowned parrot was her summoned creature. Therefore, Abel did not dare to disobey. She quickly nodded in agreement. Old Potter listened to the conversation between Abel and the parrot and grew curious. What's up with this parrot? Abel didn't see it before she left. That parrot is Abel's new summon, Angor explained. The parrot protested in a weak voice. She's not just a summon. She's Abel's master too. Angor pretended he didn't hear anything. What the parrot said is highly possible. Those captured supernaturals are mostly apprentices, and they're not that strong. Plus, they'll rebel if they have free will. To use the power of these supernaturals, one must first brainwash them or force them to sign a contract, which is troublesome. As for what the crowned parrot said, it's actually interested in the flesh of superhumans. That's possible. But it's hard to say whether it's an evil alchemy array. Maybe it's something even more evil than an alchemy array. While speaking, Angor recalled the image of the Crimson Crown. It was highly likely that it had something to do with the great demon god from the Abyss Plane. If Goman King had something to do with the great demon god as well, the flesh alchemy array might be the best-case scenario. As for Abel's question about why they dared to capture the guide of Brute Cavern, maybe this is a turning point. Abel said, a sign of a turning point? What do you mean? Before he could say anything, the crowned parrot slapped Abel's face with its wing. Can't you think for yourself? I just said you don't have a mind of your own, and now you're showing it? Abel also felt wronged. I really don't understand. The parrot humphed. A turning point means that something unexpected has happened. Either it's madness at the end of the road, or it's a feast that's about to come to an end. Abel still didn't understand, but she didn't want to ask now, so she just nodded. Angor gave the crowned parrot a thoughtful look. The bird was smarter than he thought. Abel might have found a real treasure this time. Angor didn't comment on the parrot's words. It doesn't matter. Whatever they want to do with the supernaturals, it has nothing to do with our mission. But Old Potter, even if it's just a guess, we still need to spread the information. If it's true, the higher-ups will take care of it. Old Potter nodded. I understand. I'll go write the secret report later. Angor nodded. Now that Old Potter's information matched Abel's, it was time for him to go to the princess castle and check it out. As for the reason behind it, it wasn't because Angor was lazy. He really didn't want to get involved. Sunders warned Angor many times to avoid getting involved with Goman's treasure and the Goman King because they were troublesome existences for the entire wizarding world. After all, the Goman Kingdom had hundreds of millions of citizens, and to a certain extent, these citizens were the Goman King's hostages. The Goman King was cruel and insane. He even treated his own children as livestock, let alone ordinary people. Angor didn't want to get involved. As the parrot said, the madness at the end of the road and the feast is about to begin would be taken care of by the higher-ups of the major organizations. Angor wasn't strong enough to go against everything, so he didn't want to get involved. I'll go to the princess castle to check it out. If possible, I'll save Miss Merlot. Angor looked at the others. Old Potter, stay here. You too, Abel. As for Dorcas. Angor didn't know what Dorcas was thinking. He could only give the man an inquisitive look. As I said, I'm here to watch the fun. I want to see it with my own eyes. I'll go with you, said Dorcas. Angor frowned. Dorcas added, don't worry. I won't hold you back. I'm good at hiding. I'm just going to watch the fun. If you need my help, I'll do whatever you say. Since Dorcas had already put it this way, Angor did not refuse and nodded. Before I leave, I need to talk to Old Potter alone. Dorcas shrugged. Then I'll go have a drink outside. With that, Dorcas turned around and left. Abel hesitated for a moment before she was dragged away by the parrot. Even when they were far away, Angor could still hear the parrot muttering, "Why did a noble like me take in a stupid servant like you?" After they left, Old Potter asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, sir?" Angor didn't say anything. Instead, he reached out a finger and sent a strand of nightmare energy into Old Potter's forehead. Angor used fear, which was modified by nightmare energy into something similar to a hypnotic spell. It wouldn't scare Old Potter, but it would allow him to read Old Potter's real thoughts. There were similar spells in Angor's mind illusions as well. However, Angor didn't know many illusionary cantrips or spells. Fear was the most commonly used one, and it was also the one he modified the most. As long as it worked, he didn't need to worry about the form. Angor wanted to know Old Potter's real thoughts because he didn't fully trust Old Potter yet. Even those who lived in the mirror world all year round would have traitors and spies, not to mention Old Potter who had been living in the Goman Kingdom for years. For safety's sake, he decided to test Old Potter. Angor asked questions, and Old Potter answered. After several minutes of questions, Angor finally felt relieved. Old Potter truly cared about Brute Cavern. He was neither a traitor nor a traitor. The only thing he lied about was the reason why he accepted the mission. Old Potter told others that he couldn't reach the next level, so he accepted the mission and lived his life away. However, that wasn't the truth. Old Potter had reached the bottleneck of becoming a late-stage apprentice, and he couldn't find a way to break through for many years. However, he never thought about giving up. He came to Princess Town because of the chaos in the Goman Kingdom. It was a dangerous place, but the more chaotic it was, the easier it was to get resources. At least, Old Potter had obtained a lot of resources through various means over the years. It was much better than staying in Brute Cavern. However, Old Potter still couldn't break through. It wasn't because of him. It was because he didn't have enough knowledge. Old Potter had obtained the resources he wanted, but without the guidance of a teacher, the lessons in Tree Spirit Garden, and the materials in Cloud Library, he still couldn't break through the bottleneck. Old Potter had already decided to work for a few more years before returning to Brute Cavern. Old Potter lied about this, but Angor didn't think it was a big deal. Everyone had their own plans for the future. Old Potter was obviously doing it himself. As long as he didn't betray Brute Cavern, it was normal for him to be selfish. Angor snapped his fingers, and Old Potter's lifeless eyes immediately became clear again. Angor didn't block Old Potter's memory, so Old Potter still remembered everything he said. Old Potter's expression became a little complicated, but he didn't dare to say anything about Angor's identity. Angor spoke, "I'm sorry about that. But it's part of the process." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground. A black shadow instantly appeared and surrounded Angor and Old Potter. It was an enclosed space created by Elmi. What I'm going to tell you next is a secret of Brute Cavern. Because of this, I had to perform an alignment test on you, and you passed. At this moment, Old Bo still had some doubts in his heart. Was it really because he wanted to tell him a secret that he had been hypnotized? Angor didn't mind Old Potter's suspicious look. He took out a standard monocle from his bracelet and handed it to Old Potter. The monocle was the login device for the Dream Wasteland. Angor gave it to Old Potter so that he could send information more easily. Angor didn't want to get involved with the Goman King, nor did he want to know why they captured supernaturals. However, if what the crowned parrot said was true, this was a serious matter. It would be best to send this information to Brute Cavern as soon as possible so that Mr. Rain could make a decision. Of course, Angor could do it himself. But he didn't know the Goman Kingdom as well as Old Potter, so it was better to let Old Potter explain it himself. Besides, this was also a benefit Old Potter received from Angor. What Old Potter wanted the most right now was knowledge. He had enough resources, but he couldn't turn them into his foundation. This was what troubled him the most. Now that he had the login device, Old Potter could go to the Dream Wasteland and ask for help. Although the new city's library was still in planning stages, the Elder of Books was in charge of the Cloud Library, and without the Elder of Books' permission, no books could be brought into the Dream Wasteland. Even so, some basic books could still be found, and some wizards who were too lazy to attend classes in the Tree Spirit Garden held classes in the new city as well. Old Potter could also seek out these wizards for guidance. Of course, Old Potter didn't know about these benefits yet. Angor explained how to use the login device to Old Potter and stopped teaching. He planned to send Old Potter to Iron Granny so that Old Potter could ask her if he had any questions. Also, Iron Granny could tell Mr. Rain about the Goman Kingdom so that he could make further decisions. With that done, Angor asked Old Potter to find a safe place to use the login device. Old Potter was still doubtful, but he still followed Angor's instructions and put on the monocle. After making sure Old Potter had entered the Dream Wasteland, Angor quietly put away Elmi and left the room. There was no need to worry about Old Potter anymore, as he had already made contact with Granny. Now, it was time to settle the matter of the guide being captured. Angor went to the front hall of the tavern and saw Dorcas and Abel there. Abel was sitting at a table in the corner like a little girl, while Dorcas was at the other end of the table. They sat so far away from each other because Abel was afraid that Dorcas would slap the crowned parrot. The front hall of the tavern was crowded with people. Dorcas took a few sips of wine and felt that he could do it again. He took the initiative to start a war of words with the crowned parrot. Without Angor's protection this time, the crowned parrot would lose its courage and lose its power. But Dorcas was wrong. The crowned parrot was a hot-tempered bird. Of course, the crowned parrot was not reckless. It carefully assessed the situation and determined that Dorcas would not attack it here. Even if he did, he would not kill it for Angor's sake. Since it could not die, what was there to be afraid of? At first, Dorcas was prepared. He even had a draft in his mind, so he was able to fight back. But a draft was not enough. It was like a real battle. No matter what the opponent did, Dorcas would have to counter it even if he did not want to. No matter what Dorcas did, the crowned parrot could counter it and continue to spew sweet words. Dorcas held on for a few minutes and could not hold on any longer. The crowned parrot, on the other hand, was still going on. You rarely heard the bird swear. At most, it would say stupid or stupid. However, the words it said were extremely hurtful. Even an official magus like Dorcas would be infuriated if he heard this. That was why Abel was sitting far away, trembling. She saw that Dorcas's face was about to turn red from the excessive heat. She secretly tried to pull the crowned parrot a few times, but the parrot always saw through her in advance and glared at her. Abel sat upright and still, not daring to move. Abel sighed in relief when she saw Angor coming out of the tavern. Dorcas tried to attack the crowned parrot before, but Angor stopped him every time. Dorcas had no idea why Angor would treat the crowned parrot differently. The crowned parrot did not care whether Angor came out or not. As long as Angor did not stop it, the bird would continue to seduce people with its words. Angor did not stop the crowned parrot from doing its job. He leaned against the doorframe beside the bar and watched the fight that was about to end in a one-sided victory. In the end, it was Dorcas who couldn't take it anymore. He said something along the lines of "I'll be back" and hurried to greet Angor. "You're out? It just so happens that I'm in a good mood right now. Let's hurry up and get things done. When I come back, I will fight with that parrot again." Angor didn't know where Dorcas got the confidence to say that. 100 rounds. "I'm sure you can make it." Dorcas' lips twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. He followed Angor out of the tavern in a dejected manner. After leaving, they didn't go straight to the princess castle. Instead, they strolled around leisurely. Because the princess castle was in the center of the entire princess town, it occupied a large area. No matter how you strolled, no matter which street you took, you would have to pass through the princess castle. There was no need to rush. After leaving the tavern, Dorcas approached Angor and asked, "Do you think there's something wrong with Abel's crowned parrot?" Angor didn't think much of it. "So now you're trying to slander me?" Dorcas shook his head. "Who said that? I just didn't do my best. Next time, when I'm ready, I'll show you what it means to be a loser," Angor said without thinking. Dorcas said unhappily, "What loser? I'll definitely win next time." "Never mind, that's not what I'm talking about. I really think there's something wrong with that crowned parrot. I'm not a summoner, but I fought against summoners before and studied some of their creatures. Other crowned parrots don't look like that one." Angor already knew what Dorcas was talking about. Normal crowned parrots had the ability to control wind, mimic words, and summon spirits to become the eyes of their dominators. Just like Eureka's owl. Because of its ability to mimic words, crowned parrots were one of the few that could speak. If they were trained properly, they would be able to communicate normally with their masters. However, they could only communicate normally. Crowned parrots were low-level summoned creatures, which were about the same level as heart-eaters. They had some intelligence, but not by much. Abel's crowned parrot, on the other hand, had a quick mind. Not only could it speak freely, but its voice could also be used as a weapon to crush a wandering wizard like Dorcas. Also, this parrot didn't just have a sharp tongue. It also used a lot of classics from the wizarding world when we were arguing. I know some of them, but I don't understand some of them. I think it knows more about the wizarding world than I do, Dorcas explained. One by one, Dorcas summed up the so-called abnormalities: strong insight, arrogant personality, likes to call summoners servants, and knows the ins and outs of the Magus world very well. He added in his mind, it knows spells well too. At least the crowned parrot must have noticed something wrong when Angor used fear on it. Well, I think it's familiar, said Dorcas. Angor followed Dorcas's train of thought. If so, maybe it used to have a famous master. Without a doubt, this crowned parrot must have a previous master. Otherwise, it wouldn't know so much about the wizarding world. Dorcas nodded. I think so. Maybe it's a summon of a famous wizard. Who could it be? Dorcas tried to think but couldn't think of anything. I don't know much about the wizarding world. You should know more about the wizarding world, right? Dorcas looked at Angor. I don't know. Angor didn't hesitate. He had only been training for a few years, and he was still accumulating his knowledge. He didn't have time to pay attention to these strange stories. Dorcas looked at Angor and thought of something. He mumbled something and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination. Dorcas didn't ask about the crowned parrot again. He kept quiet all the way. When they were about to reach the Queen's castle, Dorcas hesitated for a moment. You're really Pat? Which Pat? Angor asked. The Pat that Abel mentioned. Are there other Pats in Brute Cavern? As far as I know, I'm the only one with that name in Brute Cavern. So you're really that Music Box Warlock? Music Box Warlock, Mystery Next Stop, Lionheart Bramble, and Illusion Controller were all titles given to Angor by various magazines. After Angor decided to call himself Dimensional Wizard, there were fewer and fewer such titles. For some reason, Angor found them annoying. But now, he really missed them. Although I think Music Box Warlock sounds pretty good, I still prefer people to call me Super Dimensional Wizard. Dorcas said, yes, extra-dimensional wizards. I heard about your music box from a friend, so I said it out of instinct. At that time, Dorcas had seen an unparalleled illusion through the music box. It was the first time he had seen such an intoxicating illusion that was filled with blanks and hidden meanings. Especially the various remnants on the floating island, it was as if he had seen history. That experience was very valuable to Dorcas. It even affected some of his thoughts. Of course, it wasn't the music box's power. It was just the empty space. Everyone had different thoughts when they looked at it. It was like reading a book. Different people would have different opinions. Some people would get more and more enlightened, while others would become more and more obsessed. For Dorcas, some of his thoughts were changed, but his mind was clear. Because of this, the music box left such a deep impression on him that he confused Angor's official title. Do you like it? Dorcas didn't know what Angor meant. I mean, what do you think of the music box? It was rare for Angor to listen to a customer's feedback. Not bad. Or should I say, very good. Dorcas didn't want to tell Angor that the music box changed his mind, but he didn't want to go against his own wishes. Therefore, he emphasized the word very to express that he really thought the music box was good. Music box? I haven't made one in a long time. Angor looked away. I made all the music boxes in the auction when I was an apprentice. If you like it, I can make another one for you when I have time, Angor said. Really? Dorcas was pleasantly surprised. Angor nodded. Of course. Next time, I'll give you the music box when you bring Goldie here. Dorcas didn't know what to say. He thought Angor was giving it to him for free. It turned out that Angor was just reminding him not to forget about Little Gold. However, even so, Dorcas was still at an advantage. After all, Dorcas promised to give Little Gold to Angor. My Little Gold is about to give birth. Once I get enough energy, it won't be long before it gives birth. I'll choose the best one for you then, Dorcas promised. Since Dorcas said so, he wouldn't give Angor an inferior one. This was a pleasant surprise. Maybe because Dorcas expressed his love for the music box, they chatted more freely than before. However, Angor noticed that Dorcas would give him a complicated look from time to time. especially when they talked about what Goman King had done in the past. I don't know much about Goman King, Angor said. Dorcas didn't know what to say. It wasn't because Angor didn't know what was going on. It was because Angor was still a young man. No, a teenager. An absolute genius whose cultivation speed was the fastest in the entire southern wizarding region. Dorcas always thought Angor was at least a 1,000-year-old monster. Now that he knew Angor's cultivation time was less than a fraction of his, Dorcas' expression became complicated. He was only 80 years old as a young wizard, but when talking to Angor, he felt old. Angor didn't know that Dorcas had been imagining things since the sandworm market, so he didn't understand the complicated look in Dorcas' eyes. But since Dorcas didn't mean any harm, Angor didn't mind. They had already arrived at the princess castle. They were standing at the fence on the right side of the castle. The fence was low, but there were shining runes on it, which indicated that it was quite sturdy. Through the fence, they could clearly see the lush forest behind the fence, as well as the castle in the depths of the forest. It seemed strange to see a forest in the princess castle, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was the illusion beasts and monsters inside. According to Old Potter's map, we're on the right side of the castle, which is the forest of phantom beasts, while the left side is the amusement park. Dorcas frowned. Are we really going through the forest of phantom beasts? The amusement park won't be easy to spot, right? It doesn't matter which way we go. But if we go through the amusement park, we might run into the princess daughter. According to Old Potter, she goes there to play from time to time, and the park is right in front of her window. Angor wasn't afraid of running into the so-called princess. However, he had already made up his mind to stay away from the Goman royal family's business, so he would avoid meeting the princess if possible. This was why he chose the forest of phantom beasts. Seeing Dorcas still hesitating, Angor said, "Don't worry. Those beasts won't notice us. Don't forget that I'm an illusionist. I'm not worried about the beasts. I can hide myself too. I'm just worried about how to break the runes here without being noticed." Oh, runes. Don't forget that I'm an enchantment alchemist. Angor used the same sentence twice. He was just going to tell Dorcas the main point, but his words somehow hit Dorcas where it hurt the most. Angor's training time was a fraction of Dorcas. Not only was he an illusionist, but he was also a grandmaster alchemist from the R&D department. Dorcas felt like a piece of trash compared to Angor. He spent a lot of time on his training, but why was he so much less efficient than Angor? Dorcas silently licked his wounded heart. For the time being, he didn't want to talk to Angor. In fact, he didn't even want to walk together with Angor anymore. Dorcas was a man of his word. When Angor quietly lifted a corner of the runes and they entered the forest of phantom beasts, Dorcas told Angor that he wanted to go his separate ways. Angor considered and didn't really mind. Dorcas was going to see something exciting. Yeah, about the princess. As for Angor, he was going to save the girl in the dungeon. And Dorcas didn't hesitate at all when he told Angor to split up. Before leaving, he used spirit bond with Angor to confirm the time of departure. Dorcas kept saying that he was good at hiding, and Angor was curious about how he did it. Under Angor's gaze, Dorcas slowly walked into the forest. When he reached a certain point, his figure suddenly melted into the shadows of the trees and completely vanished. A shadow spell? Angor muttered to himself. But it doesn't look like it. He didn't know any shadow spells, but since Elmi was living in his shadow, he knew a lot about how to use shadows. Dorcas disappeared after entering the shadows. It looked like Dorcas had melted into the shadows, but the trees here weren't dense enough. It was impossible to move seamlessly in the shadows. Rather than a shadow spell, it was more like, while Angor was pondering, Dorcas spoke again through their spirit bond. "What do you think? I told you I'm good at hiding, right?" Even though Dorcas was trying to control his emotions, Angor could still see the smug look on Dorcas' face. Angor remained silent for a moment before he uttered a name. "Dark Demon." Dorcas didn't reply. After a long time, he asked in a hesitant tone, "How did you think of it?" Angor thought to himself. Bingo. Yes, it was just a guess. He had some evidence, but he couldn't confirm it. Now that Dorcas told him about it, Angor believed his guess was correct. I saw a dark demon in the abyss plane, Angor said in a plain tone. Dark demons don't show up on the surface. You went deeper? Dorcas asked curiously. Sort of. I ran a shop in Razudran for a while. Once, a dark demon came to my shop to buy something. Angor's tone was flat, but Dorcas felt like he had lost. He wanted to show off his stealth spell, but Angor saw through it instead. Not only that, but Angor also mentioned something extremely terrifying. Ran a shop in Razudran for a while? That was the unfallen city of demons. Yes, it had already fallen. But running a shop in the demon's base? Was that something a normal human would do? You mean it? Even through the spirit bond, Angor could hear the trembling in Dorcas' voice. I'm just kidding. When Dorcas heard that it was fake, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally calmed down. Dorcas felt that his voice had been a little shaky just now, which affected his image too much. Thus, he purposely used a teasing tone and said, You look like a decent person, and you do things normally. Why is there a hint of mischief behind your back? Are you a woman on the outside? Angor was going to stop it. I lied, but Dorcas kept teasing him. There's no dark demon here. Dorcas was stunned for a moment. Why did he suddenly say this? What do you mean? I meant that no shadow demon came to buy anything from you. But when I opened my shop, I saw the dark demon using his ability on the street. The darkness demon's ability was somewhat similar to the shadow type ability. However, it did not fuse with the shadows, but with the darkness. As long as it was a dark and hazy place, even if the haze did not affect its vision too much, it could easily blend in. The forest of phantom beasts was sparse, but it was still covered by the leaves of tall trees. Plus, there were dark clouds floating in the sky from time to time, which helped Angor to guess where the dark demon was. He didn't expect that he would be right. Dorcas did not care about how Angor knew about the darkness demon's ability. He was more concerned about something else. You really opened a shop in Razudran? Yes. They're quite popular. When I left, one of my employees was reluctant to let me go, and hoped that I could open another shop in the future. Oh right, that employee was an ocean demon. Half-blooded sea demon, he added in his mind. Dorcas was a little confused. He could not tell whether Angor was telling the truth or not, but he already believed Angor's words. If the wandering wizards in Crossbar said something like this in front of him, they would definitely be bluffing. But Angor was different. He might seem like a playboy on the outside, but his actions and words were always serious. Dorcas rarely met someone who was serious. The so-called serious actually meant academic. Most academies were either in their research or on their way to their research. They rarely left their organizations. Dorcas had only met a handful of academies. Unlike the wandering wizards, Angor did not have the courage to lie so easily. Since he mentioned the details of the employee, maybe he was telling the truth. Also, the Wizard magazine mentioned that Angor was there when Mr. Monkey attacked Razudran. If all this was true, Dorcas felt like he had wasted all his time. His years of training were not as exciting as Angor's in just a few short years. A shop in Razudran was unspeakably powerful. Angor did not know what Dorcas was thinking. Dorcas went silent after Angor finished his words. Angor did not bother to guess Dorcas' thoughts. Since he knew Dorcas was using the darkness demon's stealth ability, he did not care about anything else. Business was more important. Angor was confident that his stealth ability was not as good as the darkness demon's. However, with Nightmare Illusion, even Sunders would have a hard time finding him, let alone other people. Enveloped in Nightmare Illusion, Angor stepped into the forest of phantom beasts. His Nightmare Illusion changed in real time, simulating the environment, light sources, and even the sound of insects and wind. Even when Angor walked through several phantom beasts, he did not attract any attention. This was his own stealth ability. After passing through the forest, Angor headed straight for the Princess Castle, which occupied a rather large area. Old Potter told him that the prisoners of the castle were all kept in the underground prison. However, he still needed to find someone to confirm where the prison was and how to get in. Of course, he could use other methods such as spirit power, wizard eye, or scout puppet. But none of them were as simple as asking someone directly. Next, he saw a group of armored guards patrolling the area around the queen's castle. Their armors all had the insignia of sword on garland. Without a doubt, they were the princess guards. There were 7 of them in total. One of them was the leader, while the other 6 followed. Angor stomped on the ground, and a surge of nightmare illusion quietly spread out from the ground and enveloped the leader of the guards. The leader did not feel anything at all. His eyes did not lose focus either. But he suddenly remembered a rumor he heard recently. According to the rumor, the prison guards gained many benefits from the prisoners. Although those prisoners were only apprentices, there were bound to be people who had fortuitous encounters outside. Perhaps those prison guards had obtained great treasures. Thinking of this, the leader felt an itch in his heart. Those prison guards were just a bunch of weak, worthless idiots. How could they get anything good? Even if someone wanted to use them, it should be someone with potential and strength like him. With that in mind, the leader suddenly stopped. Under the confused gazes of the 6 guards, he turned around and said, "I heard that the prison guards have been incompetent recently. If it's true, they should be punished. Little Tom, you come with me to check the prison. The rest of you, keep patrolling." No one doubted his words and obeyed. However, they all looked at the man named Little Tom with envy. Little Tom used to be just like them, but he got his position by sucking up to the leader. Since the leader often brought him along, he gained a lot of benefits. This time, when he went to the prison, he reckoned that he would have to scrape a layer of oil from those guards. Even if Little Tom couldn't get the main dish, he could at least get some soup. How could they not envy him? After splitting into 2 groups, the leader took Little Tom and walked in opposite directions. Neither the leader nor the leader thought anything strange about their actions. But in fact, Angor was using his nightmare illusion to act behind their backs. When he said he wanted to confirm the location of the dungeon, he simply asked the man to lead the way instead of asking. This saved him a lot of time. Following the leader's group, they went further and further into the city. Angor thought the dungeon would be under the princess castle, but it seemed that was not the case. After walking for about 5 minutes, the leader and Little Tom stopped in front of a black fortress surrounded by a sharp iron fence. There were magic arrays on the fence, and so did the outer shell of the fortress. Angor didn't think any of them were advanced, but they were still well guarded for a place like this. Angor didn't try to break the arrays. Instead, he followed the leader and entered the fortress. The first floor of the fortress was empty. There were only a dozen or so gargoyle statues. He quickly noticed that most of the statues were fake. Only one of them was the real one. Most likely, it was captured here as a guard. When the gargoyle heard the footsteps, it began to sniff around without leaving a trace. Angor was prepared for this. All his pheromones were sealed, so the gargoyle wouldn't be able to smell anything. Unless it was a dark gold gargoyle. But Angor had other ways to deal with it, such as using illusions. The gargoyle had already memorized the leader and Little Tom's scents. It didn't move at all. Instead, it stayed among the statues and pretended to be a statue. Following a spiral staircase, they arrived at the second floor. The first thing Angor saw was neither the prison guards nor the blood-stained torture instruments hanging on the walls. Instead, he saw all kinds of strange-looking dolls, a seesaw, and a slide. They all looked rather childish. However, the seesaw had a steel nail as thick as an arm, and the slide was filled with broken glass. Otherwise, it wouldn't be childish. It would be cruel. Angor assumed that these childish items were the handiwork of one of the princesses. Not long ago, Angor received a message from Dorcas. "Do you know what I saw in the castle's kitchen?" Dorcas said excitedly. "A giant spinning dart target. Each of the wheels listed what to eat. Muffins, milk, creamy noodles, grilled chicken platter. Looks like the princess has a hard time choosing." So far, the description was normal. However, Dorcas' next words were a little different. "Oh, right. The names of the food were written on people. There were 12 people in total. They were painted in different colors and stuck on the dart target. Also, the dart was an axe. This was the twisted, cruel taste of the princess. The turntable dart target, the seesaw, and the slide were different methods, but the result was the same. Angor hadn't met the princess yet, but his impression of her had already changed. It seemed that the descendants of Goman King all had mental problems, including Mandahara, the one he met in Dark Castle. However, under the guidance of a certain simple-minded, baby-faced man, Mandahara seemed to be getting gentler. He might have died, but at least he had escaped from the quagmire. The leader and little Tom began to negotiate with the prison guard. The leader remained arrogant, but the guard didn't show any signs of resistance. Angor could tell that there was a huge gap between their ranks. The leader came here to get some benefits, so he naturally started with the guard on the second floor. He didn't want to keep looking. Instead, he went deeper into the hallway. There were more cells below the second floor. However, the prisoners here were all mortals. Apart from some beautiful men and women, most of them were tortured beyond recognition. Their fate would be decided in the next few days. As for those beautiful people, their insides had already been hollowed out. Their eyes were lifeless, and there was a large amount of blood under their bodies. There were also small cuts on their skin. It seemed that the seesaw and slide were prepared for these people. This kind of humiliation had long since wiped out their thoughts. In fact, they were no different from dead people. Angor sighed in his mind and kept walking. Soon, he arrived at the third floor. The guard on the third floor was a fat man with a giant mace on his back. Unlike the guards on the second floor, he didn't stay in the guard room. Instead, he patrolled the cells with a mace. There were already supernaturals on this floor. The fat guard was patrolling the cells of the supernaturals. He chuckled and tried to make himself look cruel by threatening the supernaturals in the cells and forcing them to hand over their belongings. Angor was a little surprised to see this. Previously, when he used the nightmare illusion on the leader, it meant that there were guards in the prison and the supernatural being had obtained a lot of things. This made the leader greedy and come to the prison. Angor didn't expect his random excuse to come true. Angor glanced at the threatened supernaturals. They were mostly level 1 or level 2 apprentices, and most of them looked old. If they really had something good on them, they would not be so weak. And he was right. Even if the fat guard kept swinging his mace and made some of them bleed, the most he could get was some random items. They were probably not worth even a magic crystal. Still, the fat guard did not mind. The supernaturals in the prison were always replaced by new batches. Even if they were just small items, they could still add up after a few more visits. After extorting some unimportant stuff, the fat guard hummed an unpleasant tune and prepared to continue his patrol in the next corridor. Angor followed behind him. He did not mean to. There was only one path ahead. The fat guard took out a key and opened the door of a new corridor. As soon as they entered, the fat guard's expression began to change. It was a look of anger mixed with unwillingness. Under this expression, he began to grind his teeth left and right, making hissing sounds like a poisonous snake waiting to pounce on its prey. At first, Angor did not understand why the fat guard suddenly changed his expression. But after watching the blackmail show, Angor began to understand. There were a few tough ones in this corridor. No matter how the fat guard threatened them, or how many bloody holes appeared on their bodies with his mace, the threatened apprentices did not give anything. Judging from the old injuries on these people, it was likely that this was not the first time the fat guard had been here. Perhaps, he had not been able to extort anything from them every time. That was why his expression was filled with resentment just now. He was even gnashing his teeth in hatred. Angor was also interested in these tough ones. Their tattered robes seemed to have the symbol of a cross on them. Angor sent a message to Dorcas through Spirit Bond. I saw several apprentices with the symbol of a cross on them in the dungeon. Probably wandering wizards. Dorcas quickly replied, there was a rumor that many wandering wizards were secretly captured in the Goman Kingdom. I didn't think it was true. He paused and continued, you're telling me this because you want to ask me if I should save them, right? The so-called cross-organization of wandering wizards is quite loose. Just like you, even if you change your face and wear a cross robe, you can still claim to be a wandering adept. So, are you not going to save him? Dorcas, you can save him? It was not a bad idea to cause trouble for the princess. But let's wait until I'm done watching the show. A show? Angor was curious about what Dorcas saw. But Dorcas didn't pass on any information. Instead, through the spirit bond, he let out a creepy laugh. Since Dorcas didn't want to talk about it, Angor did not ask further. The fat guard didn't get what he wanted, he had no intention of leaving either. It was as if he was prepared to waste his time here with these tough bones. Angor saw that the fat guard did not intend to leave, and he did not plan to stay either. Should he go around him? He continued deeper into the dungeon. However, when he was about to leave, he heard a loud bang. A young apprentice was thrown against the wall by a fat guard, and blood spurted out from the apprentice's mouth. After he slowly slid to the ground, he walked over with a middle-aged man. She gently helped him up. "Are you all right? I won't die." The young apprentice was still coughing up blood. After thanking the middle-aged man, Angor lifted his head. The young acolyte raised his head with some effort and looked at the fat guard not far away. With an arrogant tone, he said, "Kill me if you have the guts." "Do you dare? Do you dare?" The continuous questioning, and the way the guard looked as if he was crippled, but he still sounded so arrogant, the fat guard's expression turned even uglier. He did not dare to kill the apprentice. Orders from the higher-ups, none of these supernaturals were allowed to die. The fat guard did not know why, but it seemed that the young apprentice had discovered this hidden rule after observing for some time. "Ha ha 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 ha." The young apprentice laughed out loud. "I was right. You don't dare to kill me. You don't even have the guts to kill anyone here. You think you're a man just because you have some power in this small place? You're just a dog that listens to a brat." The fat guard's expression turned even darker. He spoke in a cold voice, "Even if I can't kill you, I can at least cripple you. Guess which part of you I'll chop off first?" As he spoke, the fat guard took out a small, thin knife from his waist. It was not ideal to use such a small knife to slice through bones. The fat guard was not aiming for the bones. He slowly lowered his gaze and stared at the young apprentice's lower body. His intention was obvious. The young apprentice's expression changed a little. However, he still gritted his teeth and refused to beg for mercy. The middle-aged man next to him suddenly spoke up, "We're just wandering apprentices. We've already used everything we have. You won't get much from us anyway." The man's words attracted the fat guard's attention. "Didn't a group of apprentices from Brute Cavern get locked up a few days ago? I heard there's an advanced apprentice among them. Only people like him have good stuff. Instead of giving us a hard time, why don't you go find him?" The young apprentice next to him was puzzled. Since when was an apprentice from Brute Cavern locked up here? They were in the same cell. Why didn't he know? Also, that cruel princess now dared to capture people from a superorganization like Brute Cavern. When the fat guard heard the middle-aged man's words, he initially wanted to question how the middle-aged man knew about this matter, but for some reason, his thoughts changed and he forgot to question the middle-aged man. Instead, he said, "What group?" He was just a guide, leading a few mortal talents. Those few talents were in a few prisons at the back. They had nothing on them at all. As for the guide, he's on the 4th level. He's not under my control. The fat guard cursed, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Just you wait and see what I'll do to you next time. Especially that stubborn one." Under everyone's confused gazes, the fat guard left just like that. He already took out his knife. Why did he suddenly stop, and since when was he in a good mood? He was cursed like a dog. How could he endure it? These people had no answers for now. They did not know that Fatty was not the only guard in the corridor. Angor was there as well. The middle-aged man's question, the fat guard's explanation, and his departure were all controlled by Angor using nightmare illusions. They would not find anything strange. Even if they did find out something, they would think of something else to explain it to them. But the people around them would find it strange. Strange things happened all the time. Plus, the fat guard was a temperamental man. Maybe he liked being cursed, so, after the fat guard left, the nearby cells discussed among themselves for a while before they went back to what they were doing and acted as if nothing happened. Angor learned from the fat guard that Lady Merlot was on the 4th level. Of course, he did not want to stay on the 2nd level. According to the fat guard, Lady Merlot found a talent on the 2nd level. However, there were so many cells on the 2nd level, and Angor did not know which one was the talent Lady Merlot found. He could not save them even if he wanted to. It was better to wait for Lady Merlot to figure it out herself. Without wasting any time, Angor sped up. He even overtook the fat guard who was patrolling. The fat guard did not notice him at all. The first few corridors had locks on them, but they did not work on Angor at all. They turned into pieces of paper and flew through them. Finally, after passing through several doors, Angor reached the last corridor of the second level. He could already see a staircase at the end of the corridor. Angor quickly walked down. Halfway through, he suddenly had a strange idea. He looked back at the cell next to him. There was a thin young girl sitting in the prison. Her black hair was draped over her somewhat tattered dress. Her appearance could not be considered beautiful, but that cold temperament of hers was something that was born from her. Angor's strange idea came from this girl. But Angor could not tell what exactly it was. He gave the girl a meaningful look and decided to ignore it for now. He should focus on saving Lady Merlot. The guard on the third level was an old woman with a gloomy face. She did not seem to be patrolling. Instead, she stayed in the guard room and kept looking down the corridor with a pair of creepy eyes. Angor estimated that this guard was as strong as a level 2 apprentice, which meant she was stronger than the fat guard upstairs. However, she still did not notice Angor's presence. Angor quickly moved around the third level without paying much attention to the prisoners. He headed straight for the fourth level. Soon, he arrived at the fourth level. As soon as he reached the fourth level, Angor sensed a restrictive force around him. This was not present on the other 3 levels. It came from a magic array engraved on the ground. It could restrict one's mana pool to a certain extent and prevent it from participating in the cantrip model. It was similar to an anti-magic effect. However, it was much weaker than a real anti-magic effect. Moreover, it had no effect on official magi. Official magi had mana whirlpools within their bodies, so it was impossible to bind them. However, there was actually a magic array on this floor. It was clear that even the Empress was very wary of the people imprisoned here. The guards on the fourth level were different from the previous ones. There was no one in the guard room. There were only 2 gargoyles on each side of the corridor. Clearly, these 2 gargoyles were the guards of the fourth level. Unlike the gargoyles on the first floor, one of the 2 gargoyles guarding the entrance had an orange glow inside, while the other was completely black. One was a flame gargoyle, while the other was a shadow gargoyle. Both types of gargoyles were quite famous. One could control fire, while the other represented darkness. Angor remembered that Knight had a shadow gargoyle as a pet back in Resudran. However, Knight's shadow gargoyle was quite powerful, while the one in front of him was only as strong as a level 3 apprentice. The other flame gargoyle was also a level 3 apprentice. However, even a level 3 apprentice might not be able to defeat it in a real fight. Angor was not afraid of the flame gargoyle since it could not detect him. However, he remembered that the shadow gargoyle's talent allowed it to sense any living creature that approached it. Even if the creature tried to hide its presence, the shadow gargoyle would still be able to detect it. The corridor was only so big, so he had to pass by the shadow gargoyle if he wanted to enter. Angor was not sure if the shadow gargoyle would notice him if he used camouflage, but for safety's sake, he summoned Elmi. Elmi turned into a shadow and covered him up. Shadows were the hardest to spot in the dark, and Elmi was a master of shadow manipulation. With Elmi's help, Angor easily walked into the corridor. The 2 gargoyles remained in their statue forms, which meant they did not notice Angor's presence. He did not see the prison immediately. Instead, he found himself in a long tunnel. The tunnel looked ordinary, but the magic array hidden under the stone slabs was giving off a strange aura. There was a large mechanism in the tunnel that required a certain level of clearance to pass through. Even the leader he met earlier was not allowed to enter. Angor did not destroy the magic array. Instead, he quickly found the source of the array's energy. Among the hundreds of other tunnels, he accurately found the one that led to the core of the array. He casually picked up a poker card and lightly flew over, inserting it into the center of the magic array's pipe. Without making any sound, the mechanism in the tunnel was stopped. Angor walked through the tunnel and finally saw the prison on the 4th floor. Perhaps it was because this was the last floor, but the number of cells in the prison was obviously much smaller. There were only about 20 cells, and more than half of them were not locked up. Since there were only a few prisoners, Angor quickly saw Lady Merlot, who had a troubled look on her face. Back in Brute Cavern, he met Lady Merlot. Just as Xylem described, Lady Merlot's every move was elegant and classy. Coupled with his nimble way of doing things, he was like an etiquette teacher in a traditional aristocratic family. At this time, although Ms. Merlot's face was full of worry, the elegance that emanated from the depths of her heart did not diminish at all. Sybil. Gloss. Lady Merlot was wearing a long black dress. She sat on the edge of her cold, wet stone bed and murmured something with a worried look on her face. Suddenly, Lady Merlot's gloomy expression changed. She quickly stood up and looked around in confusion. There was nothing around her. The cramped space was just as oppressive as usual. However, she had clearly heard something rustling in the room just now. There was a large magic array outside her cell. There shouldn't be any bugs or rats. What was that noise, or was it just her imagination? While Lady Merlot was wondering, she didn't notice that the outside of her cell had become quiet. Unlike before, she didn't hear the chatter of her cellmates. It was only when Merlot inadvertently glanced at the prison door from the corner of her eye that she was surprised to discover that the outside of the grated window was already covered with a faint mist. Was there a fog in the corridor, or was it only her cell that was abnormal? Out of instinct, Lady Merlot walked to the door and looked outside. However, before he could take 2 steps, Merlot stopped. She heard something coming from her cell again. This time, it was very clear. It was a set of footsteps. Someone was behind her. Merlot slowly turned his head stiffly. Unsurprisingly, there was an extra person in the cell. He was leaning against the wall not far away. It was a red-haired, golden-eyed man. Lady Merlot was sure she had never seen him before. She didn't know who he was or what he wanted. However, someone who could break through the magic array and enter her cell was either a high-ranking official of the Queen's castle or a formal wizard. Regardless of which it was, from Merlot's perspective, it would not be a good thing. However, no matter what he thought, Merlot did not show any signs of cowardice on the surface. Instead, he stretched out his hand gracefully and gestured for the other party to sit down. The only place to sit in the cell was naturally the stone bed. I don't dare to sit on a lady's bed. It's disrespectful. Angor hesitated. Even if it's a prison bed. Merlot said indifferently, then isn't it rude to reject a lady's invitation? Angor chuckled and didn't continue the topic. He used the so-called etiquette because he didn't want Lady Merlot to feel nervous or uncomfortable. But now, it seemed that Ms. Merlot was indeed worthy of Salem's respect. Even in the face of an unexpected situation, she was still calm. Since that was the case, there was no harm in speaking frankly. That's not a problem. If you really want to talk about it, I think we should do it somewhere else. For example, Old Potter's Tavern? When Merlot heard Old Potter's name, his pupils shrank slightly. Old Potter had been hiding in Princess Town for a long time. Almost no one knew that he was related to Brute Cavern. Now that Angor suddenly mentioned it, he must be hinting at something, or threatening something. Old Potter's Tavern is indeed a good place to talk. But it's a very remote place. How did you find it? Merlot stared at Angor with glaring eyes as if he was trying to find something from Angor's expression. Because I just came out from there not long ago. Well, I saw someone there who called herself your friend. She rushed into the castle to save you, but was chased for hundreds of kilometers. Do you know who I'm talking about? Lady Merlot remained silent. Abel, Angor said in a soft voice. When Ms. Merlot heard Abel's name, her calm expression finally changed. Abel, how are you? Not bad, I think. And I met a good friend. He paused and added, oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. With that, his body began to elongate, and his face quickly changed back to his original appearance. Lady Merlot, if you haven't forgotten, we've met before. Lady Merlot stared at the man in front of her and stuttered, Mr. Pat? Angor smiled. So Xylem is right. You have a good memory, Lady Merlot. It sounded like Angor was praising Lady Merlot's memory, but he was actually mentioning Xylem to prove his identity. After all, only those who were related to Salem would know about such an insignificant apprentice like Salem. And Angor was Salem's best friend. As Salem's senior sister, how could Merlot not know about this? Pardon my rudeness, Mr. Pat. After confirming Angor's identity, Lady Merlot quickly displayed her self-restraint. Don't worry about it. You did well. Of course, he did not mean it when he said he almost forgot to introduce himself. He was curious about the person who was praised by Salem, so he put the introduction aside and did a small test that did not really count as a test. As for Ms. Merlot, her performance was indeed as calm as expected. I'm here because Abel and old Potter asked me to take you away. Lady Merlot was glad to hear this, but her expression soon turned gloomy. Mister, please forgive me for pushing my luck. I left Brute Cavern because I accepted a mission to guide people. May I ask if you can take the talents I've found with me? I'm not pushing my luck. That's why I'm here, Angor said. To any Magus organization, an innate talent was considered a talent. They were likely to become the future pillars of the organization. Angor would never give them up. After receiving confirmation, Merlot finally heaved a sigh of relief. I don't know who you've recruited yet, so I need you to tell me. Angor paused and slowly walked to the door. Please follow me. Merlot did not suspect anything and followed him without hesitation. The iron door that was covered with magic arrays seemed to be transparent at this time, and it could not stop their movements at all. They directly passed through the closed door and appeared in the corridor. Lady Merlot finally realized that the mist she saw did not cover the corridor. It only surrounded Angor, and now it also included her. Is this some kind of concealment illusion? Lady Merlot wondered. Angor moved forward, and Lady Merlot quickly followed. When they reached the corridor, Lady Merlot finally heard the chatter of her fellow prisoners. Most of these cellmates were like her, captured by the Empress using all kinds of despicable schemes. Lady Merlot didn't talk to them much these days, but she didn't think they did anything wrong. Some of them were quite friendly to her. Merlot listened to the familiar nagging of his cellmate and sighed in his heart. She really wanted Angor to save them as well, but she knew it would be rude to ask for too much. I hope you can hold on for a few more days. Once I'm out, I'll tell your organization to come and save you. As for the wandering wizards, Lady Merlot would go to the Cross Union to tell them. But she didn't think anyone would come to save them. After all, most wandering adepts couldn't even take care of themselves. How could they spare the effort to take care of others? How have you been these days? Angor asked casually. I'm fine apart from a lot of stress and worrying about the talents I recruited. Lady Merlot paused. The guards on this floor are 2 gargoyles. They won't come here normally. You don't have to suffer here. But there's no one to bring you food. Lady Merlot was already a top-level apprentice, so she didn't mind going without food for months. So the 4th floor isn't too bad, said Angor as he compared the first few floors. Merlot said, Sir, do you mean that the people in the first 3 levels of the prison are not doing well? To be exact, there are only 2 levels of cells. You can go and see for yourself if you want. According to the fat guard on the 2nd floor, most of the talents brought by Lady Merlot were on the 2nd floor. Compared to the 3rd and 4th floors, the 2nd floor wasn't doing so well. Lady Merlot understood what Angor was implying, and her expression turned gloomy. They arrived at the mechanism corridor. The card was still plugged into the energy pipe, which allowed them to move freely. The 2 gargoyles were waiting for them outside. Again, he used the same method as before. Using Elmi, he easily evaded detection. They reached the 3rd floor. They began to move slower. Lady Merlot needed to check the cells one by one to see if there were any talents she recruited. Luckily, the cells here didn't have any forks, so they could move forward while searching. Most of the prisoners on the 3rd floor were supernaturals. Most of them were level 1 and level 2 apprentices. They all looked weak, but they didn't look like they were tortured. This made Merlot secretly look forward to it, hoping that the talent she brought would be the same. However, they didn't see any talents on the 3rd floor. This meant all the talents Lady Merlot recruited were on the 2nd floor. It made sense. Most of the prisoners on the 2nd floor were mortals. Talents might have talents, but they hadn't used them yet. After going around the guards on the third floor, they finally reached the second floor. When they reached the second floor, they heard a commotion before they even started to search for the person. From the discussions in the surrounding prisons, they learned that the fat guard on the second floor had suddenly collapsed to the ground during his patrol. No one knew if he had died suddenly. Angor quickly contacted Dorcas through their spirit bond. The fat guard was hit by his nightmare illusion, but Angor didn't do anything. It was impossible for the fat guard to fall to the ground because of this. The only person who could do something like this was probably Dorcas. As expected, Dorcas gave a firm reply. He had already come out of the castle and was currently in the second level of the prison. I did it. I gave that fat pig a staggering blow. Dorcas also explained that he came to the prison to save a wandering apprentice. On his way here, he saw the fat guard blackmailing a wandering apprentice. The apprentice who was blackmailed once went to Dorcas' crossbar, so Dorcas recognized him. Even if the man wasn't a friend, he was still a guest of Dorcas' bar. How could Dorcas allow the fat guard to attack his guest with a mace? That was why he hit the apprentice in the back. Don't mind that fat pig. Without the guard, I'll let him go later. After exchanging some more information with Dorcas, they stopped talking. Dorcas was also on the second floor. If they kept going, they would meet him sooner or later. Angor turned around and tried to tell Lady Merlot to continue, but she was no longer there. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Madame Merlot was outside a prison, conversing with the people inside. So we found our first talent, Angor muttered and walked to the cell. Angor was a little surprised when he saw the so-called first talent. It was the black-haired girl with a cold expression whom Angor noticed earlier. Back then, when he walked past her cell, he suddenly had an idea. He didn't expect the girl to be a talent recruited by Lady Merlot. Also, judging from Lady Merlot's gentle tone, Angor could tell that they were more than just a guide and a talent. Perhaps it was someone he was familiar with, or a relative. Lady Merlot didn't have the time to talk. She walked to Angor and said, "Sir, her name is Sybil. She's a talent I recruited. I used to be her etiquette teacher for a while." Madame Merlot saw the confusion in Angor's eyes and quickly explained, "I was her etiquette teacher for a while." Angor nodded. So Lady Merlot was someone he knew. Without hesitation, he waved a hand and opened the door to Sybil's cell. Sybil had heard Madame Merlot's voice before, but she didn't see where she was. It wasn't until the cell door opened and a fog wrapped around her that Sybil saw Madame Merlot. Sybil's expression changed when she saw Lady Merlot. Her cold expression was replaced by a bright smile. However, when she saw that there was an unfamiliar man beside Ms. Merlot, Sybil's bright smile immediately disappeared. "My dear Miss Apathy, you've improved your face-changing skills again," Lady Merlot joked and introduced Angor to Sybil. Just like Lady Merlot, Sybil bowed to Angor as a wizard as well. From the perspective of etiquette, they shared the same origin. Angor was curious about Sybil, but he didn't want to find out right now. He nodded to Sybil and asked Lady Merlot to move on. In the next 2 corridors, Merlot found 3 more talents in a row. These 3 talents were led by a fatty, and there was a slight sign of them huddling together. It was similar to the time when everyone surrounded Hookdick when he was still a talent. The fat one seemed to be interested in Sybil. He would sneak up on Sybil and whisper something to her. Sybil maintained her Miss Indifference persona. No matter what the fat man said, Sybil would only respond with a yes. However, the fat man didn't mind Sybil's cold attitude at all. He seemed to have gotten used to her persona and enjoyed it. While the fat man was busy with Sybil, one of his 2 followers, who looked a little cunning, came to Angor's side while bowing. He kept saying thanks and flattering words, but his eyes were darting around as if he was thinking about something. Angor knew exactly what he was thinking. Just like how Foza tried to curry favor with Hookdick. Whenever Hookdick wasn't around, Foza would go to Butler Good and ask about his well-being. It was almost the same as what Foza was doing today. It didn't matter. He just wanted to curry favor. Angor didn't mind the idea, but he didn't want to be the target. Angor didn't do anything to Foza. He glanced at him and released a trace of his aura. The man didn't dare to move as if he was struck by lightning. The aura wasn't targeted at Foza. The others, including Sybil and Lady Merlot, also felt it. Lady Merlot, on the other hand, remained calm because Angor had already controlled the pressure to a level she could handle. However, to the other talents, it was as if the sky had collapsed, and they were being crushed under the pressure. Foza was the one who suffered the most. He was the first one to bear the brunt of the aura, so he felt it the most. He felt like an ant bowing down at the foot of a mountain, facing a towering mountain. He trembled and his mouth trembled as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. The others were in the same situation as him. It was as if they were sitting on a small boat that had to face the stormy sea of fury. Everyone felt terrible. Fortunately, Angor's aura did not linger for long. He quickly withdrew it. The boy no longer dared to approach Angor. She sighed. Mr. Pat is already a moderate. If it were someone else, like Mr. Pat's mentor, you'd be dead before you could even say anything. As a person at the bottom of the Magus world, it is extremely disrespectful to approach an official Magus without permission. Ms. Merlot seemed to be talking to the slippery kid, but in fact, she was warning the others. When facing an official Magus, one had to treat them with the utmost respect. This was the way of survival in the world of adepts. Perhaps it was because of Angor's aura, no one dared to say a word. The fat talent no longer followed Sybil. Instead, he walked behind Lady Merlot in silence. Miss Merlot claimed that Angor was a moderate, but they didn't believe it since they didn't know much about the wizarding world yet. They only believed that someone as gentle as Miss Merlot was a real moderate, which was why they decided to follow her. Ms. Merlot looked at her followers and gave Angor an apologetic look. Lady Merlot, who was always careful with her etiquette, found it rude to leave Angor out of the group to be disrespectful. In order to prevent this from happening, Lady Merlot quietly moved closer to Angor. The other talents behind her didn't know what to do. Should they follow Ms. Merlot or not? Sybil was the only one who didn't say anything. She continued to follow Ms. Merlot. Since the mist illusion could only cover a limited area, they still followed them after a few seconds. However, they didn't dare to get too close. Please forgive them for their ignorance, sir, Ms. Merlot said politely. I'm not angry, and I don't need their forgiveness. Angor was telling the truth. So far, these talents didn't do anything to upset him. That included Slippery Kid. As Angor expected, he didn't mind if Slippery Kid tried to suck up to someone powerful, as long as it wasn't him. While they talked, they went through another corridor. According to Angor's memory, there were only 3 corridors left on the second floor. As for the people in these 3 corridors, almost all of them had been punished before. Some of them were too horrible to look at. How many talents are left? Angor asked. 3, Ms. Merlot answered without hesitation. 3, Gloss, Blaze, and Amisa. If I'm not mistaken, they should be in the other corridors. But I hope they're still alive. The fat guard didn't dare to kill supernaturals, but he could do whatever he wanted to the mortals. Lady Merlot didn't know what he meant until she saw the horrible scene in the new corridor with her own eyes. She finally understood why Angor said, I hope they can survive. The other few talents also saw the people in the prison who were either skinny, missing an arm or a leg, or even lying dead on the ground covered in blood. As ignorant people who hadn't seen much of the world, their faces instantly turned pale. They were also glad that they didn't get punished too much. Maybe the fat guard didn't want to come to them because the corridor was too far away, but the truth was the opposite. The fat guard knew that they were talents from Brute Cavern and didn't want to punish them too much. The fat guard was a vicious man, but he knew very well who he could offend and who he couldn't. The few extraordinaries that he had extorted were all wandering sorcerers. Even if they were mortals, the fat guard wouldn't dare to touch them. However, there were others who did, such as the princess. They had only gone a few steps down the new corridor when Ms. Mello spotted their target. It's Amisa. Madame Merlot quickly walked to the door of the cell. When she saw Amisa's miserable state, her face turned ugly. Angor also saw what happened inside. Without hesitation, he set up an illusion in front of the door to block the view of the other talents. Ms. Merlot gave Angor a grateful look. After all, Amisa shouldn't be seen by the opposite sex right now. Go inside. Call me if you need anything, Angor said to Ms. Merlot. By if you need anything, Angor meant healing spells. Lady Merlot nodded gratefully and walked into the fog. The other talents looked at each other in confusion. They didn't see anything because they were behind Ms. Merlot. The only one they saw was Sybil, who was walking with Ms. Merlot. However, Sybil didn't say anything. She clenched her fists and didn't say a word. The others didn't dare to ask either. They just waited in front of the door and wondered what happened to Amisa. While they were waiting, Angor suddenly glanced at something not far away from them. There was no one there, but he sensed a familiar presence. He thought for a moment and covered the area with a layer of mist. As the mist spread, a red-haired figure appeared in front of him. Inside the prison cell. Ms. Merlot walked to Amisa's side with a worried look. Amisa was lying on the ground. Her clothes were still intact, but the lower half of her body was in tatters. Blood stained everything below her waist. Other than the wounds on her lower body, Amisa's face was also slashed a few times, making her look terrifying and hideous. Amisa was unconscious, but her chest was still rising and falling. She should still be alive. However, it was only a flickering candle that would go out at any moment. But even in her unconscious state, when Lady Merlot's footsteps came closer, Amisa's body trembled. It was the result of her habitual fear. Ms. Merlot felt even more sorry for Amisa. Amisa wasn't born into a good family. No one knew who her father was, but her mother was a woman who sold her body to earn money. She gave birth to 6 children, but only 2 survived. Amisa was one of them, and the other was an older brother who wandered off alone after their mother's death half a year ago. Amisa had been living near a garbage dump and relied on other people's leftovers to make a living. It was already bad enough. She didn't expect to encounter such a tragedy. While lamenting, Ms. Merlot checked Amisa's injuries. At first, Ms. Merlot thought that Amisa had been violated. But after a closer inspection, she realized that this wasn't the case. It looked more like some kind of torture device was used. The wounds on her face were minor, but the ones inside her stomach were more serious. There were internal ruptures and massive bleeding. The filth that had infiltrated her organs was the biggest injury Amisa had suffered. If Amisa wasn't treated in time, she wouldn't survive today. Mademoiselle Merlot knew some healing spells, but they could only heal wounds. She could not clean the internal organs that were contaminated with filth. Even if she performed a dissection, it wouldn't be enough to completely remove the filth. Besides, it would hurt Amisa too. Left with no choice, Ms. Merlot sent a signal to Angor for help. Soon, someone came into the cell. To Ms. Merlot's surprise, there was also a red-haired young man in the cell. As for this red-haired youth, Merlot was not unfamiliar with him. After all, knowing official magi and avoiding offending them was something that acolytes had to learn. Red Sword Dorcas. TSK TSK TSK. Poor thing. Looks like it's caused by the seesaw at the door. I can't believe that princess actually came up with such a thick nail, Dorcas commented. Angor also knew that it was caused by the seesaw. The fat guard wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Only the princess could do it. Mr. Red Sword, are you sure it's the princess who did this? Ms. Merlot suppressed her emotions and didn't ask why Dorcas was here. Instead, she asked directly. You know me? Ha ha ha. I see I'm quite famous. Dorcas didn't feel awkward at all. He continued, of course it's her. I looked around the castle and saw that almost all the women, including the female knights, had cuts on their faces. That woman, no, that brat. I don't know who taught him. He's so twisted that he doesn't look like a human. He's more like a demon. Amisa also had the same cut on her face, which meant it was the princess who did it. I see. Thank you for telling me, Mr. Madame Merlot's eyes flashed with anger, but she quickly put it away. The most important thing now was to save Arisa. Lady Merlot gave Angor a hopeful look. Angor used his spirit feelers to perform a thorough check on Amisa's body. While he was inspecting, Dorcas said sarcastically, it won't be easy to completely heal this injury. The filth has already spread, and the internal organs are beginning to fail. Unless the failure is reversed and the filth is completely removed, it's basically impossible for him to survive. You can save her? Angor stood up and looked at Dorcas. Dorcas chuckled awkwardly. I used to have a potion that could save her even if her body was rotten. but now, you can't save her, and you're talking too much. Angor didn't want to talk to Dorcas. Next, Angor took out a scroll that was glowing in white light from his bracelet. Even though the scroll wasn't activated yet, a pure and holy energy was already spreading out from it. What's this? A magic scroll? Dorcas looked over curiously. Why do I feel a mysterious aura? Is this the mysterious leather scroll? It's only mystery energy. It's far from a real scroll, Angor said in a plain tone. It was a scroll from Sunlight Garden. Back in Fengda's painting world, Angor drew a magic scroll to test the crazy hat's coronation. Sunlight Garden had self-cleansing, holy healing, anti-filth, temperature control, simple defense, and recovery of stamina. Together with the White Hat's coronation, the scroll was even more effective. It was enough to treat Amisa's injuries. With the self-cleansing effect of Sunlight Garden and holy healing, Amisa's filth and organ failure would all be healed. Of course, Angor had other ways to treat Amisa, but there would always be side effects. Sunlight Garden was the only way to fully heal Amisa without exhausting her potential. Only mystery energy? Dorcas muttered in confusion. Strange. In addition to the mysterious leather scroll, are there any other leather scrolls that possess the mysterious aura? While Dorcas was still wondering, Angor activated the Sunlight Garden. Sunlight Garden was activated, and a large amount of light was released, dispelling every inch of darkness in the narrow cell. They didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but everyone felt that this light was different from the light they had imagined. Compared to the pure light, the light released by the leather scroll was more like a light fog. Countless glowing spots formed a mist of light. As they bathed in this light, everyone present felt a sense of comfort. Among them, Amisa felt it the most. That was because while the others were only bathing in the light mist, she was completely surrounded by the dense light mist. The Sunlight Garden's function was to heal those who were infected or injured first. Amelia, on the other hand, had both, so she had a lot of light mist around her. The gentle mist washed away the filth inside Amelia's body and healed her failing organs. The feeling of being reborn made Amelia so comfortable that she moaned in pleasure. Amisa's tightly shut eyes finally opened at this moment. The first thing Amelia did after waking up was to look around cautiously. She couldn't see much because she was lying on the ground, but she was still cautious of the outside world. However, Amelia couldn't see anything. All she could see was a dazzling white light surrounding her. Out of instinct, Amelia tried to get up. She couldn't control her body and see if there was any danger around her. Lady Merlot saw through Amelia's intention and quickly came to her. "Amelia, it's me. Don't move. Don't force yourself. You're in a bad condition, and I'm treating you." Amelia recognized Lady Merlot's voice. Familiar, Amelia felt a little relieved. "And Lady Merlot, you saved." Amelia hadn't spoken for a long time, so she didn't have any water to drink. Her voice was dry and hoarse. Or worse, there was broken and dirty blood flowing from her mouth. "Don't talk. Listen to me," Lady Merlot said. "I'm sorry, but I'm not as strong as you think. If I'm really omnipotent, you won't be imprisoned with me. My abilities are limited. I can't save you. It's a wizard from Brood Cavern, Mr. Pat." Ms. Merlot comforted Amisa as she explained what had happened. Then, just when Ms. Merlot was halfway through her explanation, a voice that should not have appeared sounded from somewhere behind Ms. Merlot. Accompanied by the sound of foul air, Lady Merlot, who had always been elegant and courteous, was stunned on the spot. Angor, on the other hand, was still able to remain calm because of the etiquette. But how could someone like Dorcas, who was used to being dissolute, not care? He laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, he actually farted," Dorcas said as he covered his nose. "Smelly? It stinks." Maddox's words, making Madame Merlot blush, then had turned deathly pale. Farting in front of others was something Ms. Merlot never imagined. Especially for someone like her, who valued etiquette and rules a lot, such behavior was not only inappropriate, but also extremely disrespectful. That was why Ms. Merlot's face turned pale. Her self-confidence had been shattered. Angor glanced at Dorcas. "Hey, you're overdoing it." Dorcas covered his nose and kept mumbling something like "smelly." "It was all an act." With the sunlight garden's ability to remove pollution, even the worst smell could not reach Dorcas. Angor pointed at Dorcas and looked at Ms. Merlot again. Don't mind it, Ms. Merlot. It's not a disrespectful phenomenon. If you get close to Mei Sha, with the density of the light mist surrounding Mei Sha, it will contaminate your body. So, this is just a natural physiological phenomenon under the illumination of the sunlight garden. Angor did not know if his words managed to calm Ms. Merlot down. However, Ms. Merlot's pale face did look a little better. In order to ease the awkwardness, Angor continued, since the sunlight garden is open, Ms. Merlot, why don't you let the others in? Dispelling the impurities in their bodies and healing some hidden injuries will be beneficial to their future. Lady Merlot took a deep breath and nodded. All right. She did not leave right away. She was still explaining things to Amisa. Something unexpected happened along the way, but etiquette forbade her from leaving just like that. You heard it. It was Mr. Pat who spoke to me. After a simple explanation of the situation, Lady Merlot took off her jacket, wanting to cover Arisa's body first to prevent other talents from seeing her naked body after the mist disappeared. Ms. Merlot, I've already used an illusion spell to cover Amisa's body. Don't worry. Ms. Merlot put her coat back on, stood up, and nodded to Angor before leaving the cell. A moment later, Ms. Merlot brought the other talents, including Sybil, into the cell. Not long after they entered, even though the light mist was just passing by them casually, a series of farts that sounded like cannonballs were released from behind them. The young men were embarrassed, but they soon calmed down and enjoyed the massage of the mist. Sybil was the only one who looked as pale as Ms. Merlot. Angor shook his head and chuckled in his mind. As expected of Ms. Merlot, Sybil perfectly copied her teacher's expression. It was Ms. Merlot's turn to comfort Sybil. Sybil felt a little better after hearing Ms. Merlot's explanation. As for Ms. Merlot, perhaps because she saw that everyone was farting and Sybil's expression changed just like herself, her previously tense heart relaxed a little. Angor didn't say anything about the noise. Dorcas, on the other hand, sounded troubled. I can't smell anything, but it still feels weird. If that's the case, you can go outside. There are wandering wizards waiting for you in the corridor and the lower cells, Angor said. Dorcas said, saving them is a simple matter. We'll go later. Even though he felt awkward, Dorcas understood that the effects of the sunlight garden were quite extraordinary. Even he had some of his internal injuries slightly healed. Even though it wasn't completely healed, it was still quite powerful for it to be effective on official magi. By the way, if you put this scroll up for auction, it'll cost at least 1,000 magic crystals, right? Don't you think it's a waste to give it to that woman and these mortals who can't even be considered supernaturals? Angor did not react much to Dorcas' words. But the others, especially Ms. Merlot and Amisa, were the ones who were most affected. Lady Merlot knew how rare a magic scroll that cost thousands of magic crystals was. Even for her, the magic scrolls she used only cost a few magic crystals. But Angor was going to use such a precious scroll to save Arisa. As for Amisa, she probably did not know how much magic crystals were worth. But from what she heard from the others, she knew that she owed Angor a great favor. This was a life-saving favor. Angor said, the other treatment methods will leave hidden problems, which may consume Amisa's potential in the future. It's better to use the sunlight garden scroll. It doesn't matter. She's just a talent. Do you really think she can become a wizard? Dorcas still thought it was a waste. Angor said, it's up to her how far she can go in the future. I'm only responsible for saving her now. Dorcas wanted to say something else, but someone else spoke first. I'll pay you back. 10 times, 100 times, Amisa said in a hoarse voice. She heard the conversation between Dorcas and Angor and knew that this was the only way to preserve her potential. She finally understood how valuable the sunlight garden was. I'll become a wizard, for sure. She spoke up again. I'll become a wizard. I promise. I have a reason why I must become a wizard. The others might not see Amisa's expression because of the illusion, but Angor did. Amisa's gaze was a mixture of longing, hatred, and longing. Angor heard Amisa's story from Lady Merlot. Amisa might be longing for her missing brother, while she hated the princess and the entire Goman kingdom. As for the longing, it was because she was imagining her future. Amisa's gaze was filled with complicated emotions, but it was also filled with determination. For a moment, Angor thought of Nausicaa. Amisa was not Nausicaa, but if she could follow Nausicaa's example and walk her own path, she would have a bright future ahead of her. Angor considered for a moment and spoke in a low voice, "Everyone who walks on the path of supernaturals wants to become a wizard. But it's not enough. You have to fight with everything you have, especially when you're faced with all kinds of choices. You can't go wrong. These choices test your character, your heart, or whether you're good or evil. Each choice means you're choosing a future. Passing this step is only the foundation of the path of wizardry." He paused for a moment and continued, "Also, witches have to go through more tests than men. I hope you're telling the truth, so I didn't use Sunlight Garden to save you." Angor's words were not only for Amisa's sake, but also for the other talents. The path of wizardry was not easy. They had to be careful. "I didn't think you'd say something like that. But words of encouragement won't do much," Dorcas said. "I have a keen eye. The way I see it, these people won't go far. They'll end up like old Potter and be sent to different places to spend the rest of their lives." Angor spoke in a plain tone, "You have a bad eye, I think. At least, old Potter was not someone who was willing to spend the rest of his life in peace. He worked harder than anyone else in the dark. Let's wait and see. I don't think they'll succeed. I still think it's a waste to use such a valuable scroll on them." Everyone frowned at Dorcas' words, but they did not dare to refute him. Dorcas was someone who could talk to Angor as an equal, so he was definitely a big shot. They were frustrated to be looked down upon by someone like Dorcas. Madame Merlot glanced at them but did not say anything. This was actually a test for them. After a moment of silence, Amisa spoke up from the ground, "I'll go far. Becoming a wizard is my goal and the starting point of my future." Sybil spoke up as well, "I think Mr. Pat is right." Amisa only said that she would work hard for her goal, while Sybil's words were basically a challenge to Dorcas. Angor only said one thing before, "You have a bad eye." It was an indirect challenge, but Sybil's courage still surprised everyone. Originally, the others had wanted to imitate Amisa and Sybil in expressing their stance, but Sybil's words were practically directed at Dorcas. Right now, Dorcas' expression had turned dark, and the words at the tip of their tongues couldn't be said. Sybil did not show any signs of weakness. She stared at Dorcas with a cold expression. Half a minute later, Dorcas suddenly smiled. "I take back some of my words. There are two good ones among them." Without a doubt, Dorcas was referring to Amisa, who was brave enough to speak up, and Sybil, who was neither humble nor arrogant. Angor glanced at Dorcas and was surprised to see that the man meant what he said. Dorcas's character seemed to be more interesting than he had imagined. Another 5 minutes later, Amisa's injuries were almost healed by the Sunlight Garden. However, she was still weak and needed to rest. Of course, this was something he could do after leaving this place. After Amisa recovered, Angor put away the Sunlight Garden. The remaining energy inside could be used again, so he did not want to waste it. Dorcas watched Angor put away the dimmed Sunlight Garden scroll and complained, "Ugh. It's not mine, but I still feel sorry for it." This was the third time Dorcas said something like this. Angor did not care about it before, but this time Angor spoke up. "Do you know why the scroll is called Sunlight Garden?" Dorcas shook his head. "I don't know anything about magic arrays." Angor said, "The answer is simple. It's to provide the garden with enough sunlight, maintain the temperature of the garden, heal withered flowers, and drive away pests. That's why it's called Sunlight Garden. By the way, I drew it." Angor did not say it out loud, but Dorcas knew what he meant. This was a magic scroll for daily life. One must know that not many people would go out of their way to buy the daily life parchment, because the function of the parchment could be replaced by cheap manual labor. But Angor did it, and he drew it himself. This meant that Angor was not only free, but also very capable. It also meant that he was very rich. "Do you understand now?" Angor asked in a small voice. Dorcas cleared his throat and put on a serious expression. "Don't worry about that. I'm going to be your friend." After the baptism of the Sunlight Garden, everyone except for the still weak Xianxia felt much better. The gloominess of being imprisoned for several days was also gone. However, now that he was in good spirits, he seemed to have the energy to release other emotions. For example, the fat man who farted the most was now talking to two of his followers. "I feel like I'm full of energy now. This is wonderful." No one would say anything if he stopped there. However, the fat man added, "Brazier, that liar, and Gloss, that Jinx, didn't get to enjoy it." "That's great." Fatty's voice was very soft, and he was only bragging to his followers. But to Angor and the others, it was not enough to hide anything. Angor glanced at the fat man but didn't say anything. Dorcas grinned. He's gloating over other people's misfortune when he gets something good. What a genius. However, although what he said was unpleasant, at least he was right about one thing. Luck plays a large part in the path of cultivation. Dorcas was just commenting casually, but Lady Merlot felt a little awkward when she heard it. After all, she was the one who recruited these talents. Lady Merlot looked at Angor and tried to explain, but Angor stopped her. "Xianxia should be able to walk now. Go help her change her clothes and we'll continue. We still need to find the other two talents." Ms. Merlot swallowed the words in her throat and nodded. "Okay." The others couldn't see Xianxia's condition because of the illusion. However, Lady Merlot saw that the bloodstains on Xianxia's body were all gone. At least, she didn't seem to be injured except for her pale face. After making sure that Xianxia could walk on her own, Lady Merlot took out a space capsule from her pocket and tore it open. Several elegant wizard robes appeared in her hands. She took out a wine-red robe and handed it to Xianxia. Then she asked her to put it on. As for the remaining robes, since Lady Merlot didn't have any space storage, she had to use another space capsule. She put the robes back. However, Merlot had left behind a dark blue robe when he was putting it back in place. She handed the robe, which looked more like a slim dress, to Sybil. Sybil's robe was also damaged. But she was still a woman. It was inevitable that some people would look at them strangely. After the two ladies changed their clothes, their search for the missing person began again. Angor looked at Dorcas in front of the prison door. "Do you want to come with us or check the lower levels?" Dorcas hesitated. Or should he check the lower levels first? After all, he already met his old acquaintances on the second level. There might be more down there. They parted ways again. While watching Dorcas leave, Angor decided to remind Dorcas through their spirit bond, "Two gargoyles are guarding the 4th floor, right? One of them is Shadow Gargoyle." As for the guards on the 3rd floor, there was no need to mention them. It didn't matter if it was Dorcas' concealment ability or directly knocking him out. But gargoyles on the 4th level, if he wasn't careful, something could go wrong. Did something happen to Dorcas, but the people that Dorcas had rescued would be in trouble? Dorcas quickly replied through the spirit bond. "Thanks for the reminder. I didn't make a wrong friend." Even though it was just a simple message, Angor could feel the overwhelming emotions behind it. "Since when did I make you a friend? We don't need words to make friends. We're friends if our feelings are right. My senses are already in place. I feel that you're almost there too." Angor sighed in his mind. He didn't want to talk to Dorcas anymore. Previously, he had thought that Dorcas' personality was quite interesting. Now, he didn't know what possessed him, but he kept saying all sorts of strange things. After Dorcas left, Angor and the others continued their way to the prison. However, they didn't see the other two talents in the next few corridors. Many of the cells were empty. Angor assumed they were the wandering apprentices released by Dorcas. Soon, they reached the last corridor. Here, they saw the fat guard who was covered in blood and lying dead on the ground. There was also the body of the leader. Angor followed here. After a simple check, the fat guard was stabbed to death by a random knife, while the leader was stabbed in the back, fatal with a single stab. According to Dorcas, he only used a stun blow on the fat guard and did not kill him. So it must be the wandering apprentices Dorcas released who killed the guard. Judging from the multiple cuts on the fat guard's body, the wandering apprentices on the 2nd level must have a deep grudge against him. While Angor was checking the two bodies, Miss Merlot led the other talents to the end of the last corridor. She came to Angor and spoke with a serious look. "Mr. Pant, we didn't find Gloss and Blaze." "You're sure they were brought here with you?" Angor asked. Miss Merlo nodded. "They always worked together." "That's strange," Angor muttered. "Did Dorcas save them along the way?" "Let's go to the guard room on the second level. The other wandering apprentices are all there." The wandering apprentices on the second level were the ones who suffered the most. It would be difficult for them to escape from Princess Castle in their current condition. Dorcas asked them to wait in the guard room while he brought the others out and escorted them away. Soon, they arrived at the guard room. There were about a dozen people in the room. They were all looking at the stairs leading to the first level and the corridors of the cells. His expression was one of worry, fear, and hope for the future. However, Angor still didn't see the talent Miss Merlo was looking for. "Are you sure everyone else is locked up on the second level?" Angor asked Lady Merlo after a moment of consideration. "At least I wasn't with anyone when I was taken to the third level," Miss Merlo said. Next, he looked at Sybil and the others. "Did any of you see Gloss and Brazier coming in with you and being locked up on the second floor of the prison?" The one with the sly face said, "When we came to the second floor, we came together. However, before we were locked up in the prison, we had to go through a full-body inspection one by one in the guard room. They said it was an inspection, but in reality, they took away all of our valuables." Madame Merlot added, "The extraordinaires don't need to, because they're worried that there's a trigger mechanism on them. The extraordinaires are directly locked in a cage." Angor nodded. "So you're saying that you'll be checked one by one, and whoever gets checked will be taken to the prison first. So you don't know where the others are?" Everyone nodded. "But did Gloss and Gloss follow you to the second level?" Everyone nodded again. He noticed that Lady Merlo's expression changed a little when he asked, "Do you have any idea?" Miss Merlo spoke in a low voice. "Apparently, Gloss and the princess have a grudge against each other. But when I thought about it again, even if Gloss had a grudge against the princess, they wouldn't have the guts to harm someone from Brute Cavern. So I'm guessing that there's another reason behind it. But now that Gloss isn't here, I'm thinking that even if the internal reason is true, the superficial reason might also be true." Angor understood what Miss Merlo was trying to say. She was guessing if Gloss had been taken away by the Empress. Angor considered. "Do you remember what Gloss and Blaze looked like?" Miss Merlo nodded. Angor pointed a finger in the air, and countless invisible illusion nodes appeared around Miss Merlo. "Try to picture them in your mind. The more details, the better." Lady Merlo quickly followed Angor's instructions and began to recall her memories. Following her recollection, everyone was surprised to see two familiar figures slowly appear in front of him. It was Gloss and Blaze. "It's a mental projection, a little trick. If you're an illusionist, you'll learn it later," Angor explained. There were more and more details on Gloucester and Blaze, and they were becoming more and more three-dimensional. Now, Angor could roughly see their faces. Gloss was a handsome young man with a sunny look. Clearly, he came from a rich family, but he didn't look like a noble because he lacked the hypocrisy typical of nobles. As for Blaze, his skin was slightly darker, which was probably caused by years of exposure to the sun. He was also a handsome young man, but there were obvious patches on his clothes, which suggested that he came from a lower class. "Are you sure you didn't miss anything?" Miss Merlo hesitated for a moment. "I don't think so," Miss Merlo said. At this moment, Sybil suddenly said, "Blaze's right hand is wrapped in a roll of gauze." Miss Merlo seemed to remember something and nodded. "Yes, Blaze likes to wrap gauze around his hand and say strange things. Actually, the words he said were all lines from Dark Demon King." Sybil thought to herself, but she didn't say it out loud. That was because that extremely childish book had actually come from her. She didn't want to tell anyone about it for the sake of her image. However, because she had watched Dark Demon King, whenever Blaze said those shameful lines, she would feel inexplicably funny. Because of this, she paid more attention to Blaze than the others. She knew more details than the others. His hand was wrapped in bandages, and he was saying weird things. Angor narrowed his eyes and looked at Miss Merlo. Also, a cold girl. Why did they look so familiar? Angor didn't think too much about it. Now that he knew what they looked like, things were much easier. He walked to the group of wandering wizards. Since they were covered by illusions, they didn't know that there were more people in the guard room. Angor chose a few who weren't seriously injured and injected a strand of nightmare illusion into their foreheads. Then, he secretly asked them if they had seen Blaze and Gloss. These wandering apprentices spent more time in the prison than Miss Merlot and Miss Merlot, so they knew a thing or two about the people who came and went. Among the few who asked, only one of them didn't see Blazer and Gloss because he had to sleep for 20 hours a day. The others had all seen Blazer and Gloss pass by their prison. However, the two of them were taken out again yesterday. One of the wandering apprentices, who lived in the same corridor as the two of them, happened to see them being taken away. Last night, the princess came to the prison and took Gloss away for some unknown reason. Blaze happened to live across from Gloss' cell. When he saw Gloss being taken away, he stepped out and cursed at the princess. He claimed that he was some kind of demon king and demanded that the princess let them go, or the end of the world would come. How could the empress not be angry after being insulted like this? Thus, he ordered the guards to bring Blaze out as well. In the end, it was originally Glass's matter, but now it became a matter of two people. After asking for the details, he put away his nightmare illusion and left without disturbing the wandering apprentices any further. After telling Madame Merlot about the situation, Madame Merlot revealed an as expected expression. I didn't expect that the Empress would really take Glass away. What kind of grudge do they have? Ugh. What was even more unexpected was that Brazier was also taken away. Miss Merlot rubbed her forehead. Blaze is an idiot. Mind your manners. Miss Merlot glanced at Miss Merlot. She wanted to say something similar in her mind. Blaze was just looking for trouble. What should we do now? Miss Merlot sighed. Let's give up on them. We're enough, said the fatso who didn't know what to do. Miss Merlot didn't want to talk to him. The fatso was as stupid as Blaze. Saying something like that now would only bring trouble to herself. Besides, she needed at least 5 talents to complete the quest. If she abandoned Blaze and Gloss, she would only have 1 left. It was better to find them if possible. Let's go to the princess castle then, Angor said after a moment of consideration. He didn't want to go to the castle because he didn't want to get involved with the Goman Kingdom's royal family. However, since 2 talents were taken away by the princess, he had to go. However, before going to the princess castle, he could have a chat with Dorcas. He had been to the queen's castle before, and according to him, he seemed to have seen a wonderful show. With that in mind, Angor opened the spirit bond and asked Dorcas. The 2 gargoyles you just warned are already lying on the ground. I was going to knock them out like the old woman on the 3rd floor, but they're so weak. Dorcas noticed Angor's intention right away and began to nag at him before Angor could say anything. Gargoyles lying on the ground? Obviously, Dorcas did something. Angor didn't need to guess to know that the 2 gargoyles were already broken into pieces. By the way, thank you for the poker card. It would have been troublesome for me if I didn't have it. You know about poker cards? Of course. If you went to Crossbar earlier, you would have seen at least 10 tables of people playing cards. I think you'll be invited to another round if you go in. Angor remained silent. He was going to ask about the princess castle, but after hearing Dorcas' explanation, he couldn't help but ask, how did poker cards get to Sandworm Bazaar? As far as Angor knew, Sandworm Bazaar was a very remote wizard bazaar surrounded by deserts. There weren't many people who went there. But poker cards were already popular in such a remote area? It hadn't been long since he taught Shirley how to play cards. Well, it came from Mesopotamia. It was said that a magician had put on a grand show there in the beginning. I don't know what the show was about, but that's where poker cards came from. Dorcas said, it seems that the magician is a woman. She's traveling to various countries to perform magic. Angor was speechless. He got it. So the magician who performed all over the continent was definitely Shirley. Or at least, she had something to do with it. Angor didn't expect Shirley to go so far just to promote poker magic. Angor sighed in relief after a moment of exclamation. At least for now. Poker was not ostracized because it was an imported product. Poker cards were like the video boxes Angor made. They all came from John. Although John looked like an unremarkable and terminally ill ordinary person, he was not an ordinary person. But what about the other civilization he brought to the world? He quietly became a part of wizarding culture. From this point of view, although John was an unknown person, however, it was also affecting the development of culture in the world of adepts. Are you looking for me this time just to discuss poker? What if you're interested in poker? When they return to the sandworm market, I'll take you to the crossbar to have some fun. Dorcas sent a message. Through the spirit bond. Poker cards are just a digression. I'm here to ask you about what happened in Princess Castle. Dorcas let out a strange laugh. What, are you interested in how the Empress plays? Angor explained calmly, there are 2 talents on our side that we can't find. They seem to have been taken away by the Empress last night. One called Gloss, his skin is fair, and his hair is light golden. The other one is called Brazier. His skin is dark, and his hair is dark brown. His hands seem to be wrapped in bandages. Did you see any traces of them in the Princess Castle? Dorcas was silent for a few seconds. Then, he let out a sigh. So they are the talents you are looking for, TSK. You saw them? Asked Angor, noticing something strange in Dorcas' tone. Of course. They're the main characters of the wonderful show I mentioned. Oh, wait, the Empress is the main character, they're just supporting characters. They're in the Empress room? Dorcas, How are they doing? Are they still breathing? How are they doing? I didn't see the end, so I don't know. But according to how the Empress plays, they'll at least lose a layer of skin. Angor ended the call with Dorcas and spoke to Merlot. I got their location. They're in the Empress room. We'll go there right away. Angor turned around and headed for the stairs on the 1st floor. The others quickly followed. Merlot was going to ask Angor about Gloss and Brazier, but before he could, he heard something moving on the 1st floor. And a faint smell of blood. Angor also sensed it, but he didn't stop. Instead, he quickened his pace and went up the stairs. He saw a familiar gargoyle on the 1st floor. The gargoyle was hovering in the air with its fleshy wings, its gaze fixed on a human below. The entrance to the 1st floor was already sealed, and the human was like a bird trapped in a cage. There was no way he could escape. The gargoyle, on the other hand, could do whatever it wanted until it killed the human. The gargoyle's vile eyes were fixated on the human with many bloody wounds on his body. It didn't know that there were other people on the 1st floor watching it. What's going on? That man is wearing the armor of the Empress Castle. Why is he being chased by the gargoyle? Lady Merlot wondered. Probably because he didn't hide his blood properly. The gargoyle found him. He's a traitor, Angor explained. The human being chased by the gargoyle was none other than Tom, who came to the prison with the team leader. He was quite agile, but it was obvious that he hadn't gone through any formal training. Even with a sharp dagger, he couldn't defend himself against the gargoyle that could swoop down at any time. Not long after, a few more deep wounds appeared on little Tom's body. A large amount of blood flowed out. If he didn't stop the bleeding in time, the bleeding alone would kill little Tom. This was obviously what the gargoyle wanted. If it really wanted to kill Tom, it could easily do so. But it didn't, probably because it wanted Tom to watch it bleed to death. What should we do now, sir? The one who spoke was Madame Merlot. She did not know what to do. What she was asking was how to choose. The entrance to the 1st floor was sealed by the gargoyle, so there were only 3 ways for them to leave. First, they could break the wall. However, there were many magic arrays engraved on the wall, which were used as the foundation of the entire prison. It wouldn't be easy to break them. Second, they could kill the gargoyle. As long as the gargoyle died, the door it controlled would naturally open. Third, they could wait for the gargoyle to kill the human. When that happened, the gargoyle would turn back into a statue, and the entrance would open. What they needed to do now was to make a choice between the 3 options. Angor didn't answer Lady Merlot's question because he had already shown his choice with his actions. Several white tentacle-like phantom limbs spread out from Angor's body and tied up the gargoyle before it could react. The gargoyle was surprised that there was someone else on the 1st floor. However, this was also the last thought it had before it died. The phantom limbs tightened their grip and crushed the gargoyle into countless pieces. Angor didn't pay any attention to the gargoyle's body. Instead, he walked to Tom. "Mr. Wizard, you're here, aren't you?" Angor didn't remove the illusion, so Tom couldn't see him. But Tom still spoke, and he was still looking at Angor, as if he could really see Angor. But Angor knew that Tom couldn't see him. Maybe it was a coincidence or some kind of ability. "Sir, you didn't leave after killing the gargoyle. Are you going to kill me?" "I hope you don't kill me, sir. I have a strong sense of inspiration. I can become your servant and serve you." Perhaps in order to show off his inspiration, little Tom continued, "I had already vaguely sensed Sir's presence before. Sir, you've been following me and my leader all the way to the prison." Angor raised an eyebrow at Tom's words. So Tom's appearance wasn't a coincidence. The boy did have a talent for inspiration. And this talent had a lot of potential. Otherwise, Tom wouldn't have sensed Angor's presence at all. "Why didn't you tell your leader about me?" Angor finally spoke up after listening to Tom's monologue. Tom sighed in relief. As long as he could talk, he still had a chance. "Because I felt that this might be my chance." "Your chance to kill the leader?" Angor was asking a question, but he sounded confident. Previously, he had found a fatal wound on the leader's back. Moreover, there were no other injuries on the leader's body. In other words, it was very likely that he had died before the wandering apprentices escaped, and those escaping apprentices did not vent their anger on the leader's corpse. The leader's death wasn't caused by the wandering apprentices. It was more likely that he was attacked from behind when he was unprepared. Angor already guessed that it might be the leader's henchmen. Only henchmen could stand behind the leader. At that time, the only trusted aide that the leader had brought into the prison was little Tom. "Yes. I killed the leader. But I thought that, sir, you must be planning something by following us. Maybe you'll kill the leader in the end. But sir didn't do that, so I had to do it myself." And the opportunity came very quickly. The leader found that the fat guard had fainted on the ground for some reason. When he squatted down to check, his back was exposed in front of me. I used the hidden dagger to stab his heart from behind. When little Tom talked about the experience of killing the team leader, there was obvious delight on his face. "According to what you said, if I follow you and kill the leader, I will definitely kill you as well. Aren't you worried about that?" Little Tom said, "I'm not worried because I'm prepared to die. As long as that man can die, I don't mind dying." Little Tom's expression was very calm, and his tone was also very calm. However, the determination hidden under that calmness was rather powerful. "Did he have a grudge against you?" Little Tom said, "Blood feud." It seemed that little Tom entered the castle and became the leader's henchman just for revenge. "If you're already prepared to die, why are you begging me now?" Angor pondered for a moment before continuing, "You're already prepared to die." Tom didn't beat around the bush. "If possible, I want to live. Of course, if you choose to kill me, sir, I won't complain." Of course, Angor could tell that Tom was telling the truth. Tom did want to die, but he also wanted to live. "Since I didn't kill you back then, I won't kill you now." Tom quickly knelt down. "Thank you, sir. I'm willing to be your servant." "Do you think I'll accept a traitor as my servant?" Tom didn't know what to say. Tom might hate the leader, but he was still a traitor. In other people's eyes, he was still a traitor even if he had a good reason to do so. And the wizard in front of him thought the same. Then, little Tom didn't know what to say. He spat out the syllable for a long time without saying anything else. Angor spoke up, "But your inspiration is useful." Angor gently poked Tom's forehead with a finger. Little Tom's expression was dazed for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. Next, he cast a heal on little Tom so that the boy would not bleed to death. After receiving the treatment, Tom stood up, bowed to Angor, and left without saying anything. When Tom's figure disappeared from the door, Lady Merlot, who had witnessed the entire conversation, asked out of curiosity, "You have something planned for him, sir?" "It's not me who has plans for him. It's you who has plans for him." Ms. Merlot was stunned for a moment, her face filled with confusion. "He has a very high level of inspiration, which means his spiritual power level isn't bad. I told him to look for old Potter. After you leave the castle, check his innate talent. If possible, check his background as well. If there are no problems, list him as one of the innate talents this time. As soon as they came out of the prison, they were attacked right at the entrance. Because right in front of them, on a crooked tree, there were two men who had been stripped naked and hung upside down. The wind was blowing, and they were swaying from side to side. Lady Merlot seemed to have seen a lot. She remained calm as if she didn't see anything. Behind her, Sybil's pupils contracted. She almost screamed, but she managed to hold it back. She couldn't afford to lose her cool image. As for the third woman, Amessa, she didn't react much either. As someone who grew up in a junkyard, she had seen all kinds of despicable things. Still, she couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. As for Angor, just like the other men, he did not react much. He only glanced at the knight's armor on the ground and contacted Dorcas in silence. "Did you kill the two people at the door?" Dorcas quickly replied, "You saw it? What do you think? Do you find it artistic?" Even though it was just a simple message, Angor could feel the pride in Dorcas' voice. "Artistic? I only saw something that was blown away by the wind." Angor paused. "You hung them upside down on the tree. Are you trying to imitate the princess?" "That princess has some crazy tricks up her sleeves, but I have to say, she gave me a different kind of artistic feeling. I came from the castle and saw them hanging outside the prison. My hands got itchy, so," Angor cut off the conversation. It was enough to know that Dorcas did it. What he was going to say next was pointless. "Ms. Merlot, was this done by the Empress?" A cold voice asked softly. The one who spoke was Sybil. She maintained her etiquette and tilted her head to ask for Ms. Merlot's instructions. At the same time, she blocked out the eye-piercing scene on the opposite side. Lady Merlot didn't know how to answer. When she was in the 4th level of the prison, she heard from her cellmates that the princess was someone who could even kill her own subordinates. But she didn't know whether she did it or not. Angor spoke up, "You can think of it as her doing. If you follow me to the princess castle, you'll see more things like this. Or even crueler. At the very least, the two people hanging on the tree have only fainted and are not dead." Of course, they were not far from death. This could be seen from their red and swollen faces. "So, do you still intend to follow me?" Angor said he was giving them a choice, but they didn't have a choice. Lady Merlot was the only one who could make the decision. Only Lady Merlot, who had regained her strength, could bring them out of the Queen's castle. Lady Merlot nodded without much hesitation. "Let's go together and bring Gloss and Blaze back." In Lady Merlot's opinion, it was nothing more than a cruel scene. It was much friendlier than the way the dark wizards chose talents. It just so happened that if there were more cruel scenes in the castle, it would be good to let these talented people experience the reality of the human world first. "Let's go then." Angor considered for a moment and nodded. Actually, he was hoping that Lady Merlot would take these people away first. However, Ms. Merlot seemed to have misunderstood him. He didn't want to take these people with him because Dorcas already told him that the hanging man was imitating the princess style. Also, Dorcas mentioned that Blaze and Gloss were hanging upside down in the princess room. They were both men, so it wasn't a big deal for them to be seen naked. However, it was his future colleagues who saw it. Angor would feel embarrassed if he put himself in their shoes. If they could survive, at least in the next few years, they would avoid these people whenever they saw them. Since Lady Merlot didn't get his point, Angor had no choice but to lead them to the castle. As Dorcas said, they didn't see many people along the way. When they arrived at the castle, they saw more people around them. A large number of guards were patrolling the area, while many servants were taking care of the amusement park's facilities. Normal people would have nowhere to hide in such a situation. However, under the cover of Angor's illusion, they were able to enter the castle without having to worry about anything. They walked through the main entrance because the main entrance happened to be opened. A group of people wearing black tutu dresses and white headscarves, looking like nuns, walked out with their heads lowered and plates in their hands. When Angor and the others walked past them, they could clearly see the marks of swords on their faces. Presumably, these were the castle maids that Dorcas had mentioned. The princess did some artistic work on the maids' faces, and this was the result. As for what was in the tray the maid was holding, they didn't know at first because it was covered by a silver cover. One of the maids stumbled a little. She didn't fall down, but the lid fell off the plate. Everyone could clearly see that the plate contained a human foot that had been chopped off. The maid hurriedly closed the lid, lowered her head, and left with the others. Angor and the others walked past them and entered the castle. Using a plate to hold human feet. Is that Empress an ogre? Before the lady could speak, the three men who were gathered together had already started discussing with a trembling voice. I don't know if she's an ogre or not, but if you don't shut up, you'll be found out sooner or later, Sybil spoke in a cold voice. The three men quickly realized that something was wrong and stopped talking. However, they underestimated Angor's illusion. If it could block people's senses, it could also block their voices. Even if they sang loudly, no one would notice them, let alone whispering to each other. Angor didn't bother to explain himself though. It was better if they didn't talk. After passing through a plain corridor, they arrived at the main hall on the first floor. As soon as they arrived, they smelled a rich, buttery smell. The sweet smell immediately whetted their appetites. The smell came from a gap between the curtains on the left. Everyone looked at the curtains instinctively. Just then, the curtains were pushed open, and a maid came out with a cart with her head lowered. The maid lowered her head, but Angor could still see the unspeakable sadness around her. As for the reason, it was probably the thing on the cart. It wasn't a buttery dessert like they expected. Instead, it was a dead person. The dead person was wearing the same clothes as the maid, so she must have been a servant of the castle when she was alive. There was a giant axe stuck between her eyebrows. White brain matter flowed out from the gap and covered the front half of the cart with a sticky substance. The group of talented individuals who had rarely seen such a scene stared blankly as the maid slowly pushed the cart away. It wasn't until the maid walked behind another curtain that someone whispered, "Why? Why did she die? Maybe she's a traitor of the castle? Was she punished?" The men's discussion revolved around why the maid had died. At this moment, Sybil didn't stop them from talking because she was also whispering to Madame Merlot. I think I saw a piece of paper on the dead maid's body. There was something written on it. Lady Merlot finished the sentence for her. It said, cream cake. Cream cake? Why was this name written on it? Could it be that the smell of butter they had smelled before had something to do with this dead person? Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on. His spirit feelers followed the dead body into another room, where he saw a fat man in a chef's suit chopping up the dead body of the servant with a giant machete in his hand. Soon, the man finished chopping the body into several large pieces, put them on a plate, and covered it with a lid. At the same time, the fat man ordered the maids who were waiting by the door to carry the plates to the farm. Angor already knew what was going on. The maids who carried the plates at the door must have left through the chef's place. The farm referred to the forest of phantom beasts where he first came to this world. Angor didn't think about why those beasts were so fat. Now he knew the answer. Angor withdrew his spirit feelers and sighed in his mind. He now understood why White Bear had to run away from Goman Kingdom even if he had to walk for years. Goman Kingdom was only the territory of the elder princess daughter, and it was already so dangerous. However, Goman King had a lot of children. Many of them were related to the king. If they all acted like the princess castle, one could imagine how chaotic the Goman Kingdom would be. As for Goman King's descendants and relatives, would any of them be good people? Maybe there were, but they would all fall under Goman King's tyranny. For example, the kidnapping of supernaturals was definitely an order from Goman King. If the princess was doing it, how could the other children and grandchildren not do it? When Angor came back to his senses, he saw that the others were still talking about the cream cake note. There were all kinds of guesses, but none of them were right. After all, even if these talents had evil thoughts, they were still normal people. Normal people wouldn't understand the thoughts of a lunatic. It's the human wheel, Angor announced the answer. When the princess was having her meal, she would occasionally come up with some creative ideas. The human wheel was one of them. She would stick the name of the food on a person's body, then put the person on the wheel. The wheel would spin, and whoever hit the target would get to choose the food. That was what Dorcas told Angor. However, Dorcas only saw the wheel and didn't use it yet. Now, it was time for the princess to have her meal. Judging from the current situation, at least 2 people had died because of this. Even Lady Merlot gasped in astonishment after hearing Angwar's explanation. Such a cruel method was only part of the princess' meal? She's only 12 years old, right? She's still so young. To be precise, she was 11 years old and 8 months old. Because the princess was still a child, there was an amusement park here. Of course, only a small part of the park was for the princess to play with. The rest of the items looked like entertainment items, but they were actually torture devices. The others were also shocked. Angwar told them that there were crueler things in this place, but they didn't expect to see such a crazy scene as soon as they entered the castle. Angwar glanced at the curtain the maid brought out from the carriage. Using his spirit feelers, he saw a little girl eating a cream cake with her back facing him. She was probably going to be the empress. Angwar didn't keep watching because Dorcas told him that the princess was protected by a wizard. Also, Dorcas sensed that the princess herself was also a threat, but he didn't know where it came from. Angwar already saw the wizard protecting the princess. The wizard was sitting in a corner, looking at the human wheel with a pitiful expression. Angwar had heard about this wizard before. He was a wizard from the Raven family who called himself Grey Raven. The Raven family had been in charge of this wizard market ever since it was still called Morandei Market. Morandei Market was now called Princess Town, and the wizard from the Raven family became the princess bodyguard. There must be something else going on between them. But that wasn't important right now. He only needed to know that Grey Raven had been recruited by the Goman royal family. Since the princess was having her meal on the first floor, and Grey Raven was also here, there shouldn't be too many guards in her room right now. He didn't plan to confront the princess right now. He needed to save Glass and Brazier first before he thought about anything else. Next, Angwar used his spirit feelers to check the layout of the castle. He put on a serious expression after he finished the inspection. "Did you find something, sir?" Lady Merlot noticed Angwar's change of expression. She sounded like she was asking about something, but she was more concerned about Angwar's safety. "It's nothing. I found the way up. Follow me." Angwar didn't say anything else. He turned around and led the way. Everyone was still in a daze after what happened to the turntable. They all stayed silent and followed Angwar's lead. Soon, they arrived at a corridor. Occasionally, servants would pass by the corridor with their heads lowered, but generally speaking, the corridor seemed relatively peaceful to the crowd. However, this was only what they thought. There were paintings on both sides of the corridor. The paintings didn't look strange at all. Instead, they looked innocent and innocent. The people looked at the paintings and calmed down a little. Some of them even discussed which ones looked better. Only Sybil noticed that Lady Merlot frowned a little when looking at the paintings. Sybil used to learn etiquette from Lady Merlot. They spent a lot of time together, and Sybil admired this elegant and calm teacher very much. Lady Merlot was a person who cared a lot about etiquette. Frowning was usually done when there were other nobles around, unless it was done on purpose because they were treated unfairly in a banquet. Sybil could see that Ms. Merlot's frown was an involuntary movement. She didn't seem to like the paintings. She even hated them. With this conclusion, Sybil paid more attention to the paintings in the corridor. When they walked past another painting that looked like it was full of sunshine and dew, Sybil asked in a small voice, "Can I touch this one?" Of course, Sybil was asking about Lady Merlot. Before Lady Merlot could say anything, Angwar stopped. "Why do you want to touch it? Because you like it?" Sybil opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer. She didn't find anything. She only wanted to know why Lady Merlot didn't like the paintings. Was there something wrong with them? Angwar saw Sybil's hesitation and realized something. Sybil didn't know the truth yet. She must have noticed something from the details. Angwar nodded. "You can touch it if you want," Angwar said in a soft voice. "There are no traps on these paintings." Sybil glanced at Ms. Merlot again, but Ms. Merlot avoided her gaze. He remained silent. Sybil paused for 2 seconds. Her curiosity was piqued. She still reached out to touch the painting of sunshine and rain. After touching, Sybil looked a little confused. Before Sybil could say anything, he turned around and said, "Keep moving. Don't waste any more time." Everyone followed him. Maybe Sybil's action attracted Angwar's attention. This group of talented people who didn't notice anything unusual began to be curious about the painting. However, they didn't dare to touch it casually. They could only approach Sybil and hope to get an answer from her. Fatty was the first to ask, but Sybil ignored him. Or should I say, on this journey, Sybil basically ignored all other gifted people, especially men. Was it because she had a phobia of men? She simply felt that a man of this age was a teenager of 12 or 13 years old. It was too childish. Especially a teenager with a bandaged hand. Not only childish, moreover, he had daydreaming disorder. Fatty was a little annoyed by Sybil ignoring him, but he didn't dare to do anything. They all knew the relationship between Sybil and Ms. Merlot. However, their hearts were itching. They were curious about what Sybil had touched. Hence, Fatty looked at Amisa, who was beside him. Amisa wasn't as cold as Sybil. She could communicate and get along with other people peacefully, but she always kept her distance. She understood the look in Fatty's eyes. She was also curious about the painting. She considered and walked to Sybil. It's not about the others. I'm just curious. What did you find in those paintings? Sybil didn't mind Amisa's question. She considered and said, actually, I didn't find anything. Amisa was surprised. Then why did you look so confused when you touched them? Sybil didn't try to hide it. I just felt that the paper wasn't ordinary. It was smooth and soft, and nice to the touch. I know how to draw, so I know a little about paper. I've never touched this kind of paper before. It's probably some kind of high-grade paper that I can't touch at my level. What Sybil meant was that it might be some kind of paper that only existed in the wizarding world. After she finished speaking, she deliberately looked at Ms. Merlot, hoping to get an answer from her. However, Ms. Merlot didn't seem to hear their conversation. She still didn't speak. Sybil was even more curious about Ms. Merlot's reaction. Since she used to be Ms. Merlot's student, Sybil went to Ms. Merlot and asked her questions. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Ms. Merlot sighed in her heart and opened her mouth. However, she didn't point it out. Instead, she took a detour. I remember before you left, I went with you to see your mother. Your mother was holding your brother in her arms, right? Sybil nodded. Did you hold your little brother? Ms. Merlot's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. However, Sybil was right beside her. She heard Ms. Merlot's words. Her little brother was born at the end of last year. He was still a harmless baby, so Sybil had held him before. However, Sybil didn't understand why Ms. Merlot suddenly said that. Think about how it felt when you held your little brother. Then you'll understand. Sybil repeated in a low voice, how it felt when I held my little brother. Delicate, warm, and soft. A little bit of strength could leave a red mark on that delicate skin. However, it felt great. Feel? Warm? Delicate? Sybil raised her head and looked at Ms. Merlot in shock. Is it the feeling of skin? Sybil looked back at the long corridor. There was a painting every few steps. There were at least 100 paintings in total. Are these all? Since Ms. Merlot had already said this, she didn't hide it anymore. She nodded and said, yes, and they're all paintings made from the skin of a baby's back. Sybil wasn't the only one who was speechless. The other talents were also speechless. According to this logic, the size of the paintings was the size of the baby's age. If the paintings were smaller, it meant that the baby had just been born, or was not even a year old yet. With that in mind, they all looked at a painting closer to them. It was about the size of an adult's 2 palms, and it was calculated according to a woman's size. The painting was extremely small, and there was an innocent and adorable child drawn on it. But at this moment, no one felt that this painting had the slightest trace of innocence. Looking at the happy smile on the child's face, Ms. Merlot covered her mouth and felt like vomiting. The others were in the same situation. Even if they weren't physically hurt, the psychological impact would take a long time to recover. It might take years or even decades to recover from. Angor, who was walking at the front of the group, didn't show any change in expression. However, no one knew what he was thinking. Is this what you meant by art? The other end of the spirit bond, huh? What did you see? The gallery or the specimen corridor? The gallery. Dorcas said, "Oh, you mean those paintings made of skin? How should I put it, in the realm of perverts, maybe it's art. But I think it's just SOSO. So you don't think you're a pervert?" "I haven't reached that level yet," Dorcas replied. "But seriously, those perverts who toy with human bodies are just child's play. I once saw a lab of a carabit wizard, and that really opened my eyes. I don't want to know about these irrelevant details." Angor paused. "Then what is this art you mentioned? The human wheel?" Dorcas, "Of course not. Didn't I show you my imitation work before? It's art." "The hanged man?" Angor was confused. Dorcas sounded a little excited. "Aren't those two talents your targets? If you know me, you'll know why I said it's art." "I'm sure you do. We're friends, after all." Perhaps he felt that his words were too arbitrary, so Dorcas hurriedly added, "Of course, even if you don't understand me, you're still my friend. Between friends, there should be a certain amount of distance between them. Just like lovers, there's more room for imagination." Angor was speechless. "Imagination? You're talking about imagination, aren't you?" He no longer paid attention to Dorcas. However, his conversation with Dorcas did soothe his gloomy mood a little. He was now curious about what kind of art Dorcas was talking about. Could the Blazers and Gloucester have survived under such art? After walking past the creepy skin gallery, they finally saw a flight of stairs leading up. There was a person standing on each side of every 3 steps. There were about 8 of them. They were holding all kinds of strange things in their hands. Some were strange clothes, some were shoes with steel nails, and some were bare knives with blood grooves on them. Without a doubt, they were all here to serve the princess. When the Empress went up to the 2nd floor, she would probably change her clothes on the side of this staircase. There were people on the stairs, but none of them were strong enough to notice Angor's presence. When they reached the 2nd floor, Angor turned right and entered another corridor. There were no paintings in this corridor. Instead, there were pots of bright flowers placed on both sides of the corridor. These flowers either had a poisonous smell or were carnivorous. Their purpose was obvious. Thanks to the illusion, no one could see the power of these flowers. However, after Ms. Merlot's explanation, everyone's hearts, which had finally calmed down, were once again in suspense. As expected, every place in the princess castle was not simple. With this in mind, they came to the end of the corridor, where there was a double door. Next to the door was a thoughtful label with a heart shape, "Specimen Room." The handwriting was crooked, as if it was written by a child. The word specimen frightened them. What kind of specimens could be found in the princess castle? Various human bodies. Angor pushed the door open without hesitation while the others were still trying to prepare themselves. It was actually a specimen corridor, which led to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. The princess room was on the 3rd floor, so they had to go through the entire place. Earlier, when Angor was chatting with Dorcas, the latter mentioned the gallery and the specimen corridor. At least, in Dorcas' eyes, these 2 places were on par with each other. So, what kind of specimens could they be? Angor's pupils shrank as soon as he entered the room. He already had an idea, but he still couldn't control his emotions when he saw it with his own eyes. Dragon Ascension, the walls on both sides were filled with skulls. These skulls all belonged to babies. There were boys and girls, and their skin colors were arranged in a certain color spectrum. It was either some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder or some kind of perverted obsession. Even Angor almost showed his emotions, let alone the others. Some of them retched, some felt their legs gave out, and some even cried. Luckily, they hadn't eaten anything in the past few days. Otherwise, they would have puked all over the place. Still, they managed to spit out some bile, which Angor used his elf fire to evaporate. Lady Merlot was also looking terrible. Even if she wasn't afraid of the skulls, she would still suffer from trypophobia. Angor looked at the people who couldn't move. He sighed and added some calming power into the illusion around them. The calming effect worked, but no one dared to move forward. The reason for that was because the eyes of those babies were all open. Walking among them, one would feel as if they were being watched. "Move, all of you. Those whose legs gave out, hold on to them." You have to look even if you don't want to. Lady Merlot spoke in a strict tone, which was rare for her. Or do you want the princess to serve you after she finishes her meal? Perhaps Lady Merlot's threat worked, because they all followed her inside. The corridor was about the same length as the gallery. Angor began to understand what perverted art looked like. At first, there were only babies' skulls. As they grew older, they turned into teenagers, young adults, middle-aged people, and finally, old people. Some of them were crying, while others were laughing. They were all treated as if they were still alive. The overall transition was very natural, and the hair color and skin color were arranged according to the color spectrum. Ignoring the head part, the color of the entire corridor was very bright and lively. However, not many people understood this kind of art. At the very least, there was no one who could understand it among the talents this time. Maybe Guena and Von Man, who were brought back by Angor, could understand it. After walking through the bright but depressing corridor, they saw the stairs to the 3rd floor. There was no one on the stairs, but there were some traps on the stairs. They had to go to the right place to reach the 3rd floor. Otherwise, they would trigger the traps and fall into a kitchen on the lower floor. Angor glanced at the spots that wouldn't trigger the traps and roughly understood what was going on. All the correct spots were places where people would jump and walk. Sometimes, they would jump to the left, sometimes to the right, and sometimes to the left. Judging from the landing points, they looked like the jumping routes of some retarded children. Something's wrong with the stairs. Lady Merlot also sensed the strange energy coming from the wooden stairs. She didn't see anything unusual on the surface of the stairs, but her experience told her that there might be a magic array inside or behind the stairs. As for the function of the magic array, it couldn't be anything good. Still, Lady Merlot wasn't too worried. She didn't understand magic arrays, but the man beside her was a master of magic arrays. With that in mind, she looked at Angor expectantly. She didn't forget about the poker card in the 4th level of prison. If she could see Angor crack the magic array with her own eyes, it would be a great experience for her. Even if she couldn't understand it now, she could still think about it in the future. However, Lady Merlot didn't get what she was looking for. Angor didn't try to crack the magic array. Instead, he used an illusion spell to create glowing footprints on the stairs. Walk on these footprints and you'll be safe. If you don't walk on the right path, you'll probably die, right? You'll end up on a platter. Angor spoke these cruel words in a casual manner. He then took a step back and looked at the talents. His meaning was clear: you go first. Angor was thinking about cutting off the power of the mechanism and temporarily stopping the magic array. But for some reason, when he looked at the safe spots and imagined the steps of a retarded child, he decided not to crack the magic array anymore. All the talents were surprised by Angor's sudden declaration. We go first? Fatty pointed at his own nose. The others looked at Angor with pleading eyes. They really hoped that they misunderstood Angor's words. If they were normal footprints, it would be fine, but the footprints on the stairs were extremely strange. Most of them could be guessed just by looking at them. They would need to do some balancing movements to connect them. They even had to run and jump while maintaining their balance. The difficulty of this task was extremely high, however, Angor's gentle nod shattered everyone's hope. For a moment, everyone's expressions were very interesting. Some were frightened, some swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to remain calm, and there were also some whose pupils shrank but didn't forget their cold persona. Angor simply watched without saying anything. Are we really going to let them go alone? Lady Merlot asked. She pretended to be worried, but her mind was the complete opposite. Angor had placed the answer on the stairs. She just needed to follow the footprints. If she could not do that, she would not be able to survive in the wizarding world. She only asked out of selfishness. Compared to training these weaklings, she was more interested in seeing how Angor solved the magic array. The others didn't know what Lady Merlot was really thinking, and they all cast him a grateful look. Sure enough, Ms. Merlot treated them better. Angor didn't think too much about it. That's why you asked them to come to the castle, isn't it? Why are you stopping now? Ms. Merlot smiled awkwardly. She was always too embarrassed to say her true thoughts, so she could only vaguely say, I'm not worried about them. I just want to say that since they've already given the answer, letting them go won't actually train them much. Really? Angor was puzzled. Ms. Merlot said with certainty, yes. But. Angor pointed at the talents in front of him. Are you sure they'll go after you give them the answer? Lady Merlot followed Angor's gaze and saw Sybil, who was still trying to maintain her cool image. The others all looked scared. Even Sybil, as Lady Merlot knew, was scared. She just couldn't afford to lose her image. Since you don't think giving them the answer won't do us any good, Ms. Merlot, Angor said. How about this? I'll give you a few minutes to remember where you should go. Then I'll erase all the hints, which will increase the difficulty of your training. When the crowd heard this, they were truly stunned. They thought Lady Merlot was an angel who came to save them. They didn't expect her to turn them into walking blindly. Lady Merlot opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Angor's cold expression, she did not say anything. This group of geniuses was indeed a little too weak. As the one who recruited them, Lady Merlot admitted it herself. Would any wizards really post posters to Brute Cavern if he brought these useless talents back to Brute Cavern? With that in mind, Lady Merlot decided to side with Angor without hesitation. There are only 18 stairs. You have 5 minutes. No, 5 minutes is too long. 3 minutes is better. You have 3 minutes to memorize. The countdown starts now. He snapped his fingers and summoned an illusion of an hourglass in the air to keep track of time. The talents wanted to say 3 minutes is still too short, but when they saw the hourglass above their heads, they knew they couldn't escape. They quickly moved to the stairs and tried to memorize the steps. Meanwhile, Angor turned around and looked at the specimen corridor. He didn't really think he had enough time. He already used the magic array inside the castle to keep an eye on the first floor. The princess meal was coming to an end. If she didn't go somewhere else, it wouldn't take long for her to come back. Even so, Angor didn't plan to give up on the training of these talents. As for his confidence, he had to rely on illusions. Angor pointed a finger at the specimen corridor and released a large number of illusion nodes. These nodes worked together with the skulls to turn the corridor into an endless corridor. Even if Grey Crow followed the princess, Angor was confident that he could keep them trapped for a while. With that done, he turned around and looked at the other talents. Angor noticed that these talents had their own merits. As long as he pushed them deeper, his potential would always be revealed. For example, Angor noticed that these talents were using different strategies. Most of them didn't use rote memorization. Some took out pens and drew on their hands, while others moved their fingers so fast that they looked like they were playing a piano. They used the rhythm of their fingers to memorize their positions. The most interesting one was Amersa. Amisa immediately simulated jumping on the spot. She jumped left and right, then ran and balanced herself. She used her muscles to memorize the movements. 3 minutes were up. The hourglass disappeared, and so did the glowing footprints on the stairs. Angor looked at the others. Who's first? Everyone wanted to go first. After all, it was better to use their temporary memory as soon as possible. In the end, Amersa went first. This was their way of taking care of her. After all, Amersa was the only one among them who was punished. Amisa did not decline. She took a deep breath and walked to the stairs. Instead of moving, she started humming a cheerful children's song. Using the rhythmic beat of the song, Amersa stepped onto the stairs as if she was dancing. Perhaps it was because of the song, but Amersa's performance wasn't bad at all. It only took her a few seconds to reach the 3rd floor without triggering any traps. Seeing Amersa's success gave the others some confidence. They began to line up. As for the talents, they were only concerned about how to get up the stairs safely, so they didn't notice how beautiful their posture was when they went up the stairs. Lady Merlot looked at the talented people walking and jumping around like retarded children. Suddenly, an idea popped up in her mind. Could it be? She looked at Angor. Angor glanced at her, and Lady Merlot quickly turned away and watched the comical scene on the stairs with a serious look. Everyone used different methods to get through the stairs. But to Lady Merlot's relief, they all reached the stairs without triggering any traps. As expected, one's potential had to be forced out. Although the training this time was not considered difficult, It was a good start for these people who came out of the ivory tower to be able to reach the step. Angor, on the other hand, didn't feel anything at all. If he couldn't pass this, he would be an idiot. But when the talents reached the second floor, it would be their turn. The other talents were also on the third floor. They craned their necks and looked down. They wanted to see how Angor and Lady Merlot would go upstairs. They still remembered how embarrassing they looked when they went upstairs. Would they? No one dared to think too much. They were all supernaturals, after all. To everyone's surprise, Angor didn't use the stairs at all. He gently extended his hand, and ripples appeared in front of him. A door that was hard to see with the naked eye appeared before him. Angor reached out his hand to Lady Merlot. Ladies first. Lady Merlot walked through the door quietly, and Angor followed behind her. After passing through the door, they immediately appeared beside the group of talents. Everyone remained silent when they saw Angor and Lady Merlot coming through the portal. Why did Angor force them to do such a stupid thing when there was such a grand portal? Lady Merlot also remained silent. She thought she would have to use a strange method to go upstairs. She didn't expect Angor to use a teleportation spell to teleport them here. Moreover, they only opened the portal after all the talents had reached the third floor. This further convinced Lady Merlot of one of her guesses. Maybe Xylem was right. Angor was really a quiet and stubborn person. Angor might look gentle on the surface, but he could also be naughty on the inside. The staircase incident was probably the result of Angor's naughty side showing up. Of course, Angor wouldn't admit that he only wanted to see how the retarded children would go upstairs. He was really training these talents. See, he was forcing them to show their potential. Angor didn't think he did anything wrong. He glanced at the crowd and said, "The third floor is different from the other two floors. There's only one room here, but there might be some surprises inside." Angor went straight to the point, which made the other talents stop thinking about the stairs and look behind them. They already noticed this when they came up. There were no corridors on the third floor. Instead, there was a small corridor on both sides, but it was actually a wall at the end. The stairs led to a pair of fairy tale-style double doors. The main color scheme of the door was pink and red, which made it look more like a fairy tale. There were also some engravings on the door. However, if one looked closer, they would find that the fairy tale inside had been modified. For example, the princess and the prince were happily together in a different way. The prince was eaten by the princess, and this kind of together could be considered as together. There was no mechanism on the door, but the handle was a little low, which meant it was designed according to the princess' height. Angor pushed the door open. Everyone looked at the other side of the door curiously, but they couldn't see anything because the place was filled with rainbow-colored mist. "Let's go in. There's no danger, but there might be some surprises," Angor considered. Or maybe, some surprises. With that, Angor stepped into the mist. Lady Merlot quickly followed him. The other geniuses had no other choice but to follow. Lady Merlot sensed something wrong as soon as she entered the mist. It was as if there was a familiar energy floating around. Before she could figure out the source of the energy, she saw a door in front of her. As soon as the door appeared, the mist around her seemed to recede a little. She could also see a stone path beside the door, as well as a fence around it. And this door seemed to be the door of a wooden house. Why is there a wooden house on the third floor? Is this an illusion? Lady Merlot hesitated. She wanted to check it out before she could find any other clues. Besides, Angor mentioned that there was no danger here. With that in mind, Lady Merlot stepped onto the stone path and reached the door. There was no lock on the door, so she pushed it open easily. A gentle old woman's voice came from inside. "Merlot, you're back. I just heated up your favorite sweet snail soup. Come, have a taste." The familiar voice surprised Lady Merlot. She looked up and saw an old woman with white hair standing in the middle of the room, smiling at her in front of a stove. This old woman was no stranger to Madame Merlot. She was her grandmother. Her grandmother's voice, her face, everything was the same as she remembered. But Lady Merlot knew that this woman was not her grandmother. At least, her grandmother would use a long spoon to stir the soup instead of putting her hand into the boiling pot. "Is this the surprise you mentioned, sir?" Or should I say, the shock? Lady Merlot whispered. Although she knew that the grandmother in front of her was not real, Merlot still walked over. Her dusty memories were opened in a different way. Regardless of whether it was real or not, she wanted to take a closer look at her grandmother's face and listen to her familiar voice, even if she was saying terrifying things and doing strange things. However, before Merlot could reach her grandmother, the scene before her eyes suddenly changed. Her grandmother was gone, the wooden house was gone, and the pot of soup was gone. She was no longer in the wooden house. Instead, she found herself in a glass room. She was not alone in the glass room. Angor was sitting in the middle of the room. Merlot hesitated. Did you pull me in, sir? Yes. Merlot's eyes widened in surprise. Angor nodded. I don't know what you're looking at, but it's just an illusion. You should know that it's not real, so don't get too caught up in it, Angor said to Lady Merlot, who was still in a daze. Ms. Merlot was silent for a long time before she nodded. I understand. As if she did not want to talk too much about the illusion she saw, Madame Merlot took a deep breath and quickly changed the topic. My lord, where is this place? The only place in Rainbow Room that isn't affected by illusions. It's also a way to get to the next room. Miss Merlot looked around. The glass room wasn't too big. It was about the same size as the wooden house in the illusion. The room was surrounded by transparent glass, and outside the glass was a floating rainbow mist. Are we the only ones here? Miss Merlot asked, where are the others? Angor pointed outside. They're still outside. Let them stay in the illusion for a while. Ms. Merlot asked, Sir, are you planning to use this to train their temperament? Do you think that if I wanted to use illusions to train them, I would use such illusions? Angor didn't comment on the rainbow illusion, but Miss Merlot still noticed the disdain in Angor's voice. Madame Merlot thought about it and felt that it was right. This kind of illusion could only be used to scare people apart from stirring up some bubbles in the depths of one's heart. Anyone with a normal mind could see that the illusion wasn't real. You want them to find their own way out, sir? Being able to see through an illusion and walking out of it were two different things. Even Miss Merlot didn't know how to get out of the illusion yet. Angor was the one who forced her to leave. No. I just want them to stay in there for a while. Lady Merlot looked at Angor's calm face and recalled the trick she played on the stairs not long ago, which gave her an idea. She wanted to watch a show again. Angor felt a little helpless when he saw Miss Merlot's I know look. He explained, I want them to stay in the illusion because the next scene isn't suitable for them. Ms. Merlot was stunned. What do you mean? With a snap of his fingers, a crystal staircase suddenly appeared in the center of the room and led upward. Looking up, they could vaguely see the door of a room. That's the princess room? Miss Merlot was confused. I don't know if it's the princess room, but the two talents you're looking for are inside. Angor considered. Don't worry, they're still alive. It's just that the scene inside isn't very pleasant. Don't let other talents go inside. Of course, I can let others in if you want. However, at that time, even if the two people inside are still alive, they might want to die. His words reminded Lady Merlot of what happened to Amisa. The two missing talents were Gloucester and Blaise. Disregarding everything else, at least they each had their own unique looks. They were much more pleasing to the eye than the three men outside. And the Empress was a pervert. What would she do with two good-looking men? Ms. Merlot seemed to understand. Then let them stay outside for a while. Although the illusion is not high-end, it can still be used to hone their skills. Madame Merlot paused. Shall we go up now? Or do you want to go up alone? Lady Merlot's etiquette taught her not to look at indecent things. It was fine that Amisa was a woman, but she might hurt the two men's self-esteem if she went. Angor raised an eyebrow. So I'm their guide? I didn't pull you out of the illusion to swap identities. Ms. Merlot hurriedly said, I'm just, no need to explain. Let's go together. Although the picture is unsightly, Dorcas is right. It does have a bit of artistic flavor. While speaking, Angor stepped onto the spiral staircase. Ms. Merlot immediately followed. Etiquette was important, but her duty as a guide was obviously more important than etiquette. Soon, they reached the end of the staircase. There was a dreamy door inlaid with colorful gems. There was no lock on the door, but there was a hole where the lock should be. There was a rustling sound in the cave, as if something was about to come out. Ms. Mello immediately became alert. A moment later, something came out of the hole, a snake head. This was the head of a python covered in pink scales. This python was wearing a fairy tale princess's dreamy crown on its head. The pink scales on its body were sparkling with starlight powder. Its two big eyes did not have the cold vertical pupils that snakes had. Instead, they were pink and heart-shaped. It really did look like something out of a fairy tale. However, Angor could see through the inferior illusion to see the snake's true appearance. It was ugly and filthy. Is our adorable little princess back? What kind of delicious dessert will the princess bring to your most loyal servant, Shrek, today? Let me guess. Is it the hand of the maid who came to clean the glass room, or the head of your favorite waiter? I hope it's the hand of the maid. If I'm right, I'll report something important to Her Highness after the snack. Of course, even if it's the head of the servant, I'll still report it to Her Highness. After all, Shrek is Her Highness' most loyal servant. He won't hide anything from Her Highness. The pink snake head shook its head and spoke flattering words, but it did not notice that the person standing in front of it was not the empress who had returned in the past. After it was done with all the flattery, the pink snake head blinked its pretty eyelashes that had been forcefully plastered on and looked forward. When it saw that it wasn't Miss Merlot, but a man and a woman it didn't recognize, the snake head's flattering expression immediately changed into a vicious one. Intruders! How dare you come here? You must have a death wish. As soon as the snakehead finished speaking, it launched an attack without any hesitation. It raised its head high and spat out a puff of pink, poisonous mist from its mouth. At the same time, it bared its sharp fangs and aimed at Angor's neck like an arrow. However, Angor didn't appreciate the snake's attack at all. Angor lazily waved a hand and used the speed spirit to blow away the poisonous mist. Then, he stuffed a manna bread into the snakehead's mouth. Yeah, he just made it. Not only was it hot, but it also tasted great. The only regret was that he failed a little this time. The manna bread was overcooked and a little too hard. It was probably as hard as a diamond. The pink snake head was a little confused by the series of actions. It never tasted so disgusting before. However, the food was stuck in its throat. It couldn't swallow it, but it also couldn't spit it out. It stuttered for a while but still couldn't move. Angor released a bit of wizard-level aura. The pink snake head's heart-shaped pupils shrank into a thin line. What, ugh, blurg, another magus. Angor smiled. Dorcas told me about you. He didn't want to touch you because you're filthy, so he only told you not to talk for a while. Now, it seems that the silencing enchantment has passed. The pink snake head was terrified when it heard that Angor knew the intruder. Grey Raven might be able to handle the red-haired Dorcas. But now, it seemed that there was more than one wizard in the castle. Two magi would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, this magus seemed to be even more ferocious and terrifying than Dorcas. He had actually used a hardened piece of dung to block his throat. More importantly, Dorcas only told the snake to be quiet, but this wizard showed a murderous look in his eyes. Was he going to kill the cute Shrek? God, I haven't lived long enough. I haven't become the legendary world serpent yet. How can I die like this? With that in mind, the pink snake head quickly changed its attitude and expressed "I surrender" with its eyes. It didn't look like a snake's eyes. Instead, it looked like some kind of sled dog. His mouth was still stuttering. I can, tell my lord, all the secrets here. Mister, I'll join your side anytime. Angor said, since you know what's good for you, I'll let you go. I'll ask you about the secrets later. Open the door for me first. The pink snake wasn't a pet. It was a spirit, similar to tree spirits and Lady Mirror. Of course, it was only similar to spirits. In terms of strength, this snake couldn't even defeat a hair of Lady Mirror. The spirit of the python had fused with the door and became the spirit of the door. If he wanted to enter the inner room, he would either have to kill the spirit python or force it to open the door by itself. Speaking of which, many spirits in the sorcerer world were gatekeepers. For example, Talos the two-faced spirit of Silent Hill, Zeebo the totem of Moxa Westland, and even Lady Mirror were all considered as door spirits. It wasn't that spirits liked to choose doors. It was that wizards wanted them to become doors. Since spirits were subordinates of wizards, most of them were born according to wizards' wishes. Of course, spirits like the Elder of Books were an exception. The Elder of Books' status in the wizarding world was probably higher than Rain's. Since the snake spirit had already admitted defeat, it wouldn't go against Angor's will. The door slowly opened. As the door opened, even though Ms. Merlot hadn't looked inside yet, she had already heard familiar shouts. Ah! Damn it! That damned human ant! How dare he treat the Demon King like this? This is unforgivable blasphemy. He will be punished by the demon realm. Angor, who was standing at the door, stopped moving. On the other hand, Madame Merlot looked a little embarrassed. Brazier is a very energetic child. His imagination is very rich. After Lady Merlot finished speaking, a slightly calm but still audible voice of a youth came out. Are you really the agent of the Dark Demon King in the human world? No. Wrong. Wrong. How many times do I have to tell you, Gloss? Are you a fish without memories? I'm not an agent. I'm the Demon King. The Demon King himself. Then why were you also captured by that lunatic? Gloss asked suspiciously. I'm the young Demon King. Do you know what that means? It means I haven't fully grown yet. The Demon King's power is sleeping inside me. It will slowly grow as time goes by, and eventually, I'll be able to sit on the throne of darkness again. Gloss seemed to believe it. Is that so? Can't you do anything about that young Demon King? You've been with Lady Merlot longer than I have. Didn't she teach you how to use the Demon King's power? The arrogant voice suddenly weakened. Of course I have a way. Didn't you see my right hand? I saw it before. Your right hand is wrapped in bandages. Foolish mortal, this isn't an ordinary bandage. It's a special form of energy. Its function is to seal the enormous power of darkness in my body. Just a little bit of it will be enough to solve our current problem. Blaze's words were very impassioned, but halfway through, he changed his tone. But, as you can see, I'm tied up like this, and I can't remove the seal that binds the power of darkness. So, you can't do anything, right? The young Demon King. Brazier was speechless. Right, didn't you say that the power sleeping in your body is the Demon King's power? Why is the bandage sealing the power of darkness? Is there a difference between these two powers? Brazier was stunned. He had forgotten to perfect this detail. Damn it, why did Gloss remember it so clearly? However, Gloss had not finished his question. Before we were tied up, your hands were completely free. Why didn't you remove the bandage? Brazier's voice became low. That's because I forgot. You might not know, but as the young Demon King, my memory is very chaotic. Sometimes, it's even worse than an ordinary person's. Gloss continued to play the role of a curious child. I can understand the memory lapse, but we were locked up for so long. Didn't you think of removing the seal to save yourself? Brazier wanted to curse in his heart. Gloss clearly believed that he was the young Demon King. Why was he so picky about the details? Or could it be that this Gloucester appeared to be fair and clean on the surface, but when his stomach was cut open, it was filled with black pus? Angor spoke to Lady Merlot at the door. Look, they're still alive. At least they won't die for now. Lady Merlot's lips twitched. Yeah. Let's go inside and see what Dorcas meant by real art. Angor stepped through the door. As he walked, he saw a serpent with an elongated neck. It was Shrek. The serpent's character was now traitor and henchman, so it had to follow Angor closely. Angor and Lady Merlot's sudden appearance helped Brazier out of his predicament. After all, he couldn't think of a good answer to Gloss' question. However, even though they had managed to get out of the predicament, their current state had been seen through. The air around them became heavy and silent. Lady Merlot finally understood why Angor asked the other talents to stay in the illusion. What she was seeing now was too much for her to bear. When they left the prison, they saw two naked men hanging upside down from a crooked tree at the entrance. At that time, the scene was already a direct hit. And the current scene was probably countless times more unbearable than the one back then. Gloss and Brazier were not only tied up in the air, but also tied up in an extremely unsightly and shameful way that humans couldn't easily do. It was hard to describe with words. They were shocked by how flexible a human body could be. Due to the strange way they were tied up, they even neglected to notice a certain part of their body that was swollen. Of course, what Dorcas called real art was still the best part. This kind of rope technique that was not messy, had rhythm, and was extremely pleasing to the eye. Coupled with this posture, it was the best. Apart from the eye-catching ropes, there were some other details in the design as well. For example, all the ropes were pink in color, which was not dark. Instead, they shone brightly as if they were embedded with sparkling pink diamonds. The shiny ropes were not only connected to the two of them, but also to a balance beam that was modified from a chandelier on the ceiling. The beam was equipped with a rolling mechanism that would react according to the changes in the center of gravity below it. This reaction included swaying up and down, as well as turning. As long as either Blazer or Glass made the slightest movement, the balance beam would start working. When Angor and the others came in, the beam was already moving in a circle. Meanwhile, the two ropes hanging from the two ends of the beam were also moving along with it. Sometimes high, sometimes low, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, sometimes near, sometimes far. Such a design would not only allow people to appreciate their front, but also their back and lower bodies. It was easy to see how much effort the designer put into this design. Apart from this, there was another interesting detail about the beam. This was also a design Dorcas had been talking about for a long time. The inside of the beam was hollowed out and connected to an unknown place. Inside, there were thin, pink blind snakes. These pink blind snakes would rise and fall according to the height of the balance beam. They would fall from the hole and land on the two lucky ones. Unlike ordinary snakes, blind snakes were thin and long. Without careful observation, one would not even be able to see their heads. They were more like elongated earthworms than snakes. Blind snakes were not rare on Fey continent. They were also known as ear snakes. Ear snakes meant burrowing. Their eyesight had almost completely deteriorated, so they preferred to dig wet holes or crawl into existing ones. This was their way of survival, as well as their ability to avoid natural predators in the wild. As for the blind red snakes that were tamed by the queen, they were still ordinary creatures, but their ability to find and drill holes was stronger. Imagine the scene of two naked ropes being drowned by a large number of blind snakes, and the blind snakes searching for a hole. Dorcas was full of praise for this design. Like now, through their spirit bond, Dorcas was speaking to Angor excitedly. Angor blocked Dorcas' voice without hesitation. Art? What kind of idealistic concept was this? It was really a matter of opinion. To Dorcas, this scene was a true work of art. But in Angor's opinion, it was an absurd monkey show. When it came to art, Angor felt that, the specimen corridor on the second floor, in terms of design, it was more artistic. Of course, this was just a design. The premise was that the head of a real person was not used. What if the head was made out of plaster and painted? That would really be considered art. From a baby to a teenager, from youth to old age, people of different races, skin colors, emotions were all present in that short corridor. This was what Angor considered art. And now, although he couldn't see art anymore, it wasn't bad to watch the monkey show. Especially, the expressions of the two above were rather awkward. Their eyes went from surprise to despair to emptiness. This change was quite interesting. Moreover, in such an awkward situation, they still couldn't remain in their usual state and were still walking in circles, up and down. He used quite a lot of strength. Because that was all, only then would she be able to get rid of the blind snake on her body and avoid losing her innocence. The moving scene made them even more embarrassed. Angor believed that they would dig a hole and bury themselves if they could. Angor didn't move after entering the room. He was more interested in watching the show. Ms. Merlot, on the other hand, was shocked by such a strange and dazzling scene. She was also stunned. The silence lasted for at least half a minute. Until a pink blind snake was tossed onto Lady Merlot's body, which startled her. Lady Merlot seemed to have forgotten her etiquette. She slapped the snake away from her body and used her bloodline power to stomp on the ground. The ground cracked, and the snake was crushed into meat paste. Of course, Lady Merlot was not afraid of snakes. Otherwise, she would have been frightened when she saw Shrek the python spirit. She was so agitated because the blind snake once crawled on someone's body. If the snake could find a hole. Lady Merlot clenched her fists just thinking about it. However, Lady Merlot was a well-educated woman. She quickly regained her composure and apologized to Angor. "Sir, are there any traps in here?" he asked in a soft voice. Lady Merlot really didn't want to see thorns in her eyes. She had to save them as soon as possible. However, this was the princess room. She was worried that there might be other traps on the shiny rope or the balance beam. If she made a mistake, she might end up hurting them instead of saving them. Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at the python spirit. "Didn't you say you're on my side? You answer the question." Shrek had a bitter look on his face. He opened his mouth, and a pungent smell drifted out. Sir, can you take it out first? I'll speak again." It was obvious that Shrek was using all his strength to force those words out of his throat. Angor considered for a moment and snapped his fingers. The bread fell out of Shrek's mouth. Shrek exhaled deeply. "Great. Finally, I can get rid of this poo-stained rock." "Thank you, sir. Your loyal servant will do his best." Shrek thought it did a good job of flattering Angor because Angor was already smiling. A smile meant that Angor admitted defeat. As expected, Shrek couldn't use the princess method on a seemingly cold wizard. Flattery needed to be done in a subtle way. Shrek thought it did the right thing. However, it did not know that Angor was not listening to its flattery at all. Angor was thinking about the poop-stained stone again and again in his mind. "How dare you call my manna bread a poo-stained rock? Very well." Angor clenched his fists behind his back. He wasn't smiling because he agreed with Shrek's words. Instead, he was thinking about how to deal with this unruly door spirit. Angor really wanted to stuff the bread back into Shrek's mouth, but since Shrek was already answering Lady Merlot's questions, Angor had to let it go for now. Of course there are traps. There's also a hidden mechanism on the balance beam above. Shrek was a door spirit after all. He knew all the traps in the room like the back of his hand. It took him 5 minutes to explain all the locations of the traps. Lady Merlot was glad that she asked Shrek's question in advance. Otherwise, the two of them would be torn apart by the ropes. However, Lady Merlot didn't do it right away. Instead, she looked at Angor for a while. Shrek had been the princess's door spirit for many years. Would it really be a traitor just because it said so? That still needed to be considered. Therefore, Lady Merlot had to wait for Angor's approval before she could act on her own. Angor glanced at Shrek, who was still hissing like a dog, and nodded. "It's right. Do as it says." Only then did Madame Merlot relax and begin to dismantle the mechanism. While Lady Merlot was saving the two talents, Angor looked at Shrek. "You did well. Everything you said just now was true." Shrek was overjoyed when he heard this, and revealed his sincerity. He even began to recount his suffering as a door spirit, and strongly expressed that he was a good snake, but was forced to become the Empress's accomplice. Angor didn't say anything. He just kept smiling. What Hui Yuhao had said earlier was not wrong. Shrek was speaking the truth, but it was still hiding some things in its stomach. It wouldn't be a big deal if those things weren't important. However, they were related to the magic array in the princess's room. He could save them, but if he wanted to take them away, the magic array would activate. That was what Shrek was trying to hide. Therefore, Angor didn't treat Shrek's heartfelt confession as a joke. Shrek might look like a henchman, but it was still loyal to the princess. Since they weren't fighting against each other, Angor decided to use Shrek's remaining value and get some information about the princess from it. Since Shrek believed that it had successfully infiltrated the enemy's base, it was more than willing to talk to Angor. Shrek was probably the one who knew the princess better than anyone else in the castle. Shrek knew everything that she had done. There were a lot of things Shrek could tell Angor. However, Angor could tell that Shrek wasn't talking about the princess's strength or secrets. Instead, it was talking about how the princess did all kinds of evil deeds. Perhaps it was because Shrek had described the Empress too viciously in his confession of true love, so he could only continue to deepen it in this direction. According to Shrek's description, Angor already considered the princess as a freak. Now, it seemed she was even worse than that. The Wheel of Human Bodies, Human Skin Gallery, and Specimen Corridor were all part of the princess' daily routine. She would do something new every day, but they were all just as cruel and bloody. A girl who was less than 14 years old had a demon even darker than Guena's. Angor tolerated Guena and even brought her to Brute Cavern because all she wanted was to stay alive. But the princess didn't want anything else. She just wanted to enjoy herself. It was a kind of evil that was deeply ingrained in her nature. Shrek was silent for a while after talking about how evil the Empress was. He added, sometimes, the Empress still has a naive side to her. She is still a child after all. Angor chuckled but didn't say anything. He believed in naivety. He also believed in evil. The two could exist together. Anything else? For example, Grey Raven? Grey Raven is the princess's bodyguard. He's from the Ravenlock clan. He became her bodyguard because he wanted to ensure the survival of his clan. However, the princess knows that Grey Raven is a traitor, but she doesn't mind. Maybe it's because they already signed a contract? Shrek said, Grey Crow's real name is Lydia. Because it's a feminine name, he prefers to call himself by his nickname. He's also an elemental wizard. He seems to belong to a rare branch. The Empress mentioned that he's called the Rolling Stone Warlock. Rolling Stone Warlocks were a branch of Earth Wizards. They specialized in using rocks and were considered offensive types. In addition, there was another branch of the Earth Magi that was as famous as the Rolling Stone Magi, and that was the famous Desert Magi. Of course, elementalists weren't classified into only two categories. Offensive and defensive types weren't absolute either. It all depended on one's talents and abilities. Grey Raven's most common ability is to create crows out of rocks. These rock crows are his eyes and ears, and they can also attack. Shrek suddenly paused at this point. Not only Shrek, but Angor also paused. Their gazes simultaneously turned to look behind them. At some point in time, a figure had appeared in front of the gate that had not been closed. Shrek thought it was the princess, and he was trying to figure out a way to communicate with her. However, it wasn't the princess who came. It was a cold-looking young woman. Her long black hair fell on her cheeks. She tried to look into the room with her cold eyes. Sybil? Angor muttered the name. Lady Merlot, who was trying to solve the traps, also turned around in confusion. She saw a young woman standing outside. It was Sybil. Both Angor and Lady Merlot were surprised by Sybil's arrival. But the two talents hanging on the ceiling were even more surprised. Lady Merlot didn't mind seeing their miserable state. She was an elder after all. Perhaps she knew a lot and wouldn't mind. Angor didn't mind seeing their miserable state. He didn't know them, and they were both men. But Sybil was different. Sybil was one of the only two female talents who came with them this time. She was also the prettiest one. She came from the same place as Brazier. Also, Lady Merlot liked Brazier because of Sybil. Brazier often went to the White Sand Manor to sneak a peek at Sybil. They didn't know each other, but Brazier felt closer to Sybil than ever before. Lady Merlot caught him peeking at Sybil, which gave him the chance to become a talent. Brazier felt like his head was going to explode. He wanted to die so badly. To think that Sybil would actually see such an ugly scene. On the other side, Sybil saw Angor and Lady Merlot as soon as she peeked behind the door. Sybil was overjoyed and prepared to enter the door together with Lady Merlot. However, a pink snake that looked like an earthworm dropped down in front of her. Thus, she slowly raised her head. Sybil only glanced at the two hanging men and quickly lowered her head. Because her current expression could no longer maintain her cold persona, too shocking. Too shocking. The visual impact of the two men tied up above had completely changed Sybil's worldview. She could no longer maintain her persona and could only lower her head, using her black hair to hide the shock and embarrassment on her face. It wasn't just Brazier and Gloss who were embarrassed. Sybil was just as embarrassed as they were. After all, Sybil was just a young girl who didn't know much about the world. She might be smart and independent, but she still didn't know much. The first time she saw a naked man was the hanging man outside the prison. They were strangers, and the hanging man's face was bleeding, so she didn't pay much attention to the difference between men and women. But this time it was different. They were acquaintances, and the shameful bondage caused a certain reaction. Sybil saw the key point at first glance. How could she not feel embarrassed? She regretted being so curious. Why did she climb the stairs? Why did she look inside the door? Was it too late for her to go downstairs? Could she go back in time? Sybil lowered her head. She was so embarrassed that her toes almost dug holes in her shoes. While Sybil regretted coming here, Angor was looking at Sybil with great interest. How did Sybil come here? The rainbow illusion below was low level, but it was still not something a normal person could walk out of. How did Sybil do it? The young demon king's real body. Yes, real body. He's still far away. What you're seeing is just a bubble illusion. That's an illusion created by that little devil. Ha 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 ha. Did I scare you? The young man whose right arm was wrapped in bandages suddenly began to yell and laugh loudly. It really looked like a clown playing a prank. If 10 was a perfect score, ignoring the boy's red face, Angor would give the boy an 8 for his acting skills and adaptability. The minus point was that he stuttered a little at the beginning. But now, Angor gave Angor a 2 out of 10. Angor didn't give him a 0 because the performance was full of flaws, but somehow, Angor liked it. Oh, so it's an illusion created by the princess. The others were all staring at Brazier in shock. Angor, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. He even tried to flatter Brazier with a smile. Of course. That little devil's personality is the worst. She created such an illusion to scare you guys. Right. Brazier repeated right 3 times in a row, each time aiming at Angor. It was obvious that Brazier, who was on the verge of collapse, desperately needed someone to agree with him, even if he didn't know who Angor was. Yes, the princess can do something like this, Angor confirmed in a serious tone. Brazier sighed in relief. At the same time, he raised his voice even higher, don't believe it. It's just an illusion. However, since you are an illusion set up by Her Highness, why are you standing on the opposite side of Her Highness? If you're an illusion, shouldn't you call her princess and do your best to scare people? Brazier was speechless. His face turned pale. So even the Dark Lord can be speechless sometimes. How did Brazier feel when Angor said that? But what about Lady Merlot next to him? Angor might look gentle and harmless most of the time, but this time, Brazier confirmed Salem's words. Angor wasn't as friendly as Salem. What should Lady Merlot do now? Just shut up and bury her head, pretend like she didn't know anything. Angor's target was Brazier. What if Brazier got interested, Angor himself? That would be bad. But Miss Merlot was overthinking it. Angor always treated ladies with respect. What's more, if he were to say it himself, he didn't think he was a bad person. He simply thought that Brazier was an interesting young man. These talents all had nothing better to do, and Brazier was one of them. Angor also noticed Brazier. However, seeing Brazier's desperate look, Angor decided not to tease him any further. On the contrary, it helped breeze. How many illusion nodes did he just release? A faint white mist enveloped Brazier's body, concealing the true art that Dorcas spoke of. It also blocked out the eye-piercing scene. He didn't forget about gloss either. Although this one didn't bring any interesting reactions, but it was just a matter of convenience, it also helped him cover it up a little. Angor didn't know how Brazier and gloss would react because the white mist also blocked their voices. He didn't do that because Brazier was too noisy. Instead, he wanted to create a quiet space so that he could learn more about the thing he was curious about. With that in mind, Angor turned around and looked at Sybil. Sybil was crouching on the ground with her head lowered and mumbling something under her breath. Angor listened carefully and found that Sybil was repeating, "This is an illusion, an illusion, an illusion." Angor was sure that Sybil wasn't listening to Brazier's nonsense at all. But inexplicably, this man and woman actually walked on the same train of thought. "You're not fighting alone, young man." Angor sighed in his mind and walked to Sybil's side. Sybil also felt that someone was coming, but she didn't raise her head. Instead, she kept her head down and didn't say anything. "Looks like Lady Merlot didn't teach you enough etiquette." Angor muttered and pointed at Sybil's forehead with a finger. A nightmare illusion used to soothe emotions rushed into Sybil's mind. Sybil's turbulent emotions slowly calmed down under the effect of the illusion. Sybil seemed to have come back to her senses. She raised her head and saw that the person standing in front of her was a wizard that even Miss Merlot respected. She quickly stood up and saluted. "Madam, please forgive my rudeness. I was just a little too," Sybil said as she recalled the scene that she had seen earlier. However, her emotions were much more stable this time. "Let's not talk about anything else. I'm curious about something. How did you get out of the Rainbow House?" It took Angor a while to finish listening to Sybil's story. Sybil didn't know how she got out of the Rainbow House herself. When she entered the mist, she saw something she saw in the Red Coral Church on Slender Horse Island many years ago. Those scenes were very different from the ones in her memory, and they were very strange. She had once seen the cold missionary, who was like a ghost, constantly shuttling back and forth. Every time he came across someone, he would punish them in the name of God. The punishment was to sever their heads from their bodies. Sybil was also frightened by this scene. She kept running away, afraid that the ghost preacher would appear in front of her in the next second. But slowly, she noticed that something was wrong. She saw some of the rainbow mist. The mist disappeared as soon as she entered the Red Coral Church. But for some reason, she could see some faint mist coming out of the church from time to time. Furthermore, the place where the rainbow mist gathered the thickest was the place where the preacher and the people who had been killed were. Sybil realized that this wasn't real. It was just an illusion. When she saw the mist again, she realized that she was completely separated from the mist. The mist couldn't enter her body. It was just drifting outside her body. This led her to another conclusion. The ghost preacher was an illusion created by the rainbow mist. It was very likely that, like the rainbow mist, it was incompatible with her. Therefore, the ghost preacher couldn't kill her. It sounded like a leap in logic, but it wasn't. Sybil was sure that this was just an illusion. She also remembered what Angor told her before entering the church. "Go in. There's no danger. There are some surprises, or scares. No danger." That was the main point. Now that she was sure it was an illusion, Sybil was no longer afraid of the ghost preacher. However, she didn't want to stay here any longer. Even if this was just an illusion, it was still so real that she couldn't stand it. She began to think of a way to leave the Red Coral Church. And her solution was simple. She believed that the mist was the key to creating illusions. Since she could see the mist occasionally, she just needed to go to a place where the mist was thinner, and she might be able to find her way out. The truth was just as she thought. She left the Red Coral Church and found the glass house. This place was even more unbearable than the illusion she saw in the church. "I can see the mist." Angor narrowed his eyes as he thought of something. "Did you see the rainbow mist when you entered the illusion in Rainbow House?" Madame Merlot frowned. "Yes, Madame Merlot." Lady Merlot shook her head. "Yes. But I didn't see it after entering the house." Even Lady Merlot didn't see the mist in the illusion, but Sybil did. This was interesting. Angor knew that the mist was just an illusion created by the illusion nodes. It could be rainbow-colored, white, or gray. Since Sybil could see the mist occasionally, it meant that she could see the location of the illusion nodes. Even so, it meant that Sybil was very talented when it came to detecting illusion nodes. There were only two types of people who had such talent. First, those with great insight, which was usually found in bloodline masters, occult divination masters, or shadow masters. Second, those with talent in illusions. Even if they didn't know how to use illusions, they could still resonate with the illusion nodes. Of course, no matter which one it was, there was a necessary prerequisite. The illusion he was facing must be a low level one, probably between level 0 and level 1 cantrips. As for the rainbow illusion, Angor believed that it was just a low-level cantrip. Even an illusionist wouldn't be able to sense the illusion nodes if they were slightly stronger. What would happen to Sybil? Actually, he only needed to ask Lady Merlot about Sybil's talent sphere to get a general idea of Sybil's condition. But he didn't do that. If Sybil really was an illusionist, she would have no other choice but to join Phantom Island. At that time, they might meet at Phantom Island. So, it was better to keep it a secret. Angor didn't talk to Sybil for long. He simply asked her a few questions and asked her to stand on the side like a vase. On the other side, Lady Merlo was also working hard. After about 10 minutes, the entire complicated mechanism was finally dismantled. The two people who were suspended in the air also landed smoothly under the guidance of Lady Merlot's magic. Glazer and Gloss landed on the ground and untied themselves, but Angor did not remove the white mist. There was one more thing he needed to take care of, their clothes. Lady Merlo had some women's clothing, as well as some unidentifiable wizard robes. However, they were all stored in single-use space capsules. She already used one of them when she gave it to Amisa, and she didn't want to waste another one for this. A top-level apprentice like her could afford space capsules, but they cost a lot. She had to save as much as she could. Besides, there was a wardrobe in the room, as well as some carpets and curtains. The two men could make do with it. Following Lady Merlo's suggestion, Blaze and Gloria walked to the wardrobe and opened it. As expected, they were all wearing the princess clothes. Women's clothing was one thing, but it wasn't something a decent person would wear. For example, there was a black leather belt with all kinds of buckles on it. There was also a fur skirt made from human hair and skin. They stood in front of the wardrobe and didn't have the courage to take anything out. At this moment, they suddenly heard some rumbling sounds coming from outside. Angor explained, Dorcas is the one who caused the commotion outside. Mr. Merlo, are you saying that we've been discovered? Angor nodded lazily. Yes. The princess and her guards were already on the second floor when you were trying to solve the traps. Lady Merlo's heart skipped a beat. She spent a lot of time trying to solve the traps, and it didn't take her long to get to the third floor. Was the princess already on the third floor? Lady Merlo and the other talents looked worried. Meanwhile, Shrek, the python spirit, was actually jumping for joy on the inside. Angor glanced at Shrek. I set up a small barrier on the second floor. They're still trapped. How much longer, mister? Lady Merlo quickly asked. This concerned the safety of the talents below. I don't know. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe 5 or 6. Angor glanced at the two young men who were still standing in front of the wardrobe. You don't have much time to dress up. Of course, you can always run around naked. I'll help you and remove the illusion around you. Glazer and Gloss grew even more anxious. Finally, they began to choose their clothes. Following Angor's instructions, Lady Merlo went down to find the remaining talents who were still trapped in the illusions. Are you looking forward to the arrival of the princess? Shrek nodded. Shrek hurriedly shook his head and said in a flattering tone, How is that possible? I'm on your side now, mister. She'll kill me for sure. Please trust me, mister. Angor raised an eyebrow. Is that so? So, you're going to follow me? Shrek hesitated for half a second before he nodded. It's my honor to be with you, mister. He chuckled and changed the topic. Do you know why I told you that the princess might need 2 to 3 minutes to break through my barrier? Or 5 to 6 minutes? Shrek paused for a moment before he shook his head and said, I don't know. Actually, Grey Raven could have done it a few minutes ago. But he didn't. Instead, he did something insignificant. Angor continued, but Grey Raven won't be able to hide it for long. It depends on when the princess finds out and when she'll explode. It might be fast, or it might be slow. Angor looked at Shrek. You're right. Grey Raven isn't loyal to the princess. Shrek nodded and bowed as he said, so that's how it is. However, he was already thinking about how he was going to inform the Empress later. I feel sorry for the princess now. Grey Raven's guard is a traitor, and even the door spirit betrayed her. Poor thing. Yes, how pitiful. Shrek subconsciously agreed. After he finished speaking, he realized that there was something wrong with his words. He hurriedly added, however, the Empress deserves it. She's such a cruel person. No matter how pitiful she is, she shouldn't be living in this world. Angor gave Shrek a meaningful look. So you're really going to break up with the princess and join me? Shrek replied, that's what I should do. Angor didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the door. Lady Merlo had brought her people upstairs. Honorable sir, your companions have returned safely. This is truly a joyous occasion. How can the illusion of the Rainbow House withstand Milord's divine might? In order to convince Angor that it had truly surrendered, Shrek took every opportunity to flatter Angor. It's just a small matter. What's there to congratulate me about? Or do you really want this to become a big deal? I hope none of them come back. Shrek hurriedly shook its head. How can that be? No way. I've never thought of it that way. I'm about to become your most loyal servant, sir. Of course I want everything to be fine. Is that so? He then took out a parchment scroll that glowed faintly in his hand. No need for soon. You can become my servant right now, as long as you sign this contract. Various runes appeared on the parchment scroll. Shrek couldn't see what they meant, but it sensed the special binding power of the contract. Shrek looked at the glowing contract and suddenly froze. What? You don't want to? It seems like what you said before was all a lie. Shrek suddenly interrupted Angor with a sad look. Please don't misunderstand, sir. It's not that I don't want to sign the contract. I can become the door spirit of the Empress room because I signed a contract with the Empress. Yes, that evil woman has bound me. Seeing Angor's narrowed eyes, Shrek quickly added, but I won't bow to that monster forever. I tricked Her Highness, who was only 3 years old at the time, into signing a contract with me. It wasn't a master-servant contract. It was an equal contract. Angor secretly praised Shrek's reaction. However, he still maintained a calm expression. In other words, you can't sign a contract with me. Even if I can't, I'm willing to become your most humble servant, sir. Shrek paused and continued, if you think you can only trust me after signing the contract, sir, perhaps you can talk to Her Highness and cancel the contract. There's no way we can negotiate. If I go to the princess, we'll have to fight to the death. But I think Her Highness' death can also cancel your equal contract. Shrek suppressed his excitement and nodded. Is that so? That's one way to cancel the contract. Shrek tried his best to control his emotions, but Angor still noticed it. You're excited? Me? I am excited about escaping from Her Highness' evil clutches. Is that so? Angor answered casually. Angor replied casually and turned around. This was because Ms. Merlot and the group of talents had already walked over. Were the expressions of the talented people different from one another, but they all seemed to be glad. They didn't have a good experience. Sir, we're all here, Lady Merlot spoke. Angor nodded. Just right? Grey Raven down S for real. They'll be here in 2 minutes. Angor, the group of talents looked anxious. Ms. Merlot could not help but ask, then should we leave now? Not yet. Those two are still changing their clothes. Also, I need you to do something for me. Ms. Merlot immediately said, Sir, what is it? Angor took out a wooden plate from his bracelet. And a carving pen, he quickly drew several runes and lines on the plate. Is this a magic array? Lady Merlot didn't understand what was going on. But something didn't feel right about it. When Lady Merlot mentioned a magic array, Shrek realized something. On the other side, Shrek's expression changed slightly. This Magus also knows about magic arrays? It's not a magic array. It's just something that can temporarily deceive the energy circuits of a magic array. Angor handed the plate to Lady Merlot. Insert this into the hole on the door. The one the door spirit came out from. There's a magic array here, sir? Lady Merlot was puzzled. Shrek didn't mention anything about it. Still, she didn't ask any questions. She took the plate and headed for the door. Just as Madame Merlot took a few steps forward, Shrek transformed into an arrow of light and tried to rush towards her. But before it could reach Lady Merlot, it was blocked by an invisible wall of wind. Of course, the wall was made by the speed spirit. Madame Merlot heard the commotion behind her and turned around to take a look. She seemed to understand something when she saw Shrek's ferocious expression again. She smiled and continued to walk toward the door. Inside the wind wall, Shrek heard Angor's voice. So you're not excited because you want to run away from the princess. You want me to fight her face to face, right? Angor approached Shrek and looked at him with a calm expression. Shrek took a deep breath and retracted his ferocious expression. He put on a fawning expression again. Sir, stop. Pretending. When you told Lady Merlot about the trap, you didn't mention that there's a magic array here. I already know a lot of the answers. Angor pointed out the truth and praised, I know, but I think you did a good job at acting. Especially after I took out the contract, your reaction, plus your performance of suppressing your desire, were all very good. You're even better than that young demon king over there. Of course, in terms of contrast and storytelling, I'm more impressed by the young demon king. Shrek's expression darkened when it heard Angor calling its previous actions a performance. You're all going to die. You can't escape. The magic array here is stronger than you can imagine. You should have already seen the magic array in the prison. The magic array here is countless times stronger than the one in the prison. You definitely won't be able to escape. As if to boost his confidence, Shrek repeated the phrase, you can't escape, twice in a row. Angor nodded. You're right. The magic array here is stronger than the one in the prison. In the prison, Angor only needed to use a poker card to block the energy flow of the magic array. The magic array here, on the other hand, required a corresponding array disk to deceive the energy flow of the array. Angor could tell that the two arrays were not on the same level. This magic array has a lot of runes related to bloodlines and souls. It's strangely familiar. When Angor analyzed the Crimson Crown, he also found many runes related to bloodlines and souls. The runes here were different, but they gave him a similar feeling. This is a magic array that requires the bloodline of the Goman royal family to activate, right? Do you want me to face the Empress directly because she can make the magic array more effective? Shrek stared at Angor in shock. It had been following Angor since they entered the room. Angor barely moved at all. How did he know about the magic array here? And how did he know how to activate it? Don't look at me like that. It's embarrassing. I prefer to watch you put on a show. By the way, you haven't answered my question yet. Is this the secret of the princess? Shrek didn't say anything. So I was right. Bloodline, soul, magic array, and the ability to make Grey Crow Magus have no choice but to listen to her. It seems that the threat level of the princess in this castle is much stronger than I thought. But she doesn't seem to know much about it. If the princess was stronger, she would have noticed Dorcas coming in earlier. Oh, I have another question. Do you need both the bloodline and the soul of the royal family to activate the magic array, or only one of them? Angor looked at Shrek. Shrek remained silent, as if he were waiting for something. Not far away, Madame Merlot successfully embedded the disc into the hole. The moment the two joined, the magic circle hidden in the room was revealed. It flickered with a faint light, and the patterns were clear. Soon, the glowing patterns dimmed down, while the disc Lady Merlot placed on the hole was still glowing. Seeing this scene, Shrek was completely surrounded by gloomy emotions. Clearly, it had confirmed that the magic array here had been deceived. Now that the last thing it relied on was gone, Shrek already knew what would happen to it. Therefore, Shrek decided not to cooperate with Angor's question. Angor wasn't annoyed. It's fine if you don't want to talk. But I didn't expect the magic array to reveal all the hidden runes. It's a little complicated, but I don't think I need to get the answer from you. Just then, Ms. Mello came back. Angor nodded to her. Grey Raven is about to destroy the second floor. We should leave now. But since we're already here, why don't we leave a gift for the princess before we go? Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Angor took out a glowing potion bottle and walked toward Shrek. A moment later, under Shrek's horrified gaze, Angor opened the Gate of Illusion. Without the magic array, the illusion gate could lead them to the outside of the castle. Seeing the hope of freedom, everyone became excited and filed out of the room. Angor was the last one to leave. When everyone was gone, he waved at Shrek. He mouthed silently, goodbye, or should I say, farewell forever. Half a minute after Angor left, a girl wearing a pink princess dress rushed into the room. This girl looked harmless on the outside, but anyone who had heard a little about her would know that under that harmless appearance, there was an incomparably dirty and dark heart. She was the owner of this castle, the princess. The princess screamed as soon as she entered the room. My pet. Where's my pet? Also, my canvas is gone too. The queen screamed hysterically. That white and tender boy was a pet that she had her eyes on for a long time. As for the boy with bandages on his hand, she had already reserved his skin. That was her canvas, but now, her pet was gone, and so was her canvas. A violent aura was released from the princess' body. This aura faintly fused with the surrounding magic array, causing the magic array to emit an incomparably terrifying pressure. At the same time, the round plate Angor placed on the door fell to the ground. It was clear that when the magic array met its true master, the deceiving method would be rejected immediately. As the princess continued to use the array's power, Wizard Grey Raven quietly walked up and picked up the plate from the ground. With just a glance, he knew that there was definitely a master-level magewrath expert among them. Someone like that couldn't be a nobody. Grey Raven felt lucky that he didn't use his full strength when breaking the illusion on the second floor. Otherwise, if something were to happen to a magewrath master, it would affect countless powerhouses. Grey Raven didn't think that the princess magic array could defeat a rune master. However, he was sure that the princess could use the magic array to unleash its full potential. As Grey Raven pondered, the princess came to him in a huff. "What is this? Let me see it." Grey Raven frowned when he heard the princess' voice, which sounded like an order that couldn't be denied. However, Grey Raven didn't say anything and simply handed the plate to her. Although the princess was young and had a vicious heart, she was definitely not stupid. She knew what Grey Raven could think of after seeing the plate. However, the princess didn't care about the identity of a rune master at all. She only wanted to find the culprit and tear him into pieces in the most horrible way possible. Before that, she needed to know who the intruder was. "Tell me, who took my pet away?" The first person princess questioned was Grey Crow. "I came here with you. If you don't know, how am I supposed to know? An illusion on the second floor, and a magic array on the third floor. Who can you think of?" Grey Raven did have several candidates in mind, but he still said, "I don't know." But the illusions on the second floor can't be considered as a clue because anyone can buy illusion scrolls or magic arrays. Only this array plate that was drawn at the last minute confirmed that the intruder was a rune master. However, while there weren't many rune masters in the southern region, there were still quite a few of them. Furthermore, they all had many connections. It was difficult to confirm who the intruder was. The princess couldn't get any information from Grey Raven, so she slowly turned to the pink python in the corner. She didn't hesitate and walked towards it. However, the pink python shook its head at her. The princess didn't know what it meant, and was even furious. "Shrek! How dare you shake your head at me? Are you betraying me?" The empress stormed over to Shrek's side and reached out her hands in an attempt to strangle it. However, just as her hand touched Shrek, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The explosion occurred within Shrek's body. Not only did it explode into smithereens, but a dark green fog also slowly diffused into the air at the same time. Under the cover of darkness, Angor's group silently appeared on top of a tower several hundred meters away from Queen's Castle. For these inexperienced talents, this experience was probably the first major event they had encountered in their lives. They used all kinds of methods to express their excitement at regaining their freedom. But for Angor, this trip was nothing difficult at all. It was just a small interlude in his mission. The operation seemed peaceful on the surface, but Angor knew that the iceberg hidden under the water was enormous. Regardless of the reason, even if the princess did attack Lady Merlot's group because of Gloss, the fact that she dared to capture the guide of Brute Cavern was enough to prove that something was wrong. Also, according to what he saw in the prison, as well as what Old Potter said about people taking prisoners away from the prison every once in a while, Goman Kingdom was probably going to undergo a great change. What happened in Queen's Castle was probably just a small part of this big change. He looked at the brightly lit castle in the distance and couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Finally, it's over," said Lady Merlot. She walked to Angor's side but didn't stand at the same level as him. Instead, she took a step back politely. "So that's the end of your business. However, this wave is far from being quelled." Lady Merlot looked down at the street. At some point in time, there were suddenly many patrolling guards on the street. Indeed, this wave hasn't stopped yet. The guards have already begun their search. I think the Empress has already noticed that something is wrong. Angor glanced at Lady Merlot but didn't explain. He wasn't referring to the incident at Princess Town. Instead, he simply followed Lady Merlot's words. I don't think the guards are searching for Princess Merlot. They probably found out about Dorcas releasing the wandering apprentices. Dorcas had left the castle one step ahead of him. Furthermore, he had caused quite a commotion, and was bound to be discovered by the castle guards. Princess Merlot and Grey Raven were still trapped in the illusion on the second level, so they probably didn't know what happened in the prison yet. Why did Lord Red Sword appear in the princess castle? When she saw Red Sword Dorcas in Amesh's prison, she was puzzled, but she had other important matters to attend to at the time, so she didn't ask. His participation was merely a coincidence. However, whether his actions were intentional or unintentional, I do not know. He didn't break the spirit bond with Dorcas. They were still communicating with each other. If he really wanted to know whether it was intentional or not, he could always ask. But he didn't plan to look into it. Wandering sorcerers were free to enter the Goman Kingdom if they wanted to. However, he didn't want to get involved in this mess, so it was better to leave it to Ryan to worry about. As he spoke, the Queen's castle suddenly released a bright light. With the castle as the center, a massive aura spread out in all directions. When the aura reached the tower they were in, it was already very small. Even so, they could still feel the irritating aura coming from it. It seems that this time it's related to Her Highness. Miss Merlot suddenly said, it's just that Her Highness' mood seems to be more irritable than expected. Maybe she already received the little surprise I gave her, said Angor in a plain tone. Speaking of small surprises, Miss Merlot was really curious about what Angor fed Shrek just now. Lady Merlot didn't hesitate to ask her question. Maybe it was because Angor seemed to be an easygoing person. An interesting potion made by one of my colleagues in R&D, Angor responded with a mysterious smile. I just got it not long ago. As for its effect, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I think it'll be good. Interesting potion? Lady Merlot felt a chill down her spine when she heard the word interesting. Earlier, Angor mentioned that Blazer and Glor's blind serpent design was quite interesting. It was easy to imagine that the interesting thing he was talking about, even if it wasn't life-threatening, was definitely not a good thing. However, Lady Merlot was quite curious about the clothes Blazer and Glors chose from the princess wardrobe. She didn't have time to check them out because she was in a hurry. With that in mind, Lady Merlot looked back at the other talents who were still immersed in their own emotions. She didn't see Blazer and Glors at first glance. However, supernaturals didn't just use their eyes to find people. Using her spirit feelers, she quickly found two auras hiding behind the wall. The top of the tower was flat, and there was no place for them to hide. However, the darkness of the night and the shadow of the tower helped Blazer and Glors find a good place to hide. Lady Merlot still saw them clearly even though she was protected by the shadow of the building and the darkness of the night. When she saw their attire, even the usually calm Ms. Merlot couldn't help but close her eyes for a second. Then, she calmed down and let out a deep breath. Angor also noticed Lady Merlot's strange mood. He looked at the direction she was looking at and realized why she was acting like this all of a sudden. The two young men's clothes were simply too eye-catching. Glor's overall appearance was fine. It looked like he was wrapped in a large blanket. However, the details were quite interesting. It was indeed a blanket. It was the same carpet as the one in the princess room. However, using the carpet on one's body would expose him. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. However, Glors had just broken free from the art of binding, and the marks on his body were extremely obvious. Several important parts of his body were red and swollen. It would be embarrassing if someone saw him like this. In order to prevent the carpet from slipping off his body, Glors took out something from the princess wardrobe, which was called clothes but was actually a black riveted belt wrapped around one's entire body. The black belt, which seemed to imply something, tied Glors up from top to bottom. The carpet was fixed under the belt so that it wouldn't slip off. However, the way he was dressed really made him look like someone from Elysium. Combined with Glor's clean and handsome face, it was a terrible sight to behold. However, Glor's outfit was fine from afar, while Brazier's was simply too eye-catching. Angor assumed that Lady Merlot's mood swings were all caused by Brazier's outfit. Brazier didn't choose any clothes at all. Instead, he chose a coffin. Angor once saw an ancient torture tool from Earth on his hologram tablet. It was called neodymium. It was actually a human-shaped metal box, but the exterior was carved into the appearance of a young girl. The inside of the box was filled with protruding spikes. When a person was locked inside, the spikes would pierce into their body one by one. Although it was very painful, they wouldn't die in a short period of time. They would only die after experiencing all the pain and wailing for several days. The coffin Brazier was wearing was exactly the same as the neodymium. Even the iron coffin had a human figure carved on it. The only difference was that the original neodymium was wrapped from head to toe. The one Brazier was wearing covered his neck to his ankles. There were also holes for his hands to be exposed. However, Brazier didn't expose his hands, probably because he didn't want anyone to notice the strangulation marks. Something like this must be special since it appeared in the princess wardrobe. There were no spikes inside, but there was an iron rod placed just below the waist. Of course, Brazier couldn't use the rod to avoid it by simply adjusting his position. But let's not talk about the inside, just the outside. The coffin that Blaze was wearing really made people speechless. Moreover, this coffin opened and closed from the front. In other words, the way Blaze opened the coffin close was very similar to those perverts who liked to suddenly reveal their windbreaker. Just this point alone was enough to make people want to beat him up. The two of them are really a unique combination. Lady Merlo heard Angor's voice and looked at him. She saw Angor looking at Brazier and Glors with the same expression as when he watched the talents climbing up the stairs. Lady Merlo felt her cheeks burning. She felt embarrassed for the two young men. Previously, when the two of them were tied to the ceiling and made circular motions, they were forced to do so. But now, they were wearing such shameful clothes. Lady Merlo felt like she was being dragged into this. After all, these two were talents that she had found. At this moment, the super-dimensional wizard was looking at them with interest. Then, what did he think of them? Did he think she was careless in her guidance mission? Or maybe she was the one who taught them the wrong things? Angor knew that Lady Merlo used to be an etiquette teacher, and etiquette included personal attire. Lady Merlo's face was getting redder and redder. She was now looking at the two young men with a murderous look. She now regretted going out of her way to save them. If she had known that this would happen, she would not have gone out of her way to save these two idiots. Angor also sensed Lady Merlo's anger. He cleared his throat to attract her attention. Are you thinking about how to punish them? I don't think it's necessary. Their outfits are quite creative, aren't they? To prove his point, Angor added, as you can see, there aren't many clothes in the princess wardrobe, and all of them are very revealing. They're wearing clothes that cover their entire bodies. That's for the sake of other people's eyes. Since Angor was speaking for them, Lady Merlo didn't want to show her anger anymore. You're right, sir. It's better than being naked. Lady Merlo used up all her strength to say better. It seemed she was still angry. Seeing this, Angor decided not to continue the topic. After all, the two people involved also knew shame and deliberately hid in the shadows. They were not an eyesore, so what else could they criticize them for? Hey, what's with the crying? Suddenly, a deep voice could be heard among the crowd. Lady Merlo followed the voice and saw Red Sword Dorcas standing at the top of the tower. Dorcas was standing next to Sybil. However, he wasn't talking about Sybil. Instead, he was talking about Amarisa, who was being supported by Sybil. The others expressed their excitement after escaping with their lives. Some cheered, some laughed, and some sighed in relief. Amarisa was the only one who didn't say anything. Her eyes turned red as she stared at the princess castle. The hatred in her eyes was self-explanatory. For this young girl, the humiliation she had suffered had already exceeded the bottom line of many women. Her silent weeping and hatred were understandable. Lady Merlo didn't blame Amarisa for being weak when she saw her. On the other hand, Dorcas had called out Mei Xia the moment he arrived. This caused everyone to look at Mei Xia. Apart from Sybil, no one knew what happened to Amarisa. They only wondered why she was crying. After being teased by Dorcas and being stared at by everyone, Arisa didn't want to show her weakness. She could only suppress her fluctuating emotions and smile at everyone. I'm crying tears of joy. It really wasn't easy to escape from that demon's den. The other talents began to understand after hearing Yasha's explanation. Crying tears of joy, what a perfect reason. However, Dorcas was like a troublemaker as he continued, "Are you sure that the hatred in your eyes is tears of joy?" Amarisa didn't know what to say. Besides, she couldn't argue with Dorcas because of her status. Lady Merlot couldn't stand it anymore. "Mr. Red Sword, why are you so harsh on the talents of Brute Cavern?" Lady Merlot only mentioned talents of Brute Cavern because she didn't have enough confidence. She could only rely on her organization. Dorcas wouldn't fall for Lady Merlot's words if they were in another place. But since Angor was a wizard from Brute Cavern, Dorcas had no choice but to accept the fact. If she hates the princess so much, why don't you ask a wizard from Brute Cavern to kill her for good? After all, the princess provoked Brute Cavern first. Dorcas glanced at Angor as he spoke. Obviously, the wizard he was talking about was Angor. Everyone turned to look at Angor after hearing Dorcas' words. From their point of view, Dorcas' words seemed to be correct. It could even be said that they had the same thought. Since this Lord Sorcerer was so powerful, why didn't he just kill the princess? More than one person had the same thought. They just didn't dare to say it out loud. Now that Dorcas spoke up, everyone looked at Angor curiously. Among them, Sybil was the most excited. Sybil and Amisa weren't close friends, but as a woman, Sybil couldn't help but feel angry after witnessing Amisa's suffering. Why was a princess who killed so many innocent people still alive? Why wasn't she punished? Sybil really hoped that Angor would do as Dorcas said and kill the culprit. Amisa, on the other hand, was calmer than the others. Unlike Sybil, Amisa was born at the bottom of society. What she saw and understood was completely different from Sybil's. She didn't know why Angor didn't destroy the evil in Amisa's castle, but she knew that even powerful people had their own ways to keep them in check. Perhaps Angor was restricted by something, which only allowed him to save people but not hurt them. As far as she was concerned, she would rather avenge the princess herself than ask Angor to do it himself. She was still alive, and she was lucky enough to be a talent. She had a chance to enter that strange supernatural world in the future. As long as she could become a part of it, she was confident that she could achieve anything she wanted. On the other side, Angor, who was under everyone's attention, also sensed the excitement in the air. Angor understood why they were confused by the restrictions. However, he wasn't responsible for explaining his actions. Angor couldn't help but give Dorcas a sidelong glance when Dorcas suddenly mentioned him. Earlier, Dorcas was trying to get Angor to fight the princess through their spirit bond. But he didn't say it out loud yet. Now, he was trying to get Angor to fight Princess Alexandria again, and this time, he was using Princess Alexandria as an excuse. Angor didn't know what Dorcas was trying to do, but he didn't care. "You snuck into Amisa's castle before me, and you didn't do anything to her. Why are you asking me? Besides, why do you think Brute Cavern's guide will not do anything after being intercepted?" There would definitely be a follow-up. Even Ms. Merlot knew that this matter was definitely not over. However, once it happened, it wouldn't be limited to Princess Town. Also, how do you know that I didn't do anything to the princess? Actually, I really did give her a big gift. Maybe she's feeling worse than death right now. If you don't believe me, why don't you go in and take a look? Angor's confident tone made Dorcas feel doubtful. Killing them was indeed not a high-level way to deal with them. Something that could make a princess feel worse than death would surely make her enemy feel better. For example, many people's eyes lit up when they heard Angor's words. Dorcas asked doubtfully, "Are you telling the truth?" Dorcas' subtext was, "Why didn't you tell me this when we were in the spirit bond?" Angor shrugged. "Of course it's true. You can sneak in again with your stealth ability, can't you? Why don't we go take a look?" Angor's tone was calm, but Dorcas sensed a hint of temptation in it. Was Angor trying to persuade him to go to Princess Castle again? Did Angor leave something else in the castle? Or was he sure that something strange would happen if he went there now? Dorcas didn't know if he was right or not, but he trusted his own judgment. "Forget it, I won't go. I believe that your grand gift will make the Empress very uncomfortable." Dorcas was prepared to leave. If persuasion didn't work, then so be it. "You really don't want to check it out?" Dorcas was even more convinced by Angor's question. No, I'm not going. Seeing Dorcas' refusal, Angor knew that it would be difficult to trick Dorcas into going to Princess Castle. Angor's surprise wasn't just a one-time thing. If Dorcas dared to go there, he would definitely be surprised as well. But there was nothing he could do about it. It could only be said that the intuition of a magus was very useful in certain situations. Since we're done here, shall we go back now? Dorcas asked. There's no hurry. I don't think Kale has solved the problem yet. Didn't you say he could solve it in half a day if he's fast enough? You believe Wizard Leon's words? Dorcas had a lot of words stuck in his throat, but he didn't know what to say at this moment. He could only calm the depression in his chest and ask, is the spatial knowledge that Magus Leon spoke of true or false? I think it's true, Angor replied. What do you mean by guess? Didn't you just pretend to be Leon? If it's true, you must be right about Kale's power, right? I'm not Leon. How should I know? Let's not talk about this. You can go back if you want. I have something to do here. Angor looked at Lady Merlot. Let's go to Old Porter's place. Lady Merlot nodded and gestured for everyone to leave. Dorcas looked at Angor's back and considered for a moment before following him. He could return to the Sandworm Market first, but he had yet to make Angor his friend. Besides, he might have already lost a lot of Angor's affection toward him. It was better for him to keep following Angor around to earn more affection points. Angor didn't think as much as Dorcas. He was now fully focused on Brazier. He had been wondering how Brazier was going to move while wearing an iron coffin that was bound from his neck to his ankles. Both Angor and Lady Merlot were glancing at Blaze from time to time as well. However, Brazier didn't move right away. He and Gloss waited in the shadows. When most of the people left, they finally moved. Gloss was dressed in a strange way, but it didn't affect his movement. Angor nodded in satisfaction when he saw how Brazier moved. Just as he thought, Brazier only moved in one way, by jumping. Angor was glad to see Brazier's movement pattern because of the iron rod in the coffin. Brazier did not use the iron rod in the correct way, but every time he jumped, he would run into the rod, and it was a real loss. Angor, who enjoyed watching the show, was pleased that Brazier was still able to walk away by jumping around in such a situation. Since he was satisfied with the show, he didn't mind helping Brazier out. Of course, he didn't help Brazier remove the coffin or the iron rod. Instead, he used an illusion to reduce Brazier's presence. Even if Brazier jumped around on the street and caused a big commotion, he wouldn't attract anyone's attention. As for Gloss, since he was walking together with Brazier, he also enjoyed this benefit. Angor's illusion could fool Lady Merlot, but it couldn't fool Dorcas. Dorcas could already guess what Angor was thinking. I didn't know you had such a bad taste. Dorcas' voice came from the spirit bond that was still intact. It's not a bad taste. And why do I feel like you're enjoying it more? Angor wasn't joking. They didn't spend much time together, but he already knew that Dorcas was someone who enjoyed watching a show. Earlier, when Dorcas went to the Queen's castle and watched the whole process through their spirit bond, Angor already knew this. And Dorcas was indeed rendered speechless by the rebuke. Yes, when he saw Blaze and Gloss attire, his eyes immediately lit up. Not only did he activate his X-ray vision to observe them, he also couldn't help but have the urge to make a move. If the iron rod coincidentally returned to its original position when he jumped, wouldn't that be more interesting? Angor didn't know that Dorcas wanted to do it himself. If Dorcas really did that, Angor would definitely condemn him. But in the end, Dorcas didn't do it. The main reason was that Angor was here. Dorcas was a talent from Brute Cavern, after all. If Dorcas really did something, Angor would definitely tell him about it, which would probably lower his favorability again. So, Dorcas held back. So, why didn't you go back to the market first? Angor took the opportunity to ask. Of course, Dorcas wouldn't tell him the real reason. Instead, he spoke in an indignant tone, of course it's because I'm not done with that damn parrot yet. I still need to fight it for 100 rounds. You're still mad at that crowned parrot? No, I'm not. Just watch me. Angor didn't know what to say. He still believed that Dorcas couldn't win against that strange parrot in a quarrel. Still, seeing how competent Dorcas was, Angor couldn't wait to see what would happen to Dorcas later. I thought you didn't go back to the market because you wanted to investigate the Queen's castle in secret. Are you sure you don't want to check it out? Dorcas narrowed his eyes. Tell me the truth. Do you have something up your sleeve? Angor chuckled. Of course not. I don't have anything up my sleeve. I just thought you'd like to watch a good show. Maybe you can watch a good show at the Queen's castle. What do you mean? Unlike Angor's previous words, Dorcas realized that Angor was actually implying something this time. Angor chuckled. Nothing. If you don't want to see it, so be it. Dorcas gave Angor a thoughtful look but didn't say anything in the end. Maybe Angor really did have something up his sleeve. But he was sure that Angor was trying to lure him to the Queen's castle. There was definitely something fishy going on here. They returned to Old Potter's tavern without any problems. Of course, it was only the others who were fine. Brazier's head was about to explode. When they arrived at the tavern and were about to take a rest, Brazier fainted right at the entrance. Gloss wanted to lift him up, but he couldn't. Besides, the coffin was too heavy for him. He had no choice but to ask the others to help him. But no matter how hard he tried, no one looked at him. It was as if they didn't exist. While Gloss was still confused, Angor came with Sybil. Sybil was about to sit down for a drink when she was called by Angor. She didn't know what was going on. Angor stopped in front of Gloss. Sybil still didn't know what to do. Due to the illusion, she completely ignored Gloss and Brazier's existence. Angor suddenly pointed at the ground. You and Gloss, carry Brazier inside. Sybil looked down and saw that there was nothing here before. But now, there was a pervert and a coffin. No, two perverts. Sybil didn't want to complain, but she still recognized them. Judging from their clothes, she could guess why they were wrapped up so tightly. Sybil didn't dare to disobey Angor's order. She knelt down and helped Gloss lift Brazier up. While doing so, Sybil mumbled, Are there no other clothes in the closet? Gloss blushed and lowered his head. Yes, but I'm already wearing the most normal clothes. Brazier was supposed to wear mine, but he gave it to me. Sybil looked at the unconscious Brazier and said, So he's the real pervert. Gloss quickly shook his head. No, Brazier said I'm one of his 5 generals in the future, so he gave it to me out of consideration for his subordinates. Sybil couldn't help but roll her eyes in her mind. Here we go again. That idiot took my stuff and tried to fool me. You don't believe him, do you? Sybil couldn't help but ask. Why not? Confusion appeared on Gloss's fair and clean face. Sybil couldn't tell if Gloss was really stupid or just pretending. She had no choice but to brush him off. Even if he doesn't have other clothes, why did he choose such a heavy coffin? Is he an idiot? Sybil complained. Why did Brazier choose an iron coffin in the end? Actually, Gloria didn't understand either, but Sybil, who asked this question, could guess. It probably had something to do with the Dark Demon King. In that book, the Dark Demon King wore armor. Could it be that Brazier used the coffin as armor? Sybil sighed helplessly. I'm sorry to have to ask a lady for help, Gloss said. Hearing this, Sybil frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and move. She didn't mind Angor asking her to do this at all. She didn't think about the difference between men and women. But Gloss words made her feel a little uncomfortable. Compared to Gloss, Angor was more pleasing to the eye. At least the wizard never thought about the difference between men and women. Angor was already inside the tavern. He didn't know that Sybil was praising him in her mind. But he didn't care even if he did. The only reason he chose Sybil to help Brazier was that she knew what Brazier and Gloss went through. She also saw how embarrassing they were. With that in mind, he chose Sybil as his guide. Of course, Angor only cared about Brazier and Gloss by not letting other people know about their terrible story because he enjoyed watching the show. He didn't mind thinking about their future. This was probably a way to increase his impression of her in another way. Don't you think it's inappropriate to just leave them here? Lady Merlot approached him and asked in a low voice. After this group of talents arrived at the tavern, they obviously hadn't completely recovered from their shock. They still had lingering fears and basically just sat in front of the table in a daze. The tavern wasn't open for business today, but the door couldn't stop people from looking at them. Lady Merlot was worried that once the guards patrolled over and discovered them, there would be another wave. It's fine. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Angor didn't think it was a big deal even if the guards noticed them. They wouldn't dare to do anything here, would they? And even if they did, Angor wasn't afraid. However, this was Old Potter's territory after all, and Brood Cavern had placed a spy here. Even if the spy was not important, he would still try his best not to expose it. His mind monkey was already shouting fearlessly, but Angor still held on to the reins of his mind monkey tightly. And this rein was an illusion. Angor set up an illusion outside the tavern, which would affect anyone who entered the range of the illusion. This was one of Angor's precautionary measures. After setting up the illusion, Angor asked Lady Merlot to go find Old Potter while he stayed in the front hall to have a casual chat with Dorcas. He didn't limit the topic, but he still brought up the changes in Goman Kingdom from time to time, hoping to find out more about Dorcas. Although Dorcas did not explicitly state that he wanted to get involved in the changes in the Goman Kingdom, his previous actions seemed to signal that he wanted to get involved. It wasn't a big deal. Wandering wizards were also known as free wizards. They had no restrictions and could do whatever they wanted. But Angor was curious. How deep was Dorcas going to go, and what did he want? Dorcas didn't pay attention to Angor's probing. He only responded to Angor occasionally, but most of the time, he was looking around. What are you looking for? The crowned parrot? Dorcas nodded quickly. I've been recalling all the curses I heard on my way here. I've already come up with many wonderful phrases. I have to use them to teach that bastard parrot a lesson. Otherwise, I won't be happy. Besides, Dorcas already told Angor to observe his performance on the way. If he said it, he would definitely do it. They were all here, but the crowned parrot was nowhere to be seen. This was why Dorcas didn't pay attention to their conversation. Dorcas saw that the crowned parrot was not here, and he really wanted to express his thoughts. He turned to Angor and said, "How about you take a look at my curses?" Angor declined with a smile. "It's all about improvisation. I don't think I'll be able to use it." "That's true, but, sigh. You think I want to talk?" "I want to break its neck." Dorcas was mumbling to himself, but it was also for Angor's ears. If it weren't for Angor's intentional interference, Dorcas would have taken out the parrot directly. Personally, I think it's more satisfying to get back at whichever domain you're defeated in. What kind of sense of accomplishment was that? Dorcas cursed in his mind. If that damned parrot was attacking Angor instead of him, Angor would have done the same. Also, didn't you say that the crowned parrot might have once been a follower of a knowledgeable magus? Maybe it was a summon of some big shot. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by someone important? Dorcas took a sip of his wine to drown his frustration. If it was someone important, he or she would have already died. Or maybe the bird got so annoyed that he or she cancelled the contract. Otherwise, how did that Abel girl sign the contract? Although this was what he thought, Dorcas didn't say it out loud. Since that damned parrot was not here, he did not want to talk about it anymore. The more he talked, the angrier he got. Let's talk about something else. Dorcas changed the topic. I know what you mean. But I don't think you need to test me on what to do. What do you mean? Wandering wizards always go with the flow, unlike you people who belong to an organization. You always look at the big picture or the overall benefit. Don't you think it's troublesome? Angor didn't say anything. Dorcas continued, "Of course, people like you will definitely gain the most in the end, but I am a wandering magus, and all I see are the benefits in front of me. Moreover, I don't necessarily have to take the benefits in front of me. Whatever thoughts I have in mind a second ago, they can change in the next second. For example, I was at the Sandworm Market yesterday. Who would have thought that I would come to Princess Town with a famous extra-dimensional wizard?" Dorcas winked at Angor. "So, don't test me, and don't worry about me. If I really want to do it, there's a limit to what I can do. Besides, after you and I return to the Sandworm Bazaar, we might not return to the Goman Kingdom again. There are all kinds of possibilities." Angor chuckled. Dorcas' words were complicated, but they could be summarized in one sentence: "I'm just a nobody. Don't worry about me. I can't affect the big picture. At most, I'll leave after getting some benefits. I won't get involved. Of course, Angor knew that Dorcas couldn't affect the big picture. But he was curious about why Dorcas suddenly wanted to get involved. Did he find something useful in Princess Castle? However, Dorcas clearly didn't want to tell Angor the details. Angor considered for a moment and decided not to ask. He was thinking about the same thing as Dorcas. He only saw the immediate benefits and didn't want to consider the long-term benefits. However, he was different from Dorcas in that he had so many immediate benefits that he didn't even have time to digest them. Green runes, spatial knowledge, mysterious alchemy, authority in the dream wilderness, elemental companions in the tidal realm, and so on. If he thought about it carefully, even if Dorcas discovered any tangible benefits in the Princess Castle, it didn't seem like much. So, there was no need to look into it. As for the long-term benefits, he already told old Potter to contact Mr. Rain in the Dream Wasteland. He had other people to consider. After giving up on probing, Angor and Dorcas began to chat casually. Of course, there was a limit to their casual conversation. They couldn't just talk about the wizarding world or gossip about other wizards in the front hall. It wasn't just about the number of people in the hall. Communication also required the right place and timing. This place, this night, was not suitable for such exchanges of knowledge. Therefore, the content of their conversation was limited to this small princess town. Finally, Dorcas picked a topic and began to comment on the talents in Brood Cavern in his own way. Dorcas commented one after another, and he didn't even try to hide his voice. The talents who were still recovering from their shock were all attracted by his words. They didn't say it out loud, but they also wanted to know how the wizards thought of them. Angor wasn't interested in this topic. There weren't many talents in this group. At least, compared to the group of talents he met in Brood Cavern, they were a bit weak. But since Dorcas had already started talking, Angor didn't plan to interrupt. Unsurprisingly, Dorcas' comments were all about weak, stupid, impulsive, and so on. Everyone who was criticized by Dorcas didn't look happy. The only one who didn't give Dorcas a negative comment was Amisa. However, Dorcas didn't say much about Amisa. She looks like a witch, but she's too stubborn. She'll break easily. Also, she deserves to be punished for not fighting. By not fighting, Dorcas meant that Amisa didn't encourage Angor to fight with him. Just based on this point alone, it was a little biased due to personal emotions. However, the other comments weren't a problem. In Angor's opinion, Amisa looked a bit like Nausicaa, which was why Angor was optimistic about her future. However, Nausicaa was also too stubborn. Being stubborn wasn't a bad thing, but if one didn't learn to be flexible, he or she would never reach the end of the path. After commenting on the talents, Dorcas began to talk about those who weren't there. Sybil's comment wasn't good. She was a proud young lady who didn't know much about worldly affairs. If she wanted to grow up, she would have to go through some harsh reality. Dorcas, on the other hand, gave a very short evaluation of the two people after Sybil. His comment about Gloss was, interesting. And Brazier was, interesting young man. As for what was interesting about Gloss, Dorcas didn't go into detail. However, it was rare for two seemingly positive evaluations to appear. This caused the other talents sitting at the side to faintly feel indignant. Angor didn't stop Dorcas from making enemies for the other two. Sometimes, it wasn't a bad thing to be targeted. However, Dorcas' comment was a little strange. Angor knew what Brazier meant by interesting. However, Dorcas' comment about the Glors confused Angor. At least, Angor couldn't see what was interesting about Gloss. Maybe Dorcas saw something when he snuck into the Princess Castle that made him think Gloss was interesting. Angor didn't ask Dorcas. At this moment, Lady Merlot came out from the back hall. However, old Potter wasn't behind Lady Merlot. It was Abel and little Tom. Angor wanted to talk to Lady Merlot, but Dorcas beat him to it. Dorcas's eyes lit up. He stood up and looked down at Abel. Tell me, where is that ugly parrot? Isn't it good at talking? I'm going to talk to it to my heart's content. Abel shivered and backed away. Lady Merlot couldn't stand it anymore. She walked to Abel and said, Mr. Redblade, Abel is a coward. If you have a problem, please sit down. Coward? Ha, if she's that timid, why would she let that stupid parrot provoke me? Abel said weakly, I can't control it. Dorcas understood Abel's situation. He humphed. Tell me, where is it? Did you release it back to the origin realm? Abel shook her head and hesitated. I don't know where it went. Dorcas asked further and learned that the crowned parrot also flew out of the tavern after they left. It told Abel that it wanted to find a quiet place to sleep and would come back during the day. Abel couldn't control the parrot, so she had to let it fly away. It went out alone? Dorcas was surprised. The crowned parrot wasn't a powerful summoned creature, but it was still a supernatural creature. This was the wizard fair. Those who were after profits wouldn't let go of a lone crowned parrot. Dorcas narrowed his eyes. That's a brave one. That being said, Dorcas had a feeling that the crowned parrot running out on its own was not just a matter of courage. As a creature that was suspected to have been summoned by a previous summoner, it obviously had a very high understanding of the wizarding world. From its previous performance, it could be seen that this was a creature with a very high IQ and a strong sense of observation. How could a summoned creature like this not know about the dangers of the wizard fair? Even so, it still dared to go out alone. There must be something wrong. Dorcas calmed down and slowly sat down. There were still a few hours before dawn. If the crowned parrot said it would come back during the day, he could wait. Both Abel and Lady Merlo sighed in relief when Dorcas stopped talking. Angor, on the other hand, felt a little disappointed. He wanted to see the battle between Dorcas and the crowned parrot. Besides, there were so many talents here. Dorcas was a wizard. If he lost to a crowned parrot in front of ordinary people, wouldn't that be interesting? Too bad the crowned parrot wasn't here. Angor shook his head. He knew that the crowned parrot had its own secret, but it had nothing to do with him. He would let Abel worry about it. If Abel couldn't handle it, he could let the crowned parrot do it for her. It wasn't a bad thing for a weak otaku like Abel. Angor looked at Lady Merlo. Old Potter isn't here? Lady Merlo shook her head. He is. But I'll let this guy talk to you. Lady Merlo pointed at Little Tom. Little Tom was the guard who snuck into the Queen's castle to seek revenge. When Angor found him in the prison, Angor gave him directions to find Old Potter. Little Tom didn't have stage fright as he stepped forward and said, My lord had me come here to look for Old Potter. I also saw him. However, when I saw him, he only came out in a hurry to see me and asked about my lord's situation. Before I could say anything to him, he said that it was too late and that he needed to go back and get some sleep. If there was anything he wanted to say, he would have to wait until he woke up. Angor quickly scanned the area with his dream gate. Old Potter was still in the dream wasteland. However, he wasn't with Iron Granny anymore. Instead, he was wandering around the new city alone. It seemed Angor underestimated how attractive the dream wasteland was to an apprentice who had left his home for years. I see. Angor nodded to Lady Merlo. Old Potter is sleeping. Let him sleep for a while. But Lady Merlo frowned. Don't worry about it. Old Potter has done everything he can. It doesn't matter if we meet him or not. Old Potter's greatest role was to gather all the information he had seen and heard in Princess Town and bring it to Sir Rhine. Old Potter had obviously completed this task. As for what happened in Princess Castle, Angor would find a time to report it to Rain or Iron Granny. You'll understand when you get back to Brute Cavern, Angor tried to comfort Merlo, you'll understand when you get back. Now, if you're not busy, you can take Little Tom to do a talent test. Ms. Merlo hesitated for a moment before nodding. She said, okay, and prepared to take Little Tom to the quiet room. Before leaving, Ms. Merlo did not forget to take Abel with her. She said that she wanted Abel to help set up the props for the talent test. But in fact, she was worried that Dorcas would kill Abel if she stayed. After they left, Dorcas looked up and asked in a curious tone, What do you mean? She'll understand when she gets back to Brute Cavern? Dorcas listened to Angor's conversation and still felt that Angor's words made no sense. As a wizard with a strong sense of intuition, Dorcas believed that there was more to this than met the eye. It's about Brute Cavern, of course. You're a freelance wizard. Are you planning to join a wizard organization? Angor shrugged. Dorcas said disdainfully, "It's not like I don't know the tricks of the Magus organizations. Brood Cavern is different." Angor shook his head. "That's what other organizations do." "What's different?" Dorcas narrowed his eyes. "I'll take care of Brute Cavern." "Dorcas. Are you telling a lame joke?" Looking at Dorcas' shocked and speechless expression, Angor knew that Dorcas did not take the answer seriously. Angor did not mind. He did say that on purpose anyway. It would be strange if Dorcas really took it seriously. "Don't look at me like that. Am I not telling you the answer?" Dorcas took a deep breath and suppressed his ridicule. "Of course it's true. The other Magus organizations naturally don't have you. If they did, then wouldn't you have become their spy? I just can't believe that you would suddenly say such an answer. It seems like as a friend, I need to have a deeper understanding of your character." "What kind of answer do you want to hear?" "If Brute Cavern really has something different from other organizations, do you think I'll tell anyone about it?" Dorcas agreed with Angor's explanation, but it did make sense. Besides, Angor's question also answered Dorcas' question. "So there really is a secret about what you said to Miss Merlot," Dorcas said. According to what Angor said, if there really was a secret, Dorcas would never tell anyone about it. And Angor did not say anything at all. Angor only smiled. Dorcas continued to analyze. "However, this secret shouldn't be a very confidential secret. You actually don't mind being known. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told Ms. Merlot in front of me. Now that I think about it, your behavior is a bit strange. Did you say those words on purpose to tempt me into asking about the secret? That doesn't sound right. If you really wanted to tempt me, you would at least throw out the bait and hook. But you didn't say anything." Dorcas kept answering and denying his own words. Angor, who was sitting across from him, did not say anything. From Angor's perspective, Dorcas was right. The so-called secret was the existence of the dream wasteland. It was not a very important secret. After all, the witches' tea party would be held soon, and those who needed to know would know about it. However, Angor did not mean to tempt Dorcas. It was only because the secret itself was not important. Even if other people heard it and became suspicious, Angor would not mind. If you can guess it, you're good. If you can't, you'll just have to hold on to your curiosity for a few days. When the answer is announced, everything will be over. Of course, Dorcas would not be able to guess it, unless he went to kidnap old Potter right now. Angor simply sat on the side and listened to Dorcas' analysis. Occasionally, he would nod and say something to help Dorcas. In the end, Dorcas could not keep up with his analysis. How was he supposed to continue when Angor was helping him? His curiosity did not stop, but Dorcas did not want to keep asking. He simply used Angor's "I'm in Brute Cavern" as an antidote to his itch. No matter how he looked at it, Dorcas was right. Angor felt a little bored when Dorcas stopped talking. But soon, the fun came again. This time, however, it had nothing to do with Dorcas. It came from a fair-skinned young man who quietly walked to his side. "You came to see me, Glors?" It was Glors. He had taken off his strange outfit and changed into a tavern waiter's shirt and overalls. This outfit, combined with his handsome face, made him look quite bright. However, Glors' expression was not as bright as the sun. His head was lowered, and his face was filled with sadness and bitterness. Glors finally looked up when he heard Angor's voice. Aye. Sir, I. Glors stuttered for a while. "Blaze is fine now. One of the waiters knows medicine, and he's been bandaged." Angor did not say anything. Dorcas chuckled. "Where?" Glors did not know how to answer. Angor said, "Don't answer him. You came here just to tell me this? You don't need to tell me these trivial things. You can talk to Miss Merlot when she comes back. But I don't think she wants to hear about these boring things." He didn't move his eyes away. Instead, he kept looking at Glass. Even Gloucester could discern that His Excellency was talking in a roundabout way about these things. Even so, this man did not look away, which meant he already knew that there was something else he wanted to tell. These unspoken words were the true purpose of Glass' visit. Glors hesitated for 2 seconds before he made up his mind and slowly began to speak. In Glors' opinion, he was using all his strength to tell this story. However, Angor only waved a hand disinterestedly. That's it? Gloros, huh? You can talk to Miss Merlot when she comes back. Angor yawned and did not look at Glors again. Angor thought Glors would bring him something interesting. For example, why did Dorcas say interesting? Did Glors say or do something in the princess room? But what he didn't expect was that under the careful and solemn expression of the other party, it was just to express an apology. Everyone was imprisoned because of him. He felt very guilty and wanted to be punished. Glors was the princess name. Angor was not interested in Glors' apology. Besides, he believed that Miss Merlot would not care too much about it. Because it was very clear that if the Empress was really only targeting Glass, she was completely capable of capturing only Glass. Or rather, after capturing everyone, she would only keep Glass in prison and let the others go. However, the princess did not only capture Glors but also the other people, including the guide from Brute Cavern. Glors was not the only reason. As far as Angor was concerned, Glass should apologize. However, he did not have much to do with this incident. If he wanted to repent or apologize, he would have to talk to the other talents or Miss Merlot himself. Glass didn't expect Angor to be so uninterested in the game. As the cause of such a serious accident, Glors believed that he would be held accountable. So, after some consideration, he decided to admit his mistake, hoping to lessen his punishment as well as his self-blame. However, he did not expect such a response. Because the result was different from what he had imagined, Glass suddenly did not know what he should do, how he should posture, and what kind of expression he should continue with. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Dorcas opened his mouth again. Just let him talk about the reason. He even called the Empress by her real name, so they probably know each other. Dorcas looked at Angor with a curious expression. Angor considered and did not argue. He had nothing else to do anyway, so he decided to listen to a story. However, he did not ask Glors to speak right away. Instead, he waited for Miss Merlot to come out. After all, the final handler and reporter of this matter was Miss Merlot, who was the guide. A few minutes later, Miss Merlot came out of the soundproof room with little Tom in tow. Judging from Abel's shocked expression, Angor could tell that little Tom was quite a talented student. Soon, Miss Merlot brought little Tom to report to Angor. Lady Merlot looked calm on the surface, but Angor could tell that she was just as agitated as Abel. This made him curious. What did Tom see in the test, 30? Are you sure? Dorcas looked at Miss Merlot in surprise. Miss Merlot took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. According to the test, his spiritual power level reached 30. When little Tom touched the talent orb, a bright light burst out from his forehead, which was even brighter than the talent orb. This was the first time that she, as the guide, had seen a phenomenon with her own eyes when Lady Merlot tested someone else's talent. This phenomenon was the thick condensation of spirit energy that Miss Merlot saw between little Tom's eyebrows when she opened her spirit vision. It was Miss Merlot's first time seeing such a solid condensation of spiritual power. When she faced this condensation, she already felt a faint pressure on the spiritual level. Little Tom was not an apprentice yet, and he did not turn the object into a spirit tentacle yet. Yet Miss Merlot already felt pressured. She could only imagine how powerful the spirit tentacle would be when it became a real spirit tentacle. It was also because of little Tom's terrifying talent and mental strength that Dorcas, who had originally been lacking in interest, asked in surprise. Apart from the spirit condensed outside little Tom's forehead, he also saw a plant blooming on the windowsill, Miss Merlot explained. Blooming plants were a typical sign of nature elementalists, so it was not too rare. However, if it was accompanied by a spiritual power level of 30, it would be very strange. Many level 3 and level 3 wizards did not even have such a level. Spiritual power level was not a standard for future achievements, but the efficiency of mana flow and inspiration brought by such a high value would allow little Tom to train much faster than his peers. Besides, even if he wanted to learn cantrips, little Tom's high spiritual power level would prevent him from getting backfired. Others might need to test carefully to avoid getting backfired, but little Tom could use the backfire to correct his mistakes and learn the cantrip as soon as possible. Angor saw this with his own eyes when he first stepped into the wizarding world. Back then, Sunders did not take him away yet. He was still following Mara on the Redbud, preparing to go to White Coral Floating Island Academy. Back on the Redbud, he saw with his own eyes that a talent named Easley learned the light distortion cantrip in half a month. Half a month ago, Easley was just an ordinary man. Easley's spiritual power level was 23. Even Sunders gasped in surprise when he heard about the number. Now, someone with a higher spiritual power level than Easley had shown up. So far, 30 was the highest spiritual power he had ever seen. Angor was quite surprised by this as well. Back at the Queen's castle, little Tom sensed someone following him through his spiritual perception. Angor guessed that little Tom might have a good spiritual power level. However, he did not expect it to be this good. Angor was prepared for it, but even he was surprised for a few seconds, not to mention Dorcas. Dorcas began to doubt his life. His spiritual power level was only 15, and that was the result of more than 80 years of training. Little Tom, on the other hand, was twice as good as him before he even started training. Dorcas had seen talents with higher spiritual power levels before, but this one was different. This one was way higher. Even a fool with a spiritual power level of 30 would have a high chance of becoming a wizard as long as they had enough resources. End of chapter 25-27. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.